but he couldn't start seeding it immediately. Up until now, he only had experience planting ling grains. Any kind of ling plant had different needs and concerns. Thankfully, Elder Wei Nan had detailed descriptions in the jade sticks and he didn't need to experiment for himself. Studying the jade sticks, laboring over, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Other than that, he needed to care for the ling fields in Cold Mist Valley. He was extremely busy every day, his feet almost not touching the ground. When he had studied pretty much all the jade sticks, he started to prepare the initial work. Luckily, they were all somewhat common ling herbs and grasses and didn't need anything rare or expensive. Otherwise, he could only just stare at it. I'm very poor, I'm very poor, I'm very poor. Humming a tune, Zuo Mo directed the mud-turning earthworm to plow the ling fields and seeded out the ling herbs and grasses he had brought. After a few days, some sprouts had appeared in the 20 mu. The tender greens carried Zuo Mo's hopes. Zuo Mo could finally slow down. Even he almost couldn't stand the amount of labor these past days. After planting down all the seeds, the labor required was instantly halved. He finally had the time to cultivate. This was why Sword Shio never liked cultivating any kind of livelihood spell. Practicing any spell required large amounts of time and energy. For sword cultivators, they only focused on the sword. This was enough for them to have unrivaled attack strength. This was also why, in all the shouja, in one-on-one, Sword Shio had the greatest power. Of course, the actual situation would be complicated. There were many factors that could affect the fight between two shouja. It was all tangled and complicated, like cultivation, talismans, seal formations, scriptures, etc. Zuo Mo didn't need to think about these things. At least, before he entered Juji, he didn't need to consider it. For him, what was most important at present was Juji. After that was the 5 basic 5 elements spells. This would directly influences how much he would earn. He gave up 10 principal scripture. To try to rely on that to enter Juji, it was a dream. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation became his only choice. He cultivated it as though it was a ling energy scripture. After Juji, the sect would pass on new scriptures. By then, he would have more choices. This period of time was extremely busy, so busy he forgot the existence of Pu Yao. It was only now that he suddenly remembered Pu Yao and decided to take a look in his consciousness. Entering the sea of consciousness, he stared with wide eyes and mouth. Compared to before, the area of his consciousness was several times its previous size. This wasn't surprising to him because his spiritual power had increased greatly. He had already found that whenever his spiritual power increased, the size of his sea of consciousness would increase as well. What shocked him was a river. At some unknown time, a new edition of a river had appeared in his consciousness. A silvery shining river. The surface wasn't broad but it was abnormally straight. It followed the median line of the consciousness and divided the consciousness in two. When Zuo Mo came near, he was surprised to find that it wasn't water in the river, but countless large and small icicles. The light reflected through the icicles and created the silvery light. And when the countless icicles reflected the light at the same time, the bright light was enough to make the consciousness brighter. They slowly moved up and down like the movement of the tide. Layers of silver light flashed past like a secluded and deeply asleep ice dragon. On the two shores were concentrated red flames. These red flames were like a red water plant that grew beside the rivers. In the sky above his head, that star was even brighter. Neither the roaring flames nor the shining ice river could block its light. In the sea of flames, on the edge of the river, under the star, a gravestone was shrouded in black clouds and Pu Yao sat silently on it, listening to the sound tablet. Zuo Mo was completely stunned by the scene. The sea of consciousness was very calm, only the sound of the sound tablet drifting. The dark red flames danced, like the most seductive dancers twisting their waists. The slowly flowing ice river was like a sword, cold and awe-inspiring. The star was mysterious and profound. All of this created an extremely harmonious picture, and gave him a peerless shock. A beat later, Zuo Mo's mind refocused. He still wasn't clear what the Sea of Flames and the star was, but this ice river was like the tidal icicle sword essence that he had comprehended. About this point, he was very certain. Because from what he saw, flowing in the river wasn't icicles but countless sword essences. This ice river would have formed exactly in this period of time. He felt that there was some faint connection, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't catch it. The flames and the star had appeared very early. They must be related to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. The time that the star appeared was when he had completed one breath. Did it represent one breath? What about the red flames? He wanted to ask Pu Yao, but he also knew that Pu Yao definitely wouldn't answer. Oh, of course, if there was Jingshi, that was a whole different matter. Zuo Mo didn't disturb Pu Yao and left the consciousness. When Zuo Mo disappeared from the consciousness, Pu Yao opened his eye. In his blood-red eye was panic. Even though he was at the 9th level of Lianqi, but there was still a distance before reaching Zhuji. The amount of ling energy needed for Lianqi 9th level was much greater than the previous levels. Zuo Mo wasn't impatient. With the help of a high-grade ling vein, if he still couldn't enter Zhuji, he didn't need to cultivate anymore. He could feel that the increase in his ling energy was very fast. The fire dragon grass had been moved into Zuo Mo's own fields. The sunlight in West Wind Valley was abundant and more suitable to the growth of the fire dragon grass. Just like normal, Zuo Mo stood in front of the fire dragon grass. He cycled his ling energy, his two hands moving quickly. It was Art of Crimson Flame. After practicing finger movements in the water, the nimbleness of his pair of hands were much stronger than before. The Art of Crimson Flame, with its simpler hand movements, was much easier for him to cast. A thin faint gold light dropped from the sky, past those Zuo Mo's hands and was guided onto the fire dragon grass. Art of Crimson Flame could concentrate the essence of pure yang. It was very beneficial to plants that were yang. Zuo Mo didn't move, appearing like a stone person. The crucial factors of Art of Crimson Flame were endurance and a peaceful mind. This wasn't a problem for Zuo Mo. After receiving the jade medal, he found that he had walked an indirect road. If he had picked Art of Crimson Flame in the beginning, he would have gotten the jade medal earlier. However, there wasn't a deficiency that was for nothing. Since he could do Art of Flora, the most difficult of the 5 spells, the other spells were easily achieved. Time passed little by little. The strand of pale gold light that came from the sky turned slightly darker. A layer of light gold appeared on Zuo Mo's hands as though gold was plated onto them. The leaves of the fire dragon grass became even brighter and fresher, vitality pouring from the entire plant. After persisting for an hour, he finally stopped. His 2 hands moved and that thin gold strand instantly disappeared. He inspected the fire dragon grass and was very satisfied. Art of Crimson Flame was extremely good for yang plants. All plants were divided into yin or yang. Zuo Mo also divided his own ling fields into 2. The parts with more sunlight, he used to plant yang plants. The parts that were shadier and had more moisture, he used to grow yin plants. Zuo Mo prepared to cast Art of Earth Energy. Each day, he would cast a variety of spells on these plants. This was a duty that he had to complete every day. He didn't know if it was that he had used it too much, but Art of Crimson Flame and Art of Earth Energy quickly entered the 3rd level without any of the difficulty that came with the breakthroughs of the other 3 spells. Afterwards, he had thought and then understood. Most of the credit had to go to embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. His spirit was much stronger than before. And no matter if it was the calm mind of Art of Crimson Flame or the communication and perception of Art of Earth Energy, it was all tightly linked to the spirit. Suddenly a purple light landed beside his hand from the sky. A purple flying sword the length of his middle finger suddenly appeared next to his hand. Flying sword message? Zuo Mo turned to look around. Seeing that no one else was around, he then was certain it was for him. He carefully reached for the flying sword. The moment his finger touched the flying sword, a voice sounded inside his mind. "Come to Fragrant Ginger Yard at 3. It was his master Shifengrong's voice. Zuo Mo's heart calmed down. Previously, he had been tortured to death by that pink paper crane and he had finally received a break. The pitiful Zuo Mo, his nerves had become very fragile and suspicious of these kinds of things. These last few days, his master hadn't sought him out. It must have been given him time to get settled. Zuo Mo was very excited. Master's proficiency in the area of dan making was very deep, and according to Liang Feng Shiji, the dan that master made, it was always easy to sell. In the previous times that master had spent traveling outside, the income of the sect had been significantly impacted. And according to the experiences of Elder Wei Nan recorded in the Jade Stick, making dan was a faster way to make jinsher than farming. Exactly at 3, Zuo Mo arrived at Fragrant Ginger Yard. This was the first time he had come to Fragrant Ginger Yard. Entering the gate, he saw many female disciples at work. Some were drying ling herbs, some were sorting, others had ling energy on their hands as they ground up ling herbs. In this large yard, there were more than 40 female disciples at work. Seeing Zuo Mo, all these female disciples all stopped what they were doing. "Shixiang! Shixiang!" They all bowed in greeting and surreptitiously examined this Shixiang. The news that 4th Shirgu had received a male disciple had spread through Fragrant Ginger Yard very early on. This crowd of female disciples already had a good handle on Zuo Mo's background. What made them feel comforted was that Zuo Mo had once helped the female disciples at the eastern peak that were responsible for the animals and wasn't one to harass others. They were all outer sect female disciples, and couldn't really count as Shifengrong's disciples. Compared to Zuo Mo, their status was very far off and didn't dare offend him. Zuo Mo frantically gave a bow in return. Seeing Zuo Mo's embarrassed state, laughter sounded among the female disciples. The front female disciple instantly turned her head, looking in dissatisfaction at the female disciples who were laughing. The laughter instantly stopped. "Come in." Master's voice came from the inner yard, coincidentally releasing Zuo Mo from his predicament. He fled away. Chapter 39, Starting Making Dan. Chapter 39, Starting Making Dan. From today onwards, you will learn how to make dan with me. The job this month is very simple. 5 fasting pills, doesn't matter what grade they are. Give them to me by the end of the month, Shifengrong coldly said. I have prepared 10 portions of ingredients for you. If there isn't enough, buy more yourself. The method to make fasting pills is in the study. You can read all the jade sticks in the study. Those that are over your cultivation, you won't be able to see. Everything is in the room in the west wing. In the future, that would be your dan making room. Alright, you can go. Finishing, Shifengrong turned and entered her dan making room. With a bang, the dan room was shut tightly. Zuo Mo dumbly stood. This was called learning dan making with his master? He turned to look at the surroundings. Empty. Not a single person. Zuo Mo grimaced. Why did he only ever encounter these kind of people? It was like this when he learned things from Pu Yao. There were never any explanations. And this master was even more extreme. Not just throwing him to the side, she also stipulated how much he had to make. When Zuo Mo went into the study, he stared dumbly. How to find the recipe? In the study, there floated hundreds of jade sticks in different shapes and colors. They were like a group of mischievous children, drifting to and fro in the study. There was an energy whirlpool of various colors around each jade stick. It was these whirlpools that carried the jade sticks in flight. Fasting pill. After musing for a long moment, Zuo Mo shouted helplessly. The jade sticks unconcernedly floated about, not responding. That way wasn't right. But there wasn't anything else in the room. Zuo Mo scratched hard at his head, he was at his wit's end. Maybe he needed to use his consciousness? After hesitating for a while, he reached out with his consciousness. When his consciousness touched the energy whirlpool around a jade stick, something instantly flooded into his head. Energy diagrams of ling herbs. Authored by Dongming Sanrun, of Little Ling Jia. Includes more than 400 ling herb energy diagrams. Zuo Mo's mind instantly jumped, his consciousness going to touch all the other jade sticks. The information from each jade stick was released inside his mind. Very quickly, he found inside one jade stick the method to make fasting pills. This jade stick had, in total, the recipe for 3 different basic dan. Fasting pill was the most basic dan. Its use was very simple, to satisfy hunger. Using it would guarantee a long time without hunger. It counted as a type of useful dan. His consciousness locked onto this jade stick and the jade stick automatically flew in front of him. Picking up the jade stick, he poured ling energy in and the recipe to make fasting pills was revealed in his mind. And then, the pitiful Zuo Mo could only stare dumbly again. Monarch Pakima leaves, subject yellow stone, 3x3 flowing fire, cauldron energy sinking to bottom. Zuo Mo recognized every character. However, if he put the characters together, it was like he was in a thick mist, completely lost. Calm, he had to be calm. Zuo Mo furiously told his frantic self. He had always assumed that when he became an inner sect disciple, it meant that his hard days had come to an end and his good days were coming. But now he knew, he was wrong, extremely wrong. He had only jumped from one hole to an even deeper hole. He wanted to cry because he had willingly jumped, tried everything to jump in. He had thought his previous days were hard because no one was there to guide him. But now that he became an inner sect disciple, had a master, what was the difference? After a long moment and then his emotions steadied. He was completely disregarded by his master, Zuo Mo's stubbornness came on. Wasn't it just a fasting pill? Wasn't it just making dan? Wasn't it just not being taught? After half a day's worth of effort, he had read every single jade stick in the room. The total amount was 517 jade sticks. And what he could see were only 21 of them. The 21 jade sticks that he had picked out were all floating in front of him. Fire Cloud Dan chapter, not what he wanted, thrown to one side. Blue Ice Dan chapter, no, thrown to one side. Vaporized Dan chapter, thrown. Only when he saw basics of making dan did Zuo Mo's mind become alert. He grabbed it and brought it over. This was what he wanted. As though he was starving, he read basics of making dan. He quickly became enraptured. The contents inside the jade stick were extremely new to him, a completely new world for him to explore. There weren't any complex contents inside, basics of making dan. Everything was some of the basic fundamentals of making dan, like the matching of herbs, the usage of the cauldron, how to control the fire, etc., etc. When he raised his head, he saw that the sky had darkened. Unknowingly, he had stayed for a number of hours in the study. Exhaling a breath, he stood up and moved his sore neck and legs. His eyes were still slightly dull. He was still thinking. Basics of making dan wasn't a high-grade jade stick, but the details of the contents weren't anything that could be brought on the market. Having the experiences of being an outer sect disciple, Zuo Mo deeply understood the value in this opportunity. As to whether his master would teach him, it had been thrown to the back of his head. It was like he had found treasure as he repeatedly started to read again. The following days, he spent soaking in knowledge at the study. Any jade stick that he could read, he didn't miss a single one of them. They might be useful in the future. Putting in some effort now, he didn't need to worry in the future. If he converted these jade sticks into jingshi, it was enough to buy 10 Zuo Mo. If there was one day when he was in poverty, he could sell the contents of the jade sticks for jingshi. In the study, Zuo Mo snickered. After memorizing the jade sticks until he was dizzy, Zuo Mo finally managed to remember the entire contents of the 21 jade sticks. Only now did he remember the Dan room in the right wing was going to be for him, and excitedly ran into the right wing. What was most eye-catching in the room was a copper cauldron in the middle of the room. About 2 people tall, 3 round bellies protruding out, and several mats laid around it. There were a few tables against the wall with things piled up on it. The 10 portions of materials that Master had prepared for him were also there. Zuo Mo circled around the Dan-making cauldron, muttering, "So stingy. Don't just look at the size of the thing, but in reality, it was only a first-grade cauldron." The most important part of a cauldron was the Li-2 fire seal formation. Beside the body of the cauldron, there was a yin-yang 8 trigrams plate. Pouring ling energy in that could control the Li fire seal formation. Controlling the fire was the most important step in the process of making Dan. Like the 3x3 of flowing fire. 3x3 meant vertical 3, horizontal 3, and flowing fire was a very special kind of fire. Its main flame would roll along the channels. Zuo Mo put his hands on the 8 trigrams plate and added ling energy. As expected, a ball of fire lit up at the bottom of the cauldron. According to the method recorded in Basics of Making Dan, he carefully controlled the Li fire seal formation. The Li fire seal formation in a first-grade cauldron wasn't some high-end thing and only had 6 transformations. Zuo Mo quickly familiarized himself with the process. As he played around with the flame, Zuo Mo suddenly felt that the feeling of controlling fire was very similar to him casting Art of Crimson Flame. The 5 basic spells of a ling plant farmer belong to the 5 elements and yin-yang. Supposedly, ling plant farmers believed that all things in the world were either yin or yang and belonged to the 5 elements. Art of Crimson Flame belonged to fire in the 5 basic element spells. Speaking from that perspective, the two were connected. However, while the 5 elements in yin-yang had once been a popular path, but as sword cultivators rose, they gradually became a separate system and most practitioners were roaming cultivators. Whether making Dan had similarities to ling plant farmers, Zuo Mo wasn't clear. But, if sword essence could merge with Art of Aged Gold, he wouldn't be surprised at a connection between controlling fire and Art of Crimson Flame. The Art of Crimson Flame that he had brought was very rough. Learning it to the 3rd level was already at the extreme limit. There were no instructions for anything further. What he could study were only the first 3 levels. Closing his eyes, his 2 hands were spread on the 8 trigrams plate on the wall of the cauldron. He carefully experienced the subtle aspects of the Li fire seal formation. After a long time, he didn't have any breakthroughs. He had the feeling that those 2 could be combined together, but no matter how he changed it, there was no reaction. With no other solution, he temporarily put the thought to the side. In the area of Dan making, he was the greenest of the green. It was too early to start discussing inventions. He should obediently make the fasting pills. Otherwise, if he couldn't give out 5 at the end of the month, he didn't know how his cold-faced master would punish him. The method for making fasting pills, he remembered it, but what he was lacking was actual experience. There were 10 portions of materials piled on the table. They had all been treated. One of the jobs of the female disciples in the yard was to simply treat all kinds of medicines. Fasting pills were the most basic Dan and naturally didn't have very complicated preparations. Carefully putting each type of material in the cauldron according to the ratio, Zuo Mo sat down facing the cauldron. He sorted out his mind, his 2 hands on the 8 trigrams, and sent ling energy in. A light red light came out of the bottom of the cauldron. Zuo Mo carefully and nervously manipulated the ling energy. 2 hours passed. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Zuo Mo's forehead. He felt it was becoming difficult. It was extremely laborious to continuously input in ling energy steadily for a long time. Damn it! 2 hours had passed, but the ingredients had just seemed to start combining together. Based on the progress, if it didn't take a few hours, he guessed it was hopeless. Thinking that he had to continue to maintain this level of ling energy for long hours, Zuo Mo felt that it was going to be trouble. After another 2 hours, sweat poured down his back. Suddenly, his ling energy became unstable. Poof! A black wisp of smoke came out of the cauldron. A burnt smell filled the room. Huff, huff, huff. Having no time to be angry, Zuo Mo took back his ling energy and sat on the floor as he panted. His entire body was soaked in sweat. One factor was exhaustion from long-term ling energy output, another was that he was very close to the cauldron. The fire inside the cauldron cooked him like a cooked shrimp, body completely red. He didn't immediately start making Dan a second time. He struggled up and climbed onto the gray-beaked goose to return to West Wind Valley. It was lucky that he was an inner sect disciple and could ride a steed inside the mountain. He hadn't felt it a moment ago, but lying on the back of the gray-beaked goose, he felt weak all over, not willing to raise even a finger. He had never felt such deep exhaustion like today. Fighting was gathering up all the strength in the body at once, and making Dan was like spinning silk from cocoons. Bit by bit, until it wrung out the last bit of ling energy from the body. Even if his ling energy wasn't weak now, but facing such intense ling energy output, he couldn't bear it. And if he was the slightest bit inattentiveness, all the effort before were completely ruined. Zuo Mo sighed in grief inside. From his perspective, as expected, any method that easily earned Jingshi, none of them were simple. Jingshi wasn't easy to earn. Title for a roaming Xiao. 2. One of the 8 trigrams, Li represents fire. Chapter 48. Zuo Mo was taking a rest this chapter and catching up with other people. It would be nice in real life if wages grew this quickly. Thanks to Warlord 212 for editing. Chapter 48. On top of the mat inside the stone room, Zuo Mo serenely mediated, motionless. Through the 24th point of the governing, the 17th point of the conception and the 1st point of the kidney vessels, thick ling energy entered his body. It especially entered from the governing vessel point. When the ling energy entered, it had a slightly cool feeling, extremely pleasant. After Zuo Mo had completed one breath, his breathing through the mouth and nose was much less important. Right now, he had only opened 3 points. If he could reach 10 breaths, not only just all 361 points would be opened, all the pores in his body would be unblocked and he would breathe with the world. Of course, for him at the moment, that was very far away. His consciousness had increased, but up until now, he hadn't found any uses for spiritual power. What he needed now was ling energy, continuous accumulating ling energy in hopes of entering Zhuji soon. When he woke up from the mediation, Zuo Mo's breath shot out like an arrow. How was Shixiang doing in the sword cave? The thought popped suddenly into Zuo Mo's mind. In reality, he was very envious about the road that Shixiang had picked. It only needed to pay attention to one matter. However, he was clear enough to realize that Shixiang's road wasn't suited for him. So he might be envious, but he would keep doing what he needed to do. He always felt that he didn't have too much talent in the area of the sword. If it wasn't for Pu Yao's existence, not just getting a sword essence, but it was impossible to do what Shixiang was doing. His talents laid in the 5 elements. Other than Art of Aged Gold, which had been helped by Pu Yao, he had learned the other 4 spells on his own. So he was more enthusiastic about 5 elements spells. Sometimes he would think, had he once been a roaming Xiao before? Only roaming Xiao liked 5 elements spells. However, even if he had been a roaming Xiao, he must have been a silent and unknown Xiao living in the lowest classes. But if that was the case, why was his appearance changed and mind erased? He unconsciously tightened his fist. Carefully retreating out of the stone cavern, he walked to the opening. The sunlight outside made his eyes squint. The warm sunlight made Zuo Mo's mood unintentionally better. Walking to the ling fields and seeing the vigorous ling herbs, his mood became even better. A ling plant farmer was the profession that was the easiest at showing the relationship between work and result. When you paid an effort and worked hard, the joy at the bountiful harvest made life seem full of hope. Even Old Black, who had a harsh life, smiled when it was harvest time. Zuo Mo calculated the time in his mind. The new cycle of ling grains should be starting soon. His previous yard had been yielded to Old Black. Old Black had been yearning for that 5 mu of ling fields for a long time. If it hadn't been for Old Black, he wouldn't have been introduced to Wei Sheng Shixiang. With that connection there, his friendship with Old Black was naturally different. With nothing to do, Zuo Mo thought to go see him. However, he didn't find anyone at the yard. Zuo Mo guessed that Old Black had gone to the ling fields and headed to the fields. As expected, he found Old Black in the fields. Also there was Guo Lu. However, the former Guo Lu Shixiang was now the present Guo Lu Shidi. That made him slightly unaccustomed. No matter the age or cultivation, outer sect disciples had to call inner sect disciples Shixiang or Shiji. This was the same in every sect. Old Black saw Zuo Mo and made a happy expression, little Mo go. It seemed that Guo Lu's illness had healed. He wasn't familiar with Zuo Mo and reservedly gave a bow, Zuo Shixiang. Zuo Mo felt extremely awkward being called Shixiang by two people whose ages far surpassed him. Thankfully, his face was frozen and nothing could be detected. Old Black's ling grains are really well grown. Zuo Mo scanned the ling fields and couldn't resist praising it. He calmly started a spell. Instantly a ball of clouds floated over and the silver strands poured down continuously. Old Black instantly revealed a happy expression. Admiration appeared on Guo Lu's face. The 4th level of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, people rarely reached it. Guo Lu had been recovering on the sickbed in the previous months, but the big events that happened in the sect, he had heard them from Old Black. In 1 year, 3 outer sect disciples became inner sect disciples. The sect had never been so flourishing. All the outer sect disciples were greatly encouraged and many of them became even more hardworking. Guo Lu attentively examined this young Shixiang. Little Zuo Mo Shixiang was the inner sect disciple with the lowest cultivation in the sect, a lianqi disciple that hadn't entered Zhuji. But the genius of the little Shixiang had passed on. To be able to receive a spring sprout jade medal in lianqi, Guo Lu had never heard of it. His best was Art of Aged Gold. He had worked hard these years but never could break through to the 3rd level. Looking at the little Shixiang who had already become a ling plant farmer, his heart couldn't help moving. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but be envious of Old Black. No matter if it was Wei Sheng Shixiang or Zuo Mo Shixiang, they all had good relationships with Old Black. The waters rose and the boat became high. Old Black was now extremely popular in the outer sect disciples. But Old Black was very down to earth and still planted his ling grains. Because Guo Lu had been wounded last time when he had helped Old Black, and Old Black had taken care of him in the recovery, the two had a great relationship. This is 2 mud-turning earthworms. It doesn't have a great use, but it is useful in plowing fields. Zuo Mo handed both of them each a small bamboo tube. Sealed inside each tube was a mud-turning earthworm. He hadn't thought that Guo Lu would be present, but he had enough mud-turning earthworms. The two hurriedly gave their thanks. Guo Lu saw Zuo Mo moving to leave and after struggling and hesitating for a second, he couldn't resist speaking and at the very end, little Shixiang, my Art of Aged Gold, has been stuck at the 2nd level. Please, Shixiang, give some advice. Guo Luo would be deeply grateful. Zuo Mo was astounded but still stopped in his footsteps. He was respectful of this old farmer like Shixiang who had stood up last time. Right now, his income didn't depend on things like making rain, so the two naturally didn't have any conflicts in interest. Quite the opposite. If Guo Lu could break into the 3rd level of Art of Aged Gold, he could take on much of the pest problems in the sect for him. Thinking through all the possibilities, he decided to help Guo Lu. Killing worms is still killing. Gold's main purpose is to kill. This, Art of Aged Gold, belongs to the path of killing. How to kill? There are countless ways in this area. Adding on aged gold energy can transform in many ways. If other methods of killing could be added in, the matter is half solved already. Guo Lu listened attentively, afraid of losing even a word. When Zuo Mo finished, he was pinned to his spot, face deep in thought. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo floated away. Leaving behind the Ling fields, he headed for the eastern peak. The recent changes made him felt that it was a different lifetime. The female disciples of the eastern peak had meant to rely on him, but who would have thought he would become an inner sect disciple? Usually, he wouldn't be able to care for them anymore. But since he received benefits from them, that the black gold worm had been there present, Zuo Mo decided to help them. When Xiaoguo saw Zuo Mo, a surprised expression came onto her round apple face. She timidly said, "Xixiang." The gold-horned copper cow was still leisurely eating ling grass, not paying any attention to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt slightly helpless towards this little girl, especially the always timid expression on her face. Last time when he had fainted, the little girl had been afraid but still persisted in protecting him. When he had heard of this from the others, he was very moved and felt that he owed her a favor. "What? Unhappy to see me?" Zuo Mo decided to tease the little girl. His face didn't have any expression in the first place. Adding on a slightly stern tone, it was quite frightening. Xiaoguo instantly was frightened, her small head furiously shaking, mist rising in her large yes, her mouth hurriedly explaining, "No, no." Zuo Mo instantly realized if he continued, she would really cry. He instantly regretted his action. Wasn't this making trouble for himself? He hurriedly relaxed his tone, "All right. Coming this time, there's something to give to you." The mist in Xiaoguo's eyes instantly stopped. She looked in puzzlement at Zuo Mo and asked timidly, "What thing?" "Xixiang. This is some sword scriptures, you take it in practice and can pass it on to your other Shiji and Shimi." He handed 2 jade sticks over to the little girl. One of the sticks stored some basic sword moves that he had picked out from the jade stick that Wei Sheng Xixiang had given him. At the same time, he took off the gold sword ring from his hand and handed that as well to her. "This is gold sword ring. It can store 3 sword energies. But you first need to learn a gold spell. One of the jade sticks has 5 elements spells inside. After practicing the art of aged gold for a while, you can use this talisman." After explaining all this, Zuo Mo released a breath. This muddle-headed little girl always made his head hurt. The gold sword ring was not of great use to him now. And he had decided that before Zhuji, he definitely wouldn't leave the mountain. After Zhuji, if Master didn't give a flying sword, he could use Ice Crystal Sword. The power would be much greater than Gold Sword Ring. And that jade stick that contained the 5 elements spells wasn't useful for him anymore. He hadn't thought of giving Xiaoguo that jade stick at first, but if she didn't cultivate a gold-attributed spell, it wasn't possible to use the Gold Sword Ring. As though the simple sword moves in Wei Sheng Xixiang's jade stick. They were simple but useful. For Lianqi disciples, they were a pretty good method of protection. Female disciples, especially weaker outer sect female disciples, their circumstances would be harder than male disciples. Zuo Mo could not spare the attention to take care of them like before, and decided to pass these things on to them. In this case, if they met some Xiozha who wasn't too powerful, it wasn't as though they couldn't even counterattack. If they met a strong one, he had no solution neither. Luckily, the Dongqi Sword Sect disciple from last time had been expelled from Dongfu. He didn't need to worry about encountering that guy nearby. After handing over everything, Zuo Mo flipped up and landed onto the gray-beaked goose's back. He waved his hand at Xiaoguo without turning his head back and floated off. Looking at the disappearing Zuo Mo, Xiaoguo's hands as they held the gold sword ring and the jade sticks unconsciously tightened. Finishing all this, Zuo Mo felt that his body was much more relaxed and headed straight for fragrant ginger yard. He still needed to present 5 fasting pills at the end of the month. He didn't dare to offend his cold-faced master. If he didn't complete it, he would certainly receive punishment. Entering the Dan room, he didn't start moving immediately. The materials were limited. If he really ruined all of the materials, in his penniless state, there was no place for him to buy more. In theory, with his present cultivation, making fasting pills shouldn't be hard. It really was the most basic Dan. Thinking for a long time, he felt that last time it was that he hadn't controlled the input of ling energy properly and wasted a lot of ling energy, causing his ling energy to not be enough. After thinking for a long time repeatedly and entering mediation, he let the ling energy recover to the best state. Then he started his second try. Chapter 41, Spiritual Power. This is your daily update, provided by your translator, me, and your editor, Warlord 212. This is a scheduled update, so all replies to the comments will have to wait until I return. Would someone be nice and post this chapter to /r/novel translations when they see it? Chapter 41, Spiritual Power. Bang! The smell of burnt materials once again rose out of the cauldron, spreading through the room. Zuo Mo gasped heavily, sweat running down his face like a stream. The second try was still a failure. This time, he had continued for 6 hours, but still failed. Opening the cauldron and looking at the black remnants inside, Zuo Mo's mood was terrible. He was as tired as a dead dog right now and could only stare. He had always thought Dan making was a technical job, not a strength job. If even the fasting pills were this hard, then those high-grade Dan, wouldn't he kill himself in the process? He had a deeper understanding in the second try than the first. His previous deductions were not wrong. He was still too new to Dan making. In the process of adding ling energy, he would waste too much ling energy. If his cultivation was at Juji, this fasting pill wouldn't be hard. There would be plenty of excess ling energy to waste, but to a Lianqi 9th level, just the slightest mistake and the ling energy wouldn't be enough. According to the method on the jade stick, the entire process only needed 10 hours. That meant that he had to make it through 10 hours at minimum. The difference between that and the present 6 hours was very large. Even though there was the ling vein in the stone room, but increases in ling energy was a slow process. It seemed he could only try to work on controlling ling energy. After a while, Zuo Mo's breaths gradually steadied and his mind returned to clarity. He thought carefully. He wasn't weak in the area of controlling ling energy. Little Art of Cloud and Rain required a strong control of ling energy. Even though he had strangely made his way onto the 4th level, but in the matter of controlling ling energy, theoretically it shouldn't be a big problem. Mulling over it, Zuo Mo felt that he was still too unfamiliar with Dan making. If he had to familiarize himself, then how much material would that take? The 10 portions that he had, he didn't even know if it could last him until he was familiar. He most likely wouldn't be able to fulfill the quota of 5 fasting pills by the end of the month. Supposedly, when the heads took on new subordinates, they would always make a show of strength at the first interaction? Oh, was this the show of strength of his cold-faced master? He thought humorously. Returning to the little west wind yard, he wasn't in the mood to eat. After meditation and recovering ling energy, he climbed onto the roof and continued to ponder the intricacies of Dan making. The moonlight flowed down like the water, gently illuminating the mountain valley. Beside Zuo Mo, the gray-beaked goose silently stood on the roof. Beside Zuo Mo's feet, the black goldworm climbed around. After reaching the 4th grade, its intelligence had greatly increased and it constantly followed Zuo Mo around. Suddenly, Zuo Mo felt something was flying close. He couldn't help raising his head and looked at the mouth of the valley. A pink little thousand crane spiraled down in the night. Zuo Mo instantly recovered from his shock at the top of the roof. He felt his skin prickle. Dan making was tossed far away. There was only one thought in his mind. Damn it, why did this cursed woman come again? Just like last time, the pink paper crane elegantly unfolded in front of Zuo Mo. Yi, have you missed me? He, I've missed ye. Looking at the paper floating in front of him, Zuo Mo had a strong impulse to kick it down Wu Kong Mountain. Calm, he needed to be calm. Suppressing the devious impulse inside, Zuo Mo spat out a stream of malicious swears in discontent. Damned woman. You won't die well. You're just bored and have nothing to do. You mental case. Swearing for 10 minutes, Zuo Mo swore so much his throat was dry. The irritation in his heart decreased slightly. Looking at the pink paper that was still floating in place before him, Zuo Mo, who had a moment ago been full of righteous indignation, instantly became dejected. In helplessness, he grabbed the pink paper and jumped down off the roof. Finding a weasel bristle brush, he dipped it in cinnabar. What is it? After throwing the brush to one side, Zuo Mo messily folded the paper into a crane and threw it out the window. Even though he got rid of the crane, Zuo Mo still felt depressed. He really had no solution against the owner of the paper crane. He had never thought someone would be bored to such a degree. This bored crazy woman. But her power was much stronger than him. Just any discomfort and the other would straightforwardly use brute force to suppress it. When GE becomes strong, see how GE will sort you out. Zuo Mo bared his teeth. Very quickly, another pink paper crane flew over. Don't be like this to me. I'm very hurt. Yi, what have you been doing recently? What a waste of words. Zuo Mo crisply made an evaluation but still grudgingly picked up the brush. Making Dan. West Wind Valley, the paper cranes flew in and out. Ah, Dan making. That's fun. I've never played it before? I only know how to fold paper cranes. You only know how to fold cranes? When Zuo Mo saw the words, his face instantly became black. He wrote back with the brush, wrong, you also can draw flame-exploding seals. Hee, I'm really not that good at flame-exploding seals. What I'm best at is a 36-chain flame-exploding seal. Threats, menace. This definitely was a threat. Zuo Mo's fist cracked as it tightened. From his teeth, he forced out, "Go will endure." The reality was cruel. Under the threat of the other's 36-chain flame-exploding seal, Zuo Mo could only swallow his anger and keep writing. Have to be a lady. A female, fighting and killing isn't good. But I'm very much a lady. Hee, I just like watching fireworks. My goal is 108 chain. Fireworks. Zuo Mo felt depressed. His fragile spirit was viciously struck again. The whole night, Zuo Mo basically had no time to think about Dan making. The pink paper cranes were like a relentless nightmare, forcing Zuo Mo to keep writing. Only when the sky lightened was he, under the others, I'm going to be freed. Zuo Mo had been tormented to crippleness. He felt that it was even more tiring to reply to letters the whole night than making Dan the whole night. Bending to scoop some cold water, he washed his face. Then he came to the ling fields. Different compared to the other spells, making rain was almost required every day. In a state of muddle-headedness, he casted Little Art of Cloud and Rain. The sounds of water falling started. His mind was floating far away. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was his most familiar spell. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still cast it. The ling energy gathered at both of his hands. There was a connection between the ball of clouds and his two hands. The rain was very steady and continuous. He instinctively adjusted the ling energy. He was too familiar with the spell. He didn't need to add ling energy at every single spot. Wait. Zuo Mo was startled out of his daze. He realized he had a very important discovery. He didn't need to add ling energy to every location. He indistinctly felt that he found the crucial point and didn't dare to ignore it. He hurried and continued to think. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was his most skilled and most familiar spell. He was extremely familiar with every segment. He thought carefully. From starting with the finger motions of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, to concentrating the clouds, to the fall of rain, the amount of ling energy for each step was different. Some parts, like the rain falling, it almost didn't need any ling energy at all, just guidance. As he thought even further, Zuo Mo became excited, his drowsiness fading. If the process of dan making was like casting a spell, then it should also have places that wouldn't consume ling energy. As he mused to himself, Zuo Mo felt that it was very rational and also felt that his actions of putting in a continuous flow of ling energy was very stupid. Understanding the direction, then the next step was to find where in the process needed ling energy, and what times could ling energy be saved. This question sent him back into deep thought. He was very familiar with Little Art of Cloud and Rain, so he could find what places needed or didn't need ling energy. However, he was unfamiliar with dan making. To find the ways to save up ling energy, he needed to become familiar with the entire process. Yet to familiarizing himself with the entire process, that meant using up large amounts of materials. Unfortunately, he didn't have any jingshi left. The stone-faced Zuo Mo grimaced inside. The question was once again difficult. Was the only way increasing ling energy? That wasn't realistic. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was only a scripture for increasing spiritual power. Suddenly, his heart jumped. Spiritual power, maybe he could try with spiritual power. As his mind increased in strength, his greatest change was becoming much more sensitive to everything in the surroundings. Like some of the high-level jinji. Before, when he passed them, he wouldn't feel anything. But now he could detect the strong killing intent and danger embodied in them. How to use his consciousness was a question he had been puzzled by. Other than Art of Aged Gold, he had no knowledge of how to use his consciousness. What embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation cultivated was the spirit. The increase in the ling energy was just a side effect. After he cultivated embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, the increase in his spirit far surpassed his progress in ling energy. Maybe he should think about how to use the consciousness. Zuo Mo felt that this might be the breakthrough point. Zuo Mo spent the whole day casting the 5 spells in the ling fields. But today, he didn't focus on casting the spells, but rather on using the consciousness to detect the entire process of casting. This method was extremely effective. Zuo Mo was pleasantly surprised by his results. Each step, the change in flow of ling energy each time, under the scan of the consciousness, it became clear as it never had been before. He could even feel the hair-thin ling energy flowing. It seemed that he had a treasure mountain but didn't know. Zuo Mo was irritated. If he had known earlier to use the consciousness, his spells might have entered the 3rd level much earlier. The soul was peaceful, untainted, and serene. Under the guidance of his consciousness, he focused on making slight changes to each spell. He didn't let go of any change in the ling energy. How to increase the effect, how to save on ling energy, how to make it flow. He was like a stone mason, slowly performing changes on his work, slowly experimenting. He didn't know that in his sea of consciousness, the star became brighter than it had ever been, standing out in the darkness. The dancing red sea of flames was strangely quiet and motionless. Only the ice river was slowly flowing, unaffected. On the gravestone shrouded in black clouds, Pu Yao raised his head. The corner of his mouth rose, cold like a blade. This is the person you chose? Looking at it now, your eyes are still this crappy. He closed his blood eye again, entering meditation. Chapter 42 Dan completed. Chapter 42 Dan completed. Zuo Mo held the fasting pill in front of him, his eyes filled with joy. This was his 4th try and he finally succeeded. The fasting pill was the size of a longan fruit, its color was an attractive blue-green, with a delicate fragrance being emitted. Just to look make one unable to resist wanting to eat it. Fasting pills were mostly prepared for those cultivators who were in seclusion and who had the money. He didn't immediately start making a 2nd one. The success of this fasting pill meant that his direction was correct. With that in the front, what he needed to think about now was the success rate. There were only 6 portions of ingredients left. At the very least, he needed to make 4 fasting pills. In other words, he could only fail 2 more times. In reality, on the 3rd try, he had almost succeeded. However, he slipped up at a small place and everything failed. His consciousness could help him detect the changes of the herbs inside the cauldron, and he could accordingly adjust his ling energy. Spiritual power was really a good thing. Zuo Mo thought blissfully. Other than Dan making, after he swept over the other spells with his consciousness and made adjustments, not only did his consumption of ling energy go down, the effects also greatly improved. He did have a few fractions of self-awareness. Even though spiritual power was amazing, but his own experience and knowledge was extremely limited. Even with the help of his spiritual power, the changes he could make were limited. But even those minor changes were very effective. He mused that he should go to the records of the sect to take a look and see if he could find any jade sticks about this area. He was an inner sect disciple now. It would be dumb if he didn't seek out some benefits for himself. Ending up with a cold-faced master who couldn't be relied upon. It was more realistic to rely on himself. Sword cultivators might prioritize ling energy and not spiritual power, but Zuo Mo believed what Wu Kong Sword Sect had accumulated over the years definitely surpassed his aimless fumbles. Of course, that was for the future. Right now, he had many things to work on. Other than dan making, taking care of the ling fields was also an important job. Even more, for him who had no money at the moment, earning jingshi was the question he must consider at the present. It had been a while since those ling grass and herbs had been planted. Some were nearing the harvest time. How to sell them off was also a headache for him. Before he entered Juji, he didn't want to go outside the gates of the mountain. Suddenly remembering Master had said if he didn't have enough materials, he had to use his own jingshi to buy. Did that mean that the sect's materials could be brought? Then did that mean he could sell them? Zuo Mo walked out of his dan room. In the yard, a crowd of female disciples worked hard at preparing all kinds of herbs. Scanning around, Zuo Mo's gaze landed on a female disciple. He remembered clearly that the first day he arrived, she was the first to greet him. She seemed to be quite authoritative among this group of female disciples. She was dressed in cotton cloth and an apron, no makeup on, sweat beading her forehead. This shimmy, Zuo Mo went to greet her. Even though his age was most likely smaller than the other, but due to the rules of the sect, he didn't dare to overstep. She saw Zuo Mo and hurriedly stood. Zuo Shixiang. I've just gotten here and do not know many of the rules in the yard. Master is focused on making dan, so I can only trouble shimmy. Zuo Mo said warmly. But it was a pity that his face was frozen and it looked slightly frightening. After the initial panic, the female disciples quickly calmed down and said, Shixiang is too polite. What is Shixiang's question? Zuo Mo asked her his question. This female disciple brushed away the hair in front of her head and smiled. Shixiang might not know, but all the herbs in this yard belong to the sect. Other than a certain amount that can be withdrawn, all others need people to pay with jingshi. But the price is 2/10 lower than the market price. Shixiang is a ling plant farmer. If you have ling plants and grasses, you can sell them to this yard. The purchase price of normal herbs are about 2/10 lower than the market price, but other than jingshi, Shixiang will receive contribution points to exchange for scriptures and other things. If it is rare and valuable ling herbs and grasses, our sect's purchase price is the same as the market. In the future, when Shixiang becomes accomplished at dan making, the sect can help sell the dan that Shixiang makes. Our sect's relentlessly is skilled at business and usually can sell them for a good price. He only takes 2/10 as a commission. But like before, other than jingshi, Shixiang can receive contribution points. Finishing, she handed Zuo Mo a jade stick. The price of ling grasses and herbs will change each month. Relentlessly Shu will order someone to make it into a jade stick. This is the inventory list of the prices for this month of ling herbs. Zuo Mo took it and gave his thanks. Shixiang doesn't have to be too polite. Shimi is Su Qing and the first seed of this yard's outer sect disciples. In the future, Shi Xiang, please take care of me. If Shi Xiang has any questions, come find me. You can also find me if you need to purchase any materials. Su Qing said respectfully. Thanks, Shimi. Zuo Mo said gratefully. Taking the list, Zuo Mo went back to the Dan room and studied the list. He calculated and found the cost of the raw materials for the fasting pill was about 3 pieces of second-grade jingsher, and its price was only half a second-grade jingsher over the cost of the materials. If the success rate was accounted for, there was basically no profit. As expected, it was basically impossible to rely on low-level Dan to make money. It really was just practice. But that was normal. If fasting pills were really that profitable, then countless people would be breaking their heads for a chance to learn how to make Dan. In the following days, Zuo Mo continued to make fasting pills. In the process, he had failed once, but as he became more familiar, it took a lot less effort. 10 portions of materials, it made 6 fasting pills. This kind of result could only be called just passable. There was nothing that was worth being proud of. Other than leaving behind the 5 pills, the last one he sold to Su Qing and received 3 pieces of second-grade jingsher. Adding on that he would have an allowance of 20 pieces of second-grade jingsher, he finally wasn't penniless. In the ling fields of West Wind Valley, Zuo Mo carefully examined each stalk of ling herbs and grass. In the jade sticks of Elder Wei Nan, there had been detailed introductions of these herbs and the methods of cultivating them that he had found. Like snowy foxtail grass, it was snowy white and soft, named for its foxtail-like shape. Its biggest use was to make a famous kind of paper, snowy fox paper. Snowy fox paper was soft and pure white, extremely well suited for making paper seals. Paper was a kind of widespread material. Other than all kinds of paper cranes, it was an essential ingredient in making seal curses and seal soldiers. But the cultivation of snowy foxtail grass wasn't easy as its growth was slow. Especially for snowy foxtail grass, which was above 3rd grade. The price was never low. Only 3rd grade snowy foxtail grass could be used to manufacture 4th grade snowy fox paper. Elder Wei Nan had discovered a method for cultivating snowy foxtail grass. The most effective way was to plant it with butterfly grass. Butterfly grass was an extremely common kind of ling grass. Only the most docile and hardy ling beasts would eat it. Basically, no one would plant it. But if butterfly grass and snowy foxtail grass were planted together, the growth speed of snowy foxtail grass would increase, and the blue-purple butterfly grass would become a rare sky blue. This sky blue butterfly grass was deeply favored by all kinds of ling beasts, especially high-grade ling beasts. The price wasn't low. Many times, Zuo Mo couldn't help but be in awe of Elder Wei Nan, who he had never met. In Elder Wei Nan's jade sticks, there wasn't any profound scriptures, but useful techniques like this one were countless. Like the method of growing butterfly grass and snowy foxtail grass together, he felt that even the most experienced and powerful ling plant farmers wouldn't have thought of it. Maybe, it was because Elder Wei Nan didn't have very high cultivation, so he would spend so much effort studying those things. Every day, Zuo Mo would cast the spells of a ling plant farmer on the plants in the ling fields. The amount of work was much greater than he had imagined, but he had endured. Over time, he had gotten used to it. He kept on cultivating, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, each day in the rock room. In the past, he hadn't known the many uses of spiritual energy and had more or less been inattentive. Now that he had seen the effects, he was much more focused. In a reversal of the past, he actually was not in a hurry to enter Zhuji anymore. His spiritual power was much stronger than before, but there was a lot of room for him to improve. With the help of the ling vein, the progress of the ling energy in his body was faster than his estimations. Zhuji wasn't far away, he had a premonition. Dongfu Hall. Dongfu Hall was the residence of the master of Dongfu. It had been constructed for Dongfu Xianrun and had been used since then. It took up the biggest secret paradise in Dongfu, and it was Dongfu's one true secret paradise. The so-called secret paradises that were sold on the market were only places with slightly more abundant ling energy and couldn't be really considered a secret paradise. Yubai slowly woke up from his meditation, satisfaction gleaming in his warm eyes. The density of ling energy in Dongfu Hall was multiple times what it was outside. The fact that he could become the leader of the younger generation of Dongfu was in large part due to this point. The effects of his daily meditation was 2 or 3 times what other people had. After accumulating over the years, this kind of advantage would increasingly become greater. Master. Seeing Master, he hurriedly stood. How have you been feeling recently? Tianzong asked as he smiled harmoniously. Tianzong was wearing the robes of a Taoist, a knot on his head, extremely carefree. Relatively stable, but still far from becoming Jindan. No hurry, no hurry. Tianzong waved his hand. You are still young, don't rush. Becoming Jindan is a process. Did you hear the news about the sword test conference? Yubai paused. Does Master want this disciple to attend the sword test conference? Even though he had a shining reputation in Dongfu, but he really didn't much confidence in attending the sword test conference, which was a large-scale completion for the entire Kunlun Jing. And from what he had seen, Master never really cared about worldly rewards, so why would he suddenly become interested in the sword test conference? Tianzong smiled, answering, wait for me to finish. The internal happenings of the sword test conference are layered, but we don't have to touch that dirty water. His expression became severe, his gaze worried, and said solemnly, I received news that 2/3 of Bloody Sky Metropolis has already landed in the hands of Yama. Ah! Yubai paled in shock. How could that be so? Yama are starting to recover their strength. Tianzong sighed. 3,000 years have passed. Yama recuperated and have adapted. Would they be satisfied being suppressed? Yubai's expression was incomparably bad. He knew what this meant. The situation in the future is hard to predict. My Dongfu needs to prepare early. Tianzong said heavily, I will host a Dongfu sword test conference in hopes of finding some potential talents. When the nest is being attacked, will there be unharmed eggs? I will tell the other sections. Right now, it has to be a united front in order to fight for a chance at survival. Yubai was silent. A beat later, he said, I'm afraid Master will put in the effort but not be thanked. Do within the limits, and depend on the heavens. Tianzong sighed and waved his hand. Go and create a list of youths that should be taken note of. Yes. Yubai bowed and retreated with a worried expression. Chapter 43 First Grade Lingdan. Chapter 43 First Grade Lingdan. His cold-faced master seemed to have no intentions of wanting to come out of her Dan room. With Jingshi on his hands, Zuo Mo decided to start working on his Dan-making skills. At the very least, for basic Dan like fasting pills, he shouldn't have problems such as the efficiency rate. Buying the materials from Su Qing Shimi, Zuo Mo started to furiously practice making fasting pills. His income and costs basically was even. The biggest question Zuo Mo faced was how to avoid failure. Failing once meant losing 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. His level of familiarity had greatly increased. The time needed for the process shortened from the previous 10 hours to 6 hours, but the cost was also enormous. His 20-something pieces of second-grade Jingshi had been completely squandered. It was all caused by the failures. But thinking about the future, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. This was the last portion of ingredients for the today. If he could successfully make it, he could just manage to return to Su Qing Shimi the 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi that he owed her. These days, as he had become familiar with Su Qing Shimi, he could leave a tab as he brought materials daily. Zuo Mo didn't want to owe any debts. After making this fasting pill, he wanted to rest for a time and wait for the ling herbs in the ling fields to mature. Even though there was only a single portion, he wasn't nervous. After the repeated high-intensity practice of the past days, he was now extremely familiar with the process of making fasting pills. He didn't know if it was caused by the spiritual power, but his head seemed to be functioning better. He hadn't been weak before, but it had felt like he was in the clouds and mists. Now, he seemed to have left behind those clouds. Did cultivating, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation make someone smarter? This idea was too nonsensical. Even Zuo Mo felt it was extremely absurd and threw it to one side. Just like normal, Zuo Mo threw the different herbs into the cauldron and put his hands on the 8 trigrams plate to start. The consciousness was especially sensitive to changes in ling energy. He occasionally was able to even feel the ling energy changes in the herbs inside the cauldron. Some became excited, some flashed and disappeared, some slowly became weaker. Even though he was very familiar with the fasting pill, but the kinds of ling energy transformations and vibrations between the herbs still attracted his attention. Unconsciously, his consciousness became muddled. It was like the hands that were controlling the 8 trigrams plate suddenly were possessed and abruptly changed their position. A thin string of gold light dropped from the sky and landed in his hands, then was deflected into the cauldron. After a while, he slowly became clear-headed again. When he saw the gold string, he stared in shock. How did he end up casting Art of Crimson Flame? He shook. Damn it! Don't ruin the Dan. He still owed Su Qing Shimi 3 pieces of second-grade Yingshi. If this Dan was ruined, then he really had outstanding debts. His consciousness penetrated through the cauldron. A reaction had not occurred inside. Zuo Mo's heart jumped and he hurriedly opened the cauldron. A green Dan was lying silently on the bottom. Zuo Mo released a breath. It looked as though that it hadn't been ruined. He raised the fasting pill and prepared to put it in the pouch when he saw a glitter of gold light from the corner of his eye. He first blanked, and then rushed to hold this fasting pill on his hand in front of his eyes for a closer examination. Only upon close examination did he find that this fasting pill was different than the fasting pills he had made previously. The color was deep green, not the blue-green. If he looked even more closely, he found that there were extremely thin gold patterns mixed inside. That was the cause of that gold light that Zuo Mo had detected just now. Also, the weight of it was slightly heavier than normal fasting pills. Was this still a fasting pill? Zuo Mo wasn't so sure. Eating it to try it out, Zuo Mo didn't dare. But he didn't bear to throw it away. Selling it to Su Qing Shimi, he was afraid of conning someone else. He knew that the transformation definitely was caused by the Art of Crimson Flame that he unconsciously cast when his thoughts had been wandering. Theoretically, Art of Crimson Flame was used to gather the essence of the sun. Its base attribute should lean towards fire and logically, the Dan shouldn't be harmful. Pondering for a while, he still decided to keep this Dan. After Master came out of the Dan room, he would then ask her. Master had entered the Dan room over 10 days ago, yet the door to the room was still tightly shut. Sometimes, Zuo Mo couldn't help but think, was all skilled Dan cultivators like this? He had finished his quota a long time ago, but Master didn't show any signs of coming out of the Dan room. Zuo Mo decided to work on his own cultivation. Under the present circumstances, he had reached his limits with the 5 spells of a ling plant farmer. To progress, he needed to have jade scrolls about future stages. Other than practicing finger motions to avoid becoming out of practice, he spent the rest of his time on embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation and refining his sword essence. He didn't know if refining was the word commonly used, but he felt that it was very descriptive. Right now, his sword essence had only formed. It was like a sword embryo that needed continuous hammering and grinding before it could become a true sword. Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence was deeply engraved in his head. Under that sky-shattering sword essence, he had died countless times. What he needed to do was to try to mimic Shirshu's sword essence. If he couldn't get the aura, at the least, he had to form the appearance. Then he could frighten people with it. He was resolute that unless it was necessary, he wouldn't show it. Even Yubai could clearly see his origins. If it landed in the eyes of Master in the Shirshu, it would be strange if they weren't suspicious. Xin Yen Shirshu had never taught him. If they pressed, Puyao's existence most likely couldn't be hidden. Whenever he thought about Inzan Shirshu's icy gaze, Zuo Mo felt shivers go up his spine. No matter the sect, stealing was a great crime. Zuo Mo was very regretful now about having fought in Dongfu. Who would have thought that Yubai's eyes were so keen that he could see the origins of his sword essence? But regret was useless now. In any case, it was dealing with it as it came. The barefoot wasn't afraid of those wearing shoes. He actually put even more effort in practicing now. He couldn't use a flying sword. As a result, he could only work with Art of Aged Gold. He faithfully followed the basic sword scriptures that Wei Sheng Shixiang had left behind in the jade sticks. He hadn't felt it before, but after comprehending sword essence, Zuo Mo found that while these basic scriptures might be simple, but every one of them was important. So he turned back and started to practice these most basic scriptures. Before this, Zuo Mo had never cultivated the sword and really could be considered a blank page in this area. After being sliced countless times by Puyao using Xin Yen Shirshu's sword essence, he finally comprehended something. But his fundamentals were really lacking, and so even with his comprehension, it was not rooted. If he didn't steady it, the comprehension would quickly be worn away. Because of it, he was now turning back to cultivate the most basic of the basic sword scriptures. These basic scriptures were all gathered from Wei Sheng's experience of countless battles. They were practical and effective. Zuo Mo, who had a slight comprehension of sword essence, could look from a higher viewpoint to judge these basic scriptures, and he learnt extremely quickly. These basic sword scriptures managed to help fill the gaps of Zuo Mo's fundamentals. In the little West Wind Yard, Zuo Mo solitarily practiced those basic sword scriptures. The sword scriptures were very simple. It could be learned on the first try. But it was like Zuo Mo was enchanted as he patiently practiced over and over. Before meeting Puyao, before meeting Wei Sheng Shixiang, the spell he was most skilled with, Little Art of Cloud and Rain, had been refined like this. He never hoped for any kind of enlightenment. In his mind, nothing was more practical than working at something bit by bit. Behind the most beautiful and exquisite things, was the most dullness and loneliness. He was very skilled with embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and his ling energy was steadily increasing. In comparison, his spiritual power progressed much faster. He was like a cultivator in seclusion. Each day was scheduled to the fullest, and no time was wasted. What was worth celebrating was that the damned crazy woman hadn't bothered him recently. Time passed like this. A sword energy fly out of the sky. Zuo Mo, who had been practicing sword scriptures in the yard, stopped. Master had come out. Jumping onto the roof, climbing onto the back of the gray-beaked goose, the gray-beaked goose gave a clear call and flew up with spread wings. It carried Zuo Mo towards the fragrant ginger yard. Fragrant ginger yard. There was tiredness on Shi Fengrong's face. The dan-making process had been more than a month, and it had taken a heavy toll on her. When Zuo Mo arrived, Su Qing was reporting to her what had happened in the yard during the time. Seeing Zuo Mo come over, Shi Fengrong's face became cold. Have you made 5 fasting pills? Completed. Zuo Mo presented the 5 fasting pills he had prepared beforehand with a lowered head. Shi Fengrong's expression eased slightly and indicated for Su Qing to take it. Nodding her head, she said, "Not bad, it seemed that you hadn't been lazy. You've just started dan making, so if you have any questions, you can ask them now." At the side, Su Qing gave an admiring expression. She might be the first seat of Fragrant Ginger Yard's outer sect disciples, and was very trusted by Shi Fengrong, but she could only learn, but didn't have the right to ask questions. However, she quickly refocused. She hadn't been thrown out, that meant she was allowed to listen. This was a rare opportunity. Hearing this, Zuo Mo was overjoyed and asked several questions he had been puzzled by. Shi Fengrong answered them one by one. Zuo Mo suddenly thought about the Dan that he had used, Art of Crimson Flame, to make and rushed to take it out. Master, this is a Dan that I accidentally made. It seems to be different from the fasting pill. This disciple doesn't know what it is. Master, please take a look. Shi Fengrong took the Dan and couldn't help but make a sound as she carefully examined it. After a while, she asked, "Tell how you made it." Zuo Mo narrated the entire process in detail. When he mentioned that he had accidentally cast Art of Crimson Flame, Shi Fengrong seemed to have understood something. When Zuo Mo finished, Shi Fengrong said, "This fasting pill has essence of the sun added in. The effects are extremely young and can enter the ranks of first-grade Dan. After consumption, it can make one stimulated and arouse ling energy. But the side effects afterward would most likely not be minor. I have never seen this kind of Dan before. You can name it and find your Yenless Shu to sell it and earn some Jingshi." Zuo Mo asked dumbly, "How much could it sell for?" Shi Fengrong's face turned cold. "Go ask yourself." Finishing, she started to ignore Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo didn't know where he had offended his cold-faced master and could only leave. However, he quickly became happy again. He had accidentally managed to make a ling Dan. Fasting pills could only be considered a kind of medicine Dan and couldn't be really called a ling Dan, much less enter a grade. Zuo Mo was very clear that any ling Dan that could enter the grade, its price wouldn't be low. For Zuo Mo, who was in desperate need of Jingshi, what would make him even happier than finding a way to earn Jingshi? Countless Jingshi were waving their hands at him. He mused inside, he need to find a time to go see Yenless Shu. Chapter 44: A Tragedy Caused by One Piece of Jingshi. Chapter 44: A Tragedy Caused by One Piece of Jingshi. Zuo Mo named this Lingdan Great Strength Pill. It sounded extremely crass, but he didn't care. He had planned on making a few more to give to Yenless Shu to sell for Jingshi, but very quickly, he could only put this matter to the side. In the ling fields, a batch of ling grasses and herbs were ready for harvest. He had farmed attentively each day. Like Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Art of Earth Energy, and Art of Crimson Flame, he would cast it multiple times each day. And Art of Flora and Art of Aged Gold would be used once every couple of days. Zuo Mo had never farmed like this in the past. Due to his diligent care, the growth of the plants in West Wind Valley was extremely outstanding. Some of the ling plants with short growth periods were ready for harvest. For Zuo Mo, whose purse was rusted, this was really a perfectly timed rainstorm. Due to its importance, he even asked for a break from Master. Inside West Wind Valley, a skeleton bent over the ling fields and sweated. Finally all done. Zuo Mo sat on the ground as he panted. Looking at the small pile of ling plants in front of him, he was filled with satisfaction. Then he turned to look in the corner. The third-grade fire dragon grass was almost full-grown. A bright fiery red, very beautiful. He sorted out the ling grasses and herbs by type and then by grade. Then he carefully wrapped them. After all that, Zuo Mo rode the gray-beaked goose towards Yenless Shu's residence. When Yenless saw Zuo Mo, especially the big bag on Zuo Mo's back, his eyes instantly lit up. Did Shiji grow something good? Putting down the large bag, Zuo Mo wiped the sweat on his forehead. This is a bunch of ling herbs that were just grown. Shirbois, please help me sell them. Letting someone else sell them required giving 2/10 to the sect, but Zuo Mo still decided to let the sect sell them. Other than the fact that Yenless Shirbois knew more about the market than he did, the sect's contribution points were very useful. And the more one contributed to the sect, their status within the sect would naturally become higher. Even though Pu Yao was in his sea of consciousness, but this fickle and perverse Ren Yao could not be relied on. Pu Yao was a completely dangerous factor. If he didn't have to touch him, it was best not to. In comparison, Zuo Mo was much more willing to take advantage of the sect's power. At the very least, the elders of the sect appeared to be normal people. But this way, raising his own status in the sect had become very important. Cultivation, the higher it went, the more resources it needed. Trying to rely on an individual's power, it was far less realistic than using the power of the sect. Even roaming cultivators had their own little circles. Cultivators who truly secluded themselves were the rarest of the rare. Yanla crouched down and flipped through the ling grasses Zuo Mo had brought, the joy on his face becoming heavier. Lots of good stuff. Third grade South Wolfberry, third grade 7-leaf chrysanthemum, whoa, and there's also daystar grass, also third grade. This can be sold for a pretty good price. Yanla seemed to be very familiar and recognized all of the ling grasses and grains. Zuo Mo was in awe and hurriedly flattered. Shurbo is really great, you recognize all of these. Shurfeng Ron was the smallest of the four, so Zuo Mo's address of Yanla turned from Shirshu to Shurbo. Ha, in business, you have to recognize those. Yanla felt very good about Zuo Mo's flattery. His originally small eyes became a line and he said amiably, as expected of a ling plant farmer. To grow something, not just faster than others, but better than others. Shurji has put thought in. All you planted are things easy to sell and at a good price. He didn't know if it was that he felt guilt, why, but Zuo Mo felt that Yan Li's gaze seemed full of meaning. Did Shurbo also know about Elder Wei Nan? He forced himself to remain calm. Shurbo should also know just how poor this disciple is. If I don't plant something to sell, I won't even have the jingsher for learning about dan making. He was very grateful for his zombie face. It really was the best disguise. Yanla nodded, haha. Without jingsher, you can't learn anything. You are a ling plant farmer now, don't worry about jingsher. As long as you keep farming, us elders wouldn't treat you unfairly. Of course, of course. Zuo Mo smiled in agreement, but his expressionless face truly gave others a strange feeling. Yanla randomly picked two plants out, South Wolfberry, and this gold grain red tulip. Don't sell it, you keep it. In the future, you'll use it in dan making. I remember your master had especially asked me to help gather it for her. These two are easily sold, but it's hard to buy. Zuo Mo hurriedly put away those two ling herbs. Everything else I'll go help you sell. What the sect needs, I will give to you according to the market price. Finishing, he took out a piece of jingsher to hand to Zuo Mo. This is a piece of third-grade jingsher. It's a down payment. Take it. I'll get your Liang Feng Shiji to send over the remainder in a few days. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the third-grade jingsher on Yan Li's hand. Third-grade jingsher. This was the first piece of third-grade jingsher that he had ever seen. Seeing Zuo Mo's dumb gaze, Yanla couldn't help but start to laugh. He threw the jingsher at Zuo Mo. Arlight, outside, don't embarrass me like this. Zuo Mo's brain still hadn't managed to fully recover. Previously, he had thought that this harvest would be of some value, but he had never thought that just the down payment was a piece of third-grade jingsher. The wealth that dropped down from the sky pounded Zuo Mo into dizziness. He felt that his entire body was floating. He suddenly remembered another matter. Zuo Mo, who had been walking away, turned back and took out great strength pill. Shurbo, can you see how much this lingdan is worth? Yanla took the lingdan and narrowed his eyes for an examination. You made it? What's its use? Zuo Mo narrated what master had said. Then I'll try to help you sell it. Everyone takes some time to accept new lingdan. I cannot guarantee how much I can sell this for. Yanla said after thinking. Zuo Mo naturally was very grateful. His purse being the fullest it had ever been, he completely forgot that he had thought of using great strength pill to earn jingsher. Even as he returned to the little west wind yard, he was still muddle-headed. Like a miser, he looked at this third-grade jingsher. The color and intactness of a third-grade jingsher far surpassed a second-grade jingsher. All the edges were regular and complete, the entire body transparent and glowing without any signs of impurity. It was like a clear crystal. But the ling energy inside was extremely powerful. He gently caressed the jingsher, a drunken expression in his eyes. Suddenly, his hand seemed to have been cut by something, and the jingsher in his hands lit up unexpectedly. Zuo Mo stood, paralyzed, as he looked at the glowing jingsher. A strong pounding feeling rose in his heart as though something was going to erupt. The glow from the jingsher gradually faded, but the pounding in Zuo Mo's heart became even stronger. What was going on? He was slightly panicked. Idiot, you are entering Zhuji. Pu Yao suddenly appeared with a mocking smile as he looked at Zuo Mo. Zhuji? Zuo Mo couldn't attend to the disdain in Pu Yao's voice and hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Why am I suddenly going into Zhuji?" Pu Yao shrugged his shoulders. When there is enough ling energy, naturally it is time for Zhuji. You just had been stimulated by the ling energy in the jingsher, so the ling energy inside your body, woke up. Woke up? What am I supposed to do? Zuo Mo didn't know what to do. Damn it! He hadn't thought he would get to Zhuji so soon. He hadn't even made any preparations. He didn't know what was going to happen next, or what he needed to do. He had always felt that Zhuji was far from him. Right, he could go ask the Sherbois. Zuo Mo hit his head and prepared to run towards the gray-beaked goose. Under the shadow of the hair in front of Pu Yao's face, a blade-like curve silently appeared. Don't you want power? I have a method for Zhuji, pretty good, guarantee you will successfully Zhuji and your cultivation will increase greatly. Pu Yao's cool voice was filled with intense enticement. Zuo Mo's footsteps stopped. What do you want? Zuo Mo asked between his teeth. He. Pu Yao pointed to Zuo Mo's hands with the third-grade jingsher. As expected, this Ring Yao didn't have good intentions. So he was aiming for his third-grade jingsher. Zuo Mo was enraged and snorted, I should ask Sherbois. Zhuji, it's the first gate for a cultivator. But many people don't know that it's also one of the most important gates. It would directly influence your future cultivation. Don't blame me for not warning you. Using those Zhuji dam won't be of any benefit to you. Pu Yao said leisurely. The pounding in his heart became even stronger. Zuo Mo felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Pu Yao's words landed in his ear but became hazy and intangible. Those Sherbois of yours. It's not that I'm underestimating them, but they can't give you much power. Look at your master, she's just not the opponent of the person that changed your features and erased your mind. How about it? I've never cheated you. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation is useful, right, sword essence? Oh, you've reached the threshold. Me, I'm very trustworthy. Pu Yao smiled gently, peerlessly beautiful. One piece of third-grade jingsher, this is really cheap. Just a piece of third-grade jingsher. If you put some effort in it, you'll earn it again. But the benefits you'll receive would be endless. Is there a business more profitable than this one in this world? The pounding inside his heart became even stronger. Everything in his vision seemed to become twisted. Zuo Mo felt that something inside his body seemed to have been lit up. Thirsty. He licked his lips and swallowed the saliva. He had a feeling that going to find Master now, there wouldn't be enough time. Here. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and threw the third-grade jingsher hard at Pu Yao. He wanted to smash this Ring Yao. The smart choice. Pu Yao easily caught the jingsher, his thin lips opening. Take that fire dragon grass to Cold Mist Valley. Fire dragon grass. Zuo Mo's eyes widened as he forced the words through his teeth. This guy. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. The kind of terrifying thing that was fire dragon grass, only terrifying people like Shi Xiang could tolerate it. People like him, there was only one outcome, that was, ling energy collapsing in death. Pu Yao's right eye curved into a crescent and reminded Zuo Mo, there's not much time left. The feeling of burning inside his body became even stronger. Zuo Mo wanted to rip off the clothing. The blood vessels were like burning metal pipes. He was abnormally thirsty, abnormally uncomfortable. There wasn't much time left. Unable to care about that much, he took out the spirit traveling seal and pasted it onto his legs. All the ling energy in his body moving, he grabbed the fire dragon grass and ran towards cold misty valley like a ball of red clouds. He shouted inside. Pooh! You cursed Ranyao! Chapter 45 Struggle. Enjoy this breakthrough. Cultivation breakthroughs like this one aren't going to be very common in this story. Increases in power come through other factors. I also have a hard time getting a grasp on translating Pooh's dialogue. There's a lot of suffixes which are just verbal tics and they don't come across as well as I like. Just imagine him speaking like a demon out for your soul, soft and enchanting. This chapter has been provided to you by me and Warlord 212. Chapter 45 Struggle. Cold Mist Valley, beside the icy pond. Zuo Mo looked terrific, his entire body looked like a cooked shrimp, red to the point of dripping blood. Bloody veins filled his eyes, which were extremely shocking. In the yard, his body had been like a ball of fire. Right now, he felt his entire body was firewood that had been completely dried and then lit up, and was cracking as it burned. He looked around, slightly dazed. Everything in his vision seemed to have been twisted by the high temperature. His awareness was muddled. Hot. He seemed to be struggling in a sea of fire, the relentless waves of fire suffocating him. At any moment, it seemed he would turn into dust. Eat the fire dragon grass. A faraway voice floated into Zuo Mo's ears. Instinctively, Zuo Mo shoved the fire dragon grass in his hand into his mouth. A wave of heat traveled through his mouth into his throat. Boom! It was like throwing a pot of hot oil onto fire. In a daze, Zuo Mo felt the sea of fire seem to have collapsed, and countless fine and scorching flames spread through his organs. The rush of heat was like liquid metal bouncing around in Zuo Mo's meridians. Ah! Zuo Mo couldn't stop himself from screaming. A hot stream rushed into his head. His fragile head seemed to have been branded with hot metal. Poof! A flame suddenly ran onto his clothing. The fire quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, all the clothing on his body turned to flames. What was strange was the fire didn't wound Zuo Mo at all. Zuo Mo was naked in the air, his entire body red like a metal skeleton that just came out of the forge. It was possible to see with the naked eye the waves of hot air that were surrounding his body. Ah ah ah! The howls were deep and rough, like those of a beast. All the blood vessels in Zuo Mo's body were enlarged, like metal threads that were being burnt as they encompassed his entire body. So pleasing to the ears. Looking on from the side, Pu Yao's face was intoxicated as he sighed, even the soul is in pain. It's been so long since I've heard such an enchanting sound, I really missed it. Ah ah ah. Zuo Mo completely lost his mind. He was like a wild beast whose entire body was burning, and howled instinctively. The fire didn't seem content rushing inside his body and burrowed out of his skin, shrouding his body. He became a ball of fire. If Zuo Mo was clear-headed at this moment, he would be shocked to find the fire that was burning his body was deep red and alluring, extremely similar to the fire in his sea of consciousness. Looking at the deep red flames that were furiously dancing on Zuo Mo's body, Pu Yao's gaze instantly darkened. The corner of his mouth, however, swept up. It was unknown what he had been reminded of. The sound of Zuo Mo's howls became even deeper, even rougher. The flames surrounding him seemed to burn even more ferociously. Pu Yao's expression changed. After a while, his gaze returned to normal and he said to himself, "The person you chose, I'll give him one chance." Finishing, he pointed a finger at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo seemed to have been struck by a large hammer and was sent flying, landing with a splash in the cold pond. Zuo Mo was like a stone, quickly sinking. Strangely, the deep red flames around his body were not affected in the slightest by the water, and were still furiously waving. Just at this time, the ice river in Zuo Mo's Sea of Consciousness suddenly started to grind. The icicles crowding in the ice river were pushed by an invisible force and slowly started to flow. The silent and straight ice river, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a river where countless big and small sword energies were moving. Hiss, hiss, hiss. These sword energies followed the surface of the river as they headed for the flames surrounding the river. As the icy sword essences touched the dancing flames beside the shores, the unexpected happened. The fire grew dramatically. In the Sea of Consciousness, the fire reached the sky, even the star in the void overhead was almost consumed by the fire. Only the gravestone in the Sea of Consciousness was still shrouded in the black clouds, not affected in the slightest. Inside the ice river, the icicles rose up and down even fiercer, the sword essences continuously shooting out with white mist towards the sea of fire. An astounding change was also appearing on Zuo Mo's body. A thin layer of ice had appeared on his entirely flushed body. Yet in the blink of an eye, this thin layer would melt and disappear. But after a while, the layer of ice would appear again and repeat. The cold pond wasn't deep. Zuo Mo quickly reached the bottom of the pond. The temperature at the bottom of the pond was multiple times colder than the water at the top, no fish or shrimp to be found. As though it was affected, each time the thin ice appeared, the time it stayed became longer. However, the fires around Zuo Mo's body wasn't weakened at all, they were still burning weirdly in the water. A faint light suddenly appeared in Zuo Mo's chest. This light traveled through Zuo Mo's channels. Every place it passed through, the flame would become smaller, but then very quickly, the red flames would once again continue their dancing. Zuo Mo seemed to have entered a very strange place. He had completely lost control of his body. Hazily, he felt that he was being burned in a furnace, and then suddenly thrown into the polar regions, but no matter the torment, he didn't have any room to struggle. Don't forget. Even in death, you must not forget. The voice appeared again. A basin of cold water seemed to have been poured over Zuo Mo's head. His consciousness recovered clarity for a short moment. Upon clarity, the extreme pain of burning and the bone-aching cold flooded him like the tide. He couldn't help opening his mouth. The icy pond water instantly poured into his mouth. There was nothing that could describe his feelings at this moment. His entire body was furiously burning, the extreme pain from his flesh and bones burning bit by bit almost made him faint. The pond water that had poured in almost froze him to an ice cube. His clear mind instantly became dizzy again. Was this Zhuji? Was this the power of the fire dragon grass? That dream. In a daze, Zuo Mo's relaxed hands suddenly turned into fists. His entire body bowed, all the strength in the body gathering at this moment. His eyes widened furiously, bright red. Who wanted to control me? Who changed my face and erased my mind? Who did it? Who did it? From the depths of his mind, countless thoughts uncontrollably streamed through. From the depths of his body came a pain of his flesh burning and the bone-breaking coldness. Inside his angry eyes, the flames were swallowed by a bloody red tide. Who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Bastard! The blood in his chest roared. The anger and grief that came from the deepest part of his heart erupted like a volcano. In an instant, it swallowed the fire and the ice. Zuo Mo seemed to be cursed. He gathered all the energy in his body and threw out his fist. Accompanied by the deep red alluring flames, his fist heavily smashed onto the rock side of the pond. Boom! With Zuo Mo's fist as the center, a spider web of cracks appeared on the rock face. Scorch marks spread out from the center of the impact. Boom! Another punch. Stone fragments flew into the water. A few of them brushed past Zuo Mo's body, creating a few marks. The fresh blood flowed out, quickly dissolving in the water. Boom, boom, boom. Zuo Mo was completely stuck in a trance. His eyes bright red, the tendons tight, he furiously threw out punches. The silent bottom of the pond turned into a muddy mess. Beside the pond, Pu Yao detected the vibrations of the ground. Looking at the whirlpool that appeared in the body, his expression was normal as he raised a hand and caught a water droplet that flew out from the waterfall. Opening his hand, the water drop floated above his bond, round and clear as it reflected his blood eye. "You're still not giving a hand? Do you still stupidly believe he could suppress the fire of the sky, Yao?" A faint mocking smile appeared on his face as he slowly stated, "You are always like this, never listening to me. 3,000 years have passed yet you are still so stubborn. Do you not know that your choices are forever this idiotic?" He gently blew and the perfect water droplet floating in his hand turned to a gust of mist and dissipated into the air. "Your actions, I was sick of them long ago." Pu Yao patted his hand, his expression indifferent. The vibrations under his feet stopped, the pond recovered its quiet. "It's done." Pu Yao's sharp lips rose and he shrugged, this only proved once again your idiotic choices." He just turned his head when he stopped in his steps. Wukong Mountain, Xian Yan, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. He jumped up, his body disappearing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the peak. A few seconds later, Pei Yuan ran, Yen Lu and Shi Fengrong also flew over and appeared beside him. The four exchanged looks and with shocked faces, they raised their heads to look at the sky. Dongfu, Tianzongzi was browsing the list that Yu Bai had written. "This Song Mingyan is Zuo Mo Tian's disciple." Tianzongzi nodded as he remarked, "In Dongfu, if we're talking about strength, it's between Zuo Mo Tian and Xianyan." Zuo Mo Tian had been very fierce in the past, a person everyone was afraid of. This point was very similar to Xianyan. "But I wonder what his disciple is like." Yu Bai said respectfully, "This disciple had met that Zhong Mingyan once. Even though we didn't fight, but this disciple gathers from his composure that he most likely isn't weak." There's isn't many youths that you call not weak." I heard that Zuo Mo Tian had put in a lot of blood on this disciple. "It's natural he wouldn't be weak." Tianzongzi chuckled, "In the future, Dongfu is probably yours, Zhong Mingyan and Wu Kong Sword Sect's Wei Shang's world. This disciple will not disappoint Master's hopes." Yu Bai responded respectfully. Tianzongzi waved his hands, "Don't care too much about things like reputation. I only hope you can protect yourself in troubled times. This estate, I might not bear to part with it, but your safety is even more important." Yu Bai was moved and responded, "Yes." Seeing Yu Bai's face was full of worry, Tianzongzi couldn't help but comfort, "This master is only planning ahead. Don't worry too much. If something really happens, us old people will be at the front." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a name on the list and was slightly shocked. When was there a Zuo Mo out of Wu Kong Sword Sect? How is he special? The first time this disciple heard this name, he had been in a conflict with Zhong Mingyan and another Dongqi disciples. Because he is a ling plant farmer, this disciple had been planning on resolving it. I did not expect that he managed to comprehend sword essence. Yu Bai added another sentence, "He has not entered Zhuji." Oh. Tianzongzi's expression changed, another dangerous character in Wu Kong Sword Sect? Comprehending sword essence before entering Zhuji. This kind of sword talent, it's very rare. The heavens really have blessed Wu Kong Sword Sect. Between his words, he was slightly envious. Just at this time, his expression suddenly changed and flew out the window. Yu Bai paused before hurriedly following. He only saw Tianzongzi staring in a daze at the sky above. At the same time, on the highest plum peak of Dongqi Sword Sect, a long-haired black-robed man stood against the wind. With a shocked face, he raised his head to look at the sky. Chapter 46 Zhuji. No cliffhanger this time? There has been 2 big terminology changes. I still don't understand how I didn't translate Jade Sticks properly and it didn't click for this long. It is now Jade Scroll, which is better and easier to understand. Also, Tianyu Jie is now Sky Moon Jie. I might slip up sometimes, but that's the general gist of it. I think I'll update the glossary every 20 chapters or so. There's no many terms now in the future chapters. Chapter 46 Juji. The peak of daytime, the sky was blue and clear, yet what raised people's hairs was that the blue sky was filled with blazing stars. Stars in daytime, Pei Yuan Ran muttered to himself. The other three's expressions all changed. Shi Xiong. Shifeng Rong's voice was slightly trembling. What is happening here? I don't know. Pei Yuan Ran's expression was heavy as he shook his head. The apparition of stars appearing in daytime, it happens once every few thousand years. I've only seen it in some records. But it doesn't seem to be a good omen. Even though the four were all Jin Dan, looking at the strange scene in front of them, their hearts couldn't help but feel cold. In Dongfu, Yu Bai stared with wide eyes at the stars dotting the sky and that proud sun hanging high up in the sky. Fear rose up from the deepest part of his heart and spread through his body. Tianson Zi muttered, stars in daytime. The plum peak of Dongqi, light erupted from Zuo Mo Tian's eyes as he murmured, stars in daytime. In the entire Sky Moonjia, countless strong people were all alarmed. Looking up at the sky over the 13 primary towns of Sky Moonjia, it was completely filled with cultivators. In the wilderness, on the mountaintops, no matter what the Xiuzhou were doing, they all stopped their hands and floated in midair. All of the cultivators' gazes, they were completely focuses on this sky that they were so familiar with. No matter their cultivation, shock was on everyone's face. In Cold Mist Valley, Pu Yao's pupils shrunk. He gazed at the pond before him. In his blood-red vision, he could clearly see a pillar of light that glittered as it came down from the sky and entered the pond. If one used a normal vision, where could they even see a pillar? No ling energy, no vibrations. Only through his blood eye could this intangible pillar of light be seen. Do you think you had wagered correctly? Pu Yao said coldly, murderous intent in his right blood eye. When the sound landed, the clear pond suddenly became as dark as ink. The sound of the waterfall disappeared without a trace. The waterfall was like a broken Mustang, docilely flowing into the pond without a splash. The valley fell into a strange silence. Looking at the black water pond, Pu Yao wasn't afraid. He took a strong stride forward, pressing, for this trash, you decide to fight me? The black water pond was silent and motionless as though it was dead. A Yao, a pond. They confronted each other like this. Time slipped away. Pu Yao suddenly took back the leg he had stepped with, his expression returning to normal. A kind of disdain was at the corner of his mouth. Stars in daylight, hey, do you really think this is still 3,000 years ago? You made it too big. He was somewhat rejoicing at the calamity. The black water pond wasn't affected. Pu Yao shrugged, so what if it's stars in daylight? Can it extinguish Sky Yao fire? The Sky Yao fire even you can't extinguish? The black water pond suddenly started to flip as though it was boiling. Explosive sounds came out of the inky black water. Pu Yao raised his head to look at the sky and lightly said a sentence that instantly made the pond water quite. Oh, it seems everyone wants to see. In the blink of an eye, the pond regained its clarity. The obedient waterfall resumed its ferocity and roared, the water splashing. Pu Yao gave a light laugh and disappeared. An extremely strong consciousness scanned over Cold Mist Valley. When Zuo Mo opened his eyes, he instantly shuddered. So cold. The coldness of the water told him where he was situated. The cold pond of Cold Mist Valley. Last time, it had been here where he had broken through to one breath. He was very familiar with this situation. But after he had achieved one breath, he had never felt suffocated in the water. In the past, Zuo Mo had actually been suspicious that he might turn into a fish. Ouch! Zuo Mo bared his teeth. So painful. Any movement and a heart-wrenching pain would come from all over his body. His features instantly twisted. Thankfully, he wasn't dead. What he could remember up until was when that hazy voice told him to eat the fire dragon grass. What happened after, he didn't know at all. But right now, he wasn't willing to think, too lazy to move. His entire body was hurting, and very quickly, he found he wasn't wearing a scrap of clothing. How would he get out? He wanted to laugh but couldn't. Right now, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to go to sleep. But the pond water was really too cold, so cold it reached his heart. This wasn't a good place to sleep. Why was it that every time, he would torment himself so much? Forcing himself alert, he gritted his teeth and entered mediation. He wanted to know what his situation really was like. The ling energy in his body abruptly appeared in front of him. He was first struck dumb and then was overjoyed. Zuji. He had completed Juji. Internal vision, this was internal vision. In a trance, he saw the three-dimensional diagram of the ling energy moving through his body. Each strand of ling energy was so clear for him to see. He felt as though he could see all objects, his mind becoming clear. Zuo Mo didn't know how long it was until his thoughts refocused. He hurriedly inspected his ling energy again, and to his surprise, he found his ling energy was 3 times what it had been originally been. No wonder the distance between the 10th level of Lianqi and Juji was a great canyon. It really was a canyon. He had just entered Juji and his cultivation had increased 3 times. Think of the power disparity. It might have been caused by excess happiness, but the pain from his body seemed to lessen greatly. Zuo Mo struggled out of the bottom of the pond and floated towards the top. When his head came out of the water, he couldn't help sucking in a breath. He hadn't thought that he would really make it through the fire dragon grass. Even now, he was still somewhat in disbelief. Fire dragon grass was something that only terrifying and abnormal people like Xixiang could endure. But he actually made it through. But he still had lingering fears. The danger involved could be deduced from the pain of his entire body. But he finally made it through. He opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but found that his throat was dry and painful, unable to make a sound. His hands pushed against the side of the pond, trying to climb out. His body shuddered in great pain and almost made him faint. With no other solution, he could only use his hands to grab a rock beside the pond, his body soaking in the water. The joy after surviving a calamity made everything seem so beautiful. After a long time, the pain lessened slightly and his strength had slightly recovered. Struggling to climb out of the pond, he found the jade scrolls and other times scattered on the ground. He carefully picked them all up. What really made him feel pain was that 3rd grade spirit traveling seal. It had burnt down to only a small scrap. Did his body really combust? He still remembered the strong feeling of burning before he became unconscious, but that was all he remembered. Thankfully, most of his belongings, like talismans and jade sticks, were still undamaged. But since the spirit traveling seal was gone, and he was naked, how would he get back to West Wind Valley? Suddenly, he had an idea. Casting Little Art of Cloud and Rain, he saw a white ball of clouds appear in front of him. He snickered, his hands maintaining the spell as his body sneaked into the cloud. Oh, cold, very comfortable. Very quickly, he found that the pain in his body seemed to have lessened slightly. Did Little Art of Cloud and Rain have healing properties? But this wasn't the time to study it. He should think of a way to get back. Old Black had finished his work in the fields and was preparing to return home. Walking on the road, he couldn't help but ponder what he had just seen. Thinking about it now, he felt his heart tremble. Stars appearing during daytime. There were many strange things in the world, natural abnormalities. Was this a bad omen? He couldn't help but raise his head. In the blue sky, other than the sun, there was nothing else. Old Black exhaled. Normal was good, normal was good. Normality was the best. Please don't have any change. As he thought aimlessly, he walked back towards his residence. Where he was living now was the big yard that Zuo Mo had lived in previously. Detecting that someone was coming opposite him, he raised his head. At a glance, he was pinned to the ground, his expression dumbstruck. After a pause, he recovered and stammered, "Little Moge, you are." Zuo Mo was completely shrouded in a white cloud. Only his head was left sticking out. Looking down, Old Black could barely make out a pair of bare feet. Old Black felt this white cloud seemed familiar. He suddenly realized, wasn't this the cloud from Little Art of Cloud and Rain? Was he taking a bath? Thinking about the rain of Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Old Black felt that this creativity was pretty good. But he didn't need to bathe on the mountain road and wash as he kept on walking. Zuo Mo was extremely embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide himself. But due to his zombie face, there wasn't any bashfulness, no embarrassment. He seemed very at ease. His entire body was in pain. Any movement, and the pain would pierce his heart. He could only laboriously move his feet step by step. Old Black decided to give a compliment. He reached out with his thumb, "Little Moge, this trick is great." Zuo Mo felt that there weren't any words that could describe his feelings right now. He could only nod his head solemnly in acknowledgement and then slowly walk down the path. Looking at the back of the white ball slowly moving, even Old Black couldn't help but feel that Little Moge's bearing had really improved. What made Zuo Mo feel hopeless was that he had encountered quite a few outer sect disciples as he made his way. Their strange gazes made Zuo Mo's hair stand up. When he reached West Wind Valley, he almost wept tears of joy. But when he appeared at the gates of his own little yard, the gray-beaked goose at the rooftop was suddenly alarmed and quickly used its wings to cover its eyes. Zuo Mo's heart instantly shattered into countless pieces, landing on the ground. So this gray bird was female. What made Zuo Mo feel depressed was that this female bird sneakily created a small opening through her wings and peeped through from behind. And what made his teeth itch even more was that this female bird's gaze turned from curious to disdainful. Damned bird! Humiliated, Zuo Mo angrily sent out a sword energy. Honk! The gray-beaked goose shouted in alarm and nimbly dodged. It flew into the air and then suddenly extended its neck, full of disdain as it spat at the ground. Zuo Mo almost fainted in anger. He threw out hatefully, "You are a dead bird, just wait." What he was thankful for was that he hadn't encountered an elder on his way. If Master sought his state, she would beat him halfway to death and throw him down the mountain to feed the dogs. Laboriously moving into the room, he collapsed on the bed. He didn't want to move, he didn't want to think, didn't want to move a fingertip. He was exhausted. Very quickly, he slipped into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, he lightly muttered, "Juji." Chapter 47 Shixiang Sui. Chapter 47 Shixiang Sui. Waking up, Zuo Mo almost couldn't open his eyes in the bright sunlight. He gave a comfortable groan. The soreness made his entire body feel relaxed. He wanted to keep sleeping. After struggling for a moment, he still decided to get up. In Juji, there really wasn't any need for sleep. But other than to recover strength, sleep's most important purpose was to let the mind rest. In the sunlight, he stretched out his spine, his entire skeleton cracking like popcorn. Zuo Mo instantly was frightened and quickly inspected his body. Not finding any problems, his heart was then reassured. He always felt that he muddled through all his breakthroughs. He never had the knowledge of what happened. Like Little Art of Cloud and Rain, going to the 4th level, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, breaking into one breath, it was all like this. This time wasn't an exception. Other than these crisp sounds, and the increase in cultivation, he had not found any other benefits that Juji had brought. He was too greedy. Zuo Mo laughed at himself. Just in the increase in cultivation was enough for him to receive countless benefits. Walking out of the room, Zuo Mo, after the calamity, felt that the warm sunlight was all the more precious. Even the damn bird on the rooftop wasn't as terrible in his eyes as yesterday. Suddenly stopping, he took a deep breath. The slightly spread 10 fingers suddenly moved, creating an afterimage. His gaze was focused, his 10 fingers coming alive, darting quickly. The complicated transformations would dazzle a person's eyes. After learning Art of Flora, a spell that prioritized finger movements, this almost became one of his most practiced spells. There wasn't too many spells to practice in Lianqi involving manipulation of ling energy. Like Little Art of Cloud and Rain, Zuo Mo had almost practiced it to the limits of what a Lianqi cultivator could do. And how to use spiritual power, he didn't have one word of instruction, and couldn't even touch the doorway. The only thing that time could be spent upon, and that he felt useful, were finger movements. Therefore, Art of Flora, that used finger movements, was his only choice. The increase in cultivation didn't cause an evident increase in the finger movements. This point raised Zuo Mo's attention. Juji was only the first stage in the journey of cultivation. The dangers of the road ahead, only trying it personally could lead to understanding. His goal, from a long time ago, it wasn't earning Jingshi or just living anymore. To search for the answer, then what was required was sufficient strength. Even Master, a Jin Dan, was cautious when speaking of the guy that had changed his features and erased his mind. How powerful the other's power must be. In other words, at the least, he needed power that surpassed his master. Master was a Jin Dan. Zuo Mo took a deep breath, raised his expressionless face, and the hands that had been at his side silently turned to fists. It was very far enough to make him feel it was impossible. There were countless cultivators, how many would become Jin Dan? To say of nothing else, but in the second generation of the entire sect, the only one that had hopes of becoming Jin Dan was Wei Sheng Shixiang. Himself? A guy that only had some talent in the area of 5 elements. If it was becoming a strong ling plant farmer, Zuo Mo didn't have any doubts of whether he could achieve it. But achieving Jin Dan, his most optimistic prediction, was only just a hope of 1 in 10,000. After he learned of his changed features and erased mind, he had continuously asked himself, was it really worth it to pursue after such an illusory and distant goal? Right now, as a ling plant farmer, his life would become better and better. If he formed a relationship with someone, his own descendants would have a pretty good life. But this, gambling his living, his life, to pursue that goal that had almost no chance of winning, was it worth it? Whenever he started to sway, he would always think of that dream that frequently appeared, that kept on repeating even in death, you must not forget. Every time he would ask himself, what was it that he could not forget even if he died? He didn't know. He was a cowardly person. In order to live, he could flatter, could bow his spine, but he wanted to know. The change in his frame of mind caused the change in his attitude to his cultivation to change completely. He worked more, worked harder. He knew just how low his starting point was. He also knew that his own innate talents were not good. But he also knew he had his own advantages. Pooh, even though he had cursed this damned perverse Renyao countless times, but Zuo Mo still needed to thank him. Without Pu Yao, he couldn't even see a hint of sunlight. For this sliver of light, even if he had to pay some things, he was still willing. This time, Juji had been a painful ordeal for him. But for some reason, his mental state became calmer, his thoughts clearer. Being a ling plant farmer could dramatically increase his position in the sect, but clearly, a ling plant farmer could not help him complete his goal. What he could rely on in this area was still sword scriptures. Ling plant farming, in the future, it was an important technique to earn Jingshi but not his main path of development. There were many paths to increase attack power, but of the many types of cultivation, the one with strongest attack power were sword cultivators. Even more, he was situated in a sword sect and naturally wouldn't abandon what was near to reach for the far. He might not have much talent with the sword, but he just needed to work harder. Thinking about sword cultivation, he remembered that after Juji, he could imprint a flying sword. Very quickly, he ran into difficulties. He didn't have a scripture for imprinting a flying sword. In Fragrant Ginger Yard, Shifeng was shocked when she saw Zuo Mo but instantly recovered. Even with Juji, you cannot be lazy. Go to the records room. You will be able to read some of the jade sticks. Coming out next time, I will personally test you. If you were lazy, there will be a heavy punishment. The last few words were extremely threatening. Zuo Mo cowered under Master's scolding, and could only murmur in affirmation. Inside, he wailed at his misfortune. It seemed he had hit Master's sore point somehow and couldn't help but wonder who had irritated Master. Only when Master's anger had decreased some did he cautiously open. Master, this disciple wants to request a scripture for impressing a flying sword. Impressing a flying sword? Shifeng couldn't help but frown and said with some dissatisfaction, your priority should be ling farming and dam making. Don't be greedy. Too greedy and you cannot digest it all. Don't you understand that? Zuo Mo heard this and grimaced. He just knew he wouldn't receive a good scripture. His mouth went, this disciple understands. But our Wu Kong sect is a sword sect. If this disciple doesn't know how to even impress a flying sword, walking out, wouldn't it shame the sect? That's true. Hearing this, Shifeng thought it was reasonable. You can go see your Shixiang Sui and find a scripture to practice. Do not spend too much effort. Yes. Zuo Mo agreed docilely. Go. Shifeng discourteously sent him away. The stars in daytime that had appeared yesterday caused his mood to be bad to the extreme. She had heard some of the rumors about stars in daytime. There were all kinds of strange ones, but one point was unusually unanimous. That was, it wasn't a good thing. If this kind of incident had happened in one of the other Jia, she could go spectate, but since it happened in Tianyu Jia, her mood became bad. Especially when she saw the worry in her sect leader Shixiang's eyes, her mood became worse. She knew sect leader Shixiang very well. Sect leader Shixiang never was panicked. Since even he was worried this time, the situation probably was worse than she had imagined. If this lady knew who was the one behind all this, humph. Murderous intent flashed through her eyes, causing Su Qing at the sight to jump in fright. Even as he left Fragrant Ginger Yard, Zuo Mo felt that his chest was heavy. He knew that Master was looking out for him, but he could not tell his reasons to Master. It seemed that he had thought too simply. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. Originally, he had assumed that if his contribution to the sect was large, the sect would naturally increase his benefits and he wouldn't have to worry about things like scriptures. Now he knew that he had expected too much. His benefits would naturally increase, but benefits were also sorted into areas. Things like spells were the very core of a sect. Would they easily give it to others? Right now, he could only hope for Wei Sheng Shixiang to come out of the sword cave and teach him some moves. He still decided to take a trip to Sui Shixiang's place. He might not get a good spell, but he could seek a substitute. He'll take an average one. He had nothing in terms of sword scriptures. He was a page of white. Learning something would help his fundamentals. If the sect won't give, then he'll just buy it. If the jingsha that he threw out was numerous enough, he would naturally be able to buy a pretty good sword scripture. Ku is a ling plant farmer. Am I someone that would lack for jingsha? He completely forgot that his last piece of jingsha had been extracted by Pu Yao. In the sea of consciousness, the sea of fire roared. If Zuo Mo came in, he would certainly be in for a fright. The dancing deep red flames had grown a section higher. The temperature of the ice river seemed to have decreased. And the biggest change was the star in the sky. Bright as a diamond, magnificent and dazzling. On the gravestone shrouded in the black clouds, Pu Yao lazily used his hand to support his perfect and flawless chin, the other hand rubbing a pile of powder, muttering to himself, used up all the jingsha, This guy is really a piece of trash, even getting a jingsha requires almost killing himself. He said to the air, if I knew earlier, I'd have gone myself. Now it's great, you made the incident big, so many powerful guys have arrived from outside. Even dead, you're still making trouble for me. It really is inflexible to the death. The white powder dribbled from the cracks in his hands. A lonely Yao sat on the gravestone and said ruefully, the landlord doesn't have any surplus either. In the Hall of Hearing Principles, Sui was slightly shocked when he saw Zuo Mo but quickly recovered his composure. He smiled opening, it's a rare occasion for Shitty to come. Come, sit. Zuo Mo looked at Sui Shixiang. The other was a person that he had admired very much when he had been an outer sect disciple. He had never thought that he could sit on equal ground with him now. The affairs of the world, it really was fickle. He couldn't help but sigh. Zuo Mo has to thank Shixiang for guidance in the past. He sincerely gave a bow. Sui blanked and then hurried to help Zuo Mo up. Shitty doesn't have to be so courteous. That was just my duty. After this exchange of words, both felt that they were much closer to each other. It's rare for Shitty to come, have a taste of my tea. Sui's hands twisted, a set of tea equipment appeared in front of him. A yellow bamboo tea tray carved with two clouds. Simple and humble. On top was a purple clay teapot. The light flashed across the purple clay teapot, formations clearly were carved on it. 7 small cups like the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Sui took out a square jade box. When it was opened, Zuo Mo felt a fragrance spread towards him. The box was half full with ling tea. The ling tea was as green and bright as jade. It was a branch with 3 leaves clustered at the end, tender and glistening. This is fragrance tea. Sui introduced, produced by the Ivy Aromatic Shop. It took a lot of effort to buy this. Then he gave a smile, I don't have any other indulgences, just this one. Sui Shixiang's eyes were focused as his hands skillfully started to wash the pot and cups. When had Zuo Mo ever seen such things? His eyes widened, unblinking. He saw Sui Shixiang first take out a small amount of tea leaves to put into the purple clay pot, pour in cold spring water, and then the thumb and index finger of the right hand gently pinched. A red flame floated in front of him. The movements of Shixiang's long and white fingers were extremely gentle as he gently placed this red flame inside the purple clay pot. Hiss splat, hiss splat. Inside the purple clay pot, countless water droplets exploded. The spring water inside the pot became a ball of green mist, yet not a drop spilled. Sui Shixiang quickly lifted the teapot and a rush of green tea poured into the teacup. Inside the teacup, the tea soup was green and enticing. A fragrance completely different than the one before wafted out. Drink quickly, the effect wouldn't be as good if it's cold. Sui Shixiang's expression was solemn. He directly held up a cup and put it to his mouth. Copying Shixiang, Zuo Mo also picked up a cup. Mimicking Shixiang, whose expression was intoxicated as he sipped, he also took a drink. Boom! It was impossible to describe the feeling that occurred the instant the tea soup touched the tongue. It was as though countless flavors had gathered and exploded at once inside the mouth. At the same time, Zuo Mo's tears and snot streamed out. Seeing Zuo Mo's sorry state, Sui almost choked on a sip of tea and then grinned widely. Zuo Mo couldn't care about Shixiang's laughter. All of his attention was on pondering this strange feeling. A rush of coolness spread through his limbs, his body unspeakably light. All the pores seemed to have opened, so comfortable he could groan. This tea soup has dense ling energy. You just entered Juji, this is good to stabilize your level. Sui reminded. Hearing this, Zuo Mo hurriedly swallowed the remaining tea soup, got into lotus position and entered meditation. Looking at Zuo Mo's gulps, Sui Shixiang only shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with Zuo Mo wasting such a good thing. With a small mouthful after another, a face full of pleasure, he slowly drank. When Zuo Mo woke up from mediation, he felt his body refreshed and unspeakably comfortable. He didn't waste words and raised his hands to Sui Shixiang. Many thanks, Shixiang. Sui waved his hand, just invited Shitty to drink tea. Coming this time, Shitty must have a matter. Zuo Mo narrated how he had requested a spell for impressing a flying sword from his master. Hearing this, Sui nodded, I understand. I hadn't thought that since Shitty had received the jade medal, you still want to cultivate the sword. I'm just playing around. Zuo Mo hurriedly replied. After being cracked down by Master, he felt it was better not to say anything. A man wanting to improve the sword, it isn't something embarrassing. Wielding a sword in the world, kill Yao, and exterminate Mo, it is amazing. Shixiang had been like this before, but later, found that my talents were average and hard to achieve anything, so turned to learning forging. Sui first laughed at himself and then said seriously, since Shitty is interested in the sword, Shixiang has spent some more time on the sect, so knows a bit more, and can chat about it with Shitty. When Zuo Mo heard kill Yao and exterminate Mo, he couldn't help but grimace bitterly inside. Thinking about the perverse Ren Yao, he felt it was more likely that he would be killed and exterminated. But he still said solemnly, thank you Shixiang. Chapter 48 The Black-Hearted Records Room. Reminder that Li is the seal for fire. But I didn't translate it because fire seal formation sounds a bit stupid, for one, and two, Li is actually a specific symbol you can search up on Google, 3 lines stacked together, try, and the middle one is broken. Hello to all new readers and thanks to anyone who commented. I don't bite, so please keep commenting. Chapter 48 The Black-Hearted Records Room. Our sect is a sword sect. Our strongest sword scripture is the Void Sword Scripture that our founder created. But our sect had gradually declined. This sword scripture that had been ranked 6th grade could not be learned by anyone in the sect. Somehow, after that, it was split into Shapeless Sword Scripture and Empty Sword Scripture. The one that Luoli Shitty practices is Empty Sword Scripture. But these two scriptures that were split only reached 3rd grade. Other than this, the other one of importance is Master's Ice Dragon Sword Scripture. This sword scripture is a 4th grade sword scripture. In the hands of Master, it blossomed and managed to enter the ranks of 5th grade. In the past, it was with this sword scripture that Master had killed countless Yaoma in Yao Hunt and received the title of Ice Dragon Sword. As he talked about his master Xin, Sui wandered away in his thoughts. A 4th grade sword scripture that was able to elevate into 5th grade, it was enough to show that Xin Shirshu's abilities with Ice Dragon Sword Scripture didn't just reach deeply, but that he had improved this sword scripture. No one who was able to do this was ordinary. Other than this, the ancestors of our sect were also skilled. Cloud Sword Scripture, Red Flame Sword Scripture, Emerald Sword Scripture, they are all 4th grade. Shitty, don't just think that our sect doesn't have any reputation in Dongfu. But in Dongfu, other than Dongfu Hall, only we have a 6th grade sword scripture. Even 4th grade scriptures, not just any sect in Dongfu has one. Zuo Mo's eyes widened. He had never thought that the sect was so strong. Sui noticed Zuo Mo's eyes and smiled, Shitty, don't think too optimistically. Sword scriptures above 4th level, the sect wouldn't easily pass it on to the disciples. What the sect leader and the Shirshu believe is better to have nothing than accept a shoddy choice. In the past, Luoli Shitty was unparalleled in the 2nd generation, but even so, he was only passed on the 3rd grade sword scripture, Empty Sword Scripture. Seeing the disappointment in Zuo Mo's eyes, he comforted, Shitty, don't be too disappointed. There are very fine ones among the 3rd grade sword scriptures. Like the Empty Sword Scripture that Luoli Shitty learnt, and that Shapeless Sword Scripture that also came from Void Sword Scripture, they are the extreme best among 3rd grade sword sects. Shitty, you have to pay attention. They might all be 3rd grade sword scriptures, but there are still differences. Zuo Mo instantly raised his ears. It was too hard to pursue those good ones, but he shouldn't pick the worst ones. He was very practical. The item less a bit, but the Jingshur difference wouldn't just be a bit. Usually, 5 elements sword scriptures are the worst. Shitty is a ling plant farmer and your understanding of the 5 elements definitely is deeper than mine. The 5 elements encompass millions of changes yet lose their purity. To cultivate the sword, what cannot be lost is purity. But the 5 elements birth and defeat each other, and are difficult to make pure. I had never heard of a 5 elements sword scripture that went above 3rd grade. Shitty, don't try to pick this kind of sword scripture. The other sword scriptures, they all have their attributes. Some are fierce and powerful, good for killing in battle, some are strange and unpredictable, good for ambushing, some nurture the mind and increase cultivation. Nurture the mind? Aren't sword scriptures primarily for killing? How can it nurture the mind? Zuo Mo couldn't help asking. Haha, cultivation is long and difficult. If there isn't a strong and resolute heart, how can one achieve the path? To use the sword to nurture the heart, to harden the core. Many people practice this kind of sword scripture. Like me, I have Heaven Heart Sword Scripture. This kind of sword scripture, it doesn't have much power, but to nurture and fix the mind, it's pretty good. Sui smiled as he explained. The sect records at Riverside Peak. You are an inner sect disciple now and can go in to read. But it requires contribution points each time. If Shitty has spare time, remember to earn more sect contribution points. In the future, you'll need to use them. Sui emphasized. Bidding farewell to Sui Shixiang, Zuo Mo headed straight for Riverside Peak. There was a river below Riverside Peak, the mountain was steep and so the records room was built against the cliff. It wasn't big, just a small compound. There were some thin bamboo stalks planted beside the walls, the outer walls slightly crumbling. Zuo Mo was somewhat disappointed. He had never been here before. This place was only open to inner sect disciples. The person guarding the door was an old one. At the beginning, Zuo Mo fantasized that the other was some high master, but he was quickly disappointed. This old man guarding the door only had a cultivation of Lianqi 9th level. However, Zuo Mo didn't dare to disrespect him. The common saying was good, the existing official wasn't as good as the existing manager. Don't just look at how bad the old man's cultivation was, but he guarded the records room. If he wanted to make trouble, it was a very easy thing to do. Respectfully handing over his medal, the old man scanned it and lowered down his face, saying, 2 hours on the first level is 2 contribution points, 2 hours on the second floor is 4 contribution points. The jade scrolls in the first level can be copied. The second level is restricted from copying. Go in. He threw the medal back to Zuo Mo. So black. Zuo Mo swore inside. The contribution points of inner sect disciples were not the same as outer sect disciples and they could not be converted. Zuo Mo only had in total 10 contribution points. 5 of them had been the reward the sect leader gave him for receiving the jade medal. The other 5 were from last time when he let Yan Lishirshu sell his plants. 10 contribution points. It was enough for him to stay 10 hours on the first floor and 5 on the second. If it was copying a jade scroll, even the most basic would be 2 or so hours. And if it couldn't be copied, then it had to be memorized. That wasn't something that could be accomplished in a few hours. Now he understood why Sui Shixiang reminded him to earn more contribution points. So the big cost was here. He was suddenly grateful that the Dan-making records room of his master didn't require contribution points. Otherwise, he could only cry. Zuo Mo guessed that Xin Yan Shirshu definitely would have a private forging records room. Otherwise, Sui Shixiang would be in a terrible bind. Time was tight, and didn't allow Zuo Mo to think. He ran straight into the first floor. He saw rows of jade scrolls, organized neatly. Zuo Mo couldn't help twist his mouth. From what he saw, this was much worse than Master's records room. A layer of dust had accumulated on the wooden boards. It looked like there usually weren't many people. Even though it lacked care, but the arrangement of the jade scrolls was easy to follow. There were all kinds of jade scrolls. Sword scriptures, 5 elements, cultivation scriptures, forging. These were the jade scrolls that the elders of the sect that searched and gathered over the generations. The grade of these jade scrolls weren't high, didn't have much practical value, but it would have been a pity to throw them out, so the sect had created a records room to support the inner sect members to study. This kind of jade scrolls were only useful to those who had just become an inner sect disciple. As they spent longer with their master, the worth of these jade scrolls would decrease. It had been a long time since Wu Kong Sword Sect had new inner sect disciples come in. After Li Yingfeng became an inner sect disciple, she spent each day with Yan Lishishu taking care of all the different business. And after Wei Sheng Shixian became an inner sect disciple, he received Xin Yan Shishu's meticulous teachings and then entered the sword cave, therefore, he naturally didn't come here. So when Zuo Mo came in, he saw this dusty scene. Even though there wasn't high-level spells, but the roomful of jade scrolls still made Zuo Mo's eyes turn dizzy and drool. Don't just think that these jade scrolls weren't important. If they were thrown onto the market, each one could be sold for a pretty good price. For Lianqi disciples, each jade scroll would be a treasure. Zuo Mo headed straight for the sword scriptures. It was also the largest topic on the first floor. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a sword sect, so naturally, it would put all possible effort into gathering sword scriptures. There were large numbers of second and third grade sword scriptures on the first floor. Naturally, they weren't of high quality. After making a cursory examination, he quickly put them down. As expected, there was nothing really good. It wasn't bad as a reference, but for a primary method, it wasn't really good. Looking at the stars for the second floor, he hesitated a second and then decided to go up to see. The second floor was slightly smaller and there was a dramatically smaller number of jade scroll. But the scene was very similar to Master's records room. The jade scrolls were all floating in midair, each jade scroll surrounding by differently colored whirlpools. Having had a similar experience, Zuo Mo naturally knew what to do. He scanned through the jade scrolls about sword scriptures one by one. Even now, he still hadn't decided what kind of sword scripture to cultivate. If it had been before, he might have chosen to be like Sui Shixiang and practice something like Sky Heart Sword Scripture. This kind of sword scripture cultivated the resolve of the cultivator, something that was crucial. However, for him that was pursuing strength, finding those sword scriptures that had greater power was more realistic. Undecided, Zuo Mo flipped and read through them one by one. He had never seen so many jade scrolls at the same time. The jade scrolls from the second level, if it had been in the past, they would all have been treasures that he would have dreamed about. He couldn't help but feel as though he was in a dream. As expected, the sword scriptures that Sui Shixiang had mentioned were all absent. The second floor were entirely third-grade sword scriptures but were distinctively of higher quality than the jade scrolls downstairs. They should be the finest of the third grade. There was a set of Wind and Thunder sword scripture. After cultivating it, one would float like the wind, power like thunder, the effectiveness shocking. Supposedly it had originally been a 5th grade sword scripture, but after continuous loss over thousands of years, its power declined and it was demoted to 3rd grade. And another even stranger was Autumn Rain sword scripture. It required a set of 108 swords. The moves were like rain, extremely difficult to block. But just like Wind and Thunder sword scripture, much of its contents had been lost, especially the method of making the swords. The power of each individual sword dropped dramatically and it entered an awkward state. But its manipulations were very exquisite, so it was put on the second floor. Each sword scripture had its unique strengths, but similarly, they all had a great flaw. Seeing that the jade scrolls he hadn't read become less and less, Zuo Mo started to become panicked. Was he unable to find an appropriate sword scripture for himself? He completely forgot that time was flowing away. As the number of the jade scrolls decreased one by one, his heart started to sink to the bottom bit by bit. At last, he was facing the last jade scroll. Li Water sword scripture. Li Water, these two characters clearly connected to the 5 elements caused Zuo Mo's heart to jump. Sui Shixiang's words were by his ears. Xixiang had kept reminding him of the weak nature of five-element sword scriptures. Zuo Mo, who had a rough understanding of the five elements, was very clear just how correct Xixiang was. The five elements had many transformations, but it was hard to purify. If the sword essence was not pure, then the power would decrease. Completely disheartened, Zuo Mo unconsciously read Li Water Sword Scripture. He suddenly found something and his mind roused itself. Just as he wanted to take a closer look, his eyes suddenly flashed and then he found himself standing in the yard. Time has ended. You have used all your contribution points. The old man's eyelids didn't even raise as he gave a dismissal. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Chapter 49 Purchase Order. Chapter 49 Purchase Order. Spending 10 contribution points but not a spell to show for it, Zuo Mo felt like a fool. Enraged, Zuo Mo raised his head to look at the decrepit building before marching away without a second glance. Humph, when ye has contribution points, ye will lie down on the first floor, lie down on the second, sleep every day here. Zuo Mo didn't feel good but was helpless. Very quickly, his brain turned to how to earn Jingshi. The contribution points of inner sect disciples were not easy to earn. Previously, when he had been an outer sect disciple, he had never been troubled by contribution points. But then he turned around his thinking. The contribution points of inner sect disciples were much more valuable than outer sect disciples. Before, no matter which jade scroll from the second level, he would treat it like a treasure. When would he be so picky? There were many ways to earn contribution points. Just the ling grasses and herbs that Zuo Mo planted, and then if the sect sold them, they all would have contribution points. However, rules like the records room, Zuo Mo guessed, were common and there would be other places that would need to use contribution points. This question was very important and he needed to be clear. He ran to the Hall of Hearing Principles and found Sui Xixiang. After hearing Zuo Mo's words, Sui Xixiang explained, Shitty thought correctly. Contribution points are more useful than Jingshi in the sect. Other than Void Sword Scripture, all the other spells in the sect, including Master's, Ice Dragon Sword Scripture, and the other 4th grade sword scriptures can all be exchanged using contribution points. Of course, the amount of contribution points needed is astonishing. Other than spells, some high-quality items, like flying swords and talismans, can also be exchanged using contribution points. You can even use your contribution points to get my master to teach you the sword or forging. I can also pay using contribution points to let Gu teach me dan making. Basically, contribution points are omnipotent in the sect. Then how does Xixiang earn contribution points? Zuo Mo asked. I usually make some talismans for the sect for Relentlessly to sell. Or I forge talismans for the other Shitty in exchange for some contribution points. If Shitty needs some talisman in the future, come find me. My price is much lower than the sect. Sui didn't give up a change to promote his own talismans and continued, like Shitty, if you become skilled at dan making in the future, it would be very fast to earn contribution points. For other people, Luoli Shitty might only be Zhuji but he has achieved Empty Sword, and his attack power can compare to a cultivator in the initial stages of Ningmai. Most of his time is spent in the mines guarding the Shio slaves. Underground is dark and uncomfortable, extremely dull. Other than Luoli Shitty, no one is willing to go, so the contribution point that the sect gives him is extremely high. When Sui Xixiang mentioned Luoli, Zuo Mo remembered something. In the second floor of the records room, I didn't see Empty Sword Scripture and Shapeless Sword Scripture. Shitty is in too much of a rush. These two sword scriptures, while they are 3rd grade, but they are the finest among the 3rd grade. It is also possible to find the shadow of Void Sword Scripture from those two. The sect naturally is very cautious. When Shitty has spent more time in the sect, naturally you will be able to exchange for it. Zuo Mo understood. Leaving Sui Xixiang's place, Zuo Mo had a general idea of what he needed to do. It wasn't easy receiving contribution points in the sect. It seemed that his only realistic method right now was relying on planting ling plants. When he got to the entrance to the valley, he saw Ling Feng Shiji. He hurriedly greeted, "Why hasn't Shiji gone in? The Jinji on Shidi's valley is very heavy. Shiji doesn't want to be too presumptuous." Ling Feng joked. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Due to the fact that there was a ling vein beneath the rock room, he was very cautious and had set down layers of Jinji at the mouth of the valley. Looking at it now, it seemed very risky as it caught people's attention. He forced himself to calm, responding, "There are many ling grasses growing inside the valley. I'm afraid that some animals like rabbits and foxes would get it and damage the grasses. Then this little brother won't even have the time to cry." "That's true." Ling Feng nodded. "If ling grasses are ruined by those little animals, they wouldn't be worth anything. I actually have a jade scroll right now about Jinji. I'll send it over to Shidi since you can use it." Zuo Mo was overjoyed and gave a deep bow. "Many thanks, Shiji. Shidi is too polite." She replied, "You and I both came up from the outer sect. It's rational for us to give mutual support." "Of course." Zuo Mo agreed. Both of them were clever people. This conversation quickly set down their relationship as allies. It might appear that everyone was good to him on the surface, but inner sect disciples that came from outer sect disciples usually would be pushed aside by the other inner sect disciples. Not just Wu Kong Sword Sect, almost all sects were like this. There weren't many second-generation disciples in Wu Kong Sword Sect and most of them were outside. Other than Luoli and Haomin, eldest Xixiang Qin Chang, eldest Shiji Gong Sun Chang and third Shiji Sui Xia were all not in the sect. The battle over eldest Xixiang between Wei Shang and Qin Chang was undoubtedly the focal point. If nothing unexpected happened, it was almost set in stone that Wei Shang would supplant Qin Chang as eldest Xixiang. But Qin Chang was also a disciple of the sect leader, and after being eldest Xixiang for this many years, he was well loved by the other second-generation disciples. Eldest Shiji Gong Sun Ching supposedly was engaged to a disciple in a certain large sect. She wouldn't be spending too much time in the sect, but her influence in the sect was the greatest among all second-generation disciples. She could even influence the sect leader. This was probably due to her fiancé. Third Shiji Sui Xia was deeply loved by all the Shirshu. Yan Le Shirshu had meant for her to take over his work. However, her personality was lively and carefree, uninterested in business. Zuo Mo sighed ruefully. No place was spared from conflict. Many times, it wasn't a question of whether you fought or not. He and Ling Feng weren't unfamiliar with these matters. The outer sect disciples fought even more viciously, the little groups as plentiful as trees in a forest. Both of them were experienced. Zuo Mo had went from being bullied by all at the beginning to the end where everyone flattered him. From an outsider perspective, his experiences went deep. And Ling Feng, to become the top dog of the Eastern Peak female disciples, there were no doubts to her abilities. Zuo Mo saw it very clearly. Wei Sheng Xixiang might be the leader of the three of them, but on these matters, Xixiang wouldn't pay attention. Other than the sword, Xixiang was indifferent and unconcerned with other matters. Zuo Mo was certain that Xixiang would be happy not to be eldest Xixiang. That way, he could concentrate on cultivation. Xixiang might not have to consider these things, but he couldn't not consider. Xixiang's talents and power was displayed there. Even Qin Chang would treat Xixiang with the utmost respect. But Ling Feng and his circumstances would be much trickier. There was a large difference between good and bad. Ling Feng was also very satisfied with the tacit understanding between the two of them and thought inside, this Zuo Mo Shidi's appearance might be frightening, but he had a clever heart. A clever companion was much better than a stupid one. Some things only need to be touched upon. She changed the topic, coming this time, it's to deliver Jingshi to Shidi. This was undoubtedly the words that Zuo Mo liked to hear the most. He instantly became alert. Oh, how much? This is 76 second grade Jingshi. That's after taking away the down payment. Li Yingfeng handed Zuo Mo a jade scroll. This has the detailed accounts. Shitty can take it back for a look. Zuo Mo took the jade scroll, his happiness unrivaled. The profit this time far surpassed his expectations. Suddenly remembering a matter, Li Yingfeng asked, "Does Shitty still have some of the Great Strength Pill?" Great Strength Pill. If Li Yingfeng hadn't mentioned it, Zuo Mo had almost forgotten that Lingdan. Last time, a cultivator had brought it. 2 days ago, he came asking if there was any more. He wants to buy another 10. Each one 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. Li Yingfeng said. 10 pills. Each one 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. In total, 200 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. That was 2 third-grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo seemed to see countless Jingshi flying towards him. This was the biggest order he had received up until now. 2 pieces of third-grade Jingshi. The raw materials for Great Strength Pill were only 3 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. With 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi as the sale price, the profit from 1 pellet reached 17 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. No wonder his heart was beating so frantically. His only worry right now was the success rate. He had accidentally made Great Strength Pill. He wasn't certain that he could successfully make it. I'll try first. He was still very cautious. Okay. If Shitty gets results, tell me anytime. Finishing, Li Yingfeng left. Seeing Shiji leave, Zuo Mo instantly rushed into the valley, flipped onto the gray-beaked goose to rush for fragrant ginger yard. 1 pill was 20 pieces of second-grade Jingshi. This was almost half of his income every year in the past. Entering fragrant ginger yard, he brought a pile of materials to make the Great Strength Pill from Su Qing Shiji, and then burrowed into the Dan room. Nothing would make him more enthusiastic than Jingshi. He didn't start the process immediately but sat down first and thought back to every action that occurred last time. When his emotions had calmed down, he then folded his legs to enter meditation and started embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. 4 hours later, he woke up from meditation. The face was frozen like it was dead, but the eyes were clear and serene. Zuo Mo's mind was peaceful, completely absent of the glee he had before. His consciousness, mind and ling energy were all at their best. Putting the raw materials for Great Strength Pill into the cauldron, Zuo Mo's hands touched the 8 trigrams plate and his consciousness silently spread out. Adding in ling energy, the Li fire seal formation on the Dan-making cauldron suddenly started, the ling energy inside the cauldron twisting and turning. In the middle of the process, Zuo Mo's spell changed and, Art of Crimson Flame, was cast at full force. A gold line dropped into his hands from the sky. Then its direction was deflected and it entered the cauldron. Up until now, nothing was different compared to last time. Zuo Mo's heart relaxed slightly. Just before, when he had thought back to every action in great detail, but last time, it had basically been an accident that had created this strange Lingdan. He was muddled about many places and didn't remember clearly. Suddenly, his heart jumped and he cried misfortune. The ling energy inside the cauldron was vibrating abnormally. As expected, a sharp and burnt smell spread through the Dan room. Zuo Mo had made enough mental preparations. It wasn't too difficult to accidentally make a new kind of Lingdan. What that needed was luck. But to actually grasp the method for making the Lingdan, that was knowledge. Anything that required study, it had to be built from the ground up, there were no tricks. He knew the general idea, the basic steps, and the raw materials. There was also enough profit. Was there anything other than this that was more appropriate for a greenhorn like Zuo Mo? As to the difficulties involved, Zuo Mo wasn't afraid. In this world, was there something good that would earn Jingshi without any difficulty? Chapter 50, Finding the Way. Chapter 50, Finding the Way. After 3 continuous failures, Zuo Mo had to stop experimenting. Even though he had sufficient wealth at this point, But it wasn't enough for him to squander it. He had to plan it out and spend wisely. 3 continuous failures. That meant there was a crucial step that he had missed. He entered into deep thought. What he didn't know was that the difficulty of this matter far surpassed the limits of what he could cope with. He had swallowed down some records, but in the area of dan making, he was the newest of the new, his experience was almost zero. Going through speculations to find the basic changes in a certain part of the dan making process, many cultivators that were far more experienced may not be able to do it. But no one had told Zuo Mo this point. If Zuo Mo knew this, he most likely would have thrown the matter to the side. Why was he making great strength pill? It was for Jingshi. If it was too difficult, the risk too high, it wasn't profitable. Then he should go to find a more realistic method. He wasn't afraid of difficulty, he was afraid that his ignorance and those questions that were far out of his level would be tangled together. In Zuo Mo's eyes, that was an unprofitable business. But Zuo Mo hadn't realized that the problem he was facing was out of his range. He twisted his brain as he thought in the dan room. In the sword cave, not even the fingers on a hand could be made out. The rock underneath the feet was ice cold, the blood river not far away roiled relentlessly. Wei Sheng panted heavily and couldn't persevere any longer, falling to the ground to enter mediation. The exhaustion between his brows were unable to be disguised. He made a sorry figure, half naked, about 10 or so scars crisscrossing, alarming to the eye. On his lower half, there was only a short length of pants. He quickly entered mediation, almost immediately after sitting down. In meditation, Wei Sheng's spine was as straight as a sword, a few hints of dignity and imposingness faintly appearing through his serene appearance. Time slipped away, yet he remained motionless. A black shadow quietly neared Wei Sheng. In mediation, Wei Sheng did not detect it. Suddenly, the black shadow leapt at Wei Sheng. In mediation, Wei Sheng unexpectedly opened his eyes. With an unknown move, a green sword energy flashed in the dark and the shadow was split in half. Squeak! The scream the black shadow gave was dissonant as it turned into black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Wei Sheng stood up from the cold rock ground, his face unaffected. In his eyes were an eternal resolve. Barely visible was sword essence roiling behind. In the silence and darkness, he raised his bare foot, following the blood river, as he slowly and steadily headed deeper. In a place extremely far away from Tianyujia. Stars in daytime. Yes. This matter has alarmed many people. There are already many that are rushing to investigate in Tianyujia. Some people say that stars in daytime is a great treasure appearing. Great treasure appearing? The person who spoke had heavy disdain. People die for wealth, bird die for food. This rationale is unchanging. Then we send someone. Pay attention to this matter. The person who spoke gave an unquestionable order. Yes. In the fragrant ginger yard of Wu Kong Mountains, seeing Shifeng Rong come out of the dan room, Su Qing hurriedly followed. She could become the first seat of the outer sect disciples of Fragrant Ginger Yard. One point was she was obedient and could listen, and she was reliable at her job. The other important reason was that she could tolerate Shifeng Rong's strange temper. Shifeng Rong looked at the surroundings and furrowed her brows. Where's your Xixiang? Su Qing hurried responded, after Xixiang entered the dan room a few days ago, he hasn't come out. Dan room? What dan is he making? Shifeng Rong's brow smoothed as she asked casually. It seemed that Zuo Mo was really focused on dan making. She was very satisfied. It's probably fasting pills. Xixiang had bought some materials for fasting pills from me a few days ago. Su Qing answered. She had been at Fragrant Ginger Yard for a long time and her experience in the area of Dan was much deeper than Zuo Mo. Fasting pills. Shifeng Rong's brows furrowed again as she said discontent, why is he still making fasting pills now? How can he improve that way? Fasting pills were the most basic dan. It couldn't even be considered a lingdan. As a Zhuji cultivator, it was a very comical thing to spend effort on that. Su Qing's heart jumped and she regretted what she had just said. If Shi Xiang was punished by Shishu because of what she said, it would be bad for her. As she spoke, Shi Fengrong moved in front of the door to Zuo Mo's dan room. Without knocking, she pushed open the door. Once the door was open, a thick and choking burning smell rushed out. Shi Fengrong's expression became even uglier. Failure at making fasting pills? Was it that the 5 fasting pills last time had been brought to deceive her? Her expression became dark. Zuo Mo was like a puppet, blankly sitting on the ground. He didn't even notice Shi Fengrong and Su Qing entering. Shi Fengrong noticed that Zuo Mo's empty eyes were full of blood and the rage inside slightly decreased. She could see that Zuo Mo was deep in thought. Suppressing the fire inside, she didn't disturb Zuo Mo, walking straight to the waste pile beside the cauldron. It really was the materials for fasting pills. She was sure after one look. The rage inside instantly shot up again. She decided that later she would have Zuo Mo make one in front of her. Her gaze was just going to move away from the waste when it suddenly stopped. She bent down and started to flip through the waste, and occasionally took up a bit to examine carefully. Su Qing was so envious. She sighed. Inner sect disciples were really inner sect disciples. She had spent so many years at Fragrant Ginger Yard, but had never seen Shishu been this concerned for another disciple. Zuo Mo only managed to wake up at this time. Seeing that 2 more people were in his dan room, the fire that had formed due to his struggles shot up. It was common knowledge that the dan room wasn't a place that others were allowed to enter, especially when making dan. That could easily cause the dan to fail. But when he saw who the person was, the curses that had reached his mouth instantly shrunk back into his stomach. Danger! It's a catastrophe. He hurriedly stood up and respectfully gave a bow to Shi Fengrong, Master. You are making that lingdan from last time? Shi Fengrong's head didn't even rise as she unconcernedly crouched by the waist. Yes. Zuo Mo obediently answered, but I haven't succeeded once yet. Shi Fengrong threw away the waste in her hands and stood up, the expression on her face cold. When you don't know how to walk, you want to run? Hearing this, Zuo Mo sweated, and said, Please, Master, give me guidance. In the path of dan making, the amount of ways to change the recipes involved, there are too many that cannot be passed on through just words. You should first follow the records. Form a good foundation before considering these matters. Finishing, Shi Fengrong left with a cold face. Returning to the little west wind yard, Zuo Mo was extremely disheartened. He had thought that he had a method for earning lots of jinsher, but it was really just a mirage, unable to be touched. In the next few days, Zuo Mo was somewhat dispirited. There were no jinsher that could be earned, no contribution points that could be earned, no sword scriptures that could be practiced. With no other choice, Zuo Mo could only practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Sitting above the ling vein in the rock room, Zuo Mo woke up from meditation. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, which had always progressed rapidly, had started to slow down recently. This was the first time that Zuo Mo had encountered something like this after breaking through one breath. Was he going to break through 2 breaths? According to the records in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, after 1 breath was 2 breaths. If one could achieve 2 breaths, not only would the entire body's points be able to breathe, but at that time, his presence could be restrained. Many people that had higher cultivations wouldn't be able to detect it. This spell was much better than those concealing spells recorded in Elder Wei Nan's jade sticks. Thinking about that, Zuo Mo suddenly remembered that Elder Wei Nan had made dan and was a ling plant farmer. Would he have met similar problems? Once the idea was seated, he hurriedly took out the jade sticks and looked carefully. As expected, he quickly made a discovery. In Elder Wei Nan's dan-making experiences, Zuo Mo found a similar method. But what Elder Wei Nan used wasn't a fire method, but a rarely found water method. There were many methods to make lingdan and they all couldn't be counted. The most mainstream one right now was naturally using a cauldron, which was the fire method. The core of the fire method was using the power of the fire to stimulate the ling energy in the materials. Then the ling energy of different attributes would be merged together to form a lingdan. However, many ling herbs and grasses were of the yin attribute, like those ling grasses grown in water. If fire was used, it would ruin their effects. At this time, it required a different method such as the water method. Other than water and fire, there were still countless other methods of dan making. Water was warm and gentle, far from the fierceness and power of fire. So most water methods required a longer time to form dan. The path it walked was nurturing the dan. Only now did Zuo Mo know that the cold spring in the rock room had such a purpose. Before, he had completely dismissed the ling spring. He had wondered why Elder Wei Nan had made a spring in the rock room since after cultivators reached Zhuji, they almost didn't need to consume anything. The jade stick recorded a method that Elder Wei Nan used with Little Art of Cloud and Rain to make moisture dan. Moisture dan was a kind of dan that couldn't enter the grade. Its use was even more frivolous. It could change a person's appearance and skin, but it was only effective for cultivators with Lianqi 3rd level or below. This kind of dan that Zuo Mo felt had no use at all. After Elder Wei Nan used Little Art of Cloud and Rain to make it, it entered the rank of 1st grade. Its effectiveness had greatly improved. It could improve the features of cultivators that did not go above Zhuji. According to what the jade stick said, this became one of the important ways Elder Wei Nan made wealth. But due to the fact the time used in the water method, Elder Wei Nan only used this method for a period of time before switching to a different method. Different from Zuo Mo's accident, Elder Wei Nan's investigations were extremely thorough and were recorded very clearly. Elder Wei Nan knew that the reason that those two could combine was due mostly to water. Little Art of Cloud and Rain was the classic water element spell. It was naturally constructive when paired with the water method. There were also large amounts of records on his analysis of the reasons he failed. Zuo Mo pondered each character as he kept on reading, his thoughts becoming clearer. No wonder he could make great strength pill. Art of Crimson Flame belonged to fire, and the method the fasting pill used was the fire method. Using Art of Crimson Flame to collect the essence of the sun into the fasting pill, that became the great strength pill. There was only one crucial point. Fire. Chapter 51, Attack. Chapter 51, Attack. Fire. The essence of Art of Crimson Flame was fire, and inside the cauldron was the leaf fire seal formation. This was the reason that Zuo Mo could make great strength pill. However, what Art of Crimson Flame condensed was essence of the sun, and unfortunately the fire that the leaf fire seal formation inside the cauldron provided was too low grade. Originally in the process, the leaf fire seal formation should have been the primary flame, and the essence of the sun that Art of Crimson Fire concentrated should have been the auxiliary. Right now, the sun essence was stronger than the leaf fire seal formation, so naturally problems would occur. He recognized where the problem was. Zuo Mo instantly had several ideas on how to solve it. The most feasible method was to lessen the sun essence concentrated by Art of Crimson Flame. The least feasible was changing the cauldron to a cauldron with a much higher grade leaf fire seal formation. And the boldest method was to change the relationship between primary and auxiliary, to have Art of Crimson Flame as primary, leaf fire seal formation as auxiliary. Zuo Mo chose the first option. He felt the possibility of success with the first one the highest. After thinking it through, he started to prepare. What he needed to do first was to be able to precisely control Art of Crimson Flame. Before this, he had never thought about accurately controlling Art of Crimson Flame. For Zuo Mo, if the sun essence concentrated by Art of Crimson Flame was used on the ling plants, naturally, the more the better. In reality, it also seems so. Zuo Mo had never found a situation where Art of Crimson Flame was overused. Why would he have thought about how to precisely control Art of Crimson Flame? For him, this was a new experience. Thankfully, compared to the other spells, the 5 basic spells of a ling plant farmer were his most familiar ones. In a short period of time, he grasped the basics of condensing essence of the sun. But when Zuo Mo once again tried to buy the raw materials of fasting pills from Su Qing's eyes as they stared at him were slightly weird. Buying a large pile of fasting pill ingredients, Zuo Mo secluded himself in the damn room and started his new experiment. Failure. Still failure. Failure. Zuo Mo wasn't panicked because of his failures, instead he was very steady and calm. He could feel that he was getting closer to success. This feeling was so strong that quite a few times, he had assumed he would succeed next time. The 9th time. Even as the last step was completed, there was no burning smell. Zuo Mo's heartbeat quickened, he swallowed his saliva and nervously opened the cauldron. A fasting pill with glimmers of gold quietly laid at the bottom of the cauldron. There wasn't any cheering or jumping. Zuo Mo's face was expressionless, he stared dumbly as he muttered, "Gu can finally become rich." Finishing, his eyes turned dark and with a bang, he fell onto the floor in a dead sleep. So tiring. In Wukong Hall, Pei Yuan Ran's face was ashen as he looked at the two kneeling below. Luo Li and Hao Min were frightened. Seated above, Shi Fengron's expression was full of anger again. She had always put great importance on the medicinal fields of Cold Mist Valley, which was why she had given them over for Hao Min to care for. She hadn't thought that Hao Min would so seriously neglect her duty. The expression on Yan Lu and Xin Yan's faces weren't much better. Wu Kong Sword Sect might only be a small sect, but their rules had always been strict. It wasn't alarming that the others had left, but both had duties, yet they had sneaked out to travel for such a long time, so they were certainly going to get heavily punished. Zuo Mo woke up and found that he was still in the damn room. He hurried, climbed up and looked at the great strength pill he had made before releasing a breath. So he hadn't been dreaming. He was too lazy to go back to the rock room. He decided to sit in the damn room and meditate to recover ling energy. When his ling energy had recovered, he started to make great strength pill again. He didn't know if it was that he had failed too many times before, but the next attempts, he didn't fail once. Feeling slightly tired, Zuo Mo stood up. After searching for methods for a few days, his body and heart were really very tired and needed rest. Meditation could recover ling energy but could not substitute for rest. Pushing open the door to leave the damn room, the sunlight stabbed Zuo Mo's eyes. He raised a hand to cover them. However, the feeling of the sun landing on his body was really good. Successfully making a dan, Zuo Mo's mood was very good. Suddenly, he saw the person walking towards him and blanked. Wasn't that Hao Min Shiji? She and Luo Li Shixiang had returned? Thoughts swirled in Zuo Mo's brain and he decided to give a greeting, "Hao Min, sure." Only when he walked closer did he find it was not good. Hao Min's eyes were red, clearly having cried. Just having been scolded, Hao Min saw Zuo Mo and suddenly remembered that Cold Mist Valley had been given to this zombie face to care for. When she suddenly thought of the scolding and sternness of the sect leader and master, her anger rose. It had to be this guy who did it. Otherwise, how would master have known about Cold Mist Valley? Once the idea emerged, she felt that this zombie face was hateful and resentment rose. And outer sect disciples dared to trick this lady? Her brow raised, without a word, she raised her hand, heading for Zuo Mo's face. Zuo Mo, who had remained alert, reacted very quickly and grabbed Hao Min's wrist, asking in a deep voice, "Shiji, what are you doing?" The anger in Zuo Mo's heart rose up as well. Before, he wouldn't have any choice when he encountered something like this, but now, the two of them were on equal ground. He wouldn't act first, but he didn't have to swallow and bear it. "You dare!" Hao Min ground her teeth, extremely enraged. "Even a trash like you dare to offend me." Before her words landed, her free left hand headed for Zuo Mo's face, not giving Zuo Mo the chance to speak. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes becoming frigid. The right hand that had practiced countless finger movements was extremely fast and nimble. Before Hao Min's hand could reach Zuo Mo's face, she suddenly felt her eyes blur and a slap landed on her face. Hao Min blanked after the slap. Her face was burning in pain. She looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo. Su Qing, who had coincidentally just left the yard, saw the scene and almost screamed out in shock. Her reaction was very quick as she used her hands to cover her mouth. Zuo Mo looked coldly at Hao Min, his voice frigid. Has Shiji woken up? Giving a penetrating look at Hao Min, he released Hao Min's wrist and took a step back. For some reason, when Hao Min met Zuo Mo's gaze, it was like she was completely frozen, her body cold. She shuddered all over, her face going green and red. Terror, embarrassment, anger, it was all mixed together. She actually forgot to speak. Oh, right. Shiji just returned and might not know the latest news. Zuo Mo, who had turned around, stopped and said coldly, "This little brother was lucky and was taken into the inner sect, and I am now under master to learn dan making." He turned around his zombie face, showing off 2 rows of eerie white teeth. "Shiji, please take care of me." Su Qing stared with wide eyes as Zuo Mo left. The blow the scene gave her was too big. Before Zuo Mo, Hao Ming was the only inner sect disciples in Fragrant Ginger Yard. She had been arrogant and despotic to the extreme. Everyone had feared her. For some reason, when Su Qing saw the 5-fingered handprint on Hao Min's face, she felt unspeakably exhilarated. Glancing at Hao Min, who was still dazedly standing in her original spot, Su Qing decided to quietly leave. If Hao Min Shiji knew that she had seen this incident, then she would be in a miserable situation. Retreating, Su Qing still felt some disbelief. Offer Zuo Mo formed. Zuo Shixiang, who had been so agreeable, usually actually had a time when he was this scary. Zuo Mo walked out of Fragrant Ginger Yard, his hand imperceptibly trembling. His heart was full of terror. It wasn't terror due to Hao Min but terror of himself. Just then, in his anger, there seemed to have been a voice saying to him, "Kill her. Kill her." That impulse was so strong and clear, so strong that what he had given wasn't a slap but sword energy. At what time had he become so ruthless? This discovery made him very nervous. In the stories, all the Yaoma were terrible and evil, villains who killed like it was their life. Was the cause practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, causing his personality had been secretly influenced? Or was it Pu Yao that was behind it? He stopped, closed his eyes and took a deep breath before exhaling. All the negative emotions seemed to have been vented out in this breath. When he opened his eyes, his gaze resumed its clarity, his hands resumed steadiness. It was probably that he was too tired this little while. Zuo Mo hadn't practiced embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation for a short period of time. This had never happened before. As to Pu Yao, the guy was a perverse one, but he was definitely a cautious perverse. He would never actively stir up trouble. Zuo Mo found that Pu Yao was still extremely wary of his elders, especially Xian Yen Shu. Returning to Little West Wind Yard, Zuo Mo decided to not think at all and rest for a time. He put himself on the guard, reminding himself to be careful and attentive. For a whole day, he did nothing except sleep. He was woken up by the pink paper crane. Yi, heard that there were stars appearing during the day? Was it fun? It was still the graceful writing that Zuo Mo was familiar with. Never heard of it. Zuo Mo answered confidently. Stars appearing during the day, how was it possible? In any case, he was certain that he had never seen such an abnormal thing. Ah, but the news I heard was really like that. Yi has to be careful. Stars appearing during the day is an ill omen. It's possibly Yao Ma. Zuo Mo's heart jumped. Yao Ma. Such a familiar smell. Pu Yao had crept up beside Zuo Mo. He stared at the pink paper in Zuo Mo's hands and then smiled. So it's that little girl. Zuo Mo felt that Pu Yao's smile was very cold. You recognize her? he asked carefully. Recognize? Puyao's bloody right eye narrowed into a line as he smiled happily. Of course I recognize her. His gaze landed on the paper in Zuo Mo's hands and snickered. Yama? This little girl is interesting, I like her. Leaving behind a stream of meaningful laughter, Puyao disappeared, leaving behind Zuo Mo with a head full of confusion. Zuo Mo really didn't have good feelings towards the owner of this paper crane. Anything, once it was forced, the feeling would be very bad. Chatting was also the same. However, it really had been him that brought it upon himself. Zuo Mo could do nothing about it. His own actions, he had to take responsibility. In the following days, after Zuo Mo felt he had rested enough, he returned back to his glorious mission of earning Jingshi. In one go, he made 20 great strength pills, and gave them all to Liang Feng. Liang Feng also gave the Jinji jade stick that she had mentioned last time to him and reminded him that his conflict with Hao Men had spread through the entire sect and he should be careful. When Zuo Mo heard this, he knew it was going to be bad. But he quickly composed himself after some thought. This kind of thing, dodging it wasn't effective. But when he returned to the mouth of West Wing Valley, he saw the ruins of the Jinji and the arrogantly standing Luo Li Shixiang. Zuo Mo stopped in his steps. Chapter 52 All in. The fight will come, but Zuo Mo needs to prepare. Edit, thanks Kakshura Zero for correcting the typos. Chapter 52 All in. I hadn't thought that even you could become an inner sect disciple. Luo Li's face was expressionless, his voice cold. Zuo Mo looked inside the valley and he was slightly relieved. Luo Li had only tore down the Jinji at the mouth but didn't go in. He clearly came prepared. Luo Li might be doted upon by all the elders but he didn't dare to act too brashly. If the ling grasses and herbs inside the valley were damaged, the elders in the sect wouldn't let him off. Machinations in the shadows, Zuo Mo was clear the other didn't dare use them on him. The kind of identity that a ling plant farmer had, it meant that he would receive the sect's protection. What the other could use was an open and public attack. Looking at the mess and the completely ruined Jinji, even though Zuo Mo knew the other was just venting, but his anger still rose. The other had definitely come because of Hao Men Shiji. Zuo Mo wasn't scared. He had reason on his side. Even if it got brought up to the sect leader, no one would say that he was wrong. Zuo Mo controlled the anger, his voice mocking. Shixiang's sword is so sharp. A pity to waste these flowers and grasses. Luo Li looked coldly at Zuo Mo, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Whether my sword is sharp or not, you will know. You dare to touch my woman. Oh. Zuo Mo brushed it off. He looked at his right hand and said unconcernedly, so what if I touched her? If there hadn't been the previous incident with Hao Men, these two were people that he would have tried to curry favor with. But since it had proceeded to this step, both sides like water and fire, there was no possibility of peace. Zuo Mo's stubbornness came out. Rather than be bullied, he would rather rebel. Even if it might end terribly for him, he wouldn't let the other off easily. If he didn't have some viciousness, with his origins as an outer sect disciple, he would be greatly bullied in the future. Luo Li's pupils shrunk, the indifferent expression on his face finally changing. 3 months, the assessment of the sect, I'll wait for you. You said wait, so you'll wait? Zuo Mo smiled coldly, and gasped, Shixiang's face is so big. Luo Li's expression twisted. His eyes sprouted fire as he looked at Zuo Mo. He barely managed to control himself and snorted angrily, let's see if your mouth is still that hard then. Finishing, he flew off. Who does he think he is? Zuo Mo snorted coldly. He turned to walk inside the valley. Everything in the valley was undisturbed. Luo Li basically didn't come in. Luo Li might be arrogant but he wasn't dumb. He controlled his behavior. Ruining the Jinji of West Wind Valley but not touching the ling grasses in the valley, the elders of the sect would let it go. They forbid fighting in the sect. Every sect would have this kind of rules. But fighting inside the sect would always happen. There were many reasons, but one of the most important ones was undoubtedly the implicit permission of the elders in the sect. What a sect was afraid of was not having a competitive environment. The occasional skirmish was more beneficial than harmful in the eyes of elders. In most cases, they held a permissive attitude. But Zuo Mo felt that these things didn't have too much to do with him. He didn't believe that Luo Li would dare come into West Wind Valley. His West Wind Valley was one of the important areas of the sect, possibly even more important than Cold Mist Valley. Just like normal, he continued to make Dan, right up until Li Yingfeng Shiji came. What? Zuo Mo cried out, what kind of rule is that? Li Yingfeng explained, it's really like this. Supposedly, because the sect forbid the disciples from fighting, so they made the sect assessment the place for resolving conflicts. He can challenge you at that time and you must take it up. If you don't, you have to give the other 50 contribution points. But I am a ling plant farmer. A ling plant farmer, do you want me to grab a flying sword and start fighting with him? Zuo Mo was indignant. You can ask someone. Li Yingfeng was also helpless, that doesn't break the rules. Production cultivators like you can use the dan you make or what you've planted to hire others. But you can only ask the other Shixiang in the sect, not anyone from other sections. The other Shixiang in the sect? Wei Sheng Shixiang hasn't come out, who else can I invite? Zuo Mo felt that he was going crazy. The only person in the sect that could win over Luo Li was Wei Sheng Shixiang. But Wei Sheng Shixiang was in the Sword Cave and won't be coming out soon. The rules are like this. Li Yingfeng suggested, you could go buy some powerful talismans. Zuo Mo felt that he was going to faint. Buy talismans? He was so poor he only had the dregs. Buying talismans. Only now did Zuo Mo understand what Luo Li had meant in his last word that day. His mood instantly became terrible. Damn it! It was going to be big trouble. Facing Luo Li outside the valley, he wasn't afraid because he had been confident that Luo Li didn't dare to do anything to him. When he knew that the inner sect had this rule, he instantly blanked. Things like sword energy, it was fine to use to frighten people. Facing Luo Li who practiced empty sword, someone who didn't even have a sword scripture, wouldn't even know how he died. The elders in the sect, of course, wouldn't let Luo Li really injure him, but humiliation wouldn't be avoided. 50 contribution points, that was a very large amount of wealth. If he sold himself, he wouldn't get 50 contribution points. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo became even more depressed. Li Yingfeng looked in sympathy at Zuo Mo. She wanted to help but had no way. She could only take the great strength pills that Zuo Mo had prepared and left. The news that Luo Li had sent out a challenge to Zuo Mo was instantly spread to everyone in the sect. These days when Hao Min saw Zuo Mo, she instantly became high and mighty. Zuo Mo wanted to slap her again. The gazes of everyone else when they saw Zuo Mo was extremely strange. Of course, there wasn't a lack of others who were laughing at Zuo Mo. No one thought that Zuo Mo was going to have a good outcome. I heard that your Luo Li Shixiang sent a challenge to you? Shi Fengrong calmly asked Zuo Mo. Even Master knew. Zuo Mo could only reply, yes. The matter between you and your Haomin Shiji, I won't interfere. Shi Fengrong said coldly, but the assessment in the sect, I don't care what method you use, but you will not lose. If you lose, The implication in the last sound made Zuo Mo's already withered heart dry up like a flower petal and scatter to the ground. This disciple is only a ling plant farmer, Zuo Mo couldn't help reminding Master. So what if you are a ling plant farmer? Shi Fengrong's voice went up, her eyes resolute, my disciple cannot lose. But I don't care what method you use. Shi Fengrong impatiently interrupted Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's heart turned and he said, Master is so confident in this disciple naturally doesn't want to fail. This disciple has nothing to request except to pick a sword scripture from the records room. Since Master wanted him not to lose, then it would be dumb if he didn't ask for a bit of help. He thought of the water sword scripture in the records room. It's too late for you to start practicing the sword now. Shi Fengrong furrowed her brow. This disciple only has this one request. Zuo Mo saw that it might be possible and his heart lightened as he hurried responded. If that's the case, I can agree. She looked at Zuo Mo and her voice was stern as she said, but if you lose, I won't let you off lightly. Yes. Zuo Mo resolutely promised. Take this tile. You can pick a sword scripture from the records room. Shi Fengrong's expression was icy as she stated. 3 months. Right now, Zuo Mo was only grateful the sect assessment was 3 months in the future. He still had a hint of life. With the quickest possible speed, he picked Li Water Sword Scripture and ran for the Little West Windyard. He was clear what Luo Li was planning on. The whole sect, everyone felt that he didn't have a chance of winning, but Zuo Mo didn't want to admit defeat like this. Whenever he thought of Luo Li and Hao Min's faces, the anger in his chest rose. And this would directly decide his future status in the sect. To say of nothing else, Master's warning was in his ears. Wasn't it just a sword scripture? What was simpler than sword scripture? After getting sliced a few thousand times, would he get it? Zuo Mo thought hatefully. There was no possibility of winning if he relied on normal methods. His gamble was all on Pu Yao. But gambling on Pu Yao meant countless jingshi. You want help? Alright, as long as you can pay the jingshi. Anything can be discussed. Pu Yao said interestedly, if the price you pay is high enough, I can go sort Luo Li out immediately. Guarantee no one would find out. As expected. As Zuo Mo expected, Pu Yao started his extortion. What? It's higher than the previous price? Of course, this is called reacting to the market. The smile on Pu Yao's face was enchanting. You have to consider it well. The price tomorrow would be even higher. Zuo Mo went to find Ling Feng. Shiji, how much jingshi can you lend me? Zuo Mo's eyes were red, his throat rough. Ling Feng didn't hesitate. I can lend it all, 3 third grade. Many thanks, Shiji. Zuo Mo didn't waste words. There was only gratefulness in his heart. It was only at the crucial time that it could be seen if a person was worthy. Old Black and Guo Lu also unhesitatingly gave all the jingshi they had to Zuo Mo. Even Su Qing secretly gave Zuo Mo 50 pieces of second-grade jingshi. The whole sect knew that Zuo Mo was borrowing jingshi. Many people were looking at it as a joke. Did he ask you yet? Ha, I don't dare to lend to him. Exactly. Just became an inner sect disciple and dared to offend Hao Min Shiji, he really thinks he's someone. Oh, I remember that Xiao Mo was a pretty steady person, why would he do something so dumb? When a little person enjoys success, they become arrogant. Zuo Mo sold all of the mature ling herbs and grasses in his ling fields and received 1 piece of third-grade jingshi. Roughly calculating, Zuo Mo had about 6 pieces of third-grade jingshi on his hands. This was a huge sum, a sum that Zuo Mo had never even thought about. Not long ago, his yearly income was 20 or so second-grade jingshi. The 6 pieces of third-grade jingshi gave off an enticing shine and a strong ling energy vibration. This is everything I gathered, give it all to you. Zuo Mo threw the 6 pieces of third-grade jingshi to Pu Yao. Pu Yao grinned as he took the jingshi. He played with one with his right hand, gently throwing it up and then gently catching it. His expression was intoxicated as he said, such a moving sound, jingshi is really the most reliable thing in this world. Teach me this. Zuo Mo took out the jade stick for Li Water Sword Scripture, his voice resolute. His expression was slightly tired, the zombie face slightly gray, but the pair of eyes were like 2 balls of jumping flames, hot and vicious. Chapter 53 Great Strength Pill. Sorry guys, you're stuck with me and my typos until Warlord 212 gets some free time. Thanks in advance if you could catch and report them to me. The most important thing to take away from this chapter is Golden Crow Fire. Of course, Zuo Mo is also important, but Golden Crow Fire. Chapter 53 Great Strength Pill. Dong Fu. Master Yen, if there is snow foxtail grass next time, don't forget to notify me. An old person dressed grandly kept on adding. Yen Li's round face was full of smiles. Of course. Master Wang, don't worry. I'll certainly leave it for you. That's good. Master Wang nodded in satisfaction and then said enviously, your sect really has many great talents. You even have a ling plant farmer now. In the future, you'll have more support. Yen Lu was smug inside but didn't show it. He repeatedly shook his hands. Master Wang exaggerates, our sect still needs your guidance. The two exchanged a few more courtesies before Yen Lu saw Master Wang out the door. Ling plant farmers are really ling plant farmers. Returning to the store, Yen Lu sighed in satisfaction. He was extremely grateful that he had coincidentally encountered Zuo Mo that day. Otherwise, he might have been snatched away by another sect. If this kept on going, then the sect will have an additional source of wealth. More importantly, the sect's influence in Dongfu will increase dramatically. In the future, Wu Kong Sword Sect would have an astonishing genius like Wei Shang, a ling plant farmer like Zuo Mo, and someone skilled at business like Li Yingfeng. The sect would pass on very well into their hands. Li Yingfeng took in everything. Taking advantage of Master's good mood, she opened her mouth to help Zuo Mo. Yes, Master, look, our business is much better than before. Zuo Mo Shixiang was a large part. Yen Lu was clever and understood what his disciple was saying. He chuckled, you don't have to say things for your Zuo Shixiang. I know you two have a good relationship. He said unconcernedly, young people, dampening the spirit, it isn't a bad thing. Your Zuo Shixiang looks easy to speak to, but in his bones, he is a very stubborn person. And he had to end up with an extremely competitive master. Ha, it's so funny. Yen Lu thought of something and roared with laughter. Li Yingfeng said furiously, but Shixiang is a ling plant farmer. The sect assessment only tests the sword, why not, little art of cloud and rain? Isn't this to bully people? Ha, disciple, don't be angry. Our sect is a sword sect. If we don't test the sword, what do we test? Don't worry, we're going to be there. Naturally, we wouldn't let him be humiliated too much. But if he isn't as good as others, it's hard to avoid suffering a bit. Yen Li's expression became stern. Us sword cultivators, what we pursue is our hearts like a sword. What is a sword? That is win or lose, that's life or death, that's death if one does not advance. You have to remember, what sword cultivator's walk is going against the heavens. He is a ling plant farmer, but since he is in a sword sect, he needs to understand this. Li Yingfeng was entranced by the words and became speechless, standing still at her spot. Seeing this, Yen Lu smiled and didn't disturb her, heading inside the hall. Suddenly, someone pushed open the door to enter. The great strength pill I wanted, is there any? The person asked straight away. Li Yingfeng instantly shook and her thoughts returned. She hurriedly responded, yes. The other gave a joyful expression, asking, how many? 20. Great. I'll take all of them. The other instantly said. Li Yingfeng reacted very quickly. She cleverly shook her head, I can only sell 15 to you. The other asked dissatisfied, why can't you sell all of it to me? Li Yingfeng's expression was calm as she lied, someone reserved 5. All right. The other was helpless. He had only ordered 10 in the beginning, then sell 15 to me. He crisply paid the jingxi, took the great strength pill and rushed away. Li Yingfeng looked at the remaining 5 great strength pills, her mind turning furiously. This person had put so much importance on this great strength pill, this great strength pill definitely had something that wasn't normal. If she could find what was unique, then the way to sell this great strength pill would open. Otherwise, she could only sell to this one person. She decided to send the great strength pill to the medical institute to have an expert examination. Even though it needed a significant payment, she could finally figure out the use of this great strength pill that Shitty had made. Wu Ming held the great strength pill he had just brought, his heart joyful. He didn't know who made the name, but it really wasn't pleasing. Such a good Dan, but such a country bumpkin name. It really ruined the Dan. He was smug inside. It was lucky that he was sensitive to fire-oriented ling energy. Otherwise last time, he would have brushed right past this Dan. Last time, he had accidentally found that this Dan that was being sold had a faint flavor of fire. He had been born sensitive to the fire element. The fire element in this Dan might be faint, but it was extremely pure, so he had unhesitatingly brought it. After using it, to his joy and surprise, he found that fire energy in the Dan was actually sun essence. Fire, one of the 5 elements. In Sky Moon Jia, those that cultivated fire far surpassed the number of those that cultivated the 4 other elements added together. No matter if it was forging, or Dan making, or food refining, it couldn't leave fire. The most common scene was Li fire. It was also the most normal kind of fire. And what was chased after were all kinds of strange fire sources. Producing using high-grade fire sources meant that the process was half done and what was created was even more pure. Originating from the sun, Golden Crow fire, it was a fire source of 4th grade. Of course, Golden Crow fire came from the sun, but how to assimilate it, how to nurture it, only a rare few of the biggest sects knew of the method. And it was always passed on secretly. Even more, the 4th grade Golden Crow fire was fiery and hard to control. It was easy to harm the body. So the people that could use Golden Crow fire were very rare. So that was why Wu Ming was so happy when he found that strand of essence of the sun in this great strength pill. What made him even more exhilarated was that this essence of the sun was extremely yang, but warm and harmless. Nurturing it inside the body, he actually didn't feel any ill effects. Like a treasure, he grew this strand of sun essence in his body. Even though it was an extremely thin strand and very far from becoming Golden Crow fire, but if he could buy more great strength pills, and as the sun essence accumulated, there would be hope of the Golden Crow fire. Even if it would not form Golden Crow fire, this extremely pure and yang sun essence could increase the grade of other fire sources if it was merged. Golden Crow fire wasn't something that could be bought with Jingshi. His mood was very good after buying 15 great strength pills. After absorbing all 15, the sun essence in his body would dramatically increase. It was still very far from forming Golden Crow energy, but it was a start. Right now, he was hoping that no one else had found the benefit of this great strength pill. However, he knew his thoughts were slightly unrealistic. Other people weren't dumb. Great strength pill should be a new kind of Dan that just came out. As a result, he got a bargain. But he guessed that other people would quickly ascertain its effects. If he wanted to buy it in the future, it wouldn't be at this price. That strand of sun essence, it was worth far more than its present price. But he was already walking in front of everyone else. Adding on that his financial situation was well off, he wasn't afraid. Zuo Mo felt his sea of consciousness was slightly unfamiliar. He hadn't come for a certain period of time and the changes inside were pretty big. The area of the consciousness of much larger than before. The alluring deep red fire was like a furiously growing weed, now a section taller. The star in the void seemed even further away, but it was even more brighter. The temperature of the ice river was even lower, the icicles inside were even finer, the movement of the tides more powerful than before. Well, at least you weren't dumb to the end and picked a sword scripture suited to you, Pu Yao said lazily. Zuo Mo listened extremely attentively. Honestly speaking, your talents at cultivating the sword really aren't anything. If it was your Shi Xiang, if he had been sliced 10 times by sword essence, he probably would have comprehended it. 20 times, he could reach where you are now. You were sliced thousands of times to reach this progress, hee. Pu Yao wasn't courteous. Zuo Mo wasn't moved. However, your talents with the 5 elements are not bad. Pu Yao's voice suddenly became distant and deep. In this word, there is only appropriate or not, never the strongest. This, Li Water Sword scripture, can't be considered anything good, but it is appropriate for you. Pu Yao gave a rare compliment. Zuo Mo opened his ears, fearful of losing a word. Every word that Pu Yao said was automatically converted by him into Jingshi. Li, in the 8 trigrams, it belongs to fire, creating the saying Li fire. Anything in the world is sorted into yin and yang. Yang is fire, yin is water. Li water, the person who made this sword scripture, is an interesting one. It was probably because he had received enough Jingshi that Pu Yao showed patience he never had before. This sword scripture, it still goes along the road of water. However, manipulate water as fire. Pu Yao evaluated, the idea isn't bad, but it's pretty unprofessional. No wonder it's only 3rd grade. Then Pu Yao raised his head and glanced at Zuo Mo, adding, but for you to learn, it's more than enough. Very quickly, Zuo Mo felt that the 6 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi were worth it. This profound and cryptic sword scripture, under Pu Yao's explanations, became clear and easy to understand. 2 hours later, Pu Yao started his conclusions. Alright, this is about it. All that's needed to be said has been said. If you still can't learn it, then it's you who's too dumb. This is the end? Zuo Mo, who was entranced, asked unconsciously. Finished? Didn't you say that it had many flaws? Zuo Mo persistently asked. Pu Yao gave his enchanting smile. The service of changing the sword scripture, you need to pay otherwise. Looking on the fact that we are familiar, I'll give you a discount. Only 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. I'll change it to 4th grade. 5th grade, 1,000 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo unhesitatingly turned and left the sea of consciousness. Behind him, Pu Yao laughed cheerfully. Leaving the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo found an empty space in the mountain valley. He took care to pick a place far from the ling fields. Pu Yao had clearly stated the rationale. In conclusion, it was one sentence: manipulate water like fire. Basically, it was using the methods for manipulating fire to control water. Zuo Mo increasingly found that this sword scripture was suited for him. His only flying sword was the 3rd grade ice crystal sword. Ice, the basic attribute, was water. The sword essence he comprehended, it was the title sword essence of Xin Yen Shu that was also related to water. And the core of this, Li Water Sword scripture, was also water. Was it even the heavens found Luo an eyesore? Zuo Mo snickered darkly. He quickly took himself out of his thoughts. No matter how much of the rationale he understood, sword scriptures had to be practiced. How to manipulate water like fire, he didn't know. 3 months? He only had a time of 3 months. The vision of Hao Min's arrogant attitude and Luo Li's disdainful gaze floated up in his head. Zuo Mo unconsciousness tightened his fist. If he couldn't overcome this step, how could he pursue the answers? Chapter 54 Fire. The sect makes decisions and Zuo Mo trains. I got really sick of typing manipulate water like fire. Chapter 54 Fire. 1 grade Lingdan contains a small amount of essence of the sun, affects warm, suited for long-term consumption, a certain possibility of forming golden crow fire. Those who consume it can become excited in the short term and can be used for emergencies. When Liang Feng received this appraisal, she was shocked. There wasn't much about the other effects, but she was shocked still by a certain possibility of forming golden crow fire. After the appraisal, there was also an order form. The Medicine Institute was hoping to buy 100 pills, price able to be discussed. The Medicine Institute also suggested changing the same to Golden Crow Pill. Clearly, everyone hated the bumpkin name that was Great Strength Pill. Immediately, Liang Feng gave the appraisal to her master. Seeing the 3 words Golden Crow Fire, Yan Lu was shocked still. He took the appraisal, throwing down a, "I'm going out," before flying into the sky, heading straight for Wukong Mountain. In Wukong Hall, all 4 elders of the Wu Kong Sword Sect were present. Pei Yanran looked at the appraisal on his hand and had a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "Golden Crow Fire, this is a 4th grade fire seed." Xanyan nodded, "Exactly, my green mulberry fire, Shimmy's violet flora fire, they are all 4th grade. I had heard of this Golden Crow Fire before. It comes from the sun, extremely yang, extremely strong. It cannot be merged. In the 4th grade, it is a rare fine fire source." Pei Yuanran smiled at Shi Fengrong. "Shimmy is really great. Zuo Mo had just studied with you and could make such a good thing as this." Shi Fengrong had a cold face. "This has nothing to do with me." Pei Yuanran smiled, not minding. He lowered his head to think. The other people were also silent. Golden Crow Fire, 4th grade fire source. This caused this little Dan's price to fly into the sky. Shi Xiong. Yanlu couldn't resist stating, if it can form Golden Crow Fire, then its use for the sect would be gigantic. Doesn't Sui still lack a good fire seed? And Zuo Mo himself, if he's learning Dan making, how can he not have a fire seed? What he was implying was that he wasn't very willing to sell it. Pei Yuanran raised his head, responding, "I understand what you mean. That child, Sui, I like him as well. And the forging branch of this sect would likely be passed on through him. He really does need Golden Crow Fire. But we still have to sell some. Right now, the outside probably has heard the news about this Dan. If we don't sell any, it would enrage the public. That would only harm the sect without any benefit." Then Xixiang means, Yanlu was hesitant. "Just sell a small portion, we'll use the majority ourselves." Pei Yuanran gave a slight smile, "We'll give the market price to Zuo Mo, not 1 piece less." Market price? Yes. Paper cannot hide fire. There are only just that many people in our Wu Kong Sword Sect that can make Dan. There's no need to cause Zuo Mo to hate us in secret because of a few pieces of Jingshi. Zuo Mo's past is unclear. There may be trouble in the future. Shi Fengrong, who had kept her cold face, suddenly opened. Wukong Hall became silent. Zuo Mo's identity and origins was a question that everyone had been having a headache about. Before, Zuo Mo had only been an outer sect disciple. His origin hadn't been a big problem. But right now, he wasn't just an inner sect disciple. Based on the direction, he would certainly become one of the core members of the next generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect. His identity and origins became a problem that Pei Yuanran and the others had to face. His origins might not be a problem, Yanlu said unconfidently. Pei Yuanran waved his hand, "Since we don't know anything, then don't think too much about it. Regardless, just the fact that he is a ling plant farmer, that's enough that we cannot give him up. Even more, there's now this ling Dan that could make Golden Crow Fire." Hearing this, everyone didn't speak anymore. They all knew that sect leader Xixiang was right. If they suddenly expelled Zuo Mo right now out of the sect, it would be what countless people wanted. Xianyan suddenly asked, "Can Shimmy make this kind of Dan?" "I don't know, Art of Crimson Flame." Shi Fengrong said coolly, "This Dan needs to use Art of Crimson Flame. Manipulate water like fire." It was easy to say, but for a ling plant farmer, it was very difficult, especially when it was in a sword scripture. There were, in total, 7 moves in Li Water Sword scripture. Manipulate water like fire was the core, but it was too far right now for Zuo Mo. What he needed to do was familiarize himself with the sword moves. Each move would always have a few dozens of transformations. And each transformation needed to be controlled by ling energy. Even more, the entire process had to be completed in a thought. Based on the complexity of ling energy manipulation, these sword moves weren't as complex as Little Art of Cloud and Rain, but they needed to be finished in a very short amount of time, so the difficulty actually increased. When making the move, the attention needed to be focused. That was even truer during battle. The other usually wouldn't give you the chance to think. You needed to instinctively finish the complete move. This was also why sword cultivators liked pure things. The purer something was, the less the disturbance it had. Zuo Mo finally could use that ice crystal sword. It was certainly a painful thing to look at a good item yet be unable to use it. The ice crystal sword turned into a flashing white light as it flew around Zuo Mo, coldness seeping out. It was silent, yet it gave the feeling of being able to explode. Li Water Sword Scripture wasn't a sword scripture that used sword moves to win. It only had 7 sword moves and they were relatively simple. As he practiced, Zuo Mo increasingly felt that the person who created this sword scripture probably was a ling plant farmer. Many of the ways that the ling energy moved in the scripture was similar to the 5-element spells of a ling plant farmer. Receiving the benefit of that, Zuo Mo quickly familiarized himself with the sword moves. But familiarity was familiarity, so when he moved, there was still a feeling of rawness. Even Zuo Mo could see that his sword moves only had the appearance but not the substance of the move. But he had no solution for that. He might have comprehended a bit of sword essence, but he didn't know at all how to merge sword essence with sword moves. Right now, he was just swallowing it all and hoping to digest some. The manipulation of water like fire that Pu Yao had said, Zuo Mo couldn't make heads or tails of it. According to Pu Yao, the power of this Li Water Sword Scripture wasn't strong originally. If he couldn't manipulate water like fire, this sword scripture didn't have any value. Manipulate water like fire. Damn it, how could he manipulate water like fire? His fundamentals were really too weak despite that he had touched the door to sword essence. Wei Shang was obsessed with the sword. The number of sword scriptures and research that he had encountered couldn't be counted. Even though it wasn't anything high quality, but he had already killed, and with his wealthy battle experience, his fundamentals were extremely deep and no average sect disciple could compare. And inner sect disciples like Luoli, they were taught from little by their master, they could read everything in the records. In comparison, their fundamentals were much thicker than Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo, he barely managed to get a master, but she only taught him dan making. When he had been Lianqi, he had only roughly studied those basic sword scriptures that Wei Shang had given him. He truly had a weak base. Pu Yao had lectured for 2 hours, but it was all theoretical guidance, none of it practical. But the time Zuo Mo had was only 3 months, how could he not be panicked? Inside, he cursed the adulterous couple of Luoli and Hao Min countless times. Zuo Mo tried to remain calm. He had practiced Little Art of Cloud and Rain to the 4th level, but had never found anything that connected it to fire. Don't panic, don't panic. Closing his eyes, Zuo Mo recited to himself over and over. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had recovered its clarity, but deeply hidden was a touch of stubbornness. Pu Yao said, "Wasn't it just sword essence? Sliced a few thousand times, naturally you will learn." Zuo Mo said to himself, "Wasn't it just a sword scripture? Gu will slice it 10,000 times, if it fails, then a few dozen more, don't believe it will work. If it doesn't, then slice 1,000,000 times. Slice until it works." Having decided, Zuo Mo wasn't panicked anymore and raised up his sword. I slice. Little West Windyard, the sword energy flew, coldness spread. A storefront on the west street of Dongfu, many people had already gathered. These people gathered together and chattered and argued. Why hasn't it opened yet? I've already waited an entire night. Someone grouched. What's a night? I've been guarding for 2 days and nights. A person on the side followed up. Is this store going to open? Are they playing with us? What can we do? It's their Dan, if they want to sell, they sell, if they don't, you don't have a choice. That's true. Do you really think that Golden Crow pill can really form Golden Crow fire? Someone couldn't resist asking, 4th grade Golden Crow fire, does anyone in Dongfu have it? Haven't heard that anyone had it. But it was an appraisal from the Medicine Institute, so it shouldn't be far off. Nothing else, essence of the sun, it would be beneficial if it's added to a fire source. The person who spoke was brawny and tall with a square face and large ears. He sighed, the kind of thing that is fire seed, especially good fire source, is it something people like us can buy? Bro, what do you do? Me? The square-faced man said, I make food. At this time, an old man suddenly greeted him, Hey, Master Xiao, you came too. The crowd suddenly stirred. The person who had been speaking with the square-faced man instantly had a very interesting expression. No one would have thought that this large and brawny man was actually the best Ling food chef in Dongfu. The food pavilion of Master Xiao, it was the most famous Ling food restaurant in Dongfu. He was especially skilled at making marvelous combinations of all kinds of Ling food. The Ling food he made, it didn't only increased cultivation but the flavor was incomparable. Just Ling grains, he could make over 36 dishes. The square-faced man raised his hands, Shopkeeper Wang, are you also here for the Golden Crow pill? The crowd stirred again. Some people had already guessed the old man's origins. Master Xiao's food pavilion, Wang So Wine. The food pavilion sold all kinds of Ling food, and old man Wang was skilled at fermenting all kinds of Ling wine. Exactly. The person was a thin old man, his spine slightly bent but his beady eyes were extremely bright. His expression was slightly helpless, I'm here for my precious granddaughter. Master Xiao chucked, what's the little girl learning? Forging. Old man Wang was clearly unsatisfied with his granddaughter choosing to learn forging. He couldn't help complaining, my son learned Dan making, my granddaughter learns forging. My handicraft, it seems I'm taking it into the ground. Don't panic, don't panic. If you ask for disciples, there would be countless people trying to get in. Master Xiao hurriedly comforted. Oh. Evidently having thought of something, old man Wang sighed. He looked at the surroundings. Seeing that more and more people were coming, his brow furrowed, this Wu Kong Sword Sect looks like it's going to rise. And Master Xiao agreed, but they do have the ability. Yes. At this time, the tightly closed store door suddenly opened. Chapter 55, Going to Get Rich? Chapter 55, Going to Get Rich? Ling Feng was slightly drowsy as she opened the store door. After Master had rushed back to Wukong Mountain a few days ago, he still hadn't returned. These 2 days, because Master wasn't here, she had kept the store closed. In any case, the recent inventory had pretty much all been sold. The next batch of Ling Dan from 4th Shirgu still hadn't left the cauldron and there wasn't much else to sell in the store. Wu Kong Sword Sect was only a small sect and didn't have much produce. In Dongfu, they only had this small store. Most of what they sold were the Ling Dan that 4th Shirgu made and the talismans that 2nd Shirshu forged. If nothing was happening, she would sleep. After entering Juji, there wasn't much need for sleep. However, for women sleep wasn't just a requirement, it was a form of relaxation. On this point, Ling Feng wasn't an exception. She frequently slept until her eyes rolled and became muddle-headed. It was completely different from her usual cleverness and generosity. Ha! Muddle-headed, Ling Feng seemed to see that there were many people outside the door. She suddenly became alert, her drowsiness completely vanished. Looking at the dense field of people, her entire body became numb. So many people, what had happened? It's open. Finally open. Hey, boss, I wanna buy. Pushing open the store door was like the spark that lit the fire. The originally quiet situation suddenly became noisy and messy. Looking at the sea of heads outside, Ling Feng was like a statue, pinned to the door entrance. In the West Wind Valley, Zuo Mo felt that his entire body was numb, not one place wasn't sore. Barely controlling the ling energy in his body, the ice crystal sword was wobbling in mid-air. His eyes glared furiously as he tried to control the last remaining bit of ling energy in his body. Go! The voice was rough and dissonant. The wobbling ice crystal sword turned to a flash of white light, leaving behind a faint cold mist in the air. Pa! The white light hit the wooden target 10 feet away. There was a figure drawn on the target. It was the person who Zuo Mo cursed countless times every day, Luo Li. The wooden target instantly shattered. Each fragment was coated with a thin layer of ice. Fighting with GE. Kill you. Opening his eyes, Zuo Mo couldn't resist groaning. So painful. As he was struggling up, when he saw where he was, he finally remembered that he had fainted when practicing Li Water Sword scripture, as his ling energy ran out. First seeing that he was covered in mud. Then thinking about how in his dream, he had demolished the wooden target that had Luo Li drawn on it, he couldn't help laughing. That was really absurd. 1006. That was the number of attacks he remembered before fainting. The ling energy in his body was at a dangerously low level. Before fainting, he had used up the ling energy too much. He decided to go to the rock room to recover his ling energy. The soreness over his body meant that each step was extremely painful. Like a turtle, he moved slowly towards the opening, his mouth giving groans along the way. Shitty, shitty. Zuo Mo suddenly heard someone yelling from outside the valley. It was somewhat familiar. He stopped walking. He was secretly grateful that he hadn't entered the stone room. He saw Sui Shixiang fly in. When he saw Zuo Mo's sorry state, he first blanked and then smiled. How did Shitty get like this? Zuo Mo grimaced. I wasn't careful when practicing the sword and tripped. Shitty really is hard-working. Sui praised, and then sighed. The matter between Shitty and Luo Li Shixiang, I can't really do anything. I heard that Shitty was lacking in Jingshi. I still have some and can relieve Shitty's need. Finishing, he took out 2 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo blanked. He had a good impression of Sui but didn't have a deep relationship. He had never thought that Sui Shixiang would stand on his side on this matter. The other coming of his own initiative to shove Jingshi at him, it was too strange. And Zuo Mo was even more surprised by Sui Shixiang's next move. He saw Sui Shixiang take out a silver bracelet and hand it to Zuo Mo. This is the Star Silver Vambrace. It is a defensive talisman I forged. 2nd grade, able to block 3 attacks from a ling my cultivator. Finishing his explanation, he shoved it into Zuo Mo's chest. Zuo Mo was confused, and he completely did not understand the situation. Right, does Shitty still have any more of the Great Strength Pill? Sui asked warmly. Great Strength Pill? He didn't know how Sui Shixiang knew about the Great Strength Pill. Looking at the 2 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi and the shining vambrace on his hands, Zuo Mo was almost knocked unconscious by the meat pie from the sky. He replied instinctively, nothing left. Then I want to order 100 from Shitty, each 150 pieces of 2nd grade Jingshi, how about it? Sui stared at Zuo Mo as he asked. 50 2nd grade Jingshi each one, 100. Was he dreaming? He still hasn't woken up? He looked dumbly at a place not far away. There wasn't the wooden target that Luo Li was drawn on. Wasn't dreaming. 100 pills. Each 150 pieces of 2nd grade Jingshi, he muttered to himself. Right, what does Shitty think? Sui was slightly nervous. Had the world gone crazy? Zuo Mo looked at Sui Shixiang staring at him and thought dumbly. Does Shitty have some problems? Sui saw that Zuo Mo hadn't reacted for a long time and couldn't resist asking. No problem, Zuo Mo's voice was slightly weak. For some reason, he didn't feel any joy. It might be that it felt too unrealistic. Amazing. I just knew that shitty would definitely help, Sui grinned. He took out 5 pieces of third-grade jingsher and shoved it onto Zuo Mo's hand. These 5 pieces of third-grade jingsher can be the down payment. Shitty's body is the first priority, don't tire yourself. Shitty doesn't have to send all 100 pills at the same time. Oh, after the sect assessment, don't rush. Zuo Mo dumbly agreed. Seeing Sui Shixiang contentedly leave, he still held a dumb expression. He hadn't managed to absorb what just happened. Who could tell him what was going on? Maybe it was really a dream, Zuo Mo thought inside. Maybe in the next instant, he would wake up. And the things on his hands would disappear in a blink. Is Shiji here? Yan Lishirshu's voice sounded from outside the valley. Before Zuo Mo could reply, Yan Lishirbo flew in. When Yan Li saw Zuo Mo's state, he first stilled and then smiled. Oh, Shitzi really is hardworking. It really seemed that there was great hope for this year's sect assessment. Shirbo. Zuo Mo didn't dare offend him. Even if his entire body was sore, he still bowed. Yan Lishirbo saw the things in Zuo Mo's arms and then thought of Sui who he encountered outside the valley. He couldn't help but curse inside. Sui might be collected and calm usually, but his feet were really quick. Just now, I encountered your Sui Shixiang. He should have already ordered great strength pill from you. Yan Li said smilingly. Huh, how does Shirbo know? In the elders, Zuo Mo felt the most harmonious was Yan Li Shirbo. Haha, how many did he order? Yan Lo asked in response. 100 pills. As expected, the same as second Shixiang, a single move was this vicious. Yan Li swore inside, but the smile on his face became even more harmonious. Shirbo has come this time for great strength pill as well. Zuo Mo, whose thoughts had just returned, suddenly stilled. Does Shiji's great strength pill contain sun essence? Yan Li stared at Zuo Mo as he asked. Yes. Zuo Mo woodenly nodded. Yan Li clapped his hands and praised, as expected. Zuo Mo was frightened. With a head full of confusion, Zuo Mo finally couldn't bear it and asked, even now, this disciple doesn't understand. Shirbo, what is going on? Shiji, don't rush, I will tell you all. Only now did Yan Li tell the result of the appraisal of great strength pill to Zuo Mo. Fire source? Zuo Mo had seen it before on the records. No matter if it was forging or dan making, as long as it was using the fire method, a fire source was something necessary. The more rare and precious high quality the fire source was, the greater its aid in the process. Especially for those experts in dan and forging, fire source was especially important. Zuo Mo finally understood. What Golden Crow fire exactly was, Zuo Mo wasn't clear, but if it really was a fine one among the 4th grade fire source like Yan Li Shirbo said, he instantly understood the value of the dan he made. Golden Crow fire was the object of the dreams of the dan and forging cultivators. Yan Li was secretly observing Zuo Mo's eyes. It was a pity that Zuo Mo had a zombie face and nothing could be observed. The sect leader hopes that only we could receive the selling rights of the great strength pill from Shiji. As to the price, don't worry, Shiji, we will use the market price. Yan Li stared at Zuo Mo as he slowly explained. Only selling rights? Zuo Mo unhesitatingly nodded, that isn't a problem. For him, it was the same whoever he sold it to, but his roots were in the sect. If he gave the only selling rights to the sect naturally had to give him an equivalent repayment. The sect leader had always been fair. Zuo Mo was very confident on this point. Yan Li was very satisfied with Zuo Mo's answer. He thought inside, Zuo Mo's identity and past might not be clear, but he was very loyal to the sect. His expression became even more harmonious. Good, don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. Other than the market price, the contribution point for each great strength pill will be double. If you are interested in cultivating the sword, in the future, the sects, shapeless sword scripture, empty sword scripture, and the other 4th grade sword scriptures can all be passed to you. Don't fail the hopes that the sect has in you. Right, the name Great Strength Pill is too unpleasant. In the future, it will be changed to Golden Crow Pill. Finishing, he took out a blue vest to hand to Zuo Mo. This is a 2nd grade immortal waterling armor. It's a piece of Sherbua's goodwill. If you wear it, it will add a bit more protection. Zuo Mo hurried to thank him. Shiji needs to make some soon. Yanlo gave a troubled expression. Right now, your Shiji is being surrounded by people and can't get out. Only selling some Dan can calm them down. He couldn't help but admire sect leader Shixian's eyes. If they really didn't sell, it was likely that the sect's little store in Dongfu would have been torn down. Wu Kong Sword Sect would have become known to everyone. At that time, it was hard to say if they could still keep Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was stunned. He hadn't thought that the matter would be like that. He instantly said, "Don't worry, Sherbua, this disciple will immediately make a batch." To say nothing of anything else, if Li Yingfeng Shiji was in trouble he could not ignore it. Yanla nodded contentedly and after exhorting Zuo Mo again, he finally left. Zuo Mo finally reacted, his eyes large as he became excited. Curiously examining the immortal waterling armor in his hand, this was the first time he had seen Ling armor. In curiosity, he added in Ling energy. The immortal waterling armor suddenly turned into a ball of blue water and climbed up his arm, quickly covering his body. He could clearly feel the connection between this Ling armor and him. Was he really going to get rich? He stared dumbly at the immortal waterling armor on his body. There were still hints of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 56 Determination. Chapter 56 Determination. Great Strength Pill, no, Golden Crow Pill. The change it caused to Zuo Mo's circumstances was very evident, especially in resolving his financial situation. But no matter if it was Sui Shixiang or Yanla Sherbua, they all seemed to think Zuo Mo didn't have a chance. This could be seen from the talismans they gave. One gave a vambrace, the other Ling armor. They was all defensive. Clearly, the two were only trying to make it a less ugly ordeal for Zuo Mo. Right now, the problem in front of Zuo Mo was very serious. One was earning Jingshi, the other was practicing sword scripture. Presently, he was in debt. Earning Jingshi was undoubtedly the most pressing. No matter what time, earning Jingshi was the greatest problem he had to face. And cultivating sword scripture, in a very large way, it would decide his outcome when he faced Luo Li's challenge in the sect assessment. This two matters all dragged in a question. Time. If he made Dan, then the time he had to practice sword scripture would drastically shorten. Originally, he didn't have much of a chance at winning. Calculating it that way, Zuo Mo felt his rate of winning was basically zero. In the end, did he want Jingshi or to fight for his honor? Zuo Mo became trapped in a dilemma. "Yi, what have you been up to recently?" The pink paper crane flew in, the same graceful writing. "Practicing the sword." "Oh, when did you become so vigorous?" "I'm not very used to it. Going up against a cold and perverted man." "Hee, what happened?" "His woman flirted with me, got slapped. He came to get back." Zuo Mo gave it a bit of improvement. Oh, it could be considered flirtation, Zuo Mo thought. "Chop him." A strong bandit aura came through the two graceful words. Zuo Mo, a man, blushed with shame. But right now there's a really good chance to earn lots of Jingshi. Zuo Mo, for some strange reason, wrote down his dilemma. Gentlemen can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Just measly Jingshi. Do not let me look down on ye. Just measly Jingshi. As expected from those that didn't know hunger and thirst. Zuo Mo was reflecting. Why did he ask such an unreliable person? He disdainfully replied, "Woman, what gentleman are you?" His gaze uncontrollably stopped for a while on the gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. He, I only hope for ye to display his masculinity. Yes, going to work. Don't reply. Zuo Mo returned the words and threw the brush to one side. Zuo Mo spent one day working hard in the Dan room. He gave all the golden crow pills he made to Yen Le Sherbois to free Ling Feng Shiji from her predicament. Before the sect assessment, Zuo Mo decided not to make any more. He decided to put all his time on practicing the sword. Whenever he thought about Luoli and Hao Min's face, his entire body was filled with the urge to fight. Why did he earn Jingshi? Wasn't it to become strong? Wasn't it to become strong and be able to find the answer? After thinking it through, he didn't hesitate any longer. Hesitance, indecisiveness, it was all brushed away. Zuo Mo felt the world suddenly became light, his mind clear, unspeakably comfortable. Returning to West Wind Valley, he took up Ice Crystal's sword and started to practice Li Water Sword scripture over and over. He closed off the valley and he had hanged up a sign saying, "In seclusion, do not disturb." This quickly became a joke in Wu Kong Sword Sect. Zuo Mo had come out of the outer sect disciples. The incident with Hao Min made others feel he was too arrogant. Adding on the hot sales of Golden Crow Pill, there were many that were jealous. Many people were looking to see his joke. This was the difference. Luoli's attitude was cold and arrogant, but people were only in awe and found it matter of fact. And Zuo Mo slapping Hao Min, even though it was first Hao Min's fault, but people didn't like seeing it. Just at this time, Qin Cheng Shixian came back. Qin Cheng Shixian was the student of the sect leader. His cultivation wasn't the highest, nor was his attack power. But he was born authoritative, deeply trusted by others, and had a high reputation. Luoli and Qin Cheng sat facing each other. Qin Cheng had a square face and thick brows. His clothes were dusty, the exhaustion in his brows unable to be covered. But sitting there, he naturally gave off an aura of authority. Qin Cheng lectured, "You were too brash. Taking Hao Min Shiji for this long and not returning, no wonder sect leader was angry." Facing Qin Cheng, the iciness on Luoli's face dissolved slightly. He was unconcerned, as long as she's happy. Facing his shitty, Qin Cheng was helpless. How shimmy Hao Min's personality was, he knew very well. He could only change the topic. "Have you improved recently?" Luoli said proudly, "5th level." Qin Cheng gave a comforted expression. He took out a jade scroll. "This is Shapeless Sword Scripture. Take it and study it well." When Luoli heard the words, Shapeless Sword Scripture, the light in his eyes brightened. Wei Sheng has entered the sword cave. The sect leader and others have high hopes for him and must be hoping that he could recover Void Sword Scripture. Qin Cheng glanced at Luoli. "He once was your sword servant, you cannot lose to him." Luoli's expression was abnormally ugly, his fists clenching, unfeeling of the nails biting into his flesh. This matter, it had been a thorn in his heart. That pathetic person that he had ordered around before, the attentions paid to him now in the sect far surpassed himself. Whenever he thought about it, it was like there were worms chewing on his heart. In the past, Void Sword was split into Shapeless Sword Scripture and Empty Sword Scripture. If the sword scripture could be split, it can be merged again. Wei Sheng might have outstanding your talent, but I've always been confident in Shidi's talents. Qin Cheng said slowly, "I hope that this can recover the glory of the founder on Shidi's hands." Luoli's breathing became rushed. He stared at the jade scroll on his hand, his expression changing. Void Sword Scripture, this name that he had dreamed countless times about. The highest skill that the founder of the sect had created. In the countless techniques of the world, it ranked 6th grade, immensely powerful. Recover the founder's glory. Shixian's words were like thunder from the heavens, echoing by his ears. The blood in his body seemed to have been light up. He seemed to see himself standing in the clouds, looking down at the world. Barely suppressing the excitement in his heart, he put away the jade stick and bowed slightly, stating seriously, "Shidi will try the best." Wukong Hall, Pei Yuan Ran and Xin Yen were drinking tea. After killing Yao last time in the Ling fields, when they had the free time, they would gather to drink tea and chat. It's a pity that third shitty isn't here, otherwise we three would have gathered again. Pei Yuanran smiled, he's probably going to be busy for a while. Xin Yen drank his tea. He was different in the way he drank, completely lacking the grace and idleness that other people had. Whenever Pei Yuanran would pour it full for him, he would raise it and drink to the bottom. Clean and crisp. After that, he poured it for himself, drinking cup after cup. Drinking like you, it really is wasting my ling tea. Pei Yuanran was in pain. Xin Yen didn't even look at him, not stopping. He asked, what Tiansanzi said, how about it? Pei Yuanran's face became serious, it's not unreasonable. Third shitty had been complaining a while ago that the price of ling grains had risen astronomically. It is a little hint. How do you feel? Xin Yen stopped for the first time. He nodded his head, I feel it's true. Why? Hunting Yao is getting harder and harder. Xin Yen said, on the market, the number of Yao inner cores have become less and the price is multiplied. I forgot that you also forge. Pei Yuanran nodded in agreement, it's true that there are less people willing to hunt Yao. Even those big sects, they put their direction onto searching for new Jia. The words of the two were filled with worry. 3,000 years, the Xiuzha had defeated the Yaoma. The remaining strong Yaoma had used their own bodies and blood as the guide, 7 medium Jia as the axis, 49 little Jia as the screen to create Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. Ling energy in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia was extremely lacking, extremely disadvantageous for Xiuzha. Yaoma, on the other hand, were not affected. This meant that Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia became the Yaoma's most trusted defensive line. But in these 3,000 years, the attacks of Xiuzha against Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had never stopped. Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia had become a constant battlefield. Countless cultivators had become famous there. Many things on the body of Yaoma were rare materials for Xiuzha. Forging, dan making, food, it was all useful. The stronger the Yaoma, the higher the value. Therefore, many people went for the Yaoma and then this exercise had its own name, Yao Hunt. However, in the recent long period, there were less and less people going to Yao Hunt. The continuously appearing Yaoma strong masters caused the casualty rate of the cultivators in Yao Hunt to be extremely high. The risk was too high, the profits shrunk and caused the number of cultivators in Yao Hunt to decrease dramatically. And in the last few years, the active area of cultivators in Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia kept retreating. Incidents where Yaoma actively attacked Xiuzha had occurred. Everything was hinting that the Yaoma had recovered. All the cultivators who had at least some foresight were full of worry. If Yaoma could push the Xiuzha out of Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia, that meant that they could start an attack on Xiuzha at any time. There wasn't any room for diplomacy between Xiuzha and Yaoma. 3,000 years ago, the Xiuzha almost exterminated all Yaoma. Only now have they recovered, and the hatred between them were as deep as the sea. If another great war like the one that occurred 3,000 years ago happened again, not one Xiuzha would be unaffected. He wants to host a Dong Fu sword test conference? Why would Tiansanzi mention Zuo Mo's name? Xin Yen asked, he is only a ling plant farmer. In the letter Tiansanzi gave Pei Yuanran, he said he would host a sword test conference. Inside, he had specifically mentioned Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo's names. Don't know. Pei Yuanran grimaced, probably that the incident with Golden Crow Pill had been too big and attracted Tiansanzi's attention. Right, who do you feel about that youth, you buy? Not bad, stronger than Luo Li. Wei Sheng? Hard to say. It seems that Tiansanzi's branch will have a successor. Pei Yuanran drawled, Zuo Mei Tian's disciple supposedly isn't bad. If there really is a Dong Fu sword test conference, it would be a bit interesting. Xin Yen didn't speak and started to drink another cup of tea. After a while, he raised his head, you agreed? No rush, have to wait for Wei Shang to come out of the sword cave. Even more, the sect assessment is starting. Pei Yuanran smiled. Have you heard about the matter between Luo Li and Zuo Mo? Winning dishonorably. Xin Yan spat out. Ah, that's true. Pei Yuanran laughed. A beat later, he said, Luo Li's talents isn't bad, but his personality is a bit lacking. If he's like Wei Shang. Xin Yan rolled his eyes. Don't be greedy. Ha, Pei Yuanran laughed again. Chapter 57 Like Fire. Zuo Mo is training. I have to admit that his training this chapter isn't that exciting. Pu is exciting, though. On the other hand, character development of Xiaoguo. She's the girl with the ox and got Zuo Mo to help out with the female disciples. Tiansong Zi and Yu Bai get talking about what's happening in the larger world. Chapter 57 Like Fire. 5923. Zuo Mo's mouth was wide as he panted heavily, his eyes bulging like a fish before death as he stared at the ice crystal sword floating in front of him. He was like a bamboo stalk swaying in the wind, his body trembling. The clothing was soaked, pasted to his body and revealing his thin stature. Bam, he fell down. He lost control of the ice crystal sword in midair and with a clang, it dropped to the ground. Weakly looking at the sky, Zuo Mo's brain was ringing. The last bit of ling energy had been cleanly wrung out. 5,923 times. If he sliced 4,000 more times, he would reach 10,000. He hadn't wasted his time slicing 5,923 times. Any move in Li Water Sword Scripture, right now, he could unthinkingly complete it in one breath, with no pauses or raw spots. But it was only the sword moves. The sword moves were the appearance, the sword essence was the bones. Sword moves without sword essence, it was like a paper tiger, only appearing frightening. Each sword scripture, the sword essence they had was different. Even in the same sword scripture, different cultivators would form different sword essences. What Zuo Mo had comprehended was Xin Yan Shirshu's title sword essence and not Li Water sword essence. Only a matching sword essence could merge with the sword moves into one. When he had sliced 4,000 times, Zuo Mo realized this rule. The title sword essence he had secretly learned from Xin Yan Shirbua, it would only have the greatest effect with its matching sword moves. He might have used the sword energy from the golden sword ring to form it one, but Zuo Mo postulated, it was either because the sword energy of the gold ring sword was too low or that he had performed abnormally well that time. He had tried countless times but was still unable to merge the title sword essence into the sword moves of Li Water Sword Scripture. The two were like two completely different entities, unable to tolerate each other. If Zuo Mo hadn't comprehended a sword essence, he wouldn't be facing this problem. But after personally experiencing being sliced so many times, the power and greatness of sword essence had already been struck into his heart. A power that easily could slice a soul. Compared to that, the beautiful and grand sword moves were only pretty but not practical. Sword essence, this was undoubtedly the question he cared about the most. There wasn't much time. He had no method to rely on himself to find it, so he could only go find Pu Yao. Want to know? Aha! Pu Yao gave an intoxicating smile. Zuo Mo proactively threw the jingshur that he gained from making the golden crow pills to Pu Yao. It seems that we have connected on a deeper level now. Pu Yao gave a light laugh and then said absent-mindedly, of course the sword essence from each sword scripture is different. Do you need to think about such an idiotic question? Go comprehend Li Water sword essence. Just find a river, go look, what is water? Oh, as to fire, there it is. Zuo Mo scanned the surroundings. The deep red flames seemed leap to attention, the flames sprouting higher. Open your eyes and take a good look. It won't be free next time. Pu Yao's voice came out from the sea of fire. The consciousness was entirely fiery red, the flames dancing rapidly. Countless deep red flames slowly started to rise. It was like countless red flowers blooming in the sky. Each ball of flame was jumping at a certain rhythm. The outer red flames were like the tongues of snakes, spitting randomly. The whole sky was filled with balls of flames. Suddenly, they all started to head for the center. The entire process was done without a sound, like water flowing into the ocean. Not a ripple was made. An enormous flame rose in Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. It exchanged light with the star in the void. It burned quietly. None of the flame flowers could be seen. What could be seen was a red-black sun. A pure red color, as though it was made from crimson metal liquid. Some places were so red it was black. On the surface of the ball, dense flames spit and spat. Hot. Zuo Mo felt as if he was in a stove. A wave of heat rushed over. His entire body seemed to be roasting over a fire. He actually felt a strong burning pain. He was stunned. Everything in the sea of consciousness wasn't material. Even he was just a bit of spirit. Like these flames, in the past, no matter if they took over the consciousness, Zuo Mo hadn't felt any heat. But this time, this red ball so hot it was almost black, it made him frightened. The ball of fire serenely floated in midair, burning quietly. But this quiet held agitation and danger. It made Zuo Mo feel awe. The quiet here was like a thin layer of eggshell, able to break at any time. Just at this time, the ball of flame exploded without a warning. Zuo Mo saw an extremely awe-inspiriting picture. Countless red-black flames flowed like a volcano's lava flows, heading in all directions. The flames were like rain. Everything that Zuo Mo could see was dyed red. The countless flames colored the black sky crimson red. Big and small flames, after the shock of the initial high-speed impact, their speed slowed down. A sky full of fire flowers, they floated slowly like red dandelion seeds blown by the wind, traveling where the wind blew. The scorching heat caused the air to warp, making the scene seem unrealistic. Zuo Mo stood dumbstruck in his spot. Suddenly, he remembered that black sea, the picture of the countless black dandelion seeds flying. The dark red flames jumping in air finally landed on the ground. Once they landed, it was like they grew roots and quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Mo was surrounded by a sea of fire. Everything returned to normal. But this sea of fire didn't give off a feeling of burning. He dazedly reached out a hand, and like it didn't exist, the hand traveled through the flames. Was this fire? What he had just seen gave him a shock that he had never had before. In the next few days, Zuo Mo's mind was in a trance. The scene in the sea of consciousness continuously repeated in front of his eyes. Like a puppet, he lost his soul, muddled. The bewitching scene full of power, every detail, it was like it was burned into his mind. Like fire. Xiaoguo wiped her sweat. Seeing that mark on the wooden board in front of her, a happy expression appeared on her naive and adorable apple face. She could send out a sword energy now. Also, this was not relying on the aid of the golden sword ring that Zuo Mo Shixiang had given her, but a sword energy she had made based on her own cultivation. She had persisted in practicing the jade scroll that Zuo Mo had given her last time. She didn't know how she had come through this time. The things in the jade stick were not complicated, but to a girl who had stayed in the zoo from very little, the difficulty was like trying to ascend the heavens. Sweat, tiredness, pain, incorrect, not understanding, lost. In secret, she had cried so many times that even she didn't know. Cried until her eyes were like peaches. But after crying each time, she would start practicing again. Pain, tiredness, and then cry, and then start practicing. That pair of soft and tender hands, right now, it had a bit of strength and power. Shiji became an inner sect disciple, Shixiang also became an inner sect disciple. Her pink fists tightened, that pair of bright eyes full of resolve. Xiaoguo will definitely become an inner sect disciple. Before, there had been Shiji protecting her, after, it had been Shixiang. Even though Shixiang was a bit ugly, and his temper wasn't good, but, unknowingly, Xiaoguo felt that this Xixiang that she was slightly afraid of became her role model. Especially when Xixiang gave the jade scrolls to her and told her to practice hard and protect everyone else, Xiaoguo made a decision: she would do her best. Tilting her head, she thought innocently. Xiaoguo, Xiaoguo. Someone was calling her. Hey. She hurriedly responded. A few of the Shiji ran over and said, "Let's go together to Dongfu, it's been so long since we went. Come with us." No one knew she was practicing sword scriptures. She would always sneak away to practice every day by herself. She really didn't want to go. She still hadn't finished her practice for today. When she was going to decline, she suddenly remembered that Xixiang said to her to protect everyone. When the word reached her mouth, it became, okay. Dongfu Hall, Yubai was reporting to Tiansong Zi, the letters and invitations have all been sent out. Wu Kong Sword Sect and Dongqi Sword Sect, it had been this disciple personally delivering them. And, it was hard for you. Tiansong Zi nodded in praise. He suddenly remembered something and ordered, for the next while, make sure to control the people in the city. Pay attention that nothing will happen. Is something going to happen? Yubai hurriedly asked. Still remember the stars in daytime? Remember. Has there been any discoveries? Yubai's heart shook. That strange and odd marvel, he probably wouldn't forget it in his lifetime. The apparition of Wei Shang's Zhuji had been sword energy reaching the heavens, stunning him greatly. But in comparison, that quietly appearing, stars that appeared without a sign in the sky, what he felt was a bone-aching cold. Tiansong Zi shook his head, nothing. The Jia master had scanned the entire Jia with his mind and hadn't found any abnormalities. But, when Jia master asked for help from his sect, he found that stars in daytime are related to Yaoma. Yaoma? Yubai cried out. Right. But, even in the oldest texts, the records about it are very vague. They only say that it is related to Yaoma. Tiansong Zi's face was heavy, and he said in a deep voice, most importantly, it is a great ominous omen. Ominous omen. Yubai's face slightly paled. Apparitions, even though they weren't common, but they would occasionally appear. When a treasure came out of the ground, when someone had a breakthrough in cultivation, forging or dam making, they all could create apparitions. But of the apparitions that could be called an ominous omen, Yubai only knew a few of them. And each one of them all meant the sky and earth changing, blood flowing in rivers. Like when a Jia was going to shatter, the land would crack, water would flow in the sky, that was an ominous omen. Under such circumstances, even those of the highest cultivation could not escape. They would be destroyed with the Jia, turned to nothing. Tiansong Zi sighed, the world is going to have an upheaval. Yaoma is going to rise. He glanced at Yubai and then said, do not worry too much. Yaoma is the natural enemies of all Xiuzhi. On this point, no matter which sect, they would not retreat. This time, Skyguard Jia has sent quite a few strong people who will soon arrive at Sky Moon Jia to investigate this matter. The cultivators all have high cultivation. To avoid conflict, you need to put effort into restricting the people. Don't create a disorder. Remember to notify all the sections. Yes. Yubai hurried complied. Hopefully they will resolve it. Tiansong Zi muttered to himself. Yubai was silent. He didn't know how to comfort Master. Chapter 58 Terror. Chapter 58 Terror. 9411. After dazing around for 3 days, Zuo Mo started to furiously practice sword moves again. The picture in his sea of consciousness gave an unparalleled shock. He seemed to have understood something, but couldn't grasp it. 3 days later, he suddenly woke and understood. All kinds of comprehension, it wasn't a building in the sky. Without a solid base, even if you understood it, you could not produce it. Even more, Zuo Mo didn't understand sword essence completely. Wei Sheng Shixiang had sat in front of the waterfall for months, battled lots of times, before he had comprehended just those basic things. His talent at the sword was far from Wei Sheng Shixiang. How could it be so easy? Finally knowing where the problem was, Zuo Mo controlled his panicking heart and started to practice the sword moves of Li Water Sword Scripture. When he was tired to his limits, his ling energy used up, he would meditate in the rock room. Recovering, he would start again. Just like this, without a break in between. 19,022. Zuo Mo's clothing was torn, his body a mess, his eyes sunk deep. Only that pair of eyes were lit up like a fire, burning relentlessly. 7 moves. Each detail of each move, he had thought it over countless times. He was so familiar to a point that he couldn't even believe it. The ice crystal sword was like a part of his body. He could easily control it to do any move. That bit of consciousness, it was like a strong spider silk thread that held onto the sword. In the air, the ice crystal sword slowly wavered like a fish waving its tail as it swam against the current. The rate at which the ice crystal sword wavered continuously increased. With the ice crystal sword as the center, large circles of transparent ripples appeared in the air. Zuo Mo's eyes were slightly closed as he tasted the tiniest changes on the ice crystal sword. Without a sound, the ice crystal sword suddenly disappeared from its spot, only leaving behind transparent ripples that shook in the air. Ding! A sound that was the lightest possible. The ice crystal sword entered into the rock face of the valley, leaving behind a small hole. After a while, the rock surrounding the tiny hole became covered in a dense yet thin layer of ice. The sword was like water, illusory and shapeless. Zuo Mo closed his eyes, reminiscing on the entire process. The path the ice crystal sword had taken was actually a curve. Like water flowing down a mountain, extremely natural and smooth. This move, flowing water, according to the words of Li Water Sword Scripture, it was a small progress. But Zuo Mo was very dissatisfied. If this move had sword essence, the sword would have gone beyond the 3 feet into the rock. There was someone in the valley. Zuo Mo felt it in his heart. In this amount of time, other than practice sword scripture, all his other time was put onto meditation. Other than the improvement of his sword scripture, his cultivation had increased ferociously. Shaji. Zuo Mo saw it was Ling Feng and got off his guard. Ling Feng saw Zuo Mo's state and jumped. Then she frowned. Shitty, fighting is important, but speed isn't everything. If you are too exhausted, it would have the opposite effect. Zuo Mo, I'm fine. For you. Ling Feng couldn't deal with Zuo Mo and handed over a jade scroll. Sui Xia Shiji came back. This is a jade scroll that she gave me. Recorded inside is one of the times that Luo Li Shixiang was fighting. If you have the time, you could take a look. Zuo Mo stilled. He hadn't thought that there was this matter and couldn't help but be curious. Before Wei Sheng Shixiang had Zhuji, Luo Li Shixiang had always been the genius of the sect. Even Wei Sheng Shixiang was just his sword servant. Zuo Mo was very curious what level he really was at. Looking at Ling Feng Shiji, who looked slightly tired, he was grateful, and raised his hands. He said, "Many thanks, Shiji." It was just a coincidence that Sui Xia Shiji returned. Ling Feng said, "Shitty needs to work hard. Not just Sui Xia Shiji has returned. Supposedly, eldest Shiji is also returning soon. And, I will." Zuo Mo said resolutely. Ling Feng added a few more cautions before leaving. Returning to the valley, Zuo Mo impatiently added ling energy to the jade scroll. It looked like the battlefield was a mine underground. The light was poor, and it was very dark. Zuo Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows. He didn't know if it was that he was used to sunlight, but he really didn't like this kind of dark underground place. Suppressing the dislike inside, his head turned quickly. This should be the mine that Luo Li governed. Luo Li Shixiang's personality was cold and his relationship with the other Shixiang wasn't very good. Supervising a sect was a hard duty. It was long-term underground, dull and harsh. Other than Luo Li Shixiang, no one was willing to go. Zuo Mo looked extremely carefully, afraid of missing a detail. He saw a crowd of people facing Luo Li Shixiang. Brothers, since we can't even get full, it's just a death. Rather than starve to death, we should rather fight against him. Someone shouted. But his shaking legs clearly betrayed the terror in his heart. The other people shook all over as well, but their eyes were red. Zuo Mo remembered that he had heard of Shio slaves from the sound tablet. These people should be Shio slaves. Seeing these people's eyes, Zuo Mo suddenly thought, when a wild animal was in desperate straits, were they like this as well? Huang Zhe, I promoted you to head, and you repay me like this? Luo Li said coldly. Head? The leader of the crowd smiled bitterly, can't even live, what's the use in being the head? The Jingshi under is becoming rare, the rules didn't chance. One piece of Jingshi exchanged for that little bit of food. We've continuous to dig down. The corrosion from the earth energy is even stronger. The month before last, 10 of us died. Last month, 30 of us died. It's only been half of this month, but 35 have already died. The crowd was very excited. The people that had been trembling were not trembling any longer. Their eyes didn't have any more terror, only rage. Luo Li looked indifferently at these people. Hope. Since there isn't AFING hope. The person's eyes were bloodshot as he howled, we'll just ask for an enjoyment. Enjoyment? Luo Li suddenly opened coldly, then I will give you enjoyment. As his words landed, without a warning, a bloodline appeared on the people's necks. The excited and uncontrolled people didn't detect it. Pew pew pew. Blood sprayed out from their neck. Dozens of blood pillars sprayed at the same time, the warm blood being sprayed everywhere onto the top and sides of the cavern. Large sections of red, alarming to the eye. Between the sounds of blood spraying, there was the sound of rolling. The heads of these Shio slaves rolled beside the feet of their corpses. Dozens of corpses were standing as they sprayed blood. The heads by the feet were perfect and untouched, the features clear. It was even possible to see the expression and large eyes of these Shio slaves before their death. After a while, these headless corpses finally fell down. Arg, seeing this, Zuo Mo's chest started to roil. He couldn't contain it and crouching on the ground, he started to throw up. He had never thought that one day, he would see such a terrifying and bloody picture. His body tightened. Was that person, like a monster, uncaring of other people's lives? Was that Luo Li Shixiang? A long time ago, he had heard that Luo Li Shixiang's temper wasn't good, but now he understood that Luo Li Shixiang's bad temper was very different than the one he understood. Shio slaves, were they Shio slaves? But why did Shio slaves seem no different than him? This thought only flashed in his mind. Zuo Mo had never thought he was a person that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied others. In his perspective, he had no qualification to pity others. He himself was struggling at the lowest level of society. Even though he was now an inner sect disciple, a ling plant farmer, but he was still only a little person. His gaze landed on those corpses, the heads and the fresh blood that had sprayed everywhere. Shixiang's gaze was cold, indifferent. The picture in front of his eyes, it seemed to be a very normal thing in the eyes of Shixiang. Zuo Mo felt that he was shuddering, trembling, unable to control his fear. In these 2 years, he spent every day in the ling fields. He had never thought that one day, he would face fresh blood and corpses. Would Luo Li, during the sect assessment, kill him off? Or take off one of his limbs? Zuo Mo's brain turned to a mess. Terror spread through his entire body like the red-black fire in his sea of consciousness. He was afraid. Heavy Sword Hall was the place that Qin Chang resided in normally. Even though he had left for a time, but someone still had taken care of it. Inside the hall, everyone was in a pile, extremely lively. Xinsheng smiled, "Us brothers, it's been so long since we gathered. Being able to gather today, we should drink." Sui hurriedly waved his hand, Tea, we're not drinking wine." A green-clad female sat beside Sui, delicate and adorable. She was Sui Xia. She mischievously poked out her tongue, "Second Xixiang is still this week, no improvement." Sui was helpless against his shimmy. Sui Xia was naughty and adorable, her personality cheerful, and understood how to gain the affections of the elders. She was the most favored one of the disciples. Sui had suffered on her hands and could only grimace. Luoli sat on the side, unconcernedly drinking tea, his face cold. Hao Min sat beside him. At this time, she couldn't help say, "It's great that everyone has returned. If you haven't returned, those bastards would have climbed onto our heads." Hearing Hao Min's unpleasant words, Sui and Sui Xia's expression became slightly irritated. "Shimmy shall not speak nonsense. We are all disciples of the same sect. If the sect leader heard, you will be punished again." Xin Cheng berated. He had always been authoritative. Hearing this, Hao Min could only stay quiet. However, Xin Cheng's tone turned as he looked at everyone else. "We know each other and grew up together, we are like brothers. Helping each other, that's reasonable." He continued, "The elders have their own ideas, but we have our own feelings." Everyone nodded. They had grown up together from little. Having someone else entering, they naturally were unwilling. He. Sui Xia said naughtily, "Exactly. Even though Luoli Shixiang has a cold face all the time, but I will still help you. I gave that jade stick where Shixiang killed 30 show slaves with one sword to Liang Feng. It must be on the little zombie's hands by now. How can you reveal your Shixiang sword moves?" Hearing this, Hao Min was enraged. Sui Xia wasn't scared of Hao Min at all. She helplessly rolled her eyes. "This is called a mental attack. That little zombie, he just farms, where would he have seen something like that? Even I was scared half to death seeing it. I'm guessing that he'll just faint. Putting down a seed of fear in his ear, he will." Luoli suddenly stood up. His face dark, he said in a cold voice, "Against a ling plant farmer, do I, Luoli, need such cheap tricks?" Finishing, his head not turning back, he left. Chapter 59 Practicing Sword in the Water. Zuo Mo overcomes his own mind. I think he might have had slight PTSD, but that's just me. Thanks for all your comments. Chapter 59 Practicing Sword in the Water. Zuo Mo was stunned. The picture inside the jade scroll gave him an earth-shattering shock. The following days, he would wake up at night. The bloody and terrifying scene tormented him like a nightmare. In the ling fields, he dazedly sat, his mind unfocused, his complexion extremely poor. Looking at the ling grasses and herbs that were growing well in the fields, he suddenly felt that his life had changed a lot, completely different than before. Why was it like that? He asked himself. He suddenly remembered that strange dream that had puzzled him for 2 years. The slightly familiar voice in the dream. Unconsciously, he couldn't help compare the nightmare of the last 2 days to the frequently repeating dream. Compared to the nightmare of the last few days, the usual dream didn't have a bit of blood. But whenever he was shocked awake, it was like he had been lifted out of the water, his entire body soaked. It clearly wasn't a bloody and scary dream, but it always made him so nervous, terrified. Yes, terrified. When he woke, other than sweat, there was also his stiff body. He didn't know when he was dreaming, what his sleeping body was like. But undoubtedly, he was definitely afraid. But he didn't know what he was afraid of. That dream, it was the reason that he was pursuing power. He believed that there was really something behind the dream. That you must not forget even in death. Damn it, what is it? Suddenly the blood and the headless corpses became less scary in Zuo Mo's eyes. For some reason, the frequent yet not scary dream, the terror that had brought Zuo Mo far outweighed those bloody scenes. What was he doing? Zuo Mo suddenly seemed to have woken up. He hit his head heavily. Why did he get scared by just that scene? To search for the answer, wasn't he willing to put his life on the line? This world, what was more frightening than having the same dream repeating each night? This world, what was more frightening than clearly knowing you had something important you shouldn't forget but could not remember? What was more frightening than have your features changed and mind erased but you were still safe? Zuo Mo's blank eyes slowly focused, his eyes resuming clarity and brightness. What was he afraid of? Wasn't it just his life? He told himself inside. If he wanted to search for answer, he would definitely encounter people countless times more dangerous and more powerful. If he couldn't get through this barrier, if he retreated from this step, how could he search for answers? The person who changed his features and erased his mind was a powerful person who even Master was wary of. Zuo Mo stood up. After thinking it through, his mind became clear. Unknowingly, his mental state and cultivation improved hugely. He had comprehended something. Cultivation, it was to have a steady heart, and not waver. Once again, he took up the ice crystal sword, once again starting to practice. There wasn't loss, there wasn't confusion. He was even more hardworking than before. He needed to catch up all the time he had wasted previously. In the time of 2 months, Zuo Mo didn't leave the mountain valley. Seeing that there was only 1 month until the sect assessment, Zuo Mo still didn't have any hint of the Li water sword essence. 20,001. The familiarity of the sword moves had progressed to an abnormal level. Zuo Mo was suspicious that even the person who made this sword scripture wasn't as familiar as him on the sword moves. 7 sword moves. He had changed it 12 times. Countless practice allowed him to know every detail of the sword moves like the back of his hand. The places where he made alterations, it was places that he thought the sword move would become more logical and effective. Even though he was very uncertain, he still made the change. He was extremely cautious and prudent about the 12 changes. Each change, he had spent large amounts of effort practicing over and over to confirm before finally clinching it. On the sword moves, there wasn't any more possible progress. When he realized this, there was only 1 month until the sect assessment. He decided to do something different. There was a large river below Wu Kong Mountain. The records room of Wu Kong Mountain had been built beside the cliff. This river couldn't be considered wide, but it ran fast. The locals called it Sky-Shaking River. Zuo Mo came to the shore. Looking at the rushing water, he gritted his teeth, and carrying the ice crystal sword, he jumped into the river. Entering the river, he felt the surroundings become quiet. The rapid river water almost swept him off his feet. He forced himself to steady and started to do the sword moves of Li water sword scripture in the water. This was the solution he had thought of. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly remembered a sentence that Pu Yao had said. Pu Yao said for him to find a river and see what water was like. Because what he had seen in his sea of consciousness had been too shocking, he had simply forgotten Pu Yao's words. Only yesterday did he remember. In the past, practicing finger motions in the water was also this method, and it allowed his finger motions improve rapidly. Actually, where he wanted to go was the large waterfall that Wei Shang Xixiang had written about, but there wasn't enough time. With no other alternative, he could only choose the Sky-Shaking River under the mountain to cultivate. The Sky-Shaking River, while not as large as the large waterfall, the currents were extremely rapid. And because there was a dense layer of rock on the riverbed, there were countless whirlpools in the undercurrent. If he wasn't careful, it was extremely easy to be washed away by the water. Zuo Mo cultivated embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and his breathing was unique compared to normal people. This allowed him to be able to stay under the water for a longer period of time. If one hadn't practiced spells like Art of Water Manipulation, they couldn't stay long in the water. Of course, if they had talismans such as a water bubble, then it was a whole other discussion. Zuo Mo had broken through to one breath in the cold pond and wasn't afraid of water. But the restless river water and the silent and icy pond water gave Zuo Mo completely different feelings. The cold pond in Cold Mist Valley was like a bottomless hole. Sinking down, it was like entering a silent world, everything on the outside blocked off. There were no currents, no whirlpools. The further down, the more the coldness could be felt. It just silently released its will. And sky-shaking river, jumping in, Zuo Mo felt he went from a noisy world into another noisy world. The slapping of the current, the sound of the foams, the innumerable undercurrents and eddies deep down, it pulled on everything in the river. It was like a wild stallion, violent and mad, completely lacking the serenity of water. It was continuously roaring, surging endlessly. He quickly felt it a strain. The so-called manipulation of sword, it meant using a strand of spirit to control the flying sword. A sword that had been impressed would have the unique impression of the owner's spirit. And the owner only needed to maneuver one strand of spirit to control the flying sword. They also didn't have to worry that their sword would be controlled by someone else. But in the water, using the spirit to maneuver the sword became much more difficult. Especially since the flow of ling energy was also affected. It wasn't easy in the first place to get to a calm mind. Due to the undercurrents at the bottom of the river, the water flowed quickly. No matter if the body was controlled in the water, there was still the feeling of countless hands pulling at the body. This effect of this outside force easily distracted cultivators. And any change in the ling energy would create a huge perturbation for the flying sword. The smooth sword moves that were so familiar on land, not one of them could be completed in sky-shaking river. Zuo Mo's eyes couldn't help but light up. What he was afraid of was he would not know how to continue. Just like someone who wanted to dig a mountain road. What he was most afraid of being ignorant of which direction to dig, not knowing his own location. And if he knew where he was, even if there was a mountain blocking, Zuo Mo wasn't afraid. He had a feeling he found the right path. He started to faithfully practice his Li Water Sword Scripture. Li Water Sword Scripture was a water element sword scripture. When it was done on the ground, it would have a faint water vapor. But in the water, the power of Li Water Sword Scripture increased exponentially. It didn't need much ling energy to have multiple shapeless water swords spreading out in the water. Zuo Mo felt that it was like he was an infant holding an axe. One careless mistake, if it wasn't too much strength, it was a wrong direction. Adding on the battering of the river water, the disturbance of the currents and eddies, his sword moves were hurtful to the eyes. But he wasn't discouraged. He started to scrupulously practice Li Water Sword Scripture. After a few days, what Zuo Mo felt most profoundly about wasn't his sword moves, but the imprinting method of Li Water Sword Scripture. The Li Water Sword Scripture's imprinting method for the sword was to nurture one drop of water essence in the flying sword. It could respond to the Li Water Sword Scripture, not just aiding in the manipulation, the strength also increased. How could the humidity on the land be as plentiful as in the river? Zuo Mo had practiced for so long in the yard, but the amount of water essence he had accumulated was far less than what he got these few days. Before, the water crystal in the ice crystal sword was the size of a mung bean. It was now the size of a soybean. And the appearance of that water essence droplet in the ice crystal sword was different at the core. The previous water essence droplet, it had been created from the water from the valley. There were large amounts of ling grasses and herbs growing in the valley that affected the water vapor in the valley. The water essence formed before was gentle and full of vitality. But the enlarged water essence was created by extracting the essence from the sky-shaking river. It held some of the attributes of the sky-shaking river. The warm quality had vanished and it became hyperactive. This change was both good and bad. The good was that it was much stronger than before. The bad was the ease of manipulation wasn't as good as before. Evaluating it, Zuo Mo still felt the present state wasn't bad. The water essence droplet had gotten much larger. As to purity, it needed to be refined slowly. The next 7 days, Zuo Mo was almost always practicing in the water. He could stay for a long time in the water, but due to the fact that the ling energy used underwater was multiple times what was used on land, after practicing for a length of time, he had to meditate to recover ling energy. But the river was very far from the rock room and it would be extremely eye-catching to travel back. Zuo Mo decided to meditate in the river. Zuo Mo had never tried before to meditate in the river, much less such a strong river. Quite a few times, he wasn't successful. After failing over 10 times, he finally managed to grasp the trick and started to meditate in the water. He didn't know that staying in such a special environment in the water was extremely helpful for his embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Unknowingly, his embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation broke into second breath. In his sea of consciousness, another star appeared. But this star was dull and colorless, far less blinding than the other one. Chapter 60 Comprehension. Chapter 60 Comprehension. The rushing river water roared thunderously, creating large patches of snow-white foam. Occasionally, leaves and wood would be pulled in and disappear in the blink of an eye. Under the roaring surface, Zuo Mo, half naked, had a serious expression on his face. In front of him, several water swords intersected and wove in the water. When fish and shrimp were thrown into this, they were killed without a mark. Zuo Mo didn't rest or sleep. Without pausing, he furiously practiced the sword. 33,600. The ice crystal sword was like the nimblest of fish, cheerfully swimming easily in the water. The speed was fast like lightning, shaming those fish that were renowned for speed. Zuo Mo stopped. He might be exhausted, and his mind was pretty much at its limits, but he didn't slack off in the slightest. His eyes were full of tiredness, but he tried to widen time, almost as though he was afraid if his eyes accidentally would close. Tired. He knew he had reached a barrier. The 7 moves of Li Water Sword Scripture, the first 6 moves, he didn't have any problems. The problem came on the 7th move. The first 6 moves, it flowed, or turned like a whirlpool. It mimicked the uniqueness of water, each move having a unique attribute. Zuo Mo was able to understand that. However, even now, Zuo Mo did not get the 7th move. Before, on land, he had felt that he was extremely familiar with the 7th move, but when he got into the water, he felt that it was incorrect. The name of the 7th move was slightly scary. It was called Li Water Burning Heavens. Zuo Mo felt that if the name was changed to Li Fire Burning Heavens, he could still understand. But Li Water, that was still water, how could it burn the heavens? This move was one that wounded both sides. It required putting all the ling energy into the flying sword, stimulating that drop of water essence in the flying sword. The sword presence would reverse against the current and attack the enemy. This move had many difficult places. Like putting in all the ling energy at one moment into the flying sword. This was a test of a person's control of ling energy. And stimulating that water essence drop in the flying sword, Zuo Mo didn't dare test it rashly. It had been hard to form this one drop in the first place. If it exploded, Zuo Mo wouldn't just have to reform this water essence drop, but even the inner formations of the ice crystal sword might be damaged. And what Zuo Mo felt the least logical was the presence of this last move. The presence of the previous 6 moves, it flowed, it curved, it spun. But only this last one, Zuo Mo couldn't understand. Going against the current. How could water go against the current? What this, Li Water Sword Scripture, mimicked was water. Zuo Mo understood what kind of water was Li water, but at the end, it was still water. As long as it was water, how could it flow from low places to high places? How could it go against the current and up? But, Li Water Sword Scripture just had to have this move, and it had to be the last move. When Zuo Mo had been practicing on land, he hadn't felt it. In that case, the water essence drop in the sword had been as light as air. It really couldn't be felt when the sword was swung. But practicing in the water pressure caused the presence of the sword to become heavy as well. The problem that couldn't be seen was magnified. No matter how hard Zuo Mo tried, he just couldn't complete this final move. Whenever he was halfway, he would feel the presence of the sword suddenly falter and could not continue. Adding on that Zuo Mo didn't dare to rashly force the water essence drop in the sword to explode, this sword was even more difficult. Since it was so difficult even in practice, like this, Zuo Mo was stuck on this last move. He could only continue to practice the first 6 moves. As he became more familiar with the first 6 moves, his feeling in the water, especially his feeling of water, became much clearer. The first 6 moves became increasingly smooth. Zuo Mo gradually comprehended it. This feeling was wondrous beyond imagining. It was like looking through a paper window to see the people inside the room. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not poke through that thin paper. Zuo Mo knew, the more it was like this, the more he couldn't rush. This was a sign of a breakthrough. But looking at time slipping away, as it neared the time of the set assessment, Zuo Mo couldn't help but become panicked. He was very clear. His first 6 moves were very familiar, but to use these 6 moves to defeat Luoli Shixian, that was just a dream. Sword moves, cultivation, battle experience, both sides weren't on the same level. It wasn't just 10,000 miles that Zuo Mo was behind the other. The only possible way to defeat Luoli Shixian was to comprehend the sword essence of Li Water Sword Scripture. Because he knew that Luoli Shixian hadn't comprehended sword essence yet. This was the only place he could use. This was also the only place that he won over Luoli. He had once comprehended sword essence. This was the place that he had gambled everything on. Sword essence, it was hard to describe, intangible, but it became the last trick that Zuo Mo was relying on. If he could not comprehend sword essence, everything else was just a waste. He definitely would lose. Did he really need to use the last move? Zuo Mo couldn't help but hesitate. There was only 7 days until the sect assessment. If he really exploded the water essence this time, and an accident happened, then he wouldn't even have the time to attempt a rescue. The time of 7 days, Zuo Mo wasn't certain if he could still form another whole water essence drop. But quickly, Zuo Mo became stubborn. If he couldn't comprehend Li Water Sword Essence before the sect assessment, then there was no hope of winning over Luoli Shixian. Then he would only have one outcome, loss. Taking a risk and failing, it was a loss. Not risking it, it also would be a loss. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. In any case, the barefoot weren't afraid than those wearing shoes. If he really lost, he wouldn't say anything. He just wasn't as good as the other. He'll just have to pay some contribution points. But that was better than not even having the courage to try and admitting defeat. In any case, the barefoot wasn't afraid of those wearing shoes. At this point, Zuo Mo's emotions about Luoli had become faint. This barrier, it was more like a test for himself. And he chose to gamble. He didn't start immediately but entered mediation to recover ling energy. He decided to be in the best state possible when he tried the move. 6 hours later, Zuo Mo opened his eyes, the light flashing deep in the pupils, serene and steady. He didn't know if it was the fact that he had made a decision, but the effect of the mediation this time was very good. Not only did his ling energy recover, but the exhaustion of the past days had been swept away. Recovering the best possible state, Zuo Mo stretched out his body. This time, he didn't use his consciousness to control the sword. Rather, he gripped the ice crystal sword with his hand. The ice crystal sword was icy when it entered his hand, like he was gripping an icicle. This bit of coldness followed Zuo Mo's hand and quickly entered Zuo Mo's body. He felt his mind clear. So this sword had such an ability. Zuo Mo couldn't help regret not examining this sword a bit more in the past. But quickly, he calmed his mind. These questions were for the future. Closing his eyes as he gripped the sword and focused, his feet were floating as he stood in the water. The rushing water currents could not affect his body. It was like a piece of wood standing straight in the rushing water, motionless, unspeakably strange. Remembering every detail of practicing these past days, savoring the feeling of the water rushing past the body, feeling the presence of the water essence drop in the flying sword, Zuo Mo relaxed his mind. When everything, all the memories, all the feelings, gathered together, it seemed like a certain nerve in Zuo Mo's head was suddenly plucked by an invisible hand. Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Li! A deep thunderous sound came out of his chest. The rushing river suddenly stopped. No current, no eddies, the water around Zuo Mo's body seemed to have quieted all of a sudden, motionless. Just at this time, the ice crystal sword that Zuo Mo had been grasping slowly rose up. Zuo Mo's expression looked extremely laborious. The tendons in his forehead were bulging, his eyes angry and wide, his hair standing on end. The ice crystal sword on his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies. Just raising it up a bit became extremely hard. What Zuo Mo saw was another picture. When the ling energy in his entire body flowed like a flood into the ice crystal sword, that water drop, which usually was lively, suddenly exploded open. Boom! Zuo Mo's mind shook. He seemed to see that soybean-sized water essence explode into countless water droplets like a mist. Suddenly, Zuo Mo remembered what he had seen in his consciousness, that crimson-red fireball floating in the sky and suddenly exploding. That was so similar to this right now. Manipulate water like fire. This phrase that he had never understood, like lightning, it pierced into his soul. Suddenly, he understood. That thin white paper that had been blocking him all this time was gently broken. A brand new world floated in front of him. In his eyes, those water droplets that formed a mist turned into flames. These flames, it wasn't the red-black flames in his consciousness, but transparent water flames. Flowering, transparent, flames composed out of water. They slowly jumped, clear and colorless. Not as wild and enchanting like the dark red flames in the consciousness. These clear water flames were as serene as the noble women in their chambers. They covered the entire body of the ice crystal sword. Zuo Mo's hand that held the ice crystal sword slowly rose. All the river water in the surroundings furiously flowed towards the ice crystal sword, seeming to form a gigantic water flame. Once the strange water flame formed, Zuo Mo's trembling and tired arm quickly became abnormally steady. The sword presence seemed to have lost its reticence and suddenly sped up. Boom! The little ice crystal sword, carrying countless water flames made up of the river water, sliced towards the sky. At the same time, on Wukong Mountain, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed, disappearing from his spot and appearing on the cliff of the records room. He looked dazedly at the sky-shaking river below. A flow of water that seemed to form a gigantic flame roared as it flowed up against the sky. The impure river flame, at this time, it was spitting like water, burning and explosive. Who was practicing? To be able to form sword essence, the talent wasn't bad. And such an unique sword essence, he had never seen it before. He could see it clearly. This gigantic water flame, it was restrained by countless sword essences because it was an explosive water bomb. Suddenly, he thought of a certain sword scripture in the records room and his expression changed. Was it a disciple of the sect? Just as he paused, the water flame that had flew up suddenly exploded. At the bottom, Zuo Mo saw the beautiful water flame in the sky. He wanted to laugh, but he had used up all the ling energy in his body. His eyes suddenly became unfocused. Boom! The water flame exploded in the sky, thousands of caddies of water pouring down. Zuo Mo didn't manage to anchor himself and in the blink of an eye, was flushed away. Chapter 61 Planning. Chapter 61 Planning. Zuo Mo wiped river water off his face, his steps uneven as he climbed up the shores of the river. He hadn't thought that, water burning heavens, would form into a flood and carry him, who had been in a weak state, a few hundred miles away. Li water burning heaven, it had wrung out all the ling energy in his body. At that time, he didn't even have the energy to breathe, much less get out of the flood. He could only be like a piece of wood and try to stay afloat. Rocks were dense along this sky-shaking river. Zuo Mo had suffered much as he kept on banging into those stones. Not one part of his body was unharmed. A few hundred miles. In terms of distance, it wasn't that far. But Zuo Mo didn't even have a paper crane. As to the female gray-beaked goose, she couldn't be depended on. And his entire body, he only had his pants and no money at all. Collapsing on a rock beside the shore, Zuo Mo weakly panted. But there was joy in his eyes. Sword essence, Li water sword essence. He finally formed Li water sword essence. Even if he only just touched the surface of sword essence and wasn't in any way profound, but as long as he persisted, his skill with this sword scripture would naturally deepen with time. What was even more of a joy to him was the water essence drop inside the ice crystal sword didn't disappear but actually became slightly bigger. It was now about the size of a pinky. He didn't hesitate, struggling up, coiling his legs to meditate. 4 hours later, he opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. Controlling the ice crystal sword, he started to go through the moves of Li water sword scripture. Previously, his moves had been smooth and connected, right now it seemed traceless. Yet a faint fire-like sword essence spread out, the temperature of the surroundings leaping up. A new world was in front of him. One move after another. His expression solemn, his moves following his thoughts. He could feel that with each move, with the ice crystal sword as the center, a faint water presence would spread. If one looked closely, they would find this water presence was formed from blossoms of extremely tiny water-like flames. In Zuo Mo's consciousness, that ruler-straight ice river had completely transformed. The middle of the river split the river in half, one side full of icicles moving relentlessly, and the other side was countless water flames, silently burning. Zuo Mo felt that he had improved. The Li water sword essence he comprehended this time was completely different than the tidal sword essence he had comprehended before. With the tidal sword essence, rather than saying comprehension, it was more like mimicking. And for Li water sword essence, even though there was Pu Yao's guidance and advice, but he had gone through the entire process by himself bit by bit. The benefits he had received were much more than before. The ice crystal sword flipped and flew, its trajectory traceless, the fire-like sword essence burning. But gradually, Zuo Mo couldn't help but furrow his brows. The Li water sword essence was like fire. The heat that was released would logically increase the power of his sword moves, but to the ice crystal sword, it was a kind of damage. The ice crystal sword was een and cold. It originally was very suited to water element sword scriptures. But what Zuo Mo picked had to be Li water sword scripture, which called for manipulating water like fire. Over time, the grade of this flying sword would probably drop. It looked like that he needed a flying sword suited for him, Zuo Mo muttered inside. He quickly threw the problem to one side. Flying swords were expensive. They weren't something he could buy now. But now that he had comprehended sword essence, the sect, in any case, should give him a flying sword. With the sect stores, to pick a flying sword suited for him, it shouldn't be too difficult. Manipulating the sword, Zuo Mo didn't feel any tiredness at all but rather extremely refreshed. Even though he was bony and was just wearing some pants, but standing there, he did seem somewhat intimidating. However, the most pressing problem he faced was getting back to the sect. Luckily, it wasn't that far. Even if he had to walk, just a day was enough. Wu Kong Sword Sect was a mess. In Wu Kong Hall, people came in and out, everyone was preparing for the sect assessment that was coming in a few days. Inside Wu Kong Hall, Shi Fengrong faced Xian Yan angrily. You actually watched as he was swept away? There was none of the usual coldness on Xian Yan's face. He carefully said, the circumstances at that time were outside my expectations. I didn't think he would be swept away by the water. When I managed to react, he was already gone. He's a ling plant farmer. If something happened, humph. Shifeng anger didn't decrease as she snorted icily. Shimmy, don't worry too much. Xin smiled as he comforted, now that he has comprehended sword essence, in this area around Dongfu, where would there be any problems? Hearing this, Shifeng's anger finally decreased. She turned around, did he really comprehend sword essence? 3 months, that's not bad. Which sword scripture did he choose? Empty sword scripture, or shapeless sword scripture? Xin saw Shifeng's face relaxed and released a breath inside. Smiling, he responded, he just entered the inner sect, how could he pick empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture? What he picked was Li water sword scripture. I actually hadn't recognized it in the beginning. Hearing this, Shifeng's features tensed again, so what if he just entered the inner sect? How long has Wei Sheng entered the inner sect? Humph, Wei Sheng is able to enter the sword cave, why can't he choose empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture? Xin grimaced inside but his mouth went, Wei Sheng has outstanding talent. Shifeng broke through, and Zuo Mo's talent isn't enough? Not good enough talent, in 3 months with no guidance and is able to comprehend sword essence? Go see if anyone else can do it. Even now, Luoli hasn't comprehended sword essence. Yes. Xin was so regretful his intestines were green. Suddenly, the two heard someone come near and they resumed their usual cold composure. Pei Yuanran walked in. Seeing the two, the corners of his mouth rose slightly but then resumed normal. He said, what are second Shidi and Shimmy discussing here? Nothing, Shimmy's disciple Zuo Mo just comprehended sword essence. Xinyan's face was cool as he replied, no trace remaining of his carefulness just a moment ago. Oh. Pei Yuanran was slightly surprised, he comprehended sword essence? I didn't think he had talent for cultivating the sword. Not bad. Where is he now? This should be rewarded. He was practicing in the river. When he comprehended sword essence, he was swept away by the water. I didn't pay attention and couldn't rescue him. Xin said. That's fine. If Zuo Mo could comprehend sword essence then he doesn't need to worry about safety around Dongfu. Pei Yuanran mused and then said, arrange for some outer sect disciples to search along the river. Make sure he doesn't miss the time of the sect assessment. Yes. Xin answered. Sect leader Shixiang. Shifeng opened coolly. What? Pei Yuanran smiled. Zuo Mo could comprehend sword essence in 3 months, it's enough to show he has talent in the sword. Shifeng said as she stared at Pei Yuanran, if that's the case, the sect should pass on a higher grade sword scripture. Pei Yuanran said, there's no rush, let's discuss this later. Why? Shifeng took a step forwards, demanding. At the side, Xin saw Pei Yuanran being pressured and sympathy formed in his eyes. Pei Yuanran said helplessly, wasn't Shimmy also worried about his birth? Shifeng was silent for a beat. Then she raised her head, saying, when he was entering the inner sect, I was worried about his birth and history. But he is now my disciple. No matter how he was before, I would do my best to guide him. Pei Yuanran and Xin exchanged a look. Both of them were very helpless. Shimmy is reasonable. Pei Yuanran said, but this is really not the time to discuss this matter. I came today to find Shidi and Shimmy for another matter to discuss. Shifeng and Xin waited for him to continue. You have already been informed about the matter of the Dongfu Sword Test Conference. Pei Yuanran's face was grave, this is one point. I hadn't thought that Zuo Mo would do well before but now that he has comprehended sword essence, we should nurture him well. The other matter, Tianson Zi has sent a message. A group of strong cultivators are coming to our Jie to investigate the stars in daytime. Dongfu is one of the 13 primary towns of Sky Moon. We cannot avoid people coming to investigate. We have to control our sect and stop them from getting into trouble in the next while. How many are coming? Xin Yen heard that there were strong people and his pupils shrunk to a needlepoint, his sword essence vibrating. Shitty, don't make a mess. This group is coming down from the upper levels. Pei Yuan Ran said solemnly. Xin Yan's features moved, coming from the upper levels? He then grimaced, looks like this matter has made a really big furor. Everyone knows what's going on. Pei Yuan Ran said, what Tianson Zi can see, many other people can also clearly see. But right now, the Yaoma are rising. Who touches first, that's the one that's unfortunate. Speaking, his tone became cold. Luo Li's expression was calm as he stood. In front of him, Qin Chang's face is serious, shitty, careful. As the words landed, he swept his hand and a dark light shot towards Luo Li. There was a sliver of lightning contained in the dark light, the aura extremely intimidating, with the sound of thunder. What Qin Chang practiced was wind and thunder sword scripture. The sword was like wind and thunder, the power frightening. He didn't have as outstanding a talent as Luo Li, but after practicing for a long time, he was extremely solid. When he attacked, the wind and thunder formed. His flying sword was a third-grade black thunder sword. The sword body was thick, containing thunder or, extremely suited for, wind and thunder sword scripture. Due to the weight of the flying sword, Qin Chang's wind and thunder sword scripture lost a bit of nimbleness and had an additional kind of weight and heaviness. Adding on the lightning flickering, the power actually increased. Luo Li stared at the black light, not dodging, and then the light in his eyes flashed. Ding! A clear sound. The 1,000 heavy black thunder sword actually stopped right in the air. Without any warning, without any decrease in speed, it was like that someone suddenly cast a body paralysis curse on the black thunder sword, pinning it in the air. Qin Chang's expression changed. He snorted coldly and the paralyzed black thunder sword suddenly jumped, like a fish leaping out of the water. The lightning that had been on the surface of the sword suddenly gathered into a ball and left the sword. As it left the black thunder sword, it turned into a lightning sword. The lightning sword suddenly grew in size in the air, transforming into a gigantic lightning sword that was several feet as it sliced towards Luo Li. Luo Li's expression was serene as he pointed with a finger and swiped gently at the air. Right in front of the gigantic lightning sword, a crack suddenly appeared. It was as though Luo Li's action had broken through space. Without any time for adjustments, the lightning sword ran into the crack. Qin Chang's face suddenly changed. He lost his connection with the gigantic lightning sword. He was dumbstruck for a few moments. Refocusing, he could not keep his usual calm composure and asked in a trembling voice, Void Sword Scripture, this is Void Sword Scripture? Chapter 62 Lin Qian. Chapter 62 Lin Qian. Luo Li was both proud and regretful as he shook his head. This isn't the real Void Sword Scripture. Reconstructing Void Sword Scripture, how can it be this easy? Qin Chang quickly recovered and sighed, so strong even when it is incomplete. How strong would the complete Void Sword Scripture be? He couldn't help but look at the place where the lightning had disappeared. That crack and the lightning had both disappeared without a trace. The founder was mysterious and strong. Even one as proud as Luo Li was in awe of the sect's founder. Shitty shouldn't underestimate yourself. Just 3 months, for Shitty to accomplish so much, Xixiang really hadn't got the wrong person. Qin Chang's eyes were full of satisfaction, really makes one want to see. If Shitty has to face Wei Shang, how much is the chance of winning? Luo Li's hands unconsciously tightened into fists, flames barely perceptible burning in his cold eyes, just a sword servant that wants to climb on top of my head. He doesn't know what he's getting into. Haha, after another few days, it would be the sect assessment. Shitty, get justice for Shimmy. I saw that Shimmy's mood these days hasn't been good. Xinsheng said, pity that Wei Shan can't catch the sect assessment. Otherwise, it would be spectacular. Luo Li had never paid attention to Zuo Mo. His goal was Wei Shang. He said frigidly, in the end, he has to come out. Xinsheng contentedly left Luo Li's place. When he was returning to his own residence, he saw many outer sect disciples with different expressions. When those outer sect disciples saw Xinsheng, they hurriedly stopped and bowed. Eldest Xixiang, what matter has you all so busy? Xinsheng asked. The outer sect disciples exchanged looks. A moment later, one person said, Zuo Mo Xixian was practicing in the river and accidentally was swept away by the water. The sect leader ordered us to search along the river. Hearing this, Xinsheng laughed. He waved his hand, and, do what you need to do. It was as though these outer sect disciples had been pardoned from execution as they hurriedly left. They weren't dumb. They didn't want to get involved in the battle between the inner sect disciples. Xinsheng leisurely walked along, finding it increasingly humorous. To get swept away by the water when practicing in the river, such a humorous thing. He had never heard something like that before. This Zuo Mo was really amusing. He unconcernedly threw the incident to the back of his mind. Zuo Mo didn't have any position in his mind. In his mind, ling plant farmers might be important, but in this era of sword cultivators dominating, only those without ambition would go farm. The person he was truly concerned with was Wei Shang. Only this person would affect his position. Before Wei Shang had appeared, his position was rock steady. From a long time ago, he had thought himself the next sect leader of Wu Kong Sword Sect. But he would have never thought that along the way, a Wei Shang would appear out of nowhere and be so strong as to easily threaten his position. He was extremely cunning and experienced. He knew that there would be someone other than him that would not like Wei Shang to prosper even more. That was Luo Li. For someone as proud as Luo Li Shitty, how could he tolerate someone who had previously been his sword servant suddenly climb on top of his head? That was even more uncomfortable than killing him. A cold smile floated on top of Xinsheng's face. He wasn't one person. These inner sect disciples that had climbed up from the outer sect directly affected the privileges of the original inner sect disciples. It wasn't just him that had an opinion. Even the sect leader had to take their opinions into account. Zuo Mo walked along the major road. His upper half was bare, a pant was the only thing left on his lower half, his foot also bare. When the people on the road saw him, they all had strange expressions. But seeing the ice crystal sword he held in his hand, no one dared to laugh. Zuo Mo didn't know where this place was. Only after he asked someone did he know that there was about 500 miles from here to Dongfu. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. He hadn't thought that he would be swept 500 miles by the river water. Thankfully, 500 miles wasn't that far for him. Now that his cultivation had increased, the speed he traveled had increased as well. He decided that, when he reached the 5th level of Zhuji, he would go learn a flying spell. If he met similar circumstances in the future, he wouldn't have to rely on his 2 legs. But he wasn't in a rush. He had asked a few people and all of them said as long as he followed the road forward, he would reach Dongfu. When he reached Dongfu, then it wouldn't be far from Wukong Mountain. As he walked, he thought about what he had learned these days. He didn't feel tired. He had just made a breakthrough. It was still indistinct in many places, there were many things that he needed to get used to. Even though he traveled along, Zuo Mo didn't find it dull. This brother, sorry to disturb. May I ask what is in this direction? Zuo Mo, deep in his thoughts, was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. He was slightly discontent as he raised his head. When he raised his head, he instantly was dumbstruck. How in this damned world is there a man more handsome than Ge? This thought came out instinctively. Handsome, too handsome. This male was of similar height to him, a strong brow and sharp eyes, extremely masculine. Clad in white, he seemed ethereal and casual. If Pu Yao's handsomeness was androgynous, then this male's handsomeness was overwhelmingly male. This was the first time that Zuo Mo saw someone who could compare to Pu Yao in the area of beauty. He looked at himself. A skeletal body, ripped pants, zombie face. Zuo Mo was uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zuo Mo dragged out his voice, glancing at the other out of the corner of his eye as though this place was his backyard. The other raised his hands in a fist, bowing. This little brother is Lin Xian. Having sightseen to this place but doesn't know the location. Please, brother, tell me. Lin Xian? Definitely a fake gentleman. Zuo Mo slandered inside. Sightseeing? Zuo Mo examined the other and then reached out with his right hand, rubbing his thumb and middle finger. That eternally unchanging zombie face actually had a "you understand" expression. Lin Xian paused. Looking at Zuo Mo's fingers, he asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong with brother's hand?" Zuo Mo almost spat blood. He said irritably, "Even the guiding flaming birds need jingshi. Asking for directions is a paid service, understand?" Oh. Lin Xian made a sound and then obediently took out a piece of jingshi to hand to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's eyes widened and, lightning fast, took the jingshi. Oh. Third-grade jingshi. What this guy took out was a piece of third-grade jingshi. Rich person. Fat sheep. Zuo Mo instantly labeled Lin Xian. Taking out a third-grade jingshi to ask for directions, only those rich young masters who don't understand the world would do such a stupid thing. The thoughts inside his head moved rapidly. Zuo Mo's voice quickly became very warm. Oh. Helping others is the duty of my generation. Brother Lin, don't worry, I'm very familiar with this area. Oh. Lin Xian seemed to understand as he nodded his head, his face showing a relieved expression. Here, walking forward, it's Dong Fu. Zuo Mo displayed everything he knew, and then pretended to ask mysteriously, "Does Brother Lin know what place Dong Fu is?" "Don't know." Lin Xian asked with an interested expression. Truly a young master. Zuo Mo was both jealous and disdainful. These days, other than those rich young masters, who had the leisure to sightsee everywhere. Slandering inside, his mouth went, "This Dong Fu, it is one of our Sky Moon Jia's primary towns." There is, suddenly realizing that this young master probably came from a larger place, and these things wouldn't arouse the other's interest, his direction changed. Speaking of Dong Fu, it was Dong Fu Xianren who cleaved Dong Fu with one sword blow and used the bottom half of the mountain to build the town. Impressive. Lin Xian praised, his expression focused. He seemed like a useless young master. Zuo Mo's heart relaxed slightly and he continued, "If Brother Lin wants to sightsee, there is a few places to go to in Dong Fu. Please, brother, guide me." Zuo Mo pieced together what he had heard usually randomly and said, "If for views, the best views are from the Plum Peak in Dong Chi Sword Sect. If it's water, Sky Shaking River is a good place. The river is fast and the scene on both sides is very inspiring." He spoke nonsense but Lin Xian listened extremely carefully. Dong Fu might be a bit out of the way, but there are some strong people. A few days ago, I saw a 1,000-wing ship. TSK, really frightening. 1,000-wing ship? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Yes, Shi Yizhenren's traveling palace. Since they were going in the same direction, the two traveled together. Earning a piece of third-grade jingshi, Zuo Mo was satisfied. This Lin Xian's cultivation wasn't high, just slightly above Zuo Mo's. Zuo Mo wasn't afraid he would do anything. For cultivators, day and night were not very different. Even as the night came, the two didn't stop. Even if he couldn't ruminate on sword scripture, it wasn't boring having someone to talk to. That little bit of ink in Zuo Mo's stomach was quickly all used up and it switched to Lin Xian to talk. Only now did Zuo Mo find that this young master that seemed like a fat sheep was extremely knowledgeable. As he listened, admiration rose. It was the first time he met someone who had such broad knowledge. Around him, if it wasn't those that cultivated the sword, it was being busy with common jobs. He had never seen someone like Lin Xian that knew something about everything under the sky. It might have been that Lin Xian finally encountered someone that was willing to listen to him, but Lin Xian interestedly talked and drew Zuo Mo in. The two didn't travel slowly and quickly near Dongfu. Zuo Shixiang. Zuo Shixiang. Zuo Mo heard someone yelling at him and raised his head. He saw a few outer sect disciples. These outer sect disciples also released a breath, finally found Shixiang. The sect leader was very worried about Shixiang and especially ordered us to search for Shixiang. Finishing, their expressions became slightly strange. In front of them, Zuo Mo and Lin Xian made for a strong comparison. Beside an extremely handsome man, there stood a half-naked skeleton with a sword. This picture, it really was. Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to the looks of these outer sect disciples. He turned around, his hand presenting the third-grade Jingshi in front of Lin Xian, his voice serious as he said, "Brother Lin's knowledge is deep like the sea. Zuo Mo admires very much. This Jingshi, this one doesn't dare to accept. This day and night, this little brother has learned much, it's more than enough for acting as a guide. But it's a pity that this little brother has a sect assessment immediately and has no time to sightsee with Brother Lin. Brother Lin, have a good trip." Finishing, he shoved the third-grade Jingshi into Lin Xian's hand. At the side, the outer sect disciples stared with wide eyes dumbly at the third-grade Jingshi. Waving his hand at Lin Xian, Zuo Mo started running in the direction of Wu Kong Mountain. The outer sect disciples returned to their bodies and hurriedly followed. Chapter 63 The Sect Assessment. Looking for someone who's willing to help me edit the chapters that have already been posted, and future ones. There's not time pressure for editing the first few chapters, but I'm quite aware that there's many things that could be changed. There's about 50 chapters that are unedited right now. Please comment on this chapter or message me. The battle finally has come. Luoli vs Zuo Mo, place your bets. Chapter 63 The Sect Assessment. Returning to the mountain, Zuo Mo was called over to Shi Fengrong immediately and was severely scolded. Zuo Mo knew that his master was worried for him and he was very agreeable. Inside, his heart felt warm. Master might not have a good temper, her personality might be a bit cold, but she was still not bad for a master. After he was scolded over by master, he returned to the little yard. He had too many things to digest. These few days, he needed to relax. After heavy practice the past 3 months, his mind had reached its limits. The few days until the sect assessment were perfect for him to rest. He needed to organize the things he had comprehended. Just as Zuo Mo was resting in the little west wind yard, a white-clothed male was standing on a mountain peak not far from Wu Kong Mountain. He muttered, "Should be around here." If Zuo Mo saw this person, he would be shocked. This white-clothed male, it was the person he met on the road, Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was solemn. On that peerlessly handsome face, he looked up at the sky, muttering softly, "Stars in daytime." As the sect assessment neared, the entire Wu Kong Sword Sect started to become busy. The annual sect assessment was the most important matter for all disciples. It was directly connected to each person's benefits in the upcoming year. The exams were very broad. For example, Zuo Mo was one of the examiners. He was testing the outer sect disciples on their skill with the 5 element spells. But the most important test of the sect was sword scriptures. The disciples that shone brightly in the assessment, their position and benefits in the sect would improve afterwards. Every disciple, no matter inner or outer sect, had practiced with all their power for the sect assessment. Compared to past years, this year's sect assessment was more interesting. Like the disagreement between Luoli Shixiang and Zuo Mo Shixiang. And what everyone really wanted to see was if Wei Sheng Shixiang was going to come out of the sword cave before the sect assessment. If Wei Sheng Shixiang could get out in time, he would definitely attend the assessment. Wei Sheng Shixiang and Zuo Mo Shixiang had a good relationship, and he certainly wouldn't watch. Then it would be interesting. As to the fight between Luo Li and Zuo Mo, in the eyes of everyone, it was a fight with a predetermined outcome. The value in its existence was to lure out Wei Sheng Shixiang. Now that it seemed that Wei Sheng Shixiang wasn't going to come, the value of the fight was much smaller. Everyone was guessing how Luo Li Shixiang would humiliate Zuo Mo. The annual sect assessment of Wu Kong Sword Sect finally started. All the disciples were gathered at the plaza outside Wukong Hall. Pei Yuanran stood at the very front. Looking at the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples below him, he couldn't help but sigh. This year, it was especially important for Wu Kong Sword Sect. A ling plant farmer like Zuo Mo had appeared and also a genius sword cultivator like Wei Shang. Shixiang, let's start. Yan Lo reminded Pei Yuanran. For the sect assessment, he had especially rushed back from Dongfu. Pei Yuanran came back from his wanderings and nodded his head. Facing everyone else, he slowly opened, "This year, the sect has had many outstanding people. I am very comforted. Cultivation is like swimming against the current. If one doesn't progress, it is falling behind. You can't slack off." Yes. The disciples underanswered synchronously. Start the assessment. The first to undergo the tests were the sect's outer sect disciples. And the ones responsible for testing them were all the inner sect disciples. Zuo Mo was responsible for ling farming. Sui was responsible for forging. Like so, everyone was responsible for a certain area. This was the first time that Zuo Mo saw the eldest Chiji, Gong Sun Sheng. Eldest Chiji's appearance was proper, mature and extremely dignified. She didn't say very much. Most of her words were gentle and tactful, but everyone was still very respectful of her. Supposedly, eldest Chiji was going to marry soon. Her fiancé was a disciple from a large sect. She was the only one of the inner sect disciples that wasn't responsible for an exam. Her duty was to patrol the entire location. From this, it could be seen the trust the sect leader and the other Shirshu had in her. Seeing the familiar faces now filled with awe, Zuo Mo was reminded of himself. Last year's sect assessment, he was still among them. Now, he was their examiner. His heart felt slightly strange. Compared to the other disciples, Zuo Mo was much more familiar with these outer sect disciples. He was clear to each one's cultivation. As a result, he was very efficient. He was the first inner sect disciple to finish his examination. Carefully sealing the results in a jade scroll, he then handed it to the sect leader. "Oh, little Mo's speed is very quick." The sect leader smiled at Zuo Mo as he took the jade scroll. This disciple is very familiar with all the shitty, so it was a bit faster. Zuo Mo carefully answered. Not bad." The sect leader scanned the results and then nodded in confirmation. He turned and gave the jade stick to Yenla, who was at the side, and smiled at Zuo Mo. "Little Mo, I heard you were swept away by the river when you were practicing?" If Zuo Mo didn't have a zombie face, he would certainly have been very red at the moment. Being asked by the sect leader in front of the Shirshu, even though Zuo Mo's skin was thick, he still found it hard to deal with. This disciple wasn't attentive and will be careful next time. Zuo Mo could only answer. Pay attention, otherwise, your master will worry. The sect leader said. Have a clean death. Shifeng Rong coldly took over. Zuo Mo knew what kind of temper his master had and wasn't concerned. After that, the other exams were also completed, the seal jade sticks handed over to the sect leader. Here, the sect assessment was put on hold. All the disciples were quietly waiting for the sect leader to announce the rewards. The first 3 of each year's sect assessment would always get prizes. The sect leader scanned all the jade scrolls before raising his head. Not bad, everyone improved this year. I'm very comforted. The sect leader's voice wasn't loud but could be heard across the plaza. The person that improved the most this year really surprised me, Yu Xiaogua. As the sect leader announced it, the female disciples of the Eastern Peak cheered. Zuo Mo was surprised. He hadn't thought that Xiaogua would make such big improvement. His eyes found Xiaogua in the crowd. Xiaogua didn't seem to have thought that she would be first in the sect assessment this year. Her face instantly turned red like an apple, her head almost touching her chest. The female disciples surrounding her were very excited. A happy expression also came onto Li Yingfeng's face. She had always liked Xiaogua. Xiaogua suddenly raised her flushed face, her eyes searching among the inner sect disciples on the stage. When she saw Li Yingfeng smiling at her, the smile on her own face became even brighter. When her gaze swept towards Zuo Mo, and saw Zuo Mo Shixiang give her a thumbs up, her nose suddenly went sour, her eyes misty. At this crucial time, she actually started to cry. Zuo Mo's thumbs up was paralyzed. He hadn't thought that his action would make Xiaogua cry. This little girl, she really was a headache. Zuo Mo muttered inside. Second place was Guo Lu. After he had recovered, he had rapidly improved. The third place was a disciple that Zuo Mo had never heard of before. He was called Zhu Peng. These three people were going to receive a heavy reward from the sect. Some were disappointed, some were happy. All the possible expressions of people could be seen. For the outer sect disciples, the annual sect assessment had passed. No matter the outcome, it was like a load off their chests. Thinking of the inner sect disciple assessment that was next, they instantly became excited. Each year's inner sect disciple assessment was always spectacular. There were the fights between the Shixiang and the explanations from the sect's Shirshu. Usually, this was something they couldn't see or hear. If they could digest even a bit, it was more than enough for them to benefit. And this year, they had something else to look forward to: how would Luo Li Shixiang torment Zuo Mo? The outer sect disciples instinctively stepped back, emptying out the plaza for the inner sect disciple battle, and waited for the fireworks. Alright, usual rules. The sect leader didn't waste words. Start. Luo Li was the first to stand out. Entering the sect, he faced Zuo Mo and said coldly, "Zuo Mo Shitty should have prepared already." As expected, what was supposed to come did come. Zuo Mo wasn't timid. He stood up and entered the plaza, his mouth not showing weakness. Shixiang is still as chatty as usual. The people below instantly started to murmur. Zuo Mo and Luo Li's power completely were on different levels. Yet Zuo Mo was still so arrogant. Wasn't he just asking for Luo Li Shixiang to humiliate him? Luo Li's face instantly turned green. Having been taunted by Zuo Mo in front of this many people, he laughed angrily. "I hope that Shitty's sword is half as sharp as your words. Shixiang will know if he tries." Zuo Mo found that he wasn't nervous at all. "Humph." Luo Li said, "You first." Zuo Mo was eager for Luo Li to underestimate him. It fit his desire that the other let him attack first. Without hesitation, the ice crystal sword disappeared in front of him, leaving behind a clear ripple. Flowing water. The crux of this move was for the sword to act as though it was falling like water from a high altitude. The water essence was smooth without a hint of presence. It seems that Shitty has worked hard recently. Luo Li smirked. Since he was planning to humiliate Zuo Mo, naturally, he wouldn't let this battle end so quickly. He wanted Zuo Mo to understand just how great the gap was between them. He wanted Zuo Mo to realize that the two wasn't on the same level, that he could kill Zuo Mo as easily as killing an ant. Ding! The sound of impact was as clear as glass. 10 steps in front of Luo Li, invisible vibrations spread out. Luo Li acted as though no one was present as he started to walk towards Zuo Mo. His face smiling coldly. "What? Does Shitty only have these little moves?" Zuo Mo's entire mind was on controlling the ice crystal sword and didn't hear the words. The sword suddenly changed as though it became countless little flows, wrapping around in layers as dense as cloth. The little flows spun quicker and quick, producing soft hissing sounds. Just 2 steps from Luoli, these revolving small flows multiplied in size and started to ring. 7 whirlpools suddenly appeared around Luoli. The sword was soft yet sticky, the 7 whirlpools trapping Luoli in the middle like a cage made out of whirlpools. Luoli had no place to escape. Each whirlpool was made up of countless tiny sword energies. These hair-thin, weak-looking sword energies were full of a silent danger. Li Water Sword Scripture, S. 7 Whirlpools. Chapter 64, Caught It. This chapter has been brought to you by Ni and Kakshura Zero. Zuo Mo isn't going to have a good time this chapter. We get to see what the elders think of everything that's happened. Chapter 64, Caught It. 7 Whirlpools. The outer sect disciples simultaneously sighed in shock. Those that had been spectating instantly became alert. Zuo Mo Shixiang really had concealed himself deeply. Yan Lu was slightly surprised as he looked at the plaza. Little Mo has something like this. He had just returned and didn't know what had happened with Zuo Mo. Seeing Zuo Mo releasing such an exquisite attack, he was very shocked. Pei Yuan Ran said, "Don't rush. There might be even bigger surprises later." The situation suddenly changed. Zuo Mo, who had been thought as destined to lose, suddenly revealed a very strong sword move and also raised everyone's interest. Trapped between 7 sword energy whirlpools, Luo Li's face was still indifferent. He didn't seem to make a motion, but the 7 roaring sword energy whirlpools suddenly paused, the strands of sword energy flailing chaotically, but not one sword energy could enter the area 5 paces from Luo Li. Luo Li didn't slack off either. Pei Yuan Ran had a satisfied expression. Turning, he asked Xin Yen, "This move, extinguish, what level?" "The 5th. Xin Yen said. N. Luo Li's talent isn't bad, but it's a pity he met Wei Shang. Yan Le said aimlessly. The others all had a slightly discomfort expression. Wei Shang's talents was much greater than Luo Li's based on the perspective of the sect. The unequal treatment was natural. But the time that Luo Li spent with them was much longer than Wei Shang, and much closer in terms of feelings. Pei Yuan Ran said, "This isn't something that can be dealt with. We, as Sword Xiu, uphold the rule of the strong and weak. Ambition is good, but what is needed is to understand one's own abilities." Xin Cheng asked for Shapeless Sword Scripture, from me. Xin Yen said. Must be for Luo Li. Yan Lu was extremely intelligent and said with a smile, Shapeless Sword Scripture and Empty Sword Scripture come from the same origin. Xin Cheng's conduct, it's very interesting. Shifeng Rong's brows furrowed as she said, "Isn't that making the situation worse?" Pei Yuan Ran said, "Shimmy, don't worry. Competition is a good thing. They are still very young. We can look over them and slowly polish away. Maybe 1 or 2 of them will become accomplished and we will not fail our masters." Hearing this, the other 3 nodded their heads in agreement. The fight between Zuo Mo and Luo Li intensified. Luo Li was very shocked inside. 3 months to reach this level of skill, his talent wasn't weaker than his own. Thinking about it, his heart felt like it was bursting, as though a fire had been lit. In the last decade, he was the most favored, most talented disciple in Wu Kong Sword Sect. But there suddenly was a Wei Shang who had an apparition at Zhuji. To nurture him, the sect elders had actually opened the sword cave. That was a benefit that he didn't even dare to think about. One Wei Shang came out, and now there was a Zuo Mo. He had never heard that the sect had such a fine water sword scripture. Did the Shirshu pass on a new sword scripture? Once the thought formed, his heart felt like it was bit by a snake, his eyes dark. Zuo Mo couldn't attend to Luo Li's mood. All of his attention was on controlling the sword. Li Water Sword Scripture, S first 6 sword moves, he had practiced numerous times. The person who had created this sword scripture might not be as familiar as he was. After he comprehended the sword essence, he had done some minor adjustments to the sword moves again. The method he used for adjustment was extremely simple. Wherever the sword essence would pause, he would fearlessly change it until the sword essence would move as he wished without any blockage. This sword scripture, it had been transformed a long time ago. If it had been someone else, would they have dared to adjust like so? But Zuo Mo didn't have any restraints. In the area of the sword, he had no fundamentals, and naturally wouldn't be restained. When he had been learning the 5-element spells of a ling plant farmer, due to the fact that much of the contents in the jade stick had not been detailed, it had required him to speculate on his own. Over time, he was used to making adjustments to spells and had his own method. To use the sword essence as the model to change sword moves. If Xin Yen knew of the idea, he would certainly have praised it. He had seen Luo Li kill people in the Jade Scroll. It was mysterious and hard to detect. Up until now, he basically hadn't seen Luo Li Shixiang's flying sword. Empty sword scripture was truly amazing. Sui Shixiang had once said that empty sword scripture was the finest in the third-grade sword scriptures. From what he had seen today, it really was powerful. Couldn't see the flying sword, couldn't see the sword energy, you never knew where the other's attack would come from. Couldn't defend, couldn't see, couldn't guess, that kind of things were the ones that most easily created terror. Zuo Mo was slightly frightened. Compared to Luo Li's untouched and leisurely state, Zuo Mo was increasingly nervous. Zuo Mo's battle experience was pitifully thin. After 2 continuous sword moves were deflected, it was a heavy blow to his confidence. However, he didn't want to admit defeat like this. Gritting his teeth, he released the third move. Countless sword energies formed a dense curtain of swords like a tide. Gleaming with the shine of water, it swayed like the waves. The third move, layered tide. The first move, flowing water, was light and clean, like sheep climbing a cliff, untraceable. The second move, 7 whirlpools, dense and sticky with hidden danger. And this move, layered tide, was continuous, becoming stronger as it continued. The layers of sword energy were like waves, layers of little waves merging together. The curtain made of swords, which had been like a drizzle of rain, suddenly became fierce and turbulent. Luo Li seemed to be right next to the water, the giant turbulence about to swallow him. Shocked gasps came from the surroundings. The past 2 moves might have surprised people, but it wasn't as intimidating as layered tide. In their eyes, a giant wave came down from the sky, unable to be dodged. Those outer sect disciples at odds with Zuo Mo paled in fright, their legs weak. This giant wave wasn't water, but composed of layers of countless sword energies. Once one was swallowed, then they should wait to be cut up into pieces. It seemed that he had truly understood this sword scripture. Luo Li's eyes became even darker. Staring at the sword curtain as it came down, killing intent flashed through his eyes. He decided to give the zombie a blow that would completely destroy the other's confidence. He faced the sword curtain full of danger and turbulence and stepped forward. Another step. A third step. Break! The voice rang out over the entire plaza. Everyone felt their chests compress and then shock came onto their faces. Hiss. Like a small knife cutting cloth, not dissonant but a clear sound. The giant sword energy wave was cut in half. Seeing the sword curtain forcefully broken in 2, Zuo Mo jumped in fright. Just as he was about to change moves, he suddenly detected a hint of danger. His heart alarmed, he didn't have time to think as his body fell down to the left. Even though he hadn't seen anything, but Zuo Mo could clearly feel something brush tightly next to him. He was like a frightened cat, all the hair on his body standing up. Zuo Mo, having dropped to the floor, couldn't care about the pain on his body, and scrambled to distance himself from Luo Li. Oh my heart almost jumped out. It seems that Zuo Mo Shixiang isn't weak. Pity that he encountered Luo Li Shixiang. One of the surrounding disciples couldn't help stating. That's right. Look at Luo Li Shixiang, that's the composure of a strong person. That stride, that expression, Zuo Mo Shixiang is still a bit weak. Someone else in the surrounding followed. Yes. If Wei Sheng Shixiang could come out, then it might be enough. Haha, don't be impatient. In any case, the battle between the two will happen. Really? Think about it, can one mountain have two tigers? Zuo Mo couldn't hear any sound. He could only hear the beat of his heart. He furiously panted, his chest a heaving bellows. He stared with wide eyes at Luo Li, his mouth dry. So risky. Just that little bit. Just now, Zuo Mo's brain had even turned white for a second. This was the first time he had met such danger. The zombie face was full of dust, his entire body was muddy and formed a sorry figure. His actions were that of a true greenhorn, emphasizing Luo Li's strong composure. After a long while, Zuo Mo gradually recovered his calm. Luo Li wasn't far away, smirking as he looked at him. Luo Li suddenly found that this way was very good. His intention had been to embarrass Zuo Mo. In front of the sect leader, he naturally couldn't injure Zuo Mo. So let him completely humiliate Zuo Mo. The gap between you and I, it's much larger than you think. Having made a decision, Luo Li smiled coldly as he looked at Zuo Mo. He wasn't in a rush to attack. It was like a cat playing catch with a mouse. Hao Min's face was smug. If it wasn't that the elders were at the side, she would have definitely been laughing. Hatred flashed across her eyes. Dare to fight with this lady, you scum, today, you'll play until you die. Luo Li casually walked forward. Zuo Mo unconsciously shrunk back. That action, it was very similar to a startled bird. Laughter roared through the surroundings. On the stage, Shi Fengrong's face was black. Zuo Mo's eyes widened as he stared unblinkingly at Luo Li. He didn't hear the laughter from the surroundings. No one knew the feelings under that zombie face of his, just like no one knew what he was thinking. The strong terror actually made him even more focused. Shitty isn't attacking? Luo Li's voice was full of mockery as it spread. It was like a cat teasing a mouse. The scattered laughter made Luo Li feel smug. He even had the leisure to look at Hao Min. Hao Min saw Luo Li look at her and instantly sent a flirtatious look back. Luo Li was greatly encouraged and resolved to torment this distasteful little zombie today. Zuo Mo didn't speak. His eyes were wide as they stared at Luo Li. Just having tasted the power of empty sword scripture, he didn't dare to slip up. Since Shitty isn't attacking, then I won't be courteous. Luo Li smiled at Hao Min and drawled. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. Like a grasshopper, he suddenly leapt towards the right. Hiss! Zuo Mo felt his left arm become cold. A piece of fabric flew into the sky. A cold and intimidating sword energy passed right next to his skin. Ping! Zuo Mo had leapt with too much power and hit the granite-stoned ground. He instantly bared his teeth in pain. Not having the time to care about the pain, he rolled and climbed up. His hair was loose, his clothing disheveled, a large hole at his shoulder. Where are Shitty's sword moves? Luo Li's cold voice had a hint of mockery. Hiss! Zuo Mo didn't have time to think and jumped sideways again. At the same time, the right-hand sleeve floated into the sky. Ping, pain! Climbing up, he stared at Luo Li. The laughter from the surroundings, he didn't hear it. Luo Li didn't give Zuo Mo any time to rest, the sword energies coming one after the other. Piece by piece, cloth flew into the sky. Zuo Mo's clothing almost became strips of cloth. His entire body was covered in dust and dirt. Some parts of the skin were bleeding. He was like a beggar. No one was laughing anymore. The entire plaza was unusually silent. Many outer sect disciples didn't want to look. Xiaobo bit her lips, unaware that her tears had fallen down. Li Feng's eyes were about to spit fire. Half crouching on the ground, Zuo Mo panted heavily. His wide eyes were staring fixedly at Luo Li. His ears still didn't hear any sound. He was breathing fast, his throat dry and burning. He didn't notice it, just like no one noticed excitement flash and then hide in his eyes. Caught it! Chapter 65, Li Water Burning Heavens. So which of you won the bet? This chapter has been provided to you by me, Warlord 212, and Kakshura 0. Chapter 65, Li Water Burning Heavens. Should we call for an end? Yenla said with slight dissatisfaction, his brows furrowed as he looked at the sorry figure of Zuo Mo in the plaza. Before, he had felt that even though Luo Li had been somewhat arrogant, but overall, he had been very good. Today's battle had changed his impression of Luo Li to an extremely terrible one. He might not be as strong as Xin Yen, but he was still a Jindan Shouja. How could he not see? Luo Li clearly had the advantage, but like a cat catching a mouse, he was playing with the other. The two were still disciples of the same sect, regardless of how serious the conflict. What was happening now was somewhat over the top. Inside, he blamed Zuo Mo for trying to be brave. He had clearly given Zuo Mo a ling armor, but Zuo Mo didn't wear it. What he didn't know was that when Zuo Mo had been practicing in the river, he naturally had taken the armor off. After he returned, he forgot to put it on. Glancing at the dark face of Shi Fengrong, Pei Yuanran smiled, "No rush, no rush." Then he said in a heavy tone, "In the future, the rules need to be adjusted." Of course. Yen Lo agreed. In the past, the feelings between the disciples had been pretty good and nothing like this had happened. Right now, the situation in the sect is complicated. It's better to change the rules. In the battlefield, Zuo Mo panted heavily. He blocked off all the outside noise. He stared fixedly at Luo Li only 10 steps away from him. He caught it. Caught the barely perceptible ripple. Empty sword scripture was like traveling through the void, and that made it hard to detect the sword. However, to humiliate Zuo Mo, Luo Li had purposefully let out a small flaw to give Zuo Mo time to dodge. He definitely wouldn't have thought that this flaw that he purposefully left behind let Zuo Mo find an unique characteristic of empty sword scripture. It had to be said that empty sword scripture deserved to be the finest among the third-grade sword scriptures. Up until now, Zuo Mo hadn't found Luo Li's flying sword. This was the speciality of empty sword scripture. The flying sword could travel through space and pierce through it to wound others, giving others the feeling that it was non-existent. However, Luo Li was far from the level of his sword essence becoming non-existent. It was an extremely small ripple. Just before the flying sword would appear, there would be a very small ling energy ripple. This ling energy ripple, in the midst of the unsteady surroundings, could be easily overlooked. However, as Luo Li repeatedly played, Zuo Mo, who had been highly alert, caught this sign. Zuo Mo's cultivation was far from Luo Li, but his spiritual power was far above Luo Li. This was also the reason he could catch this small fluctuation. As long as he could catch the fluctuation, empty sword, it wasn't untraceable any longer. On a zombie face smeared with dirt and sweat, it seemed that there were 2 deep red flames jumping deep in his eyes. The smugness on Luo Li's face gradually disappeared. Previously, every time he made a blow, Zuo Mo's sorry state caused a lot of laughter. But afterwards, the laughter decreased in number. Presently, the entire plaza was dead silent. No matter how disheveled a figure Zuo Mo was, there wasn't any more noise. This made Luo Li feel very uncomfortable. He decided to end this boring battle using the move he had just comprehended. The mockery on his face disappeared. His expression turned grave, all the ling energy in his body moved. The air seemed to have solidified, silent and deadly. The disciples that were spectating felt a heavy pressure form as though it was tangible, and their expressions all changed. They could not dodge it. Luo Li Shixiang, had he reached this kind of level? Even those inner sect disciples couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Luo Li Shixian's cultivation was stronger than them, but they had not thought that Luo Li Shixian would be this strong. Light flashed through Yan Li's eyes. The others also looked down with solemn expressions. Shitty, pay attention, and get ready to interfere, Pei Yuan Ran said firmly to Xianyan. His eyes were tightly locked on Luo Li, seemingly excited. With his experience, how could he not see that this was a move that combined empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture? Empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture were born from the same root. In the past, void sword scripture was broken into two sword scriptures, empty sword scripture and shapeless sword scripture. All these years, many people had wanted to put the two sword scriptures back together, but no one had succeeded. In the past, if Xianyan hadn't cultivated Ice Dragon Sword Scripture, he would have certainly done this. Basically, any disciple of the sect that practiced one of the two sword scriptures would try their best to combine the two sword scriptures. So when they saw Luo Li's move, Pei Yuan Ran and the other three were instantly absorbed. No one knew how to learn void sword scripture, but there were many records about this sword scripture. All the records would always have one word, essence moves and rises. With Luo Li's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to exude this kind of presence unless he comprehended sword essence. Yet, in the eyes of experts like Xianyan, whether Luo Li had comprehended sword essence or not could be seen with a glance. Then there was only one possibility, combining the sword scriptures. How could they not be excited? Zuo Mo didn't know any of this. In his eyes, there was only Luo Li, only that ripple. Luo Li's presence was extremely shocking, but in Zuo Mo's eyes, it was far less frightening than before. The fluctuation was too strong. He almost didn't need to try to locate the relative position of this ling energy fluctuation. It was clearer than any previous time. The previous sword moves might not have been as strong in terms of presence, but that fluctuation was extremely small. If it wasn't that Zuo Mo's consciousness was strong, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Come! Laboriously waiting for a chance, Zuo Mo's pupils shrunk and the ice crystal sword that had been floating landed in his hand. Stepping forward in a half-crouch, his body slightly bent, the sword tip pointing to the ground, the eyes half closed. All the fire, all the desire for battle, all the resolve, all of it started to retreat inside. Zuo Mo was like a dirty stone statue, motionless. Luo Li saw Zuo Mo's posture and a faint icy smile floated on the corner of his mouth. In front of absolute power, any kind of rebellion was useless. He wanted the sect leader and the others to see his potential, see that he was more exceptional than Wei Shang. He needed to take back what belonged to him. He didn't notice that at this time, Xianyan Shirshu's attention moved from his body to Zuo Mo's body. Xianyan's usually stone-cold face was in a rare state of surprise. Luo Li didn't notice. If he had noticed, maybe he would think of what was behind it. He raised his right hand, his fingers forming a sword, the ling energy revolving. Some meticulous outer sect disciples instantly noticed that a layer of faint white mist had formed and surrounded Zuo Mo's lowered ice crystal sword. It looked like Zuo Mo was holding a ball of mist. Luo Li felt that the time was right. Without hesitation, he attacked, his fingers lightly swiping at Zuo Mo. All the accumulated anger, it seemed to have found a place to vent and furiously flooded following Luo Li's fingers. Just at this moment, Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. It was like a dead motionless statue had suddenly come alive. Zuo Mo's clear bright eyes were entirely red like bloody eyes, but also like a roaring fire, burning like his desire to fight and his resolve. The moment he opened his eyes, all the energy that had retreated suddenly exploded. Using all the power in his body, he swung the sword against the current viciously upwards. Li! The raspy voice was explosive, like a fireball suddenly exploding. Biding his time for so long, it was all for this move. All the ling energy, all the spiritual energy, Zuo Mo didn't keep any of it back. All of it was poured into this, Li water burning heavens. His eyes glared furiously, almost as though they were going to pop out. That zombie face that was eternally expressionless was twisted like a dancing flame. Luo Li's expression changed. What was that? He clearly saw countless jumping flames, countless flames filled with explosiveness, but why? They clearly were just water. Impossible. That was impossible. That damn zombie had clearly been using a water element sword scripture. How could it transform into fire? It had to be said that Li Water Sword Scripture was a very unique sword scripture. The uniqueness wasn't just found in manipulating water like fire. Even its sword moves were very unique. In the 7 moves, the first 6 moves, they were all classical water element sword moves. They walked the path of water. Anyone who encountered it would naturally classify it as a classical water element sword scripture, but only up till the very last move. That one took a huge curve. Manipulate water like fire. Without having learned the last move, Li Water Burning Heavens, it wasn't possible to really comprehend Li Water Sword Scripture. All the essence of Li Water Sword Scripture was in this final move. Even the people who practiced it had a hard time finding it, to say nothing of the people facing it. Additionally, while the sword moves that Zuo Mo had previously used were skilled and smooth, but in each move, not one bit of sword essence was revealed. Zuo Mo had thought it through. Sword essence was the only place that he could win. If the other was alert against it, he didn't even have the tiniest bit of hope. So in the beginning, no matter if it was flowing water, 7 whirlpools, or layered tides, he didn't use sword essence. Only now. In front of Zuo Mo, a crack suddenly appeared. It gave off a terrifying presence like an ancient monster that would eat people. Joy made its way onto the faces of Pei Yuan Ran and the others. Only Xin Yan's gaze was tightly locked on Zuo Mo. What was going to come out of the crack? The flying sword. Zuo Mo seemed to be combusting. His eyes were blood red and he roared, not dodging in the slightest. The ice crystal sword, swung with all his power, went up against the flow as a layer of strange and clear water flames appeared. All the disciples, no matter inner sect or outer, no one could keep their composure. Even the steady Qin Cheng's expression changed dramatically. Sword essence. That was sword essence. In their eyes, Zuo Mo was like a ball of fire, a strange and clear water flame. Presence. A vicious and brutal presence suddenly spread out with Zuo Mo as the center. Luo Li finally was shocked. Not caring about anything else, all the ling energy in his body started to revolve. The ice crystal sword suddenly lightened. The strange water flame left the sword, transforming into a silently burning fire sword formed out of water, accurately hitting that crack. Everyone could only see a patch of white and nothing else. Their ears rang, they couldn't hear anything. The disciples that had been closer felt that someone had pushed them heavily, forcing them to move 6 or 7 steps behind before they could steady themselves. Only a long while later did everyone's eyes recovered. When they looked at the battlefield, everyone truly was dumbstruck. There was a gigantic and deep hole in the plaza. Inside the plaza, Zuo Mo's upper half was naked, his clothing having disappeared. He was still locked in his position of swinging the sword. The light in his eyes retreated. He was like a statue. At the edge of the deep pit, blood seeped out of the corner of Luo Li Shixiang's mouth. His hair was a mess, not much of his clothing had remained. His eyes were fixed on Zuo Mo. Phew! Luo Li Shixiang suddenly spat out blood and fell down backwards. At the same time, Zuo Mo still maintained his attack position as he silently dropped to the ground. Chapter 66, Awakening. Chapter 66, Awakening. Zuo Mo slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but groan because of his sore body. Shixiang, you're awake. An unfamiliar female stood beside the bed, her expression respectful. Zuo Mo noticed a hint of awe in her eyes. Based on her clothing, she should be an outer sect female disciple, but Zuo Mo didn't know her. Where is this? Zuo Mo struggled to sit up. This is Fragrant Ginger Yard. Because you were injured, the mistress took you here. The female outer sect disciple answered hurriedly. Zuo Mo relaxed and thought, oh, so it had been master. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, he raised his head to ask, is there something to eat? The outer sect female disciple nodded, please wait. She then turned and left. After a while, she carried a bowl of rice and several dishes in. Smelling the dense ling energy coming from the food, Zuo Mo felt his mind become alert, and felt even more hungry. Without a second wasted, he started to feast. The rice in the bowl wasn't the normal rice that he usually ate but rather cooked with ling grains. The small dishes were all prepared using ling vegetables. The ling energy was abundant, thus extremely appropriate for people like Zuo Mo who had just been wounded to recover. To someone poor like Zuo Mo, when had he ever eaten such food? He had a ration of ling grains each month, but he didn't know how to prepare it. The preparation of ling food needed extremely specialized techniques. This process was called food cultivation. All kinds of raw ingredients filled with rich ling energy, after being especially paired, and then meticulously prepared, the ling energy in the food would be completely released and it was very easy to absorb. Absorbing ling energy from ling food was much gentler than absorbing it from jingshi. However, that was something only those who had enough jingshi could experience. Compared to other high-level ling foods, ling grains were the most basic and widespread ling food. However, Zuo Mo sold the ling grains he received each month to turn it into jingshi. Having the ling vein in the stone room, the effect of ling grains were not major for him. This was the first time he was able to experience such luxury. The skill of the person who cooked was high and the ling energy thick. Just smelling it, Zuo Mo felt his mind lighten. When the food entered his mouth, he almost swallowed his tongue as well. Like a storm, the ling food on the table was swept clean, not a speck remaining. Zuo Mo stretched, still wanting more. At this time, the female outer sect disciple reminded him, Shi Xiang can meditate which will help in the absorption of ling energy. Hearing this, Zuo Mo rushed into the lotus position to meditate. Seeing this, the female disciple quietly cleaned up the dishes and then closed the door as she left. Waking up from the meditation, Zuo Mo felt his mind was completely refreshed and unspeakably comfortable. Thinking about the ling food he had just eaten, he couldn't help but sigh at the effect of the meal, which was even more effective than meditating for 4 hours in the stone room. But the ling vein in the stone room was completely free, and while there hadn't been that much food, the price of the ling food definitely wasn't cheap. If it wasn't a reward from the sect, he certainly couldn't afford it. Pushing open the door, he walked outside the room. It was a small yard outside the door. At this time, Zuo Mo knew where he was. This place was a small out-of-the-way yard in fragrant ginger yard. He would pass by this place every day. It seemed familiar upon further observation. He decided to go see his master. Walking out of the little yard, he saw quite a few female outer sect disciples along his way. Zuo Mo instantly felt the completely different change in their attitude. Previously, they had been respectful of him. Now, there was a hint of awe in this respect. This awe that came from the heart, it caused their spines to bend more, their attitude more careful and respectful. Zuo Mo wasn't used to it. Su Qing saw Zuo Mo and hurried to bow. Shi Xiang, Master is waiting for you. Even Su Qing was using the formal you. Zuo Mo felt very uncomfortable. He shook his head and said, it's not good that Shimi calls me this, it's too formal. Shi Xiang is right, Su Qing was wrong. Su Qing smiled warmly. Previously, she had helped Zuo Mo, but she didn't think he would end up doing so well. Who could have known that Zuo Mo could fight to a standstill with Luo Li Shi Xiang? When she had seen it, she was dumbstruck. Even now, she still felt disbelief. This incident caused the entire fragrant ginger yard to take a new look at this zombie Shi Xiang. Su Qing was smart and knew that this fight had completely decided Shi Xiang's position in fragrant ginger yard and the sect. Before, Hao Min Shiji had been arrogant and despotic in fragrant ginger yard. In the future, she would definitely be more restrained. If she still didn't control herself, then she would be too stupid. Zuo Mo Shixiang might look slow, but no matter if it was cunning, power, or talent, he surpassed Hao Min. Su Qing knew of the battle between the inner sect disciples. As an outer sect disciple, she naturally felt closer to Wei Shang and Zuo Mo, who had once been outer sect disciples as well. However, Su Qing was still careful and aware of herself. Many people, when they prospered, their temper and personality became drastically different. Prudence would never be a mistake. However, Zuo Mo Shixiang's personality seemed much better than she had imagined. Zuo Mo's zombie face still was expressionless. He nodded at Su Qing and then walked towards Master's Dan room. Pushing open the door to enter, he saw Master Shi Fengrong. Now you know to act brave. When Shi Fengrong saw him, she discourteously started scolding, just admit defeat earlier next time. Did you have to injure yourself like that? She completely forgot she had sent a death order for Zuo Mo to not lose. Zuo Mo perceptively didn't mention it and muttered in compliance. To argue with this person, he didn't have the guts. Shi Fengrong's tone relaxed, but, you didn't lose face for me. Very good. Zuo Mo heard this and rolled his eyes inside. This is probably what you really thought inside. Shi Fengrong was very satisfied with this disciple. Even though he had only been a ling plant farmer, but she had been shocked at his talent at dan making. He could make the golden crow pill even when he just started to learn dan making. The first time Zuo Mo made the golden crow pill, it could be explained by luck. Afterwards, when he found the basic method, she hadn't said anything, but she had been very shocked inside. This wasn't something that could be accomplished by luck. Seeing his exceptional talent, Shi Fengrong had made even stricter demands of him. She didn't have any hope for the fight between Zuo Mo and Luolik, regardless that she had ordered that he could not lose. She was clear that the two weren't on the same power level. Yet Zuo Mo once again gave her a surprise. Even though he didn't win, but he truly didn't lose. In a short 3 months, he was able to comprehend sword essence. This kind of sword talent, even the cold second Shixiang was surprised. The sect leader and third Shixiang had gaped. She had been very smug inside. 3 months, and you were able to comprehend sword essence. Your talent at the sword isn't weak. If it was buried, it would be a pity. Shi Fengrong slowly said, in the future, you can go to your second Shibua to learn about the sword. I'm telling you, if you go to your second Shibua, don't dishonor me. If I learn that you are slacking, humph. The snort was very cold. Zuo Mo silently grimaced. To go to second Shibua's place to learn the sword, this treatment, it was extremely high in Wu Kong Sword Sect. It was something that every disciple dreamed about. If it was in the past, Zuo Mo would have nodded and agreed, but now. He thought that there was still an idle and steady Puyao in his consciousness, and then thought about second Shibua's sword-like gaze. Zuo Mo felt he had dropped into ice. He still remembered the snow-white sword essence of second Shibua slicing through the Black Sea the night he met Puyao for the first time. Even the kind of strong Yaoma that was Puyao, he still wasn't second Shibua's opponent. If second Shibua found Puyao in his consciousness, his own ending would be of the utmost miserable. What was a reward in other people's eyes, Zuo Mo wanted to avoid it. This disciple just wants to learn dan making from master. Before Zuo Mo could finish, Shi Fengrong interrupted, dan making is dan making. Cultivating the sword is cultivating the sword. No one said that making dan means not being able to cultivate the sword. Stop talking and go where I tell you. But... Shi Fengrong looked suspiciously at Zuo Mo. You have a question? Being pierced with Master's gaze, Zuo Mo's heart jumped rapidly. Don't let Master see anything fishy. He hurriedly shook his head. No. No. If you don't have any, then go. Shi Fengrong impatiently waved her hand to rush Zuo Mo out. Coming out of Master's Dan room, Zuo Mo felt very uncertain. Of the 4 elders, the one he was most afraid of meeting was Xin Yen Shibua. Whenever Xianyan Sherbua looked at him, Zuo Mo felt that the other could see him clearly, and that all secrets were revealed in second Sherbua's eyes. But this obstacle could not be avoided. Zuo Mo cautiously went to second Sherbua's residence. Second Sherbua was skilled in two areas. One was cultivating the sword. The other was forging. Wei Sheng Shixiang had personally been taught by him. Luo Li had once received his teachings. Other than that, Sui Shixiang was the only disciple of second Sherbua and learned forging from him. Zuo Mo could only walk towards second Sherbua's residence. Second Sherbua resided alone at Sun Lookout Peak. This was a place that Zuo Mo had never stepped in before. Following the winding mountain road, Zuo Mo was extremely careful and furtive. When he reached the peak of Sun Lookout Peak, he was shocked still. The peak was very large, but there was only a small grass hut. Other than that, no other living thing was on the ground. Zuo Mo was about 150 steps from the grass hut. These 150 steps, he walked with his heart beating fast. A few times, he almost turned and ran away. Under his feet, not 1 foot of ground was whole. Actually, not just under his feet but the entire top of Sun Lookout Peak, there wasn't a whole piece of ground. There were intersecting cracks. The ground of Sun Lookout Peak seemed to have been heavily plowed countless times. When he stepped on the upturned soil, Zuo Mo's heart shrunk. Sword essence. The broken soil on the upturned ground under his feet contained extremely strong sword essence. They followed out as though they wanted to cut off Zuo Mo's legs, or as though they wanted to burrow inside his body from the soles of his feet. The cold killing intent made Zuo Mo's hairs stand on end. He unconsciously swallowed, controlling his impulse to take out the ice crystal sword, and gritted his teeth as he walked forward. One step, one step. It was like his feet were stepping on countless sword tips. Each step was extremely careful. Zuo Mo felt the impulse countless times to take out ice crystal sword. It was an instinctive response, but each time, he would stop it. This patch of broken ground concealed countless sword essences. If he really summoned the ice crystal sword, that was really poking the hornet's nest. Those hidden sword essences would swarm and rip him to shreds. Damn it! This ghastly place. Formal way of saying you. The pinyin is neen as opposed to the informal uni. Translator ramblings, Shifeng Rong tries, she really does. She's old and experienced, and so the rest of the elders. The way they see it, it's just a harmless little disagreement. No one would die. Of course, things look different from Zuo Mo and Luo Li's point of view. The story is going to start heating up soon. We're past the first hump and the outer world comes into play. Chapter 67, Questions and Answers. This chapter has been provided to you by me, Warlord 212, Kakshura 0, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 67, Questions and Answers. Zuo Mo was like a tense string as he carefully moved in front of the door to the grass hut. Just the slightest bit of outside force and he would move. He took a deep breath. Even though he had broken through to the second breath of embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, and didn't need to use his nose and mouth to breathe, but when he was nervous, he still unconsciously followed the familiar pattern of breathing to calm his emotions. Letting his mind settle, he gave a deep bow to the wooden door of the grass hut. Disciple Zuo Mo greets Sherbua. Come in. Xianyan Sherbua's icy voice came out of the grass hut. The wooden door opened silently. The inside of the hut was a patch of darkness. Zuo Mo's heart couldn't help but tense up once again. He gathered his courage and walked in. The interior of the grass hut was extremely crude. There was only a meditation mat. Other than that, there was nothing else. Xianyan Sherbua was sitting on the meditation mat, a small stream of sunlight entering the grass hut and falling onto Xianyan Sherbua's body. Sherbua's body was under the sun, but his face was shadowed by the hair in front of his forehead and couldn't be seen clearly until he opened his eyes. In the shadow, 2 dots of ice suddenly lit up. For some unknown reason, Zuo Mo felt a bone-aching cold flow from the tail of spine upwards, all the muscles in his body paralyzed. "You are a surprise to me." Xanyan's voice was like a cold mist, permeating through Zuo Mo's skin into his heart, so cold that he almost couldn't move. "You don't have any talent at the sword," Xianyan said calmly. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly tensed. He felt that he almost forgot to breathe at this instant. Terror, like the flood overcoming the dam, instantly broke through Zuo Mo's psychological defenses. "Did Shirbo find out? You could comprehend sword essence in 3 months, that surprised me." Xianyan didn't look at Zuo Mo. He slowly closed his eyes, the 2 dots of ice disappearing into the shadows. "I'm not concerned with what fortuitous encounters you had, but you have to remember, if you do anything against the sect in the future, I will kill you with my sword." The tone was calm, as though it was narrating a simple matter. It was like Zuo Mo suddenly rose from hell into heaven. This joyful surprise stunned him for a moment. He had already prepared to stretch out his neck to be killed. He had assumed that second Shirbo had already seen through him, and seen that Pu Yao was in his consciousness. The tense muscles on his body instantly relaxed. Zuo Mo felt his body was weak, the lingering fears in his heart like a flood, almost swallowing him. His feet were sore and weak. "Yes," Zuo Mo hurriedly answered, his mind slightly steadier. "The Li Water Sword scripture that you cultivate is unique but is limited by the knowledge of the author, and it would be hard for it to improve further in the future." Xianyan didn't open his eyes as he said calmly, "And your fundamentals are too weak. Several places need to be changed. However, the places that you changed yourself, they weren't bad." Afterwards, Xianyan pointed out a few spots. Zuo Mo, now having calmed down, was delighted and willing. The places that Shirbo pointed out, it was exactly the places that he felt were uncomfortable and didn't flow properly, but he hadn't known how to change it. Hearing Shirbo's advice, he instantly understood. After that, Xianyan Shirbo threw a jade scroll to Zuo Mo. "These are some basic sword scriptures. Practice them more." Pausing, he said with a hint of regret, "Your primary focus is dan making, and you're also a ling plant farmer. You are not suited to cultivate the sword. For sword shio, what is important is not to be distracted by other matters, the clear heart sword. You, try to do your best." Bidding farewell to Shirbo, when Zuo Mo passed over the mud in front of the grass hut, he didn't feel any of the sword essence that had been there previously. Just like those sword essences knew him and hid themselves. On the road from Sun Lookout Peak to Little West Windyard, Zuo Mo had been pondering Shirbo's words. Shirbo's meaning was extremely clear. If he wanted to progress another step on the road of the sword shio, and really accomplish something, he must abandon being a ling plant farmer and dan making, and only practice the sword. Otherwise, he would find it hard to progress further on the sword. Shirbo's words were as clear as they could be, but Zuo Mo knew what he was worth. If he was like Wei Shang Xixiang, he might abandon everything and be a pure sword show, but he wasn't. He knew just how much talent he had. If he didn't have Pu Yao, he basically couldn't have been able to comprehend sword essence. He had been sliced several thousand times before he had comprehended Shirbo's title sword essence. If it had been Wei Shang Xixiang, he would have needed only a few dozen before he could have comprehended it. If he didn't have the experience of comprehending the title sword essence, he certainly wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Li Water Sword essence in 3 months. He was fated to not walk Wei Shang Xixiang's path. As he walked with the wind blowing gently in his face, Zuo Mo's mood rose. The road each person walked was different. Even more, the progress he had made was something he didn't dare to even think of before. Yet now, he had made it. His mood recovered quickly. After the rise and fall in his emotions today, his body felt slightly exhausted. He needed rest. However, when he walked to the mouth of the West Wind Valley, his feet stopped and he paused on this spot. Aiya! Zuo Mo Xixiang, you finally came. Xixiang was so strong in the sect assessment, Shitty has come to especially give congratulations, just a humble gift. Does Xixiang still remember me? That year, if it wasn't for your little art of cloud and rain, I would have been homeless. This little brother still remembers it. Xixiang, this little brother cultivates the sword, but doesn't have a master. Xixiang, us sisters from the eastern peak. Looking at the dense mass of people, Zuo Mo's head rang. The entrance of West Wind Valley was filled to the limit. This scene, it was even busier than the last time when Zuo Mo had been promoted to an inner sect disciple. Even the gifts they had prepared were higher quality than last time. Some outer sect disciples that had good family backgrounds had really spent a lot. Desperately needing rest, Zuo Mo felt his head was going to explode. Stop the noise. Suddenly, a voice passed over, and everyone instantly quieted. Sui had accompanied two females over. Zuo Mo saw clearly that it was eldest Shiji Gong Sunshine and Sui Xia Shiji. The one that had spoken was Sui Xixiang. Sui waved his hand, leave. Seeing the situation, the outer sect disciples scattered like birds. Sui bowed to Zuo Mo and said, Shitty, don't blame me for overstepping. It really is too noisy with all these people here. Zuo Mo hurriedly returned the bow, many thanks, Xixiang. This little brother's eyes are already dizzy. If Xixiang had been just a moment late, this little brother would have been dead right here. Then he bowed towards Gong Sunshine and Sui Xia, eldest Shiji, Xia Shiji. You are actually somewhat interesting, eh? A green-clad Sui Xia laughed. Zuo Mo was deeply cautious and alert towards this innocent-looking girl. Liang Feng Shiji said that the Jade Scroll had been from Sui Xia Shiji. What the intentions were at that time of giving him the Jade Scroll were hard to tell. Gong Sun Cheng smiled warmly, responding, Shitty looks very tired. Why don't we come another day? What is Shiji saying? Come. Everyone come in and have some tea. Zuo Mo hurriedly said and then made a joke, but I don't have Xixiang's ling tea. Please don't blame me. Everyone started moving towards the valley. Each person made with a pondering expression as their eyes encountered the ruined Jinji scattered on the ground. They had heard earlier on that Luo Li had gone to challenge Zuo Mo at the valley. The news was passed furiously through Wu Kong Sword Sect. Thinking about the match that neither of the two had won, all three of them had their own thoughts. Zuo Mo didn't have any expression. In fact, he couldn't make expressions. That zombie face couldn't hold any expressions. Entering the West Windyard and seeing Zuo Mo return, the gray-beaked goose on the roof made a call as though she was giving a greeting. Just having escaped death, Zuo Mo's mood was very good and he waved his hand in greeting to the female bird. Gong Sun Cheng saw Zuo Mo's youthful actions and couldn't help but grin. Sui Xia only took a glance. Seeing it was only just a normal gray-beaked goose, she looked away with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Her steed was a third-grade golden fire pupil beast. Extremely intimidating and dominant. In her eyes, a gray-beaked goose was for country bumpkins only. The group of four sat down. Zuo Mo made a pot of tea. The three touched it with their lips before setting it down. Zuo Mo didn't care. What he had was just normal tea. It was a bit cheap. Normally, even he didn't drink it. It really shocked me that Shitty comprehended sword essence in 3 months. Shitty is really too mean to not have slipped any hint and make me worry. Sui said with a smile. Zuo Mo quickly answered, it isn't that this little brother deliberately concealed it. Even this little brother hadn't thought it would be possible or afraid of saying it and being embarrassed. This little brother had been practicing in the river and had been swept a few hundred miles away by the water. Even the sect leader had to send someone to search. The other three people's expressions instantly became slightly strange. They had already used the incident of Zuo Mo being swept away by the river as a joke. The three had mocked or disdained it. Now that Zuo Mo mentioned it in self-mockery, the three instantly didn't feel good inside. Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence and was walking far in front of them. Previously mocking Zuo Mo, it clearly showed their ignorance and stupidity. What sword scripture is Shidi practicing? Sui Xia asked with a face of innocence. Li Water sword scripture. Zuo Mo didn't deny it. If they wanted to know, they naturally could find out. It is a third grade 5 elements sword scripture. Pity that Sherbwa said that it would be difficult for it to progress more. Hearing this, Sui Xia's cunning eyes couldn't help but reveal delight. Zuo Mo coincidentally caught it. He couldn't resist sneering inside. This brat definitely didn't have a good heart. Shidi, don't be discouraged. Gong Sun Xing comforted, your talents are so outstanding, Sherbwa and sect leader wouldn't waste your talents. Shaji is right. Feeling the concern of the other, Zuo Mo felt goodwill for her and bowed towards Gong Sun Xing. It might have been that she would be marrying soon, but she didn't walk closely with Qin Cheng's group. It seemed like that she didn't want to involve herself in the battle between the two sides. This time, it is me that is searching for Shidi. The eldest Shaji smiled, her tone gentle, these two have been taken along to keep me company. I heard that Shidi can make a kind of lingdan called Golden Crow Pill which has a probability of making Golden Crow fire. Is that true? The appraisal says so. In reality, this little brother has not tried. Zuo Mo said cautiously. That's good. Gong Sun Cheng smiled and took out a jade box. I want to use this time to exchange with Shidi for 100 Golden Crow pills. Shidi, take a look. Finishing, her slender fingers pushed the jade box in front of Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled as he opened the jade box. The moment he opened the jade box, his pupils suddenly expanded. Glee was unable to be disguised in his eyes. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is on vacation but that's not going to be for long. He's made a decision about his career and really, it was unrealistic for Xianyan to expect the money-grubbing zombie to abandon his pursuit of wealth in exchange for a promise that he might succeed. Due to the fact that people have been confused by the previous/next links I had up in the first few chapters, I have decided to remove all of them. Please use the table of contents for navigation. WordPress has their own related content links which I have no control over. Chapter 68, A Rare Leisure. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Warlord 212, Kakshura 0, and Wandering Yumi of Doom. Chapter 68, A Rare Leisure. There was a pale blue third-grade water grass lying in the jade box. Light flickered across the plant and it exuded a faint coldness. Icy cloud grass. It was a very rare water element ling grass. Its shadow could be found in many kinds of high-level Dan recipes. To say nothing else, Zuo Mo knew that even Master didn't have ice cloud grass in her fields. Ice cloud grass grew in the coldest of climates, it wasn't easily grown and was hard to find. It probably wasn't possible to buy such a high-quality ice cloud grass in Dongfu, and showed just how valuable it was. This is too valuable. Zuo Mo strongly controlled the greed in his heart and pushed the jade box back in front of the eldest Shaji. A flicker of admiration ran through Gong Sun Cheng's eyes. She once again pushed the jade box to Zuo Mo. Don't refuse, Shidi. This ice cloud grass, it leans towards the cold and the water element. The dan that can be made from this would certainly be lingdan of the ice and water elements. In this sect, other than Shidi, no one is appropriate for this. Zuo Mo thought and then said, 200. The other 100 would be a token of Shidi's goodwill. Gong Sun Sheng didn't refuse and smiled broadly, many thanks, Shidi. Everyone talked for a bit longer, but their interests didn't match. Zuo Mo felt especially negative towards Sui Xia. The three stood up and left. Zuo Mo walked with them to the mouth of the valley. Before leaving, Sui couldn't resist reminding Zuo Mo of the Golden Crow pills he had already ordered. Zuo Mo nodded. Zuo Mo could finally take a breath. Returning to his little yard, he didn't want to do anything. Today's ups and downs, it was enough to tire him out. But he still moved the ice cloud grass into the ling spring of the rock room first. That ling spring was near the ling vein, and the ling energy was extremely thick and suited for the growth of the ice cloud grass. The reason he had been so happy seeing the ice cloud grass wasn't completely due to its value, but because the jade scrolls of Elder Wei Nan recorded a kind of water method to make a lingdan. Its main ingredient was ice cloud grass. This lingdan was called Ice Cloud Dan. It could dramatically increase a cultivator's power over water. The jade scroll hadn't recorded just how great the increase was. However, for Zuo Mo, it still would be very beneficial. He wasn't a sword shio and didn't need to consider the problem of the chaos of the 5 elements. Any element in the 5 elements was extremely useful for him. If his water power grew, the power of his Li water sword scripture would be even greater and easier for him to manipulate. But temporarily, he didn't have the time to make the Ice Cloud Dan. He was in deep debt. Golden Crow Pill. Whenever he thought about the enormous amount of Golden Crow pills, Zuo Mo had the impulse to faint. But today, it wouldn't be today. He buried his head and slept. The next morning, Zuo Mo woke up and started his crazy dan-making days. Su Qing seemed to know of the matter and had prepared large amounts of the ingredients for the fasting pill beforehand. Looking at the mountain of raw materials in front of him, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. He forced himself to start. A crowd of people appeared in a mountain valley not far from Dongfu. Their clothing was different and so was their expression. "It's nearby," one of the people said. His face was serious, but it's hard to find the exact location. "I think that it's here." Another yellow-clad cultivator snorted coldly and followed. "We've gone through the other 12 towns. Other than here, where else?" The other people looked at the silver-clad man that seemed to be the leader. The expression on this male's face was extremely faint. The long robes on his body seemed to have been woven from silver thread, the light gleaming. In the crowd, he was extremely eye-catching. The silver-clad man mused for a beat before opening, "Settle down first and then search." The crowd flew in the direction of Dongfu. For hours later, at the same location that the crowd of people had gathered, light flashed, and a crowd of black-clad people appeared. They were all wearing copper masks, the patterns on the masks extremely fierce and only revealing the eyes. "Just in this area." Still not clear about the exact location, a black-clad person said. Then he made a sound of surprise. "There were people just here, not an insignificant number." The leader of the crowd didn't say anything. He lightly waved his hand and the crowd of black-clad people disappeared into the air. A while later, a white-clad male appeared. If Zuo Mo could see it, he would be shocked to find that it was the person he had thought was a rich young master, Lin Xian. He only took a glance before disappearing. Zuo Mo's display in the sect assessment really shocked everyone. The next few days, there were continuous visitors. With no other solution, Zuo Mo could only hang up a sign of seclusion at the mouth of the valley. These few days, he had made Dan to the point he almost threw up. For eldest Shiji, for Sui Shixiang, to give to Li Yingfeng Shiji to sell. Only later did he remember that he didn't have any fire seeds himself. 4th grade fire source. If he didn't have one himself, why would he keep on making it? According to the appraisal, there was a probability that it could form golden crow fire. He speculated it was related to the number. Stealing his heart, Zuo Mo decided to make 500 for himself. In any case, it wasn't as though eating too much would kill him. If he could really form golden crow fire, then he really would have struck gold. 4th grade fire source. The grade of the lingdan that he made would increase a grade. Thinking of the possibility, he decided to just stay inside the Dan room. Su Qing was one of the busiest people around. She could almost be considered Zuo Mo's spokesperson. Each day, she needed to give Zuo Mo the Dan ingredients that had been prepared, and then had to help him distribute the Golden Crow pill. There wasn't much variance in the amount of Golden Crow pill that would be made each day, but who would get them? That was a major question. Zuo Mo, finding it a giant headache, threw the question to Su Qing. Previously, he owed her a favor. Zuo Mo was very willing to help her. The result of this action was that Su Qing's status in the sect instantly rose. She had been the first seat of the Fragrant Ginger Yard's outer sect disciples for a significant amount of time and was extremely good at managing different personal relations and knew how to observe expressions. This kind of person, who would easily offend her. And now that she had the power to divide the Golden Crow Pill, everyone wouldn't dare to offend her at this time. The temptation of a fourth-grade fire seed was too much. The only exception was Hao Min. Because of Zuo Mo, she found Su Qing even more of an eyesore. But when she thought about the strength he had shown in the sect assessment, she didn't dare to do anything. Zuo Mo had dared to slap her the previous time. If she provoked him, Zuo Mo definitely dared to slap her again. How could Su Qing not know that Zuo Mo was helping her? She was grateful inside and tried her best to finish everything beautifully. She had been shocked at Zuo Mo Shixiang's performance in the sect assessment, but what she really respected was Shixiang's craziness as he made Dan. She was very clear how much ingredients she would send in. Maybe, for outer sect disciples, talent was something that couldn't be found everywhere. But painstaking effort was something everyone could do and was more worthy of respect. Not just her, the entire Fragrant Ginger Yard had been frightened by Zuo Mo's frenzy. Even Shi Fengrong had, on multiple occasions, called Su Qing in to ask about the situation. And Su Qing, within the limits of her power, gave Shixiang all the help she could give. Like when people asking for Golden Crow pills would give something like ling grains or vegetables, Su Qing would especially get a shimmy skilled in making food to make ling food and send it to Zuo Mo. And then, she quickly found that Zuo Mo would make a few more extra Golden Crow pills. She knew that helping her out. For the first time in almost 20 days, Zuo Mo walked out of the Dan room. Pushing open the door, he narrowed his eyes instinctively against the sun. Su Qing, rushing about in the yard preparing ingredients, saw the situation and ran over. Shixiang. It's nothing. I'm coming out to take a breather. Zuo Mo motioned for her to do what she needed. After furiously making Dan for almost 20 days, he finally completed the majority of his debts and could take a breath. The sun splashing on his body was warm. Zuo Mo felt extremely comfortable. He ran over to ask Su Qing, "Do you have a sound tablet?" Su Qing was slightly puzzled but still ran to a room and took out a sound tablet to give to Zuo Mo. Taking the tablet, he disregarded the surprised expressions of the shimmy and jumped onto the roof. Adding ling energy into the sound tablet, he set it by his side and then lay down, sunning himself and humming a tune. It had been so long since he was this free. Zuo Mo was extremely relaxed. Just as he relaxed, it suddenly darkened. Stopping his humming, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. In the sky overhead, a gigantic ship slowly flew past. The size of the large boat was about the same as the 1,000-wing ship that Zuo Mo had seen before. But the bow was even more sharp, the main body of the ship surrounded by a crowd of beautifully colored birds. Zuo Mo sat up. Face tilted upward to look at the large ship, he searched for what possible large personage that had come to Dongfu. This large ship had alarmed many people. The female disciples in the yard stopped what they were doing and held a discussion. Coincidentally coming out, Shi Fengrong noticed the large ship and a strange flicker flashed across her eyes. Her mouth scolded, "Stop being noisy." Hearing Shi Fengrong's reproach, everyone instantly became silent and started their work again. Shi Fengrong then scolded Zuo Mo, who was on the roof, "Go make Dan." Finishing, she left in the direction of Wu Kong Hall. Zuo Mo didn't care about being scolded. Inside, he was speculating, did the big ship have a relation with the sect? He felt that Master's expression today wasn't normal. There definitely was something. Of course, he could only speculate. Don't think that Master was just a woman. With her cultivation of Jindan, in Dongfu, that was definitely in the first-class people. Even if something had happened, he couldn't do anything to help. It was good if he didn't make trouble. Thinking about it, Zuo Mo strolled back to his own little yard. He first went to inspect the ice cloud grass. Seeing vigorous growth, he meditated for 4 hours in the rock room. Due to the ling vein in the rock room and the ling food Su Qing had provided, the increase in Zuo Mo's cultivation recently was extremely clear. It would just be a while before he would reach the second level of Zhuji. Because he had been busy with making Dan, he hadn't read the jade scroll that Xianyan Sherbua had given him. The ling grasses and herbs in the ling fields had also been neglected recently. The Jinji outside the valley needed to be set up again. He still needed to keep making golden crow pills. He yearned very much for the 4th level golden crow fire. Busy. He liked this kind of busyness. His life was very full. He suddenly thought that it had been a long time since he went into his consciousness to see Pu Yao. He didn't know what the other had been doing. Entering the sea of consciousness, it still looked normal. Zuo Mo couldn't help but release a breath. What he was most afraid of was that there would be changes every time he came here. And no matter what changed, he wouldn't understand. But when he saw Pu Yao's state, he was alarmed. Translator ramblings: delayed gratification is good for the soul, not, but you guys can make it through? The wider world start to intrude on Zuo Mo's life, even though all he wants is to make Jingshi. Dumb. Chapter 69, Zuo Mo drooling. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom, Capturer 0 and Warlord 212. Chapter 69, Zuo Mo drooling. At an inconspicuous residence within Dongfu. Stars in daytime is caused by the most powerful Yama. It is used to ease their absorption of star power during the day by forcing the world to twist, and give them access to energy from the stars. The one who spoke was the silver-clad man. He continued in a grave tone, only when they have no choice would a Yama do such a thing. It seems the situation of this Yama isn't good. It is very possible they are seriously wounded and need star power to recover, so they were forced to twist the world. As he spoke, his voice relaxed and the others relaxed their expressions. A Yama able to create stars in daytime, they definitely are one of the strongest Yama. They've only ever appeared in the war 3,000 years ago. I hadn't thought that there would be such a powerful Yama hidden away here. He sighed. So what if he's powerful? Isn't he still going to end up in our hands? The yellow-robed Taoist said in a screeching voice, the heart of a Sky Yao or Black Missouri, if it is added into the sword, my flying sword would increase quite a few levels. The eyes of this Yama is very rare. It naturally can see through anything. The crowd instantly became excited as though they had already caught that amazing Yama. For Xiuzha, a high-level Yama's body was a treasure. Almost all the body parts could be used for forging or dan-making and were all rare items. This group had gathered together for this Yama. A powerful Yao who was seriously wounded was a prey that they all coveted. Seeing everyone's mood, the silver-clad man cautioned, "Everyone, we shouldn't rejoice preemptively. Haven't you realized that there are many other people after it as well? So what if there are others? Who dares to compete with us?" The yellow-robed cultivator said irritably in a high voice, murderous intent thick in his eyes. Viciousness flashed in the eyes of the other people. The silver-clad man said, "Everyone should have seen that ship today. A 6th-grade treasure ship, it is a rare talisman. If anyone had taken a close look at the tail of the wingboat, you should have seen their emblem." "Whose emblem?" The yellow-robed Taoist said suspiciously. When he saw that winged boat today, even he had been slightly shocked. "The master of bright wave Jia." The silver-clad male said slowly. Everyone instantly became silent as terror made its way across many of their faces. The expression of the yellow-robed Taoist also changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and shrieked, "Don't speak nonsense." The master of bright wave Jia had been in seclusion for over 60 years. How could he come to a little place like Sky Moon Jia? I only saw the emblem. In the past, I had spent some time in Bright Wave Jia and remember the emblem. The silver-clad male said calmly. Seeing the terror on everyone's faces, he said with a smile, everyone, don't worry too much. The master of Bright Wave Jia has not involved himself in common affairs for many years. It's unlikely that he came. Most likely it is his disciple or subordinate. The faces of everyone else relaxed. One of them said, as long as it isn't the master of Bright Wave Jia, I'm not afraid. Yes, yes. The other people agreed. Why would Bright Wave Jia interfere in this matter? The yellow-robed cultivator's brow furrowed. Elder, don't forget, Sky Moon Jia is under the jurisdiction of Bright Wave Jia. This little brother knows that stars in daytime occurred, then it isn't strange that they would also know. The silver-clad male said. Suddenly the faces of the yellow-robed Taoist and the silver-clad male changed slightly and they yelled simultaneously, Who? The two rushed outside like a sword. There was nothing outside in the yard. The yellow-robed Taoist flew into the sky and scanned the surroundings before returning. He shook his head at the silver-clad male. Both of them had serious and solemn expressions, nothing remained of their previous ease. The other people all ran out to ask about the situation. By now, the two had resumed their normal expressions. The silver-clad male said, Nothing, just a false alarm. Hearing this, the people released a breath and conversed as they walked back into the room. The yellow-robed Taoist followed last. Before re-entering, he glanced back before following. A moment later, in a shadowed corner, a figure silently appeared. It was the white-clothed Lin Xian. He revealed a pondering expression before disappearing. In the Dongfu Hall, everyone had gathered together. Tiansong Zi, as the local leader, sat at the head with Yu by standing by his side. Below him, 6 people sat and leisurely drank tea. This time, we are really troubling you. The one that spoke was a beautiful matron. Clear eyes, white teeth, and extremely graceful. On her shoulder, there was a little light yellow bird that curiously examined the others. Yunxia, Xianzi, too, is too courteous. Tiansong Zi said with a laugh, to have so many fellow experts come to my humble place, this one is very honored. It is a little place. If there is something that we cannot fulfill well, everyone, please forgive us. It will be fine. Everyone raised their hands in a greeting. Tiansong Zi's expression was worried as he continued, I'm not going to conceal it from everyone. Since the appearance of stars in daytime, my heart hasn't felt steady. I may be inexperienced, but I do know that this isn't any kind of a good omen. I feel much more secure now that everyone has come today. You don't need to worry. Yunxia Xianzi comforted, Master Yuan is skilled at detecting presences and is very sensitive to Yama. He will definitely find where the Yama is hiding. At this point, Master Yuan hurriedly said, Yunxia Xianzi is too complimentary. While respectfully standing to side, Yu Bai was very shocked inside. The people sitting here all had significant cultivation. The one that attracted his attention the most was the little girl who had been sitting with a bowed head at the end. Her age appeared almost the same as his, but her cultivation was indecipherable to him. He who had always been proud of his accomplishments felt uncomfortable inside. There were too many geniuses in this world. Pu Yao looked extremely poor. He sat on the gravestone, his face was pale and appeared to be exhausted like a flickering lamp. Zuo Mo instantly was scared. The invincible Pu Yao, why was he suddenly in this state? Zuo Mo carefully went closer. Pu, what's going on? Pu Yao opened his eye to look at Zuo Mo. His voice was very calm, and just as confident as usually, and asked in exchange, What? Zuo Mo noticed that Pu Yao's alluring crimson blood eye was much fainter than usual, and even his voice seemed weaker. But for some reason, when he heard Pu Yao's confident voice, Zuo Mo felt safe. Is it that you don't have enough Jingshi? Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask in concern. He didn't know why he was so concerned about Pu Yao. Logically, the other was a Yao Ma. The earlier he died the better, but seeing Pu Yao's state, Zuo Mo couldn't help but ask in concern. Looking at Zuo Mo again, Pu Yao seemed to be surprised by Zuo Mo's question. Want to help me? Pu Yao's eyebrow rose. Zuo Mo muddled a response non-committally. He had learned. Pu Yao suddenly smiled. I'll take you to a place. Pu Yao proceeded to take out a few pieces of jingsher. On the ground, he began to make a seal formation that Zuo Mo had never seen before. Zuo Mo might have never seen the seal formation, but this jingsher, he was familiar with, wasn't it? He touched his body and his expression changed. This damned Runyao, he took my jingsher again. Before he could speak, light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was dumbstruck. Pu, where is this? He stammered his question. It was dark and shadowy in front of him. He could feel cold granite under his feet. What was flowing in a nearby stream was fresh red blood. Was this hell? Zuo Mo forced himself to swallow, his mind tense as he looked at the surroundings. Pu Yao groaned in pleasure. He spread out his arms, his face intoxicated, completely void of his previous exhaustion. Sword Cave. Pu Yao returned to his lazy state. He stuck out his bright red tongue, his eyes bright as he licked his lips. There are many souls here. Such delicious souls. Sword Cave? Zuo Mo blanked. He had lived in Wu Kong Sword Sect for 2 years and he had heard of the Sword Cave before. Wasn't Wei Sheng Xixiang in the Sword Cave? He wasn't afraid anymore and curiously looked at the surroundings. He asked Pu Yao worriedly, Wei Sheng Xixiang is also in the Sword Cave. Would he encounter us? If he encountered Xixiang, he couldn't even protest his innocence. This Sword Cave has 18 levels. Pu Yao was full of disdain as he looked at Zuo Mo. Your Wei Xixiang has already descended to the 16th level. If you had half the ability of your Xixiang, would I be in this sorry state? As he spoke, he became angry. I, a Sky Yao, falling to such a level. So embarrassing. Seeing Pu Yao acting like normal, for some reason, Zuo Mo relaxed significantly. He instantly went at it with Pu Yao, sneering, none of my business. What Sky Yao, weren't you wounded by my Sherbua? Aren't you only able to bully the greenhorn Zhuji cultivators like me? He quickly corrected, wrong, GE was only Lianqi at the time. And you dare to speak of it? Pu Yao wasn't angry and laughed, this place is good. There's a lot of yin energy, and it's so comfortable. There are even souls. Although they are incomplete souls, but it's better than nothing. How did you find this place? Zuo Mo was very curious. This sword cave was kept secret. He had stayed here for 2 years but didn't know where it was, yet Pu Yao was able to find it. He had heard that it required 2 Jindan cooperating to open the sword cave. Pu Yao was able to easily enter. This guy still has some ability, Zuo Mo thought. Pu Yao said disdainfully, in just this tiny Wu Kong Sword Sect I knew after taking a single look. He then said to Zuo Mo, in the future, we will come visit this place occasionally. Come here? Zuo Mo's eyes widened. He shook his head without any hesitation, no way. Do you know how much jingsher you spent today? 4 pieces of 3rd grade jingsher. 4 pieces. Do you know how many golden crow pills I need to make to earn 4 pieces of 3rd grade jingsher? You spent it so easily. Pu Yao was full of disdain, that only shows you are trash. Earning jingsher like you're giving birth. Meeting such a trash like you. Zuo Mo didn't hesitate to interrupt, also full of disdain as he said, if you can do it, you go earn it. Aren't you a Sky Yao? What? A Sky Yao, but you have to extract jingsher from me, like that's something to be proud of. As he spoke, it was like the accumulated anger had suddenly erupted. Gu had worked so hard to earn the jingsher with sweat and blood. Good for you, you just swiped it all away without a sound. You're freeloading. Go hasn't even asked you for rent and you charged me for each lesson. You even started to take Jingshi for each experience of sword essence, aren't you embarrassed? Zuo Mo righteously listed Pu Yao's offenses. Pu Yao was dumbstruck. The reality proved it. Even the most powerful Yao Ma, facing the even stronger tongue, they would also become dumbfounded. After Zuo Mo ranted for 5 minutes, he then stopped in satisfaction. That felt good. After a long while, Pu Yao finally recovered. He tilted his head in thought and said, "Alright then, I'll teach you a little technique that can earn Jingshi." Zuo Mo's mind instantly became alert and he went over, "What technique?" Yin is cloud, Xia is red cloud. 2. Immortal, goddess. Misogyny and xianxia, the titles of females are usually xianzi, while males get daoran, zhenren, etc. Translator ramblings, wasn't that a good rant? Comedic relief and character progression at the same time. Also, look at how valuable the Yama are. We now have scene breaks. The ellipses are just ellipses and not scene breaks. Chapter 70, The Yin Bead. This chapter has been brought to you by Wandering Yumi of Doom, Warlord 212 and Kakshura 0. Chapter 70, The Yin Bead. Zuo Mo concentrated as his hands moved according to Pu Yao's instructions. His hands moved like fluttering butterflies and activated the spell. The benefits of consistently practicing Art of Flora was evident in the fluid motions of his fingers. This spell, which Pu Yao called Art of Concentrating Yin, was complicated, but it wasn't too difficult for Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt the Yin energy in the surroundings stir. The energy was saturated with a dark and cold presence, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. The Yin energy continued to gather in his hands. After the last movement was completed, a gray-white bead condensed in Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo curiously examined the bead. "Pu, what is this?" The bead was a dirty white color, extremely plain, and felt cool in his hands. This is a Yin bead, created through concentrating Yin energy. It can be used in dan making or forging. The effect is especially beneficial for Yin attribute talismans. Pu Yao's expression was smug as he glanced at Zuo Mo disdainfully. The Yin energy in this place is very abundant. As long as you do not slack off, and make a few more each day, Jingshi will naturally roll in. What I think is you should change your sect. I have never seen such a poor sect. In your sect, other than that Shi-Xiang of yours, everyone is just trash. Zuo Mo volleyed back, "You, a so-called Sky Yao that was wounded by my second Shirbua, you have the face to say this?" Pu Yao snorted icily, "If I hadn't been forged under the tower for 3,000 years and my spirit terribly wounded, how could a Jindan trashcut me?" He was extremely disgruntled. Zuo Mo followed with an icy snort, "I finally understand how you became a Sky Yao." Pu Yao blanked, "How?" "You boasted, about it." Zuo Mo couldn't resist and roared with laughter, pointing first at Pu Yao and then pointing at the sky. "A Yao, blowing up into the sky, becomes a Sky Yao. Ha 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 ha. I'm too lazy to even pay attention to you." Pu Yao wasn't angry. He spread his arms, and there wasn't any movement, but the Yin energy suddenly started to move. He was like the eye of a horrifying whirlpool, the Yin energy in the surroundings to rush toward him. "Are you sure that this thing is really worth money?" Not paying attention to Pu Yao, Zuo Mo started at the Yin bead on his hand and asked with uncertainty. Pu Yao, who had been enjoying the experience of absorbing Yin energy, felt a vein in his forehead start to throb. His movements suddenly stopped and he almost choked in annoyance. Since Pu Yao said that the Yin bead was very valuable, Zuo Mo held a trustful attitude. He decided to make a few more, but he found that all the Yin energy in this area was all pulled towards Pu Yao. He couldn't manage to form a Yin bead and had to move to another location further away. Luckily, there was only one path in the sword cave. Zuo Mo didn't need to worry about getting lost. After walking for a while, finding that he wasn't affected by Pu Yao any longer, he started to make Yin beads. It wasn't too difficult to make yin beads. The finger motions were slightly complicated, but to Zuo Mo it wasn't a problem. In one go, he made about 20 beads before he stopped. After making the yin beads, Zuo Mo started to examine the surroundings. What aroused his curiosity the most was the blood river not far away. The river seemed to be composed of a sticky blood. There wasn't any sound of flowing. For some reason, Zuo Mo felt his heart tremble whenever he saw this silent river of blood. He picked up a rock from the ground and threw it into the blood river. It was as though the rock had landed in quicksand. It did not make a splash, it slowly sunk into the river. For your sake, don't touch it. It's blood fiends, Pu Yao's voice suddenly came from behind. He said with some regret, pity I'm not a blood Yao, otherwise this would be very beneficial. What are blood fiends? Zuo Mo couldn't help asking. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Pu Yao never let a chance to mock Zuo Mo slip by. He scanned the surroundings and made a sound of surprise. Rationally, such a cruel place, there would be some malicious spirits like devilings. Why is it so clean? What are devilings? Zuo Mo asked again. Delicious things, Pu Yao's bright red tongue couldn't help run across his lips, while an expression of yearning flashed across his face. After searching for a long time, he was slightly dazed inside. Your Shi Xiang is really too honest of a person. He actually didn't even spare one of them. It looks like it needs a while to recover. Refreshed, Pu Yao waved his hand at Zuo Mo, let's go. Finishing, he threw out 4 pieces of tincture. Zuo Mo's expression changed dramatically again. This time, he didn't even need to check his pocket as he wailed grievously, Pu Yao. The white light rose and his voice stopped. Returning to the little west wind yard, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. 8 pieces of third-grade tincture. Going there and back, so much was gone. Just like that, half of all the tincture he had earned by furiously making Dan was gone. Don't look that sad, Pu Yao unconcernedly said with a face full of disdain. When you sell the yin beads, you'll get your costs back with profit. You really are trash. Just 8 pieces of tincture, and you are this distraught. You really are making a profit. Entering the sword cave once, it requires 2 jindan trash to both be present. Using 8 pieces of third-grade tincture to invite 2 jindan trash, can you get a better bargain than that? Zuo Mo could do nothing. He could only pray that the 20 yin beads he had made would sell for a good price. He knew that the yin beads could not be sold through the sect. The origins of the yin beads wasn't clear. If he aroused the suspicions of the Sherbua, then no matter how many lives he had, he would still die. He decided to go sell them himself in Dongfu. To not attract attention, he didn't ride the gray-beaked goose, rather, he silently left the mountain. As he arrived at the outskirts of the mountain, he darted into the forest. When he came out, he appeared completely different. He had turned into a weak-looking man with a waxy complexion. In Elder Wei Nan's Jade Scrolls, there were endless methods of changing appearances and concealing one's tracks. Zuo Mo had picked a method that wasn't very difficult. This was the first time Zuo Mo put on a disguise. He was very curious and found it strange. Right now, he was regretful that the spirit traveling seal had been burnt. If he had the spirit traveling seal, he could save some time. His flying paper crane was too eye-catching, so he could only walk. Even though his cultivation had increased greatly, his body was still very weak. Exhausted, he arrived at Dongfu, after walking over the mountains and rivers. However, his thirst for tincture and his enthusiasm won over his weariness. Almost crawling, he stumbled into the free market. With great pain, he rented a mini room. Zuo Mo set up a shop. Zuo Mo had been to the free market many times, but it was the first time that he was selling something. He didn't think about earning a profit. He would be grateful if he could just earn back the 8 pieces of third-grade tincture. He put out a price of half a third-grade tincture for each yin bead. He was very worried. He thought about how Pu Yao had boasted how good this thing was. at the very least it must be worth half a third-grade jingsher. Of course, Pu Yao was full of disdain towards Zuo Mo's conduct. He snorted coldly, the honored Yin bead, the meaning was implicit. After 6 hours had passed, the last golden rays of sunlight shone on Zuo Mo's face. This is the jingsher rolling in? This is the thing you said was good? This is getting back profits along with cost? Honored Yin bead. Zuo Mo was grieving as he demanded answers from Pu Yao. A whole entire afternoon, no one had even stopped in front of his mini room. Up until now, Zuo Mo hadn't even sold one Yin bead. He still had to pay the rent for the mini room as well. Pu Yao also stared blankly. He muttered for a while, not knowing what to say. After a long time, his face was full of disbelief. He suddenly threw his hands up in exasperation. How is that possible? This is the Yin bead. Yin bead. After 3,000 years, how can people not even want a Yin bead? Seeing Pu Yao lose his composure, Zuo Mo didn't feel the heartache as much anymore. He had already started to accept this cruel reality. He snorted coldly, in the future, stop posturing like a Sky Yao. Look at the era, Sky Yao. 3,000 years, your things, they are relics, they have become obsolete. Understand? You made me excited for nothing. After a while, GE will give it to the children to use as marbles. Pu Yao's expression was subdued. It was clear that this incident had dealt a harsh blow to him. At this time, a little girl passed by Zuo Mo's mini room and suddenly stopped. Zuo Mo, who had been preparing to start criticizing Pu Yao again, suddenly stopped talking and enthusiastically said, "Miss, do you want to buy? This is a good thing, Yin bead, completely formed from pure Yin energy. Can be taken anywhere. Cool in the summer, and has the effect of beautifying the complexion." The little girl looked like a maid. Hearing this, she laughed lightly. You really know how to advertise. Her brow suddenly creased. But these beads are too ugly. If it was rainbow-colored, Miss Huang, too, would definitely like it. Miss, don't just look at the outward appearance. The quality is very fine, look how round and heavy it is. In order to make his very first transaction, Zuo Mo completely had no shame. Seeing Zuo Mo actually promoting the Yin beads like marbles, Pu Yao stared with a wide mouth, his gaze dull. Since you've said so much. I'll buy one. The little girl covered her mouth and laughed. She took out the jingsher and bought one. Before she left, she urged him kindly, I see you are an honest person. In the future, you should sell reliable things. These gray beads, no one would buy them. Finishing, she turned and left. Zuo Mo collapsed to the ground. He had finally sold one, and it wasn't easy. Compared to him, Pu Yao's soul had been mortally wounded. His expression was dull, his complexion was gray. Seeing Pu Yao's state, Zuo Mo couldn't help but urge, it's nothing. Just business. Next time, we'll sell something else. At the least, making golden crow pills isn't bad. 3,000 years have passed, you need to adapt. One person and one Yao snuck back to the mountain. In a small yard in Dongfu Hall. Miss, I'm back, a cheerful voice passed out from the door. Yun Xiaxianzi's little yellow bird flew up and rushed at the door. Yun Xiaxianzi was embroidering a handkerchief and made a sound of acknowledgement, her head not raising from her work. You brat, we just arrived and you instantly disappeared. A figure rushed in. It was the smiling and adorable little girl. The yellow bird flew around the little girl, chirping. The little girl said with a face full of helplessness to the yellow bird, Okay, Miss Yellow, Huang, I got you something good to eat? If Zuo Mo heard this, he would definitely have spat up blood. The Miss Huang was really just a bird. Finishing, she took out a large pile of things and narrated, there is the 5-flower cake from the food pavilion, the lotus and lily crisps, 13 flavored sweets. This is the famous old Wang liquor. Don't drink too much, otherwise Miss will discipline you again. The yellow bird's eyes were gleaming. Suddenly, it saw a gray bead. Like an arrow, it rushed into the pile and picked up the gray bead. "Ha, you like this bead?" The little girl was very surprised. The yellow bird picked up the bead with its beak and flew Ito Yun Xiaxianzi, placing the bead onto her handkerchief. When Yun Xiaxianzi's eyes spotted on the bead, she exclaimed in surprise and she stopped what she was doing. Picking up the bead for a closer inspection, her expression couldn't help but change slightly. "Xia Yuan, where did the bead come from?" Shui is used as boasting, but also means being blown as in blown away by the wind. 2. Huang also means yellow. Translator ramblings, not all of Zuo Mo's ventures could be successful. The sword cave is also important. Chapter 71, A New Experiment. Chapter 71, A New Experiment. Bought it, Yun Xiaxianzi's grave tone scared Xiao Wan. She stammered, "I bought it for half a third-grade jingshi. At the free market. I felt the seller was very pitiful and bought one." Pitiful? Yun Xiaxianzi's brow furrowed, "Half a third-grade jingshi?" Yes, Xiao Wan hurriedly nodded her head. That person was so sad. A whole afternoon and he didn't even sell one. When he was promoting it to me, he really was so pitiful, so I bought one for Miss Yellow to play with. "Miss, what is it?" "This is a yin bead." Yun Xiaxianzi's face was grave as she explained, "Yin beads are made from yin energy and are very rare. The method to form yin beads is very unique. It has been lost for a long time. There are many uses for this yin bead. I know of one method to forge this into a yin thunder bead. It would be very powerful." "That strong?" Xiao Wan almost couldn't believe it, but I felt that person was very sad. If yin beads are that powerful, why couldn't he sell it for half a third grade of jingshi? Ha ha. "Therefore, you got a bargain," Yun Xiaxianzi said. "In this world, there are always some eccentric people that enjoy tricking the world for amusement," but her tone was not confident. "Miss, why don't you go with me to find the person again? I remember where he was." Xiao Huan hurriedly said, "This way, Miss might be able to request the method to form the yin bead. If not, you could still buy all the yin beads." And, hearing this, Yun Xiaxianzi quickly stood. After returning to the mountain, Zuo Mo started his dan-making job once again. The yin bead was just a little detour. He just mourned the loss of 8 pieces of third-grade jingshi for a while. But the effect of this incident was even greater to Pu Yao. Pu Yao was silent for quite a few days, but he didn't have a solution. After 3,000 years, things would have changed. At least, that was what Zuo Mo thought. Zuo Mo temporarily didn't have time to investigate the use of the yin beads. He had too many things he needed to do. The sales of the Golden Crow pills was very good, but that also meant he needed to spend more time on dan making. Especially in this situation where he needed jingshi. Even more, the temptation of the 4th grade fire seed wasn't just for others. It was a temptation even for him as well. But after swallowing 50 Golden Crow pills, Zuo Mo didn't form Golden Crow fire. Each time, he could feel a sliver of heat absorbed into his body, and just as quickly, the heat was like melting ice, gone in the blink of an eye. This made him very suspicious of the effectiveness of the Golden Crow pill. Even though it was a ling dan that he made, but about its effectiveness, he wasn't confident at all. 50 Golden Crow pills. Converting that to jingshi, it wasn't a small amount. His heart hurt slightly and he was puzzled. Was it that the sun essence inside the Golden Crow pill too little? The reason that the Golden Crow pill had been judged to be able to form Golden Crow fire was that it contained essence of the sun, but the amount was extremely small. If he wanted to rely on the pill to form Golden Crow fire, he didn't know how many he had to use. Suddenly, he was reminded of an idea he once had when he had been making the Golden Crow pills. If he used Art of Crimson Flame as the primary and the Lee Fire Seal formation as the auxiliary, what would the Lingdan he made be like? At the time, he had 3 different choices. This had been one of them. At the beginning, he had abandoned this plan of action because it changed the relationship between the primary and auxiliary fires, which would affect many other things. But now, he had enough time to think about resolving the problems. Also, after making golden crow pills all this while, he had accumulated rich experience. If he used that method to make ling dan, the amount of essence of the sun definitely wouldn't be small. He decided to try even though the chance of failure was very large. The creation of the first golden crow pill had been accidental. In the middle, he had experienced numerous failures, but the golden crow pill had also given him enormous profits. He had gotten a good taste. Deciding to move immediately, he went back into his dan room. Without any doubt, his first time was a failure. Zuo Mo once again smelt the familiar burnt smell. He wasn't downcast. Failure was within his expectations. And compared to last time, he was much richer. The ingredients of the fasting pill were all open for him to access. To use, Art of Crimson Flame, as the primary flame and the leaf fire seal formation as the auxiliary flame. It appeared to be a simple change, but it resulted in extremely complicated changes. First, the balance and strength of Art of Crimson Flame and Leaf Fire Seal formation had to be adjusted. Also, it was unknown if the ingredients of the original recipe were strong enough to tolerate a larger amount of sun essence. Of the two, he was more concerned about the second point. How to pair ingredients and the ratios was a field of extremely deep study. Even his master didn't have a good grasp. He was worried that if the ratio had to be changed and it required higher level ling grasses, then would he be able to support it? Even with his steadily increasing wealth, if he went to buy the ingredients for dan making, especially those high level ingredients, then he could only be able to window shop. He began his dull experiments. He had a jade scroll by his hands that recorded down the general conditions of each of his attempts. He knew that he didn't have as much knowledge and experiences as his master. The only thing he could do was advance little by little, trying again and again. In the eyes of many others, this was certainly the dumbest method, but it was the only choice Zuo Mo had. Just as Zuo Mo was trying to make a new lingdan, Yun Xiaoxianzi and her maid, Xiao Huan, were scouring the free market daily, trying to find that waxy-faced man who was selling marbles. In the following days, Zuo Mo didn't make any progress. Puyao suddenly, of his own accord, said to Zuo Mo, "I'll teach you to use the yin beads to forge something. Go sell it, it would definitely sell for a good price." "What?" Zuo Mo asked inattentively. Right now, his head was entirely filled with how to make a new lingdan. "Yin thunder bead," Puyao said confidently. "People may not recognize yin beads, but yin thunder beads, people would definitely recognize it." Pu. Zuo Mo decided to communicate with Puyao, 3,000 years. "Your things are the things from 3,000 years ago. No one knows of them now. If they don't know, then they won't buy it, and no one buying it means no jingshi." Puyao said, unsatisfied, "Do you think everyone is as ignorant and shut off as you? And have you not heard of yin thunder beads before?" Looking at the stubborn Puyao, who still wasn't accepting reality, Zuo Mo shook his head. "Don't waste my time." Puyao raged, "Stop." Zuo Mo turned around. "Don't say you're a Skyao." Puyao almost choked on air. Looking at Puyao's depressed expression, for some reason, Zuo Mo felt good. The tiredness of the last few days seemed to have disappeared. He was smug as he went back into the dan room and started a new round of experiments. After going to the sword cave once, Zuo Mo's fear of Puyao seemed to have flown away in the span of one night. This kind of joke, he wouldn't have dared to make it before. After the sect assessment, Zuo Mo seemed to have spent all his time on making golden crow pills. This directly caused the skill of his Art of Crimson Flame to have increased dramatically. It was a pity that without the jade scrolls of the next level, he still couldn't break through to the next level. Right now, he was able to easily manipulate the strength of the Art of Crimson Flame. As the reputation of the Golden Crow Pill increased in Dongfu, it quickly became the trademark lingdan of Wu Kong Sword Sect. To help Zuo Mo in making golden crow pills, Yen Leshurgua had specially bought a second-grade Dan cauldron for Zuo Mo. He was the envy of many other people. During the sect assessment, Zuo Mo's reputation had increased with his spectacular performance. His opponent Luo Li had been wounded too, but he didn't have a master that could make Dan. Shi Fengrong was angry at Luo Li for going too far, and she treated him as though he was air. As a result, it took Luo Li's wounds a month to heal. When the news that eldest Chiji Gong Sunxing, Sui, and Sui Xia went to see Zuo Mo passed into his ears, Luo Li almost spat blood. The energies became unbalanced and his recovery was delayed for 10 days. During the time that Luo Li had been recuperating, other than the first few days, Hao Min didn't visit him or ask about him. The sect leader had visited him once, which had greatly moved Luo Li. After recovering, Luo Li instantly entered seclusion. He seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Everyone had discussed for a while before getting tired of it. Undoubtedly, other people's impressions of zombie Zuo Mo Shixiang improved greatly. In Dongfu Hall, everyone had gathered together. However, no one's expression was good. Many days had passed, but they still hadn't found anything. There were very few traces left from the stars in daytime. They couldn't detect the general location, and as time passed the traces that were left would decrease. Therefore, the chance that they would find the wounded Yao Mo would decrease as well. Dongfu is really too popular. There are too many energies that are moving through. The marks left from the event have dissipated, Yuan Li grimaced. He was the individual most skilled with detecting energies in this group. Everyone had high hopes pinned on him. But up until now, he wasn't able to even find a trace, and he felt embarrassed. Yun Xia Xianzi comforted, "Mr. Yuan, don't rush. We are here to do our best and the rest is up to fate. Have you all noticed that, other than us, there seems to be another group that is trying to find the Yao Ma?" a silver-coronet cultivator said. "Oh, has Wen Tai Sanren found something?" Yun Xia Xianzi couldn't help ask. "I keep on feeling that someone is following us in the dark. Has anyone else felt it?" Wen Tai Sanren said worriedly. "I have also had this feeling," Yuan Li nodded. Yun Xia Xianzi's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing the assorted expressions, she couldn't help but sigh inside. If the Jia Master was here, would they be like this? Everyone was about equal in their cultivation and they were all proud people. They usually cultivated alone. Coming here this time, most people were doing it out of obligation. Without a strong person to lead, they were like a pile of sand. "Old He, can you not just stare at the Lingdan? Have you found anything?" Yun Xia Xianzi said with a smile. "Found? No, the one called Old He was an old man. His hair and beard were white, his skin wrinkled. He was skilled in the art of Dan making. He had been invited to come but he usually didn't speak. However, he was of profound and unknown cultivation and no one dared to underestimate him." He suddenly sighed. "Dongfu might be a small place but it still has some pearls. This golden crow pill, the maker was able to think of adding essence of the sun into the Dan. This old one admires them. What's the use?" Yun Li's brows furrowed and he asked unconcernedly. "It may be possible to form fourth-grade golden crow fire," Old He slowly drawled. Hearing this, everyone instantly quieted. Chapter 72, Seeing Guests. Chapter 72, Seeing Guests. Fourth-grade golden crow fire? When Tai Sanren looked with disbelief at the little Lingdan in Old He's hands, "I see that there isn't much Ling energy in this Lingdan. It can't even enter second grade. Can this really make golden crow fire?" The other people also had varying levels of disbelief on their faces. A first or second grade Lingdan that was able to create a fourth grade golden crow fire sounded delusional. Fourth grade golden crow fire was a rare fire seed that people dreamed of. Other than a few sects who had the methods of creating and capturing it, there basically was no other method of obtaining it. If a person could obtain 4th grade golden crow fire through consuming just one kind of lingdan, even if this lingdan was 4th grade, there would be countless people wanting to buy it. The people present were all Jindan Xiao. They knew very well that the gap between lower and higher grades wasn't something overcome through sheer numbers. This was also why the price difference between lower and higher grade items was enormous. But now they were hearing that a lingdan that didn't surpass 2nd grade lingdan, it could make golden crow fire. It was like hearing a joke. If the person who said it wasn't old he, the most skilled in dan making among them, everyone would have thought that he was insane. This is a 1st grade lingdan, old he wasn't rushed and slowly said, it contains a sliver of essence of the sun. This essence of the sun, after the dan was made, is warm and easy to manipulate. Theoretically, it has a possibility of forming golden crow fire. Of course, only theoretically. Only now did everyone release a breath, and they gave "it ought to be so" expressions. This amount of sun essence is too little. To form golden crow fire, if there wasn't tens of thousands of pills, it probably wouldn't happen. But even if this sun essence cannot form golden crow fire, but it is extremely yang and pure. It is perfect for adding into other fire seeds. Everyone here naturally doesn't need it, but it is a very good present for the next generation, old he said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Without an exception, they were all Jindan. If this could make golden crow fire, they would be interested. But if it was just essence of the sun, it wasn't very attractive to them. Those seated here were not roaming Xiao and they had many disciples. Even if they were roaming Xiao they would still have disciples. The grade of golden crow pill was low, but that bit of sun essence, it could be added to all kinds of fire seed and elevate the grade of those fires. It is a very useful lingdan, and would be perfect to use in rewarding disciples. With old he's words, this is pretty good. Where can we buy this golden crow pill? Hearing that the lingdan contained a sliver of essence of the sun, she couldn't help but ask. The other people also waited to hear expectantly. Haha, it's a little sect called Wu Kong Sword Sect. Old he turned to ask Tiansong Zi, are you familiar with the sect? Tiansong Zi was surprised to hear about Wu Kong Sword Sect. Hearing old he's question, he hurriedly answered, Wu Kong Sword Sect is usually low-key. If it wasn't for a recent incident, I wouldn't have noticed that there is a local sect this strong. How so? Yuan Li asked curiously. As a Jindan Shouja, Tiansong Zi's cultivation wasn't weaker than them. And his branch had always held power in Dongfu. To be called a strong sect by him, the sect's power couldn't be underestimated. Seeing everyone show curiosity, Tiansong Zi slowly narrated, speaking of Wu Kong Sword Sect, we have to mention the recent apparition. In this generation of Wu Kong Sword Sect, there is an amazing genius called Wei Shang. This person is of low birth but is obsessed with the sword. To be able to cultivate the sword, he was willing to be a sword servant. After working and studying hard, he finally reached Zhuji. In his Zhuji, the sword essence flew into the heavens and rang into the surroundings. I personally saw it and went to look in the deep of the night. Only then did I discover that this Wu Kong Sword Sect merits great fame. Has anyone heard of Ice Dragon Sword? When Tai Samren's expression changed, the Ice Dragon Sword that shocked all of Yaohunt in the past? The others also gave shocked expressions. Just the person, Tiansong Zi nodded, I'm ashamed to admit it. If it wasn't that there had been an apparition when Wei Sheng entered Zhuji, I wouldn't have known such an able person was in our Dongfu. The golden crow pill that old he is speaking about was made by Wu Kong Sword Sect Shifengrong. She is of Jindan cultivation, and the most skilled in dan making of Wu Kong Sword Sect's 4 Jindan. Yu Bai was better informed on the topic than Tiansong Zi, and he immediately followed, Master might not know, this golden crow pill wasn't made by Eldersher, but her disciple Zuo Mo. Supposedly, it was an accident when he was just starting to learn. This disciple has pretty good talent in dan making. Old he couldn't help but praise. Tiansong Zi's expression couldn't help but change and suddenly blurted, this Wu Kong Sword Sect is really going to rise. Seeing the other people look at him, he explained, everyone may not know, this Zuo Mo was unknown before, but he managed to achieve a spring sprout jade medal with lianqi cultivation. His talent is astounding. And in lianqi, he also managed to comprehend sword essence. This talent is exceptionally amazing. I hadn't thought he would be so talented in dan making. The heavens have really blessed Wu Kong Sword Sect. The other people also had expressions of agreement on their face. Of the 3 points that Tian Songzi mentioned, just one was enough for a person to be considered exceptional, but to have all 3 qualities in one person? That definitely was a once-in-a-100 years genius. Wu Kong Sword Sect, with an accomplished master like Ice Dragon Sword and geniuses like Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo in the next generation, it was almost certain to have 100 years of prosperity. The people seated thought of their own sects and had different thoughts. Since Ice Dragon Sword is actually in Dongfu, why don't we pay him visit and order a batch of Golden Crow pills while we are at it, haha. What does everyone think? Old, he said. In this group of people, he had the greatest interest in Wu Kong Sword Sect. The others all agreed. Everyone seated here was cunning. To build good relations with a sect that was going to prosper, the benefits in the future didn't need to be stated. Zuo Mo was seated in front of the Dan cauldron with his 2 hands on the 8 trigrams plate. His expression was focused. A clear gold-colored light came down and landed in his hand before deflecting towards the Dan cauldron. He had reached the limits of what he could do with Art of Crimson Flame, and he reduced the leaf fire seal formation to the smallest it could get. Inside the cauldron, a ball of medicine was enveloped by the golden light, boiling relentlessly as it floated in the air. The leaf fire seal formation below released heat. Feeling the essence of the sun slowly merge into the liquid, Zuo Mo suddenly increased his awareness. He knew that the most crucial time had come. The speed that the sun essence merged it was extremely slow at the beginning, but after entering the liquid, it would suddenly increase. It was important to carefully control the power of Art of Crimson Flame. If he wasn't careful, he would lose everything. Zuo Mo had failed many times at this crucial juncture. Poof! A gray smoke suddenly appeared out of the boiling liquid. Zuo Mo mentally thought it was going wrong, but before he could react, the liquid turned into a ball of ash. Damn it! Zuo Mo sat dispiritedly. After continuously making dan, his ling energy was almost exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression tired. The dan room was filled with the remnants of failed dan, the smell was nasty. Up until now, he hadn't succeeded once. However, it wasn't as though he hadn't learned anything. Today, just in this last attempt, he finally found the problem. In the various kinds of materials for the fasting pill, there was one material that couldn't tolerate such a high intensity of sun essence. Sun essence might look light and small, but it was much stronger than the leaf fire seal formation. This ling grass called Thousand Jade Grass, it couldn't endure being processed by such a strong flame. He needed to find a ling grass that could endure the increase in the essence of the sun, with similar attributes to Thousand Jade Grass. Zuo Mo couldn't help but have a headache. This was the problem that he was most worried about encountering. When it came to the attributes and the theory of the medicine, he was totally blind. He gave a sigh. It seemed that his idea would have to be realized in the future, but he was still unsatisfied inside. He decided to take a good look in Master's record room to see if he could find a ling grass similar in effect as Thousand Jade Grass. As he pondered, he walked out of the dan room. Shixiang. Su Qing saw Zuo Mo walk out of the dan room and her eyes brightened. She hurriedly came over. That big ship has come to our sect. Big ship? What big ship? Zuo Mo's mind was scattered and asked instinctively. Doesn't Shixiang remember? The big ship that had flew above us before. Su Qing reminded. The big ship that flew over. Zuo Mo suddenly shook and was startled away. That extremely intimidating ship had left a big impression on him. He hurriedly asked, "What's the ship doing here?" Don't know, Su Qing shook her head. they seem to be conversing very well with the Sherbois, but I heard that they were here investigating the stars in daytime. Stars in daytime? Zuo Mo felt his throat tighten. He suddenly thought of this term that the pink paper crane had also said to him. For some reason, he seemed to feel that this stars in daytime was connected to him. Did Shi Xiang forget? Oh, right, I remember. Shi Xiang had been in Juji that day. In a piteous tone, she said, pity that Shi Xiang hadn't seen it. Stars coming out in daylight, it's very rare. Zuo Mo felt that his body was slightly cold. If before, he had just felt that it was connected to him, then now he was certain that this stars in daytime was definitely connected to him. How could there be such a coincidence? Just him, he definitely wouldn't connect the apparition with himself. He couldn't, but Pu Yao could. Thinking about it, he left Su Qing and quickly went back into the Dan room. Entering the Dan room, Zuo Mo entered his sea of consciousness. Pu Yao was idly listening to the sound tablet. Pu, that stars in daytime, did you cause it? Zuo Mo felt his voice was trembling. Me? Pu Yao didn't even blink and crisply shook his head, no. Zuo Mo instantly released a breath. Pu Yao might have many flaws, but he never refused to admit what he did. But Pu Yao's following words frightened Zuo Mo half to death. Not me, it was you. Me? Zuo Mo pointed at his own nose and asked dumbly. Humph, a certain dead ghost needed star energy and borrowed your body. Pu Yao was clearly laughing at his misfortunes. At that time, I already said, he went way over. Zuo Mo's head was in the clouds. He stammered, you mean, there's someone else here? Before Pu Yao could reply, Zuo Mo heard someone knocking on the door. Shi Xiang, the sect leader is requesting for you to go to Wu Kong Hall. There are guests that want to meet you. Translator ramblings, people are wanting to see Zuo Mo. And Zuo Mo now knows that there is more than just Pu Yao inside his head. Chapter 73, Inspiration in an Emergency. Chapter 73, Inspiration in an Emergency. Zuo Mo, finding inspiration in an emergency, gave a horrific wail and then collapsed on the ground. Outside the Dan room, the disciple heard Zuo Mo's wail and asked panicked, Shi Xiang. Shi Xiang. Are you all right? There wasn't a response. Su Qing, who had been paying attention to the situation, hurriedly ran over and yelled across the door, Shi Xiang. What is it? Are you all right? There still wasn't a response from inside. Su Qing instantly became extremely worried and, disregarding that she might be scolded, opened the Dan room and saw Zuo Mo unconscious on the ground. Su Qing was shocked but didn't mess up. She crisply yelled at the disciple who had come to ask for Zuo Mo, go tell the sect leader. That disciple, frightened out of his wits, ran outside. In Wu Kong Hall, Pei Yuan Ran and the others were attending to Yun Xiaoxinzi's group. This group coming to visit Wu Kong Sword Sect really was giving face to Pei Yuan Ran and the others. Naturally, Pei Yuan Ran and the others were courteous and warm. Both guest and host were extremely amiable. So many Jindan Shouja, not just in Dongfu, but even in Sky Moon Jia, it was an extremely grand group of people. For the disciples that were serving at the side, other than staring with wide eyes and a gaping mouth, they felt extremely honored. Before Wei Shang had Juji, Wu Kong Sword Sect hadn't been known in Dongfu. Now, even a group of the strong masters of Bright Wave Jia had lowered themselves to visit the sect. No other sect had received such honor in Dongfu. Maybe, in all of Kunlun Jing, Bright Wave Jia wasn't anything. But it governed 31 small Jia, including Sky Moon Jia. Even the strong masters from Bright Wave Jia were so respectful to Xin Yen Shirshu. Only now did the disciples know the cold and taciturn Xin Yen Shirshu was so strong. In their eyes, their sect became even more mysterious. Conversation flowed across Wu Kong Sword Sect. After confirming Xin Yan's identity, Yun Xiaoxinzi and the others deliberately started to attempt to win him over. They were very disappointed that Wei Shang was unable to come out of the sword cave. Not being able to meet Wei Shang, the one rumored to have created an apparition on Juji, it still wasn't a waste of time if they could meet the Zuo Mo who had so many talents. For some people, like old he, their interest in Zuo Mo far surpassed their interest in Wei Shang. At this time, the disciple that had gone to call Zuo Mo scrambled in, "Oh no, oh no." Pei Yuan Ran's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you panicked about?" Seeing the displeasure of the sect leader, the disciple was even more nervous and stammered, "Sect leader." "Zuo Mo Shixiang fainted." Hearing this, Shifeng Rong suddenly stood up. "What happened? Say it slowly." Pei Yuan Ran shouted. His voice carried clear sound incantation. Everyone felt their minds become clear and couldn't help but mentally compliment Pei Yuan Ran on his cultivation. Suffering the shout, the mind of the outer sect disciple suddenly cleared up. His voice became clear and words simple. Zuo Mo Shixiang had been dan-making for a few days without rest and his mind was fragile. When this disciple was reporting to Shixiang, this disciple suddenly heard a shout from the Dan room. There wasn't a response when this disciple asked the next few times. Su Qing Shiji opened the door and found Shixiang unconscious on the ground. When this disciple saw him, Shixiang's complexion was terribly unwell. It must have been many days since he came out of the Dan room. Hearing this, Shifeng Rong stood, "Everyone, please excuse me." Finishing, she started to hurry towards Fragrant Ginger Yard. At this time, Pei Yuan Ran raised his hands in an apology. This one Shimmy is worried about her disciple and lost her composure. "Please, excuse her. Sect leader Pei is too serious. If our sect had such geniuses, as elders, we would be the same." Old he said. The others nodded in agreement. "Yes, your sect really has good fortune. In my sect, the disciples are average and have no great accomplishment. Every time I think of it, I cannot sit still in fears that the fires of the sect will extinguish with my generation. Then it would truly be an unpardonable crime." Yuan Li couldn't help but add. Everyone felt great empathy with Yuan Li's words. Pei Yuan Ran had a joyful expression. In the beginning, he and the others had felt the same as Yuan Li. Sect leader Pei. Old he picked his words and said, "To be able to make golden crow pills just as he has started to learn dan making, your sect's disciple has great talent in dan making. This old man has rarely seen anything like it in these many years." He then sighed, "These many years, this old man has seen many outstanding talents. Growing older, this one has found that all things are the same. With talent, one always tried to extract things from it, and this causes many geniuses to falter and die early, their progress is troubled. Sect leader Pei needs to take great care. I had to speak my mind. If I have offended, Sect leader Pei, please bear with me." Hearing this, Pei Yuan Ran was shocked. He stood and gave a deep bow to old he, the concerned words of old he, "How can this one not know? This one will remember deep in the heart." Xin Yen and Yan Lu also gravely stood and made a bow towards old he. The mood of Wu Kong Hall became tense. Old he's words had stirred the thoughts of many people. Every sect would have some outstanding disciples, but just like old he had said, these talented disciples all had troubled fates. After such an incident had occurred, everyone didn't have the interest in conversing, and after ordering a batch of golden crow pills, they made their farewells. When Shifeng Rong rushed back to Fragrant Ginger Yard and saw Zuo Mo's pitiful state, she forcefully swallowed back the words of rage that had reached her mouth. But there was still barely disguised fury in her voice. "From today, for 1 month, you are not allowed to enter the Dan room." Zuo Mo grimaced inside. Not being allowed to enter the Dan room for a month meant that, for a month, he didn't have any source of income. Almost all of his income right now came from making golden crow pills. The ling grasses and herbs in the ling fields, other than the kind of plants like snowy foxtail grass that could not be used in dan making, he had planned on leaving the rest of the plants for him to use. But thinking that he had temporarily managed to keep his life, Zuo Mo felt glad inside. Facing the furious master, Zuo Mo was very unconfident and could only mutter in agreement. Coldly glancing over Zuo Mo, Shifeng left behind a few restorative lingdan before leaving. Zuo Mo was very moved. Master might be of many cold words and faces, but she really was concerned about him. Before, he had felt unfortunate that he had such a foul-tempered master, but he now felt that his luck wasn't so bad. When Shifeng rushed back to Wukong Hall, the guests had left. Pei Yuan Ran and the other two were sitting silently in Wukong Hall. Having been waiting for Shifeng, Pei Yuan Ran repeated old He's words to her. Shifeng also had a worried expression. If it wasn't for old He's reminder today, we have all missed this problem. Pei Yuan Ran said gravely, thinking about it now, we were truly too impatient. It was the same for Wei Sheng entering the sword cave. And it happened for Zuo Mo's dan making. I have already restricted him from dan making for a month. Shifeng suddenly said, this matter, it was my fault for missing it. Pei Yuan Ran waved his hand, we were all at fault. Yes. Yanla had a regretful expression, the sales of Golden Crow Pill were too good. I got impatient because they were urging me and went to rush him. Thinking about it now, earning Jingshi is for the continued existence of the sect. If something happened to Zuo Mo because of this matter, it really is a loss. We'd have lost a lot. It's good to restrict him from dan making. Pei Yuan Ran said solemnly, Shitty, supervise him in this time to practice the sword. We aren't going to hope that he would make any accomplishment on the sword. His talent isn't bad in the sword, but he has too many likes, and it's hard for him to be faithful to one. If there aren't any surprises, his achievements in the sword wouldn't be as good as Wei Sheng. Everyone had achieved Jindan and could easily see this. Even Shifeng nodded her head slightly. Zuo Mo started out as a ling plant farmer. Then he learned dan making followed by the sword. What he had learned was extremely broad. He wasn't willing to throw away any of it, so his achievements on the sword would most likely be very limited. But Zuo Mo's other talents are truly outstanding. If he isn't learning dan making with Shimmy, his talent in dan making would be lost. We won't hope for him to cultivate the sword. We could nurture his interest in other areas, like second Shitty's forging, we could try. Pei Yuan Ran continued, but old He's words reminded me today. Zuo Mo's body is too weak. We might not put expectations on his sword skills, but we could strengthen his body and prevent something like becoming unconscious in the future. Before his body is strong, don't let him sink back into dan making. Second Shitty, this will have to rely on you. Yes. Xin Yan spat out a word. In the half-lidded eyes, 2 dots of cold light flashed. No one had any opinions about Pei Yuan Ran's arrangements. Even Shifeng felt that not letting Zuo Mo sink into dan making temporarily was a correct choice. After everyone had left, a hint of worry came onto Pei Yuan Ran's face. Zuo Mo had a problem, then Wei Sheng? He was slightly regretful now of sending Wei Sheng into the sword cave so early. In the dark and gloomy sword cave, Wei Sheng's clothes were dyed with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. His upper half was bare, large and small marks crisscrossing, alarming to see. Opposite to his dim and tired mental state, splitting rainbow was glowing and flashing on his hands. It was like the rainbow after the rain, the color vibrant and fresh. Wei Sheng affectionately caressed the body of the sword. The 7-colored sword hummed lightly, as though it was responding to him. In total, there were 18 levels in the sword cave. Starting from the first level, he had fought his way down step by step. The devilings along the way, he hadn't let go of even one. There wasn't any slacking or tricks. Even though he already knew that Void Sword Scripture was on the 18th level, if he could reach the 18th level, he would be able to see the greatest art the sect founder had left behind, Void Sword Scripture. But he controlled the impulse in his heart. Steady step by steady step, one deviling after the next, he forged his sword essence. He was the very first second-generation disciple in Wu Kong Sword Sect to comprehend sword essence, even earlier than Zuo Mo. He had naturally comprehended it at Zhuji. The sword essence he had comprehended by himself, it wasn't from any kind of sword scripture, but from his daily continuous fights, his own understandings which formed his own sword essence. His sword essence, it wasn't an understanding of the sword scriptures, but an understanding of the sword. This was also why Xin Yen found it troublesome and hard to teach him. This was also why, no matter if it was the stubborn Xin Yen or the steady Pei Yuanran, they were all in favor of sending him to the sword cave. They had high expectations of him. Wei Shang, who had his own sword essence, he wasn't just the person in the sect most likely to grasp void sword scripture, but the only one with hopes of reaching the level that the founder had attained. Even though Zuo Mo had comprehended sword essence, but in the hearts of the elders, Wei Shang's talents at the sword was much higher than him. Wei Shang gently caressed the sword, his eyes resolute. His cultivation had rose furiously and in a short amount of time, reached the 8th level of Zhuji. But what he didn't know was that, of the past disciples that entered the sword cave, those that could enter the 8th level, none of them were below Ningmai. And him, just with his Zhuji cultivation, fought and killed his way to the 16th level. Starting from the 13th level, every step that he took, he needed to pay a price. But he didn't become afraid and retreat. His sword, there was no retreat, there was no hesitation. Translator Ramblings, thanks for all your comments. We get an update on Wei Shang and the sect elders aren't so bad at all, right? Zuo Mo is too smart for his own good. Chapter 74, Nightmare. Chapter 74, Nightmare. Zuo Mo wasn't get upset when he was restricted from Dan making for a month. To escape from imminent life-threatening danger or to make Dan for a month, it wasn't a difficult choice to make. However, when informed that his ban would be endlessly extended by his master until he satisfactorily completed Xin Yen Sherbua's exercise training, Zuo Mo became dumbstruck. To meet with the visiting Jindan masters was a calamity, and to receive Xin Yen Sherbua's torture was another calamity. If Zuo Mo had a choice, he would unhesitatingly choose the first calamity. He didn't know the strength of those Jindan masters, but he had directly experienced Xin Yen Sherbua's strength. He now knew what being too smart for your own good was. Master, who had always pushed him to make Dan, had suddenly reversed her position and sent down a strict order for him to go to Xin Yen Sherbua for special training. Before she left, she had sternly warned him, if he dishonored her in front of Xin Yen Sherbua, when she came back, it was humph. Master's humph was almost as scary as second Sherbua's terrifying stare. Master had never explained what her humph really was, but the smile that accompanied each humph caused Zuo Mo to shiver and his hair raise up. Certain that he was marching into the jaws of death, Zuo Mo went to Xin Yen Sherbua's grass hut. On the way there, he warned Pu Yao countless times. Pu Yao definitely was one to hold grudges. Second Sherbua had attacked him. With this guy's ungenerous attitude, he was definitely thinking of getting revenge. Pu Yao was arrogant and wanted to reclaim his honor, saying that it was because he had been previously wounded that he had been defeated by second Sherbua. Zuo Mo was celebrating the fact that Pu Yao hadn't recovered from his wounds yet, otherwise, he definitely would be making another mess. Didn't he know that this was a different era? After the incident with the Yin bead, Zuo Mo had no fear of Pu Yao anymore. What's Sky Yao? It was clearly an old antique that was still living in the time 3,000 years ago, and completely cut off from the present. So pitiful. Sometimes, Zuo Mo couldn't help but pity Pu Yao. From what he saw, Pu Yao was clearly still living in the illusions of the past, and didn't want to face the cruel reality. Anyone who had been imprisoned for 3,000 years, they would probably behave the same way when they came out. Zuo Mo thought that the incident of the Yin beads had dealt a great blow to Pu Yao. This Ren Yao had been dispirited for quite a few days. Afterwards, Pu Yao had offered many other things that could be used to make money, but Zuo Mo had sympathetically yet resolutely rejected them. Regardless of sympathy, in order to avoid trouble, Zuo Mo sternly warned Pu Yao. Zuo Mo had initially used second Sherbua to threaten him, but seeing that there wasn't an effect, he immediately changed to using the threat of Jingshi. That was instantly effective. Pu Yao was a great consumer of Jingshi. Zuo Mo didn't know how Pu Yao could use up so much Jingshi. But clearly, Pu Yao had at least an additional source of consumption, going to the sword cave. Pu Yao was extremely desirous of yin energy, and in this area, only the sword cave had it. Zuo Mo found that he had the feeling that he was raising a pet. Coming to the sunset lookout peak for the second time, the sword essences in the ground surrounding the grass hut seemed to recognize him and had completely disappeared. Second Sherbwa. He shouted. Come in. Second Sherbwa's icy words came out from behind the wooden door. Zuo Mo seemed to see, behind the wooden door, Second Sherb was sitting in the lotus position, his body as large as a mountain, casting a shadow over him. Feeling weak and fragile, he barely raised his head and was only being able to see a pair of indifferent and frigid eyes staring at him. Zuo Mo couldn't help but shudder. He forced himself to throw away his delusions and calmed his mind. He pushed open the door and gathered his bravery to walk in. Sit. Second Sherbwa didn't open his eyes. Just like last time, he was sitting on a meditation mat. The sunlight came in through a hole in the roof and landed on his body. Zuo Mo saw the meditation mat in front of Second Sherbwa and carefully sat down, lowering his head and listening hard. Starting from today, I will teach you. Xianyan Sherbwa's body was thin and withered, but sitting there with closed eyes, he seemed to weigh 1,000 catties, suppressing Zuo Mo so much he almost couldn't breathe. He didn't speak in a loud voice, but when it landed in Zuo Mo's ears, it was like thunder. Yes. Zuo Mo weakly responded. Even now, he didn't understand why Master and the sect leader suddenly thought of throwing him to Second Sherbwa. Our sect cultivates the sword, and doesn't put importance on the body. But your natural body is weak and lacking. So you must start from the physical body. Xianyan Sherbwa didn't open his eyes, yet a strong presence was carried with his light words. It announced the beginning of Zuo Mo's tragic life. The mountain slopes of Wu Kong Mountain wasn't steep, but because of the winding mountain path, it took almost 6 hours to climb up on foot. The outer sect disciples of Wu Kong Sword Sect had suddenly found that Zuo Mo Shixian would walk on the mountain path, panting heavily, sweat running down his back as he went up and down. A few days later, a backpack appeared on Zuo Mo Shixian's back. It was still up and down. Looking at Shixian struggling up the mountain path, some outer sect disciples wanted to help but were sworn by Zuo Mo Shixian. All the outer sect disciples were puzzled. Was Shixian masochistic? Each day, Zuo Mo wanted to cry. He didn't have the patience to treat others politely. Far away, standing at the highest point on the mountain, Xianyan Shixian was supervising him. Zuo Mo didn't dare to slack off even the slightest bit. Such a stupid method, your trash of a Sherbwa is actually using such a dumb method. Pu Yao laughed continuously at his misfortunes. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and raised his legs. His entire body was covered in sweat. Every time his bare foot touched the stone stairs, it would leave behind a wet footprint. He didn't pay attention to Pu Yao. He wasn't afraid that Second Sherbwa would find out, but because he didn't have the energy to talk. Now that he was thinking of those body cultivators, he asked himself, why didn't he think of cultivating the body? Each step he took, he could barely make it. If he stopped to rest it at all, it meant that this round was wasted, and that he would face a multiplied punishment. Second Sherbwa's eyes were really terrifying, to be able to see so clearly from that far away. Every time he thought about it, he would wail inside. Second Sherbwa, do you really have the free time to guarding a little character like me every day? Isn't it unprofitable? Don't you need to meditate, cultivate the sword, forge something? Do you want me to teach you a body cultivation art? Pu Yao snickered. Speaking of body cultivation, Mo are the true masters. Those in your shoujo that cultivate the body, you all learned it completely from the Mo, but you really didn't copy it well. Ha, as the true allies of the Mo, I have a profound inheritance of body cultivation. Includes teaching and learning, would be beneficial for a lifetime, definitely without side effects. Zuo Mo was too lazy to respond to him. He bared his teeth, used all the energy in his body to move upwards step by step. Pu Yao laughed even more merrily. At the top of the eastern peak, Xiaoguo watched Zuo Mo Shixiang struggle up the winding mountain path. Her heart was deeply moved. She tightened her pink fists, determination written on her apple face. Shixiang is so strong yet so hard-working, Xiaoguo needs to work harder. She turned and left, deciding to multiply her practice time today. If Zuo Mo knew of Xiaoguo's thoughts, he would definitely wail to the heavens, Gu is being forced. In reality, his mind was entirely blank. After the energy was used up, a person's reaction times and thoughts would become slower. The second half of the ascent, it was completely instinctive. Zuo Mo couldn't even distinguish what Pu Yao was saying. When he finally reached the mountaintop, without a word, Second Sherbwa picked him up and flew to fragrant ginger yard. In the yard, a large wooden tub had been set up over a large metal pot. The wooden tub was filled with a black liquid, the smell of herbs could be detected a long way off. Su Qing was standing next to the wooden tub. Seeing Second Sherbwa holding Zuo Mo, she hurriedly lit the fire. Without a word, Xin Yen Sherbwa threw Zuo Mo carelessly into the wooden tub before floating away. Splash! Like a ball of mud, Zuo Mo accurately landed in the wooden tub. The hot medicine bath made his pupils shrink and he inhaled sharply. At the side, Su Qing's face reddened slightly and then she said sympathetically to Zuo Mo, Shixiang, today's medicine bath costs 1 piece of third-grade jingsher. The master said that it will be put on the accounts and for you to pay back in time. Zuo Mo's expression was fierce and twisted as he nodded, it really was too hot. He needed to pay for the medicine bath each day. They were really too miserly. Wasn't this forcing him to owe debts? But after the last few days, Zuo Mo knew it was useless to rebel and could only grit his teeth and accept it. Additionally, the effect of these medicine baths were extremely evident. If he didn't have it, Zuo Mo certainly couldn't finish the amount of training that Second Sherbwa assigned. Then he would have to face an even more terrifying punishment. Sometimes, Zuo Mo had the feeling that Second Sherbwa and Master were in cahoots. Su Qing was even more sympathetic as she reminded Zuo Mo, Shixiang, I need to increase the fire. A short while later, wails like pigs being slaughtered echoed through fragrant ginger yard. The female disciples that were working at the front of the yard all sympathetically turned to look and exchanged glances before sighing, really pitiful. Then they buried their heads to continue their own work. After the medicine bath, Zuo Mo seemed to sleepwalk back to the little west wind yard. The nightmare of the day finally ended. He wanted to drop and sleep. The bones in his body seemed to want to collapse, but he still forced himself to meditate in the rock room. Embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation didn't do anything special for the recovery of his body, but for nurturing the mind, it was very effective. Zuo Mo was suspicious if he didn't have embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, he might not die from exhaustion, but he would first go insane from exhaustion. He entered meditation extremely quickly. Time also flew quickly. When he opened his eyes, his body was still sore, but the feeling that his mind was blank had disappeared. It felt that he could control his body again. The medicine bath had been prepared by Master. Supposedly, the more exhausted he was, the more effectively the medicine would nurture the muscles. With a hint of reluctance and helplessness, he stood. What he needed to do now was get to Sunset Lookout Peak before sunrise. If he was late, it would be very bad. At this time, the sky hadn't lightened, and was a patch of black. The mountain paths were still cold. The night sky above his head, Zuo Mo flew towards Sunset Lookout Peak, the stars above him mischievously shining. Sprinting in the wind, Zuo Mo only had one thought, this nightmare, please end quickly. He wanted to go back to his previous life of farming and dam making. Even practicing the sword in the river was much better than this. Right now, he was counting the days on his hand. And what made him despair the most was what Master had said before leaving, only when Second Sherbwa was satisfied. Second Sherbwa satisfied. He had countless reasons to believe, in the eyes of the terrifying second Sherbua, this was just the beginning. Just as Zuo Mo was living through a tragic life, a shocking incident happened in Dongfu and Dongfu shook. Translator ramblings, we need a training montage right here of a zombie on a mountain. Thanks for the comments. Chapter 75, Haze. Chapter 75, Haze. The atmosphere was tense and heavy in Dongfu Hall, each person's face black. Wounds could be seen on some people. In front of them silently laid the corpse of Yuan Li. It was a strange gray-green color. Yun Xia Xianzi's eyes showed extreme sorrow. She, who was usually steady, couldn't help but feel trepidation. To search for the traces of the Yaoma who could force the stars in daytime, they had taken turns searching in Dongfu. Yet no one could have thought that they would encounter an ambush today. This definitely had been an extremely well-planned ambush. The enemy's target was Yuan Li. There were many of them, all of them masked, and with astounding cultivation. Their cooperation was also extremely tight. Yun Li was almost killed instantly. At that time, Yun Xia Xianzi had been extremely close to Yun Li. If she had hesitated in throwing out the Yin Thunder bead that she had just forged, she would also have been affected by the other's attack. It was only by relying on the Yin Thunder bead that she had barely avoided an ordeal. Who were those people? Tianson Zi's face was black. As the true ruler of Dongfu, to have someone publicly attack his allies in his lands was undoubtedly a provocation to him. Yun Xia Xianzi calmed down her mind and said, with lingering fears, I don't know. They didn't use flying swords. All they used was 5 elemental smoke. In combination with their formations, it was extremely powerful. 5 element smoke? He raised his head in slight shock. He hadn't gone today. He said gravely, most of the people who use 5 elemental smoke are roaming shio, and it's not easy to collect such a thing. That might not be true. At this time, when Tai Sanren said heavily, it might be that they are trying to misleading us. It might not be easy to collect 5 elemental smoke, but it can occasionally be bought on the market. If someone really tried, it's not impossible. Their target was Mr. Yuan. So we have to determine their motives. Why would they target Mr. Yuan? Everyone who sat here was a veteran and their thoughts fell along the same lines. Tianson Zi instantly realized and followed up, they don't want us to keep investigating the stars in daytime. Yes. This point needs to be pondered. He opened, if they were here to pick up some benefits, stir the waters up, and then steal it away, then they would hope that we could find that Yaoma. Who wouldn't want us to find that Yaoma? That Yaoma? Yun Xia Xianzi suddenly became alert, or the associates of the Yaoma. The others stared at one another, their faces instantly dark. The people that had attacked them had clearly been part of the same group and clearly couldn't be that wounded Yaoma. It was very likely that they were associates of the Yaoma. Before, they had assumed that it was only one wounded Yaoma, so no one had treated it seriously. With the power of so many Jindan masters, wouldn't it have been easy to exterminate one injured Yaoma? No one could have predicted that the situation would have changed so quickly. It was basically impossible to conceal the matter of the stars in daytime. Large numbers of Xiozha had hoped to hunt and kill the Yaoma and had furiously gathered in Skymoonjia. A wounded high-grade Yaoma meant countless Jingxur and countless talismans. There are actually Xiozha that have allied with the Yaoma. When Tai Sanren was furious. He raised his head and said, why couldn't it be a group of Yaoma? Once the words came out, the enormous Dongfu Hall fell silent. Yun Xia Xianzi tiredly went back to her residence. Xiao Huan, seeing her mistress' expression, said with concern and terror, Miss, why don't we leave? The matters here are very frightening. Yun Xia grimaced, how can we leave now? If we don't conclude this matter, we will let down the deceased Mr. Yuan. Xiao Huan bit her lips and said resolutely, then I will go finding beads for Miss. If Miss has a few more Yin Thunder beads, then there's no need to fear them. Silly girl. Yun Xia patted Xiaohan's head and said affectionately, getting a bargain the first one, how can you think you will get the bargain every time? In any case, I can't help miss otherwise. Xiao Huan's eyes became misty. The two might formally be master and servant, but in reality they were like sisters. Your miss isn't that weak. At the least, I'm a Jin Dan. Yun Xia hurriedly comforted Xiao Huan, but she was unconfident inside. His words circled in her heart. She knew that the situation in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia was worsening, but didn't know how bad it actually was. If the Yama had really infiltrated Sky Moon Jia, then how bad was the situation in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia? At some unknown time, a drizzle of rain had started falling outside the room. Looking at the faraway mountains enveloped in the rain, the haze in Yun Xia Shenzi's heart was just as heavy. Zuo Mo had been correct. His tragic life had just started. His good-intentioned reminder combined with Zuo Mo's clever feinting, it had alarmed Pei Yuan Ran and the others. Only geniuses who were alive were able to become true masters. In the eyes of Pei Yuan, Shifeng Rong and the others, Zuo Mo didn't lack for talent. More so, they thought that Zuo Mo still had hidden talents that were waiting to be discovered. However, his fragile body limited his development. Dying prematurely was something that was likely to befall him. In comparison, Wei Sheng was almost too strong in this area and didn't need their concern at all. Pei Yuan Ran and the others, after being advised, found that their initial thoughts were incorrect. For someone as multi-talented as Zuo Mo, it wasn't important to cultivate the sword, it was important for him to keep his life. Rather than nurture him into an average sword cultivator, it was much better to make him an extremely healthy turtle. The upper levels of Wu Kong Sword Sect sank into simultaneous reflection. Consequently, Xin personally stepped forward. From this, it was possible to see how important Wu Kong Sword Sect thought Zuo Mo was. After the nightmarish cultivation, Zuo Mo's body had improved. Even though it still appeared thin, but there was some more muscles on his bones. Under the double influence of intense training in the medicinal liquid, he had gradually gotten used to the body cultivation. It was a pity that Zuo Mo didn't understand what his master and the other Shirbo were thinking. Xin Shirbo personally teaching him, shocked and pained him at the same time. In all the elders, Xin was the strictest and the one Zuo Mo was afraid of the most. How good would it be if it had been Yan Le Shirbo? Zuo Mo couldn't help but fantasize sometimes. In the grass hut, Xin threw a jade scroll at Zuo Mo and led him to a valley in the back of the mountain. Zuo Mo had came to this valley before. It evidently had just been flattened and there was an eye-catching seal formation at the bottom of the valley. Without a second word, he threw Zuo Mo into the seal formation. Shirbo, what is this? Zuo Mo asked, slightly panicked. Xin Shirbo didn't pay attention to him and floated away. Zuo Mo looked in alarm at the surroundings. However, as nothing happened, his heart slowly calmed. Was this some body-strengthening seal formation? Such a good thing, why didn't they take it out earlier? For a while, nothing happened. However, Zuo Mo didn't dare to run out of the seal formation of his own accord. Shirbo had thrown him in, if he ran out, the outcome would be bad. So he started to look at the jade scroll that Shirbo gave him. There was a body cultivation scripture in the jade scroll. It was called Vajra Profound Sutra. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. From the name, it didn't look like one of the sect's scriptures, but more like the scriptures of Diana cultivators. Where did Shirbo get this? During his 2 years in the outer sect, he suffered through hardships trying to gather jade scrolls. Zuo Mo held a special fondness for jade schools that recorded new things. This time he didn't need to spend contribution points to get this scroll. Zuo Mo finally felt that he hadn't suffered for nothing. Curious, he kept on reading. As expected, it was a Diana Shio scripture. The scriptures of Diana Shio were mostly simple and their demands on personal talent were the lowest. However, what they demanded of determination and personality was much higher. This scripture was the same. There wasn't many complex parts, but what it needed was constancy. If this would be constantly cultivated, the body would be like gold metal, and if one could comprehend, the final level would be forming the Vajrapani's indestructible body. Of course, Zuo Mo snorted at that. These days, no matter what jade scroll, they would always talk about how strong they were. It was the same as Pu Yao always labeling himself a Sky Yao. However, what Zuo Mo found interesting was, Vajraprofound Sutra mentioned that the body would not be easily wounded. No matter what the circumstances, the most important was to stay alive. If it would be somewhat mastered, Yama would be unable to approach near him, and nothing evil would be able to infiltrate. Zuo Mo suddenly found, what he was learning was more and more varied. This kind of second-hand item, he's not ashamed to take it out. Pu Yao somehow came out and said with a face full of disdain. Second-hand? Zuo Mo raised the jade scroll in his hand. Do you have it? I only keep the finest. Pu Yao said proudly. Like the yin bead? Zuo Mo smirked. Pu Yao was like a deflated balloon. The incident of the yin beads had become Zuo Mo's most effective weapon. Pu Yao didn't have any room to argue. But when he looked at the seal formation surrounding them, he started to snicker. Zuo Mo's heart started to feel unconfident and couldn't resist asking, "What are you laughing about?" Pu Yao's crimson red eye held a strange laughter at Zuo Mo's misfortunes. Zuo Mo was very familiar with this expression. He had seen this expression too many times recently. Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel something was wrong. Have a good time. Pu Yao was full of smugness as he went back into Zuo Mo's consciousness. Zuo Mo felt even more unconfident. Looking at the seals surrounding him, his heart trembled. Maybe this seal formation wasn't a body-strengthening seal formation? At this time, suddenly a faint mist formed in the surroundings. Zuo Mo saw it clearly. The mist had been created by the seal formation. He instantly became nervous. Was it about to begin? The mist quickly spread. He couldn't see in front of him and became even more cautious. Hiss! A sword energy suddenly came out of the mist and shot at him. Zuo Mo, already on the defense, sliced out with his hand, a sword energy leaving and accurately hitting the sword energy that was flying at him. Ping! A light flashed and the two sword energies destroyed each other. Before Zuo Mo could react, hiss, two other sword energies came out of the mist. Zuo Mo didn't dare to drop his defenses and flung out two sword energies. Hiss. For sword energies came at him from different directions. He dodged left and weaved right, an extremely sorry figure. The sword energies increased in number at an astounding speed, so fast that Zuo Mo couldn't react. When the sword energy entered his body, the needling pain caused Zuo Mo to howl. Zuo Mo finally understood what this damn seal formation was. Translator ramblings, for Diana, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/zen. For Vajrapani, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Vajrapani. Somebody is dead and people are staring to look for Zuo Mo. Chapter 76, Body Cultivating Sword Formation. Chapter 76, Body Cultivating Sword Formation. A sword formation. This was actually a sword formation. Damn it, why did Sherbo throw him into a sword formation? Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the jade scroll in his hand. If the muscles on his face weren't paralyzed, his expression right now would be deathly pale. Body cultivation. To use a sword formation to cultivate the body, which bastard thought of this idea? Zuo Mo wanted to kill them. He wasn't dumb. Actually, when he had thought of the Vajraprofound Sutra on his hands, he instantly understood. These sword energies were extremely small and non-fatal, but they were exceptionally painful when they hit him. Hard for a normal flying sword to wound. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the phrase and his little heart shook. Was it necessary to first be pierced by countless flying swords to create a thick skin and then cultivate the heart to be wounded by flying swords? He almost fainted at the idea. However, he felt that this idea was probably the truth. In the first wave of swords, Zuo Mo had been struck 7 times. It was so painful he howled. Thankfully, the sword formation gave him time to breathe. The mist gradually dissipated, yet Zuo Mo didn't relax at all. He quickly took out Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't guess wrong, the next storm of swords would be coming in a short while. Xin Yen Sherbua's habits were like his sword, he wouldn't give people time to rest. Unfortunately, Zuo Mo had guessed right. Just as he read a bit of the contents, the second storm of swords started. With no attention to spare for anything else, he suddenly jumped up and the sword energies left continuously from his hand. Even though he had comprehended sword essence, he was still struck 12 times during the second wave. This time, he didn't make a sound. Inside, he repeatedly cursed Sherbua and unhesitatingly started Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't successfully do one round of Vajra Profound Sutra before the third sword storm came, he would just be ripe pickings. He almost couldn't deal with the second wave of swords. 12 strikes. The pain reached his bones. Thankfully, the language of Vajra Profound Sutra was straightforward and simple to practice. Before the third wave arrived, Zuo Mo finally completed one round of the Vajra Profound Sutra. A faint gold color appeared on his skin. Before he could admire himself, the third wave of swords silently arrived. Like the rain hitting the leaves, the pia pia rang out in his ears. As expected, the pain lessened. However, this wave of swords were much denser than the last 2 waves. Zuo Mo might have the Vajra scripture but was still dumbstruck. He didn't know how many times he was hit. In a daze, he could only hear Pu Yao's extremely happy roars of laughter. When Xin Yen Sherbua carried a swollen Zuo Mo back to the Little West Windyard, the outer sect disciples along the way that saw the scene all had the same expression. Zuo Mo Shixiang is very pitiful. After they had seen Zuo Mo abuse himself on the mountain roads every day, they didn't find it strange anymore. Of course, there were still rumors. Like Zuo Mo Shixiang had offended Xin Yen Shershu, so Xin Yen Shershu was exceptionally angry and was personally administering punishment. Or that Zuo Mo Shixiang was practicing a kind of legendary art. This legendary art was exceptionally cruel and that the female disciples in Fragrant Ginger Yard could prove it. When Zuo Mo had finally recovered in his own little yard, what welcomed him was the sympathetic gaze of the gray-beaked goose on the rooftop. Zuo Mo climbed up self-mockingly. He finally could rest for a few days. Before leaving, Sherbua had said that he would come back in 5 days. Clearly, the sword formation was not suited to being used every day. He also needed time to practice Vajra Profound Sutra. If he didn't improve before next time, he would die a terrible death. Vajra Profound Sutra had a slight healing effect. After practicing it for a little while, Zuo Mo felt his entire body had become warm. This shocked him slightly. In the scriptures he had practiced before, the most comfortable was embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. It was hard to describe the feeling of void. The feelings this time wasn't as enchanting as cultivating, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, but for Zuo Mo, who was presently wounded, the warm feeling was actually more appropriate. Also, because it was easier to learn, there were no bottlenecks in Vajra Profound Sutra. It wasn't like embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, which always made him spit blood. After practicing for 4 hours, Zuo Mo's entire body was amazingly relaxed, the marks on his body had also faded. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. He went to the ling fields inside the valley and felt heartache as he looked at the ling grasses in the fields. He hadn't taken care of the fields for quite a few days. Some of the more sensitive plants seemed slightly wilted. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and harvested all those ling grasses that were sensitive and near maturity. He decided to sell all of them. The remaining ling grasses were hardier plants. It was rare for Sherbua to have mercy. With a vacation of 5 days, Zuo Mo could finally take a breath. Even though he knew that the reprieve was temporary and he would once again enter the nightmare after 5 days, he still planned on enjoying these 5 days. Listening to the sound tablet, Zuo Mo hummed a little tune, his head on his arms as he looked at the jade scrolls that Elder Wei Nan had left. As soon as he relaxed, he couldn't help but think of making jingsher. There was no way around it. After soaking in the medicine baths every day, he was in the midst of a great amount of debt and owed master a lot of jingsher. And now that he was restricted from the Dan room, he couldn't make the golden crow pill and had no income. Not only that, he also couldn't make any progress on the new Ling Dan. He suddenly thought of the water method that had been mentioned in Elder Wei Nan's Jade Scrolls. The number of ways to make Dan in the world could not be counted. The fire method was the most widespread, and methods involving water and wood were more esoteric. Elder Wei Nan's knowledge was broad and he was extremely skilled at using whatever was available in the environment to create the greatest value. Zuo Mo admired this very much. In many cases, a person's circumstances would have all kinds of limitations, and those limits could not be changed. To use disadvantageous circumstances to create good results was undoubtedly an area worthy of deep study. There was a cold spring in the rock room. It was acceptable for the water method. Most of the Dan that could be made by the water method leaned towards the yin in the cold. This was a limit of the water method. But for Zuo Mo, he didn't have any other choice. There were many Dan recipes involving the water method in the scrolls of Elder Wei Nan. Zuo Mo scanned through and picked a few Dan that he could make now, noting down what was needed. It seemed that he needed to go to Dongfu. Even though he had heavy debts, but he didn't need to pay them off immediately, so Zuo Mo still had some jingsher in his pocket. If he sold the ling grasses, which he wasn't planning on letting the sect sell for him, he would get some more jingsher. He only had 5 days of vacation. It would take too long if the sect sold it, and no one could know that he had gone to Dongfu to buy materials. If Master knew he was secretly making Dan, Master's humph would probably start taking effect. As to the outcome, he didn't need to even think about it. Disguising his appearance and concealing his tracks, Zuo Mo had become familiar with doing both. The effects of the recent training were extremely evident. Zuo Mo flew as he walked, and no longer resembled the weak zombie of the past. He changed his appearance this time to a mundane-looking man. He was very familiar with Dongfu. The quality of the ling grasses he had wasn't the best, but since he was a ling plant farmer, it was still much better than what normal cultivators could grow, so they sold very quickly. He then brought some of the raw materials for the water method. After finishing what he needed to do, his mind relaxed as he started to wander around. Xiao Huan's expression was panicked. She spent every day guarding the free market, waiting for the person that had sold her the yin beads. After some time, she rented a stall, and after paying a high price, she hung up a sign purchasing yin beads at high prices. She believed, if that waxy-looking man saw the sign, he would come find her. She had been frightened by Miss encountering dangers. When she found out that Miss had only survived due to the yin bead that she had brought the last time, she knew how to help Mississippi. If she could buy a few more yin beads, and Miss could forge more yin thunder beads, then she wouldn't have to worry so much. She regretted very much that she hadn't brought more the first time. She stood guard every day, but she never encountered the yellow-skinned man. She couldn't help but look at a nearby stall. The stall owner was a youth. His sign was also buying yin beads at high price. Xiao Wan was irritated. She recognized the youth. He was a disciple of Wentai Sanren. Many people had seen Miss use the yin thunder bead, and the origins of the yin bead wasn't a secret. It wasn't just Yun Xia that knew how to make yin thunder beads. The method of making yin beads had been lost long ago, but the method of making yin thunder beads wasn't hard to find. Additionally, yin beads wasn't just limited to making yin thunder beads. 3,000 years ago, there had been a sect called Deviling Sect which had specialized in making yin beads. Of the various beads that could be made from yin beads, there were also in thunder beads and in fire beads as well as others. But the most famous of the Devilings sect was the Nine Heaven Devilings formation. The Nine Heaven Devilings formation, it was formed using 3,600 beads of various kinds to form the formation. This was a terrifying formation that could even kill Fanshu cultivators. In the past, other than selling in beads, the Devilings sect would also sell already made beads as well as simple spells to make them. So things like the Yin Thunder bead had spread out. Due to the power of the Yin Thunder bead, and the ease of making them, many shoujo would always have some. In the Great Battle 3,000 years ago, the entire Devilings sect had nearly been exterminated. The method of making the Yin beads had been lost, but the method of making the Yin Thunder bead had been passed on. In reality, other than Wen Ti Sanran, the others were also trying to buy Yin beads. But the others were not as straightforward as Wen Ti Sanran. They hired locals to buy Yin beads. Xiao Huan was especially irritated when she saw Wen Ti Sanran's disciples' disdainful attitude towards her. Shameless! She cursed for the nth time, but because the others' cultivation was higher than her, she couldn't do anything. It naturally aroused the attentions of all the powers in the free market when a large group of people who wanted to buy Yin beads appeared. No matter how much they asked, they still didn't know what Yin beads were. Some brave fellows took some beads to make forgeries of Yin beads. The result was they were beaten until they were crippled. After a few days, the local snakeheads knew that this group wasn't easy to deal with, and so no one tried again. So when Zuo Mo wandered to the free market and saw a continuous forest of signs saying buying Yin beads at high prices, he was instantly dumbstruck. Translator ramblings, Fanshu is the cultivation level above Yuanying. I haven't had the time to make the cast list yet, but I haven't forgotten about it. Chapter 77 Plot. This chapter has been brought to you by me, Wandering Yumi of Doom, and Warlord 212. Clarification: the Yin bead is not a Dan. It's a condensation of energy, similar to the water crystal in Zuo Mo's sword, but much more powerful and valuable. Chapter 77 Plot. Zuo Mo stared dazedly at the patches of signs in the free market. Pu Yao's countenance was extremely smug and arrogant. The depression over the recent failure sweeping away as he said, "See, I said so. Yin beads are very valuable." Zuo Mo gradually regained his focus. As he swept his gaze across the market, he saw the little girl that had brought Yin beads from him the previously. The little girl seemed quite panicked. Did she need the Yin beads desperately? Zuo Mo couldn't help but speculate inside. The little girl had been very kind, so Zuo Mo had a good impression of her. It appeared that the Yin beads were useful. Last time, when the little girl had come, she had only brought one out of kindness. At that time, she probably didn't recognize Yin beads. Zuo Mo ruminated about selling them. Zuo Mo didn't pay attention to Pu Yao. Walking in front of the little girl, he said, "You're buying Yin beads? How many?" Just at this time, Pu Yao suddenly said in a grave tone, "Run." Zuo Mo paused. Who would have thought that this little town of Dongfu was concealing so much? Even something that has been lost for so long, like Yin beads, also appeared, a slightly piercing voice said reflectively. The person who spoke was the yellow-robed Taoist. Yes. I was also very surprised when I learned about it, the silver-clad man said, a flash of puzzlement running through his eyes. The Devilings sect has been dead for so many years, how can a successor have appeared? It's not easy guessing about a sect's succession. The yellow-robed Taoist's eyes followed the silver-clad male closely. Why do you not find someone else? The silver-clad male's expression was normal. The others? They can't do it. The yellow-robed Taoist smiled smugly. Exactly. Except for you and I, the others are only average. They cannot do anything and will ruin things. Are you sure that the person who was selling the Yin beads will definitely appear? I am not sure. The silver-clad male shook his head. The yellow-robed Taoist's expression changed. His pupils suddenly shrank. You are making fun of me? The silver-clad male was not affected. I shared the information with you. If you do not find it useful, you can leave. The method of making the yin beads, it is worthy of you waiting a while. The yellow-robed Taoist stared at the silver-clad male for a long while before suddenly laughing. You're right. The Deviling sect was so famous in the past, what they relied on wasn't just the way to making beads. Ha, if I can find this person, all of the techniques of the Deviling sect would land in our hands. Don't be happy this early, the silver-clad male said, there are probably many that have the same idea as us. Humph. They dare to steal from me, they are courting death. The yellow-robed Taoist icily said. It's best to be careful. Even those people from Bright Wave Jia were ambushed and one was killed, the brow of the silver-clad male furrowed. He felt extremely puzzled by that incident. Even though he had said clever words, but he was still extremely wary of the group from Bright Wave Jia. Additionally, he had needed Yuan Li to find the Yama. He was very clear about Yuan Li's abilities, but no one could have thought that Yuan Li would die in an ambush. That had ruined his arrangements. Who was it that had killed Yuan Li? This ambush, which had a clearly targeted Yuan Li, had instantly turned everything into a mess. Now that Yuan Li had been killed, his sect definitely would be angry. The branch of the Master of Bright Wave Jia would not tolerate this kind of action. If this situation dragged on, there would definitely be large numbers of high-level Shouja that would arrive and complicate the situation. If that happened, then he would lose the chance to benefit from this incident. He had reacted extremely quickly and changed direction when he had seen a shift. The news that Yun Xiaxianzi had relied on a Yin Thunder Bead to escape the ambush had spread through Dongfu. The attentions of many people had been aroused, including himself. Just at this time, he made a sound, and his eyes were looking at a male standing in front of a stall. What? The yellow-robed Taoist became alert. Did you find something? He seems to have arrived. The silver-clad male stared at the average-looking man. Him? Following the eyes of the silver-clad male, the yellow-robed Taoist also looked at Zuo Mo that was in front of Xiao Huan's stall, a little guy with a cultivation of Zhuji. That's not likely. The gaze of the silver-clad male didn't move, as he informed, that little girl is the maid of Yun Xiaxianzi. Last time, it was her that bought the yin beads. There are so many stalls in the market, but that person didn't go to anyone else but straight to hers. It's suspicious. It really is suspicious. By this time, the yellow-robed Taoist also understood, and the glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. It wasn't just the two of them that had noticed this. Just as Zuo Mo went to leave, a young person appeared behind him. Do you want to sell yin beads? Why don't you sell to me and we can negotiate the price? Zuo Mo, who had received Pu Yao's warning, instantly noticed the many gazes that had gathered on his person. He became alarmed and knew that the situation was dangerous. It was a good thing that the yin beads could be sold for a good price, but if he had to pay with his life in the process, then he wasn't willing. I don't have yin beads. Seeing the situation, Zuo Mo quickly pretended to be ignorant. I just noticed that you guys have been putting up stalls here for many days and was curious. What sort of treasure is this yin bead? How much is it worth? Do you have an example? Can you let me take a look? If I encounter it, I wouldn't pass on a chance to get rich. Really? The young person smiled coldly. Then why didn't you come ask me? But went straight to her. Xiao Huan couldn't resist anymore. Her brows raising, she said angrily, the one named Shui, what do you mean? Why can't he come to this lady's stall? This youth was Wen Tai Sanren's disciple. He was called Shui Yun. Xiao Huan always found him to be an eyesore. This one doesn't mean to suggest anything, Shui Yun smirked icily. This one is only working on behalf of my master. Something as good as yin beads, they can't all go to one person. Zuo Mo gave a smile. You must have misunderstood. I don't have yin beads. The young man had a cultivation of Ningmai and wasn't someone that a little Zhuji cultivator could battle against. Zuo Mo wasn't dumb. He understood that, if he really took out the yin beads right now, then he really would die. He definitely wouldn't get yin beads, and the others certainly would try to force out the spell to form yin beads. Otherwise, he wouldn't be let go. Don't have any beads? Shui Yun snorted, that will have to be determined after I search you. Xiao Huan stood resolutely in front of Zuo Mo and said angrily, you dare. She wasn't stupid. If Shui Yun hadn't come, she might not have recognized Zuo Mo, but Shui Yun's behavior made her look closely. She found that, while this person's appearance was different, but his figure was similar to the person from last time. Shui Yun looked disdainfully at Xiao Huan, you're just a maid. Do you think you're self-important? Finishing, he didn't look at Xiao Huan and strode towards Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo saw that the situation could not be resolved, and thought that with his pitiful and weak speed even if he were to run he would most likely be unsuccessful. He really had bad luck today. Zuo Mo grimaced inside. As expected, it was risky trying to make Jingshi like this and he needed to be cautious. Looking at Shui Yun who seemed extremely certain, Zuo Mo's eyes darkened, murderous intent was rising inside. The other's cultivation far surpassed his and he didn't think he could win even with trickery. Noticing the confidence on the young man's face, he decided to give the other a little surprise. His eyes staring fixedly at Shui Yun, the ling energy in his body moved furiously. He was waiting for Shui Yun to come near and what would welcome Suyu would be Zuo Mo's strongest sword attack, Li Water Burning Heavens. Just at this time, suddenly someone interrupted, no wonder when Tai Sanrun isn't respected. It can be understood from seeing his disciple. Shui Yun's expression instantly changed. His eyes darkened, he stopped in his steps and shouted loudly, who is this? Your words are really frightening. Why do you hide? Do you not dare to come out? Just someone like you, are you enough for ye to come out? The voice was faint and one could not locate the source. Shui Yun's expression finally changed, and there was shock in his eyes. He had focused on listening just now but still couldn't find where the voice came from. This meant that the other's cultivation was much higher than his. While Shui Yun was in shock, a figure suddenly leapt at Zuo Mo. You dare! Several shouts sounded out simultaneously. Swords flashed and several bright lights could be seen as flying swords flew at the figure. All of these people were all highly skilled. Although their target wasn't him, the sharp sword essence inside the sword energy was enough to make Zuo Mo's skin hurt. He was extremely shocked inside. Only now did he realize that the nondescriptine bead had such a shockingly high value. Pu Yao did have something valuable in his possession. At such a dangerous time, such a nonsensical thought had floated through Zuo Mo's mind. There were thousands of sword energies that formed a net but they didn't harm Zuo Mo one bit. The cultivation of the figure wasn't normal either. A faint green flying sword flashed and formed a net of light in front of him, barely stopping the other flying swords. The figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. Being alone, he naturally wasn't a match for the group. Just as everyone was attacking this person, a dark red rope was silently nearing Zuo Mo. The silver-clad male was the first to find it. He snorted icily, wanting to take advantage of the fight. It won't be that easy. He pointed with a hand and a silver light struck the dark red rope. The dark red rope wasn't an average grade talisman. Like a wave, the dark red rope fluttered and then dissipated the silver light. The silver-clad male didn't waste words. His silver-hooked sword turned into an extremely thin silver light, and like a snake climbing a tree, circled and constricted around the dark red rope. The yellow-robed Taoist and the figure who had leapt at Zuo Mo were engaged in battle with each other. The figure seemed to be shrouded in a ball of smoke. No one could clearly see his appearance. The shape of his body changed rapidly. The yellow-robed Taoist evidently was taking the fight seriously. The yellow-gold flying sword was like a sun streaking in the sky, the light radiating from it was blinding. Each move was large and vast, extremely powerful. No one was able to approach near Zuo Mo and Xiao Huan. The pitiful Shui Yun had instantly been sliced by these swords into minced meat. Xiao Huan's face was pale and she was dazed as she looked at the sky. Those sword energies and talismans, she almost couldn't stand under their presence. At this time, she suddenly thought that the person who was standing beside her had a lower cultivation than her. Even she was having a hard time, would he be able to bear it? Xiao Huan was certain that this was the person who had sold her the yin beads the last time. Thinking that she had pulled someone else into this terrible situation, she couldn't help but feel guilty. As her pale face turned back, she saw the person behind her standing with a bowed head with his hands covered by his sleeves. Seemingly having noticed her gaze, the other suddenly raised his head and smiled at her. A smile that was as cold as the edge of a blade appeared strangely. Xiao Huan felt a gust of cold air suddenly rise from the bottom of her feet. Just at this time, a hand appeared without warning on Zuo Mo's shoulder. Translator ramblings. I'm not very good at translating action scenes, and Wandering Yumi of Doom was amazing at making this chapter exciting. Chapter 78, Making a Move. Chapter 78, Making a Move. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When Tai Sanren had his disciple in the light purchasing the yin beads, while he himself was concealed in the darkness. When he saw that Yun Xia Xianzi had yin thunder beads, it was like he was struck by lightning. The many uses of yin beads were known to all the sections. Many people know, but there were not many people that would know more than Wen Tai Sanren. In the eyes of the world, Wen Tai Sanren's origins were very mysterious. Everyone knew that he came from a small sect called Skyfiend Sect, but it was not known that the little minor sect of Skyfiend Sect was a branch sect which had survived the collapse of the Deviling Sect. The Deviling Sect was a famous sect 3,000 years ago. There had been many disciples and many branch sections. The Deviling Sect had all died in the great battle against the Yama 3,000 years ago, but many of these branch sects had luckily survived. However, without the yin beads, the various spells they had learned from the Deviling Sect were useless. This caused some branches to decline and eventually die out. Some branches, of their own initiative, learned spells from other sects and managed to survive. The Skyfiend Sect that Wen Tai Sanren came from was one of the surviving branch sects. Skyfiend Sect was a very small sect. As it passed down to his generation, only he was left. However, Wen Tai Sanren was exceptionally talented. Even though the scriptures of the Skyfiend Sect weren't anything special, he had managed to cultivate to Jin Dan. However, he had reached a dead end in his cultivation and it would be hard to make progress relying on these scriptures. So, it could be understood just how joyful he was when he saw the yin thunder bead in Yun Xia Xianzi's hands. He knew where his sect's scriptures had originated from. The sect records had many spells relating to the yin beads. Those strange scriptures and spells, they were hundreds of times better than the scriptures was currently using. If he could find the method to making beads, he had hopes that he could break through to yuanying. For Xiuzhe, the strength of cultivation directly determined their lifespan. Jindan was the first division. Before reaching Jindan, their lifespan wouldn't surpass 150 years, but once they broke into Jindan they would have a lifespan of 300 years. Yuanying Xiuzhe would have a lifespan of 500 years. The lifespan of a Fanshu Xiuzhe could reach 700 years, and the lifespan of a Deshang Xiuzhe was 1,000 years. On the surface, Wen Tai Sanren didn't seem any different than any other middle-aged person, but he was already 232 years old. He didn't have much time left. So when he learned that someone knew how to making beads, how could he not be excited? He quickly found out the history of the yin thunder bead that Yun Xia Xianzi had, and he had sent Shuiyun to bravely go to the free market to search for the yin beads, while he would hide in the shadows. For the temptation of the yin beads, he was willing to not just cut ties with Yun Xia's group, but if he had to pay with his life, he had to grab it. When Zuo Mo had appeared, he was excited but kept his composure. He was clear that the news of the yin beads had spread out long ago. There were many people who wanted it. He was like an experienced hunter, patiently waiting. To be able to use a normal scripture to break into Jindan, Wen Tai Sanren wasn't the average cultivator. The situation quickly progressed according to his plans, everyone attacking in a melee battle. As the heated battle reached its climax, he finally made a move. Using his most skilled and hidden movement method, he silently appeared behind Zuo Mo. When his hand touched Zuo Mo's shoulder, even if he was an experienced hunter, he couldn't help but be excited. Wen Tai Sanrun had fortuitous encounters before. When he had been in Ingmai, he had discovered an earth-based concealment method that was extremely unique. Relying on this, he had escaped life-threatening situations multiple times. He knew he had succeeded. Damn you! The yellow-robed Taoist was the first person to detect Wen Tai Sanrun and instantly yelled. He didn't attend to his fight with the other Xiuzhi and threw out a round gold shuttle. Once the round gold shuttle left his hand, it turned into a streak of gold light and hummed as it moved. The silver-clad male snorted and tossed a handful of silver sand, which shone like the stars, towards Wen Tai Sanrun. The dark red rope moved like it was alive. A nimble turn and then it streaked towards Wen Tai Sanrun, shooting like a sharp arrow, howling through the air. The other person also seemed rushed. The pale green flying sword brightened and with a clear hum, sliced at Wen Tai Sanrun. For Jindan masters attacking at the same time, the resulting commotion was enough to make the sky turn dark. Wen Tai Sanrun wasn't panicked. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Grabbing Zuo Mo's shoulder, he was going to cast his greatest escape spell, an earth concealment spell, when his face suddenly changed. With a painful shout, he suddenly tore his body away and retreated. On his palm, at some unknown time, a dark red flame had appeared. The flame wasn't large as it burned silently, but just in an instant, Wen Tai Sanrun's right hand had turned to white bone. Sharp yells rang over Dongfu. Wen Tai Sanrun's pupils were dilated, his features horrific and twisted as he curled into a ball, continuously rolling on the ground. This sudden change also shocked everyone else. Zuo Mo raised his head and reached out with his right hand, a finger gently pointing into the empty air. A strand of crimson flame silently floated in front of him. The round gold shuttle of the yellow-robed Taoist, the silver sand of the silver-clad male, the dark red rope, and the pale green flying sword all headed towards the dark red flame, like moths attracted to a flame. The expressions of the four people changed drastically. Just now, they had felt their talismans and flying sword had suddenly been affected by the pull of a very strong power and headed towards the silently burning crimson flame. The state of Wen Tai Sanrun, who was rolling on the ground as he wailed piteously, also shocked everyone. The expression of the yellow-robed Taoist changed as he rapidly cast a spell, wanting to retrieve the round gold shuttle, but the gold shuttle only wavered slightly but still flew towards the flame. The silver-clad male was much smarter. Without another word, he retreated out of the battle. The mysterious master who had been using the dark red rope also had a good response. The rope, which had been like an arrow, suddenly slowed. Only the flying sword glowing with green light increased its presence as it sped up rather than slow down. The sword essence was thick, full of the resolution to not return. The gold shuttle and the silver sand, when they came into contact with the flame, was like mud entering the ocean, and disappeared without a sound in the fire. The cultivator who had been controlling the dark red robe tried with all his power and finally stopped the rope from moving forward, yet the tip of the rope still came into contact with the flame. Snap hiss. A string of sparks, with astounding speed, leapt on the rope and headed to the other end. The cultivator who had been hiding in the shadows was alarmed. Abandoning his rope talisman, he released it and retreated. Turning into a streak of light, he fled away. When the sparks lit up the other end of the rope, bang, the dark red rope turned to ash, scattering in the wind. The green flying sword, with its murderous sword essence, accurately struck the flame in front of Zuo Mo's chest. There wasn't any resistance. The flying sword split the flame into two. But at the same moment, the Xiuzhi who had been glaring angrily in the sky suddenly spat out a ball of fresh blood, and in alarm, turned and retreated. The sword essence on the green flying sword had completely disappeared. The body of the sword had broken into tiny segments and turned to countless fragments. The yellow-robed Taoist finally lost his composure. Without being able to care for anything else, he fled in a panic. The sudden change in the situation caused all the Xiuzhi in the free market, visible or hidden, to gape in shock. when Tai Sanrun, who had been rolling on the ground, had turned into a pile of dust with nothing remaining. In a short encounter, 5 Jindan masters, 1 dead, 1 wounded, 3 fleeing, how much power would this take? Everyone's eyes as they looked at Zuo Mo all changed. The people who had been tempted by the Yin beads all felt relieved that they hadn't also attacked. The enormous free market was completely silent. There was only a crimson flame burning in front of Zuo Mo's chest. Zuo Mo reached out with a finger. The flame turned into a string and burrowed into his finger. Xiao Huan's complexion was deathly pale, her mind dazed as she stood. Her mind was completely blank. She didn't even register Zuo Mo's departure. Only after a long time, when her mind finally refocused, she saw Miss Pale Face, and couldn't resist anymore but fall into Miss Embrace and started crying. Just at this time, 2 ink beads dropped to the ground. Mistress and servant couldn't help but be shocked. Zuo Mo flew forward quickly. His eyes were dark, even the blade-like smile on his face seemed to have become weak. He had leapt and flew away without anyone daring to stop him. Not one person dared to pursue him. That wasn't right. He suddenly stopped. A white-clothed Lin Xian appeared behind him. At this time, Lin Xian didn't seem as casual and harmless as when Zuo Mo had first encountered him. All the Ling energy in his body was moving. He was like an unsheathed sword, the sword essence spreading out. His expression was grave. He didn't dare to relax as he stared fixedly at the figure that he couldn't really make out. Zuo Mo gave a light laugh. Haha, you're pretty brave. The voice was icy. Even though it was a laugh, it didn't have a hint of emotion. If Zuo Mo was conscious, he definitely would identify it as Pu Yao's voice. Pitiful Zuo Mo. In the near-death situation just now, Pu Yao finally couldn't help but interfere. Lin Xian's position didn't change. His expression was defensive, positioned so he could release his strongest attack at any time. In a deep voice, he asked, Elder's cultivation is astounding. But why would you not let others see your true face? Pu Yao stared at Lin Xian, the mirth on his face even thicker. Little friend, I don't have time to play with you today. But don't worry, we will meet if there is a chance in the future. Nonsensically, he threw down, so interesting. Ha ha. Before the words landed, a ball of flame rose from his feet. Lin Xian was first taken back and then shouted, Elder, wait. Disdain appeared in Pu Yao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the air. It was like Lin Xian was released from a heavy weight. He stood in his original spot. Only now did he realize that without noticing, his back was wet with sweat. How long has it been since he had been as nervous as this? Suddenly, his expression flickered and he disappeared in the wind. Just after Lin Xian disappeared, a group of people arrived at the location. It was a group clothed in black wearing masks. The person at the front suddenly came to the spot that Pu Yao had been standing and touched the ground with his hand. The patch of ground didn't seem different at all. We're not wrong. The short words were filled with joy. But then he said in irritation, it is a pity we're late. The crowd of black-clothed people shifted in response but no one spoke. This one has always been curious. What are you searching for? A light voice landed in the ears of this crowd of black-clothed people like lightning on a clear day. The expression of all those people changed as they turned quickly. A white-clothed Lin Xian raised his feet and, step by step, neared them. Can you tell me who the elder that was just here really is? His expression was indifferent, but between his brows, the sword essence was thick. Translator ramblings, how's that for a victory? If this was Wu Kong Sword Sect's elders. It didn't matter if Zuo Mo gave his true identity or denied it. Even if Pu Yao hid the beads, the Jindan wouldn't have cared. They would either kill him, capture him and torture him, and along the way, damage Wu Kong Sword Sect since the outsiders come from sects way more powerful than Wu Kong Sword Sect. It's unlikely they would have gone, oh, wrong person, you can go. Rather, it would be, oh, wrong person, smash. One dead Zuo Mo. Chapter 79, Zuo Mo's Decision. Chapter 79, Zuo Mo's Decision. Zuo Mo opened his eyes and instantly let out a wail of pain. His body felt like someone had taken a short blade and scraped all over. It was excruciatingly painful. Was he at home? What time was it? Zuo Mo struggled up while shaking his dizzy head. He had gone to Dong Fu and bought a lot of things. His gaze landed on the 100 treasures pouch. Right, and then after that? He had gone to the free market. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly shrunk. He remembered. Beads. It was beads, those horrifyingly strong shouja. Zuo Mo reflexively touched himself. Even though his entire body was in pain, he was completely unharmed and wasn't lacking any arms or legs. He was still alive. He remembered he had suddenly fainted. What happened after that? How did he return to the Little West Windyard? He didn't know. Did someone rescue him? This was the first idea that appeared in his head. Even though he didn't know much, but he wasn't dumb. The forest of signs in the free market was enough to make him realize the value of the bead was much larger than he had imagined. Those people would have no reason to let him free. He hurried to flip through his 100 treasures pouch. When he saw the beads were still there, he was even more confused. He took a count and found that there were 2 less. Whichever way he looked at it, it seemed strange. He suddenly realized he could ask Pu Yao. That guy definitely would know what had happened. When Zuo Mo entered the sea of consciousness, he was instantly shocked. The furiously dancing sea of flames of the past was now withered, the flames extremely weak like the embers left after a fire and could extinguish at any time. The 2 stars were unchanged, hanging like diamonds in the void. The sword river didn't change either, same as usual, half of it icicles moving, half of it burning with water flames. Why would it be like this? Restraining the terror in his heart, Zuo Mo started to sprint in the direction that Pu Yao was usually at. He had a strong feeling inside that something major had definitely happened. When he reached the stele and saw Pu Yao on top of the stele, he was dumbstruck. Pu Yao's face was without any color. He was like a statue as he sat, legs coiled, on the stele, motionless. Black clouds moved around his body. Pu. Zuo Mo tried to control the terror inside and called out. Pu Yao didn't respond. He was like a stone statue carved out of white marble. Zuo Mo called a few more times. Pu Yao didn't seem to hear it. Something definitely had happened. Zuo Mo forced himself to calm down. He carefully thought back to what happened that day. Beads. And then he connected it to Pu Yao's present state. What happened that day, it was obvious. In the eyes of high-level shouja, low-level shouja was like grass. When he had saw Shui Yun, he knew that he wouldn't be able to resolve it, and that was why he decided to go all in. People would kill for even a low-level talisman. How about the mysterious bead? Most of the beads he had were still present. That meant that those people hadn't got them. Had it really been Pu Yao who saved him? Zuo Mo almost couldn't believe it. Would Pu Yao be that kind? Yet this guess seemed to be the most reasonable one. As to Pu Yao's sorry state right now, Zuo Mo wasn't certain. Was he wounded? It seemed that it was quite serious. Even that time Pu Yao had been wounded by Xin Yen Sherbua, he hadn't been this weak. Looking dazedly at Pu Yao, who was completely lifeless, Zuo Mo suddenly thought, would Pu Yao just die like this? But for some unknown reason, he pushed down the idea. This thought made him feel slightly terrified. Terrified that Pu Yao would disappear like this? Wasn't that what he had been hoping all this time? Looking at the lifeless Pu Yao, Zuo Mo's eyes became murky. He closed his eyes. A beat later, he opened them again. Gu wouldn't owe anyone. He was only paying back the other for saving his life, Zuo Mo told himself. For some unknown reason, when he made this decision, the terror inside suddenly stopped. Raising his head to glance at the statue-like Pu Yao, Zuo Mo took a deep breath. He started to think back to every detail of his interactions with Pu Yao, hoping to find a way to help him. The first thing he thought about was embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Pu Yao had been constantly tempting or forcing him to practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Zuo Mo remembered very clearly, it had been when he had broken through to one breath that the flame sea in his consciousness had become vigorous. Looking at the weak flames that were so weak now that it seemed as though they would extinguish at any time, Zuo Mo felt these crimson flames should have a very close relationship with Pu Yao. The second was Jingshi. Pu Yao always needed a lot of Jingshi. The great majority of Zuo Mo's Jingshi would end up in Pu Yao's hands. Zuo Mo had always been slightly amazed by the great appetite Pu Yao had towards Jingshi. Even though Zuo Mo didn't know where Pu Yao spent the Jingshi, but it was clear that Jingshi was very important to Pu Yao. Maybe it helped Pu Yao somehow. And then it was Yin energy. Zuo Mo could still see the picture of Pu Yao furiously taking in Yin energy on that trip to the sword cave. Zuo Mo felt that, for Pu Yao, Yin energy was something enriching and should help him. After a long time, Zuo Mo concluded these 3 points. In these 3, the most difficult was Yin energy. To take in Yin energy, that needed going into the sword cave. When Pu Yao was conscious, entering the sword cave was just a matter of Jingshi. But relying just on Zuo Mo, the difficulty of entering the sword cave was very high, and basically hopeless. Up until now, only Wei Sheng Shixian had been allowed by the sect into the sword cave. For everyone else, even though Zuo Mo had comprehended the Li water sword essence and showed his talent, the elders in the sect didn't even mention it. Zuo Mo put his attention on the first 2 points. In his perspective, those 2 were more practical. He decided to go to the rock room to meditate and practice embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Just as he was preparing to leave, he saw from the mirror that he hadn't changed his appearance back. He hurriedly washed away the disguise on his face. If someone came in right now, that would be bad. It had been a very long time since Zuo Mo had been so focused when he was practicing embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation. Even though he still persisted in practicing it every day, but he didn't put much thought into it. Now that he really paid attention, he instantly found many places he was unclear about but had dismissed usually. He couldn't help but feel guilty and reflect on himself. It was like he had gone back to the time before he had broken through to one breath as he furiously started to study this cryptic and dull scripture. People were always like this. When they needed time, they would find that time was abnormally slippery. If one wasn't careful, it would slip away. Coming out of his meditation state, the sky was already dark. Zuo Mo went to take a look at the sea of consciousness. The flames were still very weak and didn't seem to have visibly changed. It seemed that it needed a long-term effort, he thought inside. Leaving the consciousness, he started to sort out the ling herbs that he had bought in Dongfu. These raw materials had been for him to experiment with the water method and to earn some Jingshi. He hadn't thought that they would be useful so early. Before, Zuo Mo had only wanted to experiment with making Dan using the water method. But he was now abnormally serious. In his speculations, Jingshi was one of the most important. He didn't know what help Jingshi gave Pu Yao, but it was one of the few things he could do. Zuo Mo couldn't help but grimace. It seemed that in his life, making Jingshi was an eternal problem. Throwing away that thought, he started to follow the instructions on Elder Wei Nan's jade scrolls and prepare the ingredients. The water method and the fire method were as different as the earth and sky. It was the first time Zuo Mo had come into contact with many of these things. But luckily, he had some Dan-making experience now. Before, the experience of making so many golden crow pills had also given him a lot of experience. The language that Elder Wei Nan's jade scroll was written in was straight and clear, without any flourishes. It wasn't hard for Zuo Mo to understand. This was also why Zuo Mo would always feel his mind expand and be entranced when he browsed Elder Wei Nan's jade scrolls, yet when he read embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, it was like his intestines were turned inside out and he felt that death would be welcome. Zuo Mo studied the basic steps in the water method many times. Even though he wasn't totally familiar, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. The uniqueness of the water method laid in that it required making a Dan embryo. The ling Dan would be raised in the Dan embryo. The process was like people during pregnancy, extremely miraculous. The most important step of the water method was to use spells and ling energy as channels, all kinds of materials and ling grasses as the flesh in order to form a Dan embryo. It would not just directly decide whether a Dan would form, but any little difference could cause the Dan that would be formed to be completely different. This was one of the important reasons that the water method wasn't as popular as the fire method. It was even hard to grasp the patterns and trends involved. For Zuo Mo, this was undoubtedly a new challenge. Luckily, his present cultivation was much higher than Elder Wei Nan when he had first tried the water method. The writings of Elder Wei Nan was extremely detailed. Many important parts, he had repeated and narrated it over. And Zuo Mo had one advantage that Elder Wei Nan didn't have. Zuo Mo had spiritual power. His consciousness, not just Elder Wei Nan, but the Shixiang in the sect wouldn't be as strong as him. The benefits of using his consciousness had been crucial when he had been using the fire method. Taking the ling grasses and herbs he had prepared, he went next to the ling spring in the rock room. The ling spring was extremely cold and was near the ling vein. After so many years, the ling energy in the spring was extremely dense. Along the way, Zuo Mo inspected the ice cloud grass that was being grown in it. Seeing that its growth was very good, he put it to the side. Focusing, Zuo Mo's hands was like snowflakes flying in the air. Some strangely shaped character seals that glowed slightly flew out of his hands and entered the ling spring. When those glowing character seals entered the ling spring, it was like there was a natural attraction between them and they slowly crowded together. Zuo Mo stared with wide eyes unblinkingly, the speed of his hands not slowing down. As Zuo Mo's finger motions changed, the glowing character seals in the ling spring slowly moved. Like putting together puzzle pieces, the character seals slowly combined together. 2 whole hours, and Zuo Mo was soaked in sweat, mist coming off his body. His eyes didn't dare to move away. With the finger motions that kept on changing, Zuo Mo's fingers were extremely sore. But he could only grit his teeth and bear it. If he was the slightest bit lacking in attention, it meant that all his effort would be wasted. When the last glowing character seal went in, a steady embryo frame took form. A light blue light suddenly appeared and flashed around the surface of the seal characters. Zuo Mo didn't dare to hesitate. Without any time to wipe away the sweat, he used a specialized spell to add in the pre-prepared materials. A while later, a light blue spherical Dan embryo quietly floated in the ling spring. Translator Ramblings. When the novel was published, the first part was called Jingshi Maniac and the first volume was cut off the chapter before. The next volume, starting with this chapter, is called A Problematic Youth. The volumes get progressively longer, so even though there are 7 volumes, we aren't even 10% through the story. The book cover is from Amazon.cn. They are selling this series on there. Pretty pictures, but they discontinued the manhwa. Chapter 80, A Transformation on the Gravestone. Chapter 80, A Transformation on the Gravestone. 5 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye. Waiting for Xin Yin Sherb was harsh training. Zuo Mo accidentally found out that Sherbwa had left on other matters and his training would be temporarily halted. Without anything else to do, Zuo Mo could only go to find Master, but strangely, she was also absent. He quickly discovered that the sect leader was not present, and neither was Yen Le Sherbwa. What had happened? Of course, Zuo Mo didn't know that Pu Yao's exceptionally strong display completely shocked Sky Moon Jia. 1 encounter, 5 Jindan masters, 1 dead, 1 wounded, and 3 fled. Such terrifying strength, it was shocking to hear about. Jindan level Shouja, in Sky Moon Jia they were high-level masters that could be ranked and counted, but they were so weak against that person. This incident also was connected to many sensitive matters. Bright Wave Jia quickly responded. Almost all the high-level Shouja in Sky Moon Jia cooperated fully, and Wu Kong Sword Sect naturally couldn't stay out of it. Even without Xin Yen Sherbua's supervision, Zuo Mo didn't dare to relax. If he didn't practice Vajra Profound Sutra, the one who would suffer would be him. He decided to stay in the little west windyard and focus on cultivating. Pu Yao was still a statue, motionless. The flames in the sea of consciousness were still very weak, as though they would extinguish at any time. Only a few days later did Zuo Mo, from the sound tablet, learn that Dong Fu had almost been flipped on its head, and learn what Pu Yao really did. When he heard of the dark red flame, he knew undoubtedly that it was Pu Yao. This guy didn't even inform him before taking control of his body. Zuo Mo felt hatred. And Pu Yao's glorious victory of 1 against 5 made his jaw drop. Stars in Daylight, a strong and mysterious fire show, the long-lost Dean bead. A string of complex incidents made Sky Moon Jia abnormally lively. But these didn't have much to do with Zuo Mo now. Right now, he didn't dare to run out. If someone accidentally found out, he shuddered at this thought. He docilely stayed in the little yard, working hard on embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation and Vajra Profound Sutra. Compared to profound and cryptic, embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation, Vajra Profound Sutra progressed much more quickly. Zuo Mo could clearly feel his body was much stronger than before, even though he still looked thin and weak on the surface. There wasn't any movement from the Dan embryo in the Ling spring. Master's ban hadn't been raised, so he could not go to the Dan room of Fragrant Ginger Yard to make Dan. But, all things considered, it was actually good. He could sort out and reflect on everything that happened recently. He hadn't had the time to look at the jade scroll that Liang Feng Shiji had given him before about Jinji. He could take the time now to study it. The Jinji in West Wind Valley needed to be constructed again. Otherwise, if the rock cave was accidentally discovered, it would be a huge blow to him. To learn Jinji, that required learning formations. Formations was something every cultivator had to learn. Forging, Dan making, seal writing, etc., etc. All of those were related to formations. The disciples of the large sects would start learning formations in Lianqi in order to form a strong foundation for their road of cultivation. But for small sects, it was basically very hard to accomplish this, Wu Kong Sword Sect included. After experimenting for a few days, Zuo Mo raised the Jinji again. After he just finished constructing the Jinji, he saw a pink paper crane flying out of the sky. Yi, I've been very bored recently. You need to find something to do. But I don't know what to find to do. What does Yi do every day? Cultivate. Cultivating every day, how boring must that be? Other than cultivation? What else does Yi do every day? Other than cultivation? Zuo Mo was stuck. Other than cultivating, what else did he do? He thought for a second and then wrote Make Dan. Yi is so boring. Zuo Mo suddenly was slightly irritated. Barely restraining the irritation, he wrote 3 words, yes, very boring. After a while, there finally wasn't any paper crane that was flying over. Zuo Mo released a breath. It seemed the other person had been adequately blown away by his bland response. He returned to the stone room and started his boring cultivation. In the rock room, Zuo Mo opened his eyes. His progress in embryonic breathing spiritual cultivation was extremely slow recently. It still seemed very far away from reaching third breath. He entered the sea of consciousness, wanting to check on Pu Yao. Pu Yao was still motionless like a statue. Zuo Mo didn't know what to do. His own strength was extremely small. He wanted to help but had no method of helping. He was preparing to leave when he suddenly stopped in his steps.